Transcending into a fantastical realm, Fang Chen has ascended to become the leader of the flying Immortal Sect, successfully activating the Immortal Gate system. At the outset, he acquires the cultivation level of an emperor along with supreme imperial artifacts. By fostering the flying Immortal Sect, he stands to reap rewards. Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. You have received a 4-star gift package. This package contains 10 supreme imperial artifacts and 10 emperor summoning cards. Congratulations, the flying Immortal Sect dominates the mortal realm. You have received a 7-star gift package. This package contains 10 volumes of the Immortal King scriptures and 10 Immortal King summoning cards. Congratulations, the flying Immortal Sect competes for supremacy in the celestial realm. You have received a 10-star gift package. This package includes 10 Celestial Emperor weapons and 10 Celestial Emperor summoning cards. As each task is completed, true immortals abound within the flying Immortal Sect, rendering emperors as mere pawns. Lord of the Undying Dynasty, the gatekeepers of the flying Immortal Sect are all at the emperor level. I'm not even worthy to be a gatekeeper. Woe is me, patriarch of the supreme immortal clan. This is utterly humiliating. I cannot even defeat the menial workers of the flying Immortal Sect. Leader of the supreme Immortal Sect, each disciple of the flying Immortal Sect possesses an immortal weapon. How enviable. Chapter 1. The 3-year period has elapsed, and the system has finally activated. At a mid-mountain location within the flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen slowly opens his eyes, a fleeting sorrow reflected in his gaze. It has been 3 years since I traversed into this world, yet I still have not been able to assimilate spiritual energy. Could it be that my master has been deceiving me? Do I truly possess no aptitude for cultivation? A profound sense of loss envelopes Fang Chen. 3 years prior, he had crossed over from Blue Star to this world. Subsequently, he was accepted as a disciple by the leader of the flying Immortal Sect, joining a sect that had long since fallen from grace. Thereafter, his master imparted cultivation techniques to him. However, for 3 years, Fang Chen has been unable to assimilate spiritual energy and become a cultivator. Ironically, his master insisted that he possessed exceptional talent for cultivation. In hindsight, Fang Chen now believes those were merely comforting words from his master. Just as despair and disappointment engulfed his heart, a thunderous roar echoed from above the flying Immortal Sect. Despicable dogs of the flying Immortal Sect, come forth to meet your doom. I, Hiru, have returned for vengeance. Subsequently, a group of arrogant young men descended directly from the sky, landing upon the dilapidated plaza of the flying Immortal Sect. Upon hearing the roar, Fang Chen's complexion changed dramatically, and he hurriedly turned his gaze toward the plaza. The distance was not too far. Fang Chen clearly discerned the appearance of the newcomers. Upon recognizing the fierce-faced youth leading them, a bitter feeling welled up within him. So it has come to pass. The leading youth, sensing something, looked upward and spotted Fang Chen. Fang Chen, 3 years have passed, and you remain an ordinary person. Where is your master? Call him forth to meet his end. Hiru's expression twisted into a snarl upon recalling past grievances. 3 years ago, a group from the Flying Crane Sect had invaded the Flying Immortal Sect, seeking to seize its territory. Yet, Fang Chen's master fought valiantly, annihilating the majority of the intruders, with only a few managing to escape. Hiru was among those who fled, but unexpectedly, it seemed he had encountered some fortuitous event and returned after achieving significant cultivation to exact his revenge. Upon hearing the words, Fang Chen wore a gloomy expression and remained silent. Hiru, you are as shameless as your father. Today, I shall drag you along to face death. At that moment, a long howl resonated from within the flying Immortal Sect. Subsequently, a cultivator in his 50s burst forth from a dilapidated grand hall. Old John, you are still alive. Hiru, taken aback, quickly transformed his gaze into one of icy coldness. Very well. I shall eliminate you first to appease my father's spirit in the heavens. Having said that, Hiru charged out and commenced battle with Zhang Zhongda. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Zhongda let out a long howl, unleashing a beam of white light that resembled a galloping steed. However, Hiru summoned a green wooden seal artifact, shattering the white light with ease. The green wooden seal morphed into a streak of emerald light, which swiftly landed upon Zhang Zhongde. PFF, Zhang Zhongde was immediately sent flying, blood spewing forth as his bones shattered. Lying on the ground, he was clearly drawing his last breaths. "Uncle Zhang," Fang Chen shouted through gritted teeth upon witnessing the scene. A mere chicken and dog, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Hiru, holding the green wooden seal, was filled with disdain. Fang Chen, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, had devoted the past 3 years to cultivation. This was all in an effort to prevent the very scenario unfolding before him today. Yet fate had played a cruel trick, leaving Fang Chen still an ordinary person. Just as despair and rage surged within him, a voice echoed in his mind. The 3-year term has expired. The Immortal Gate system has been successfully activated. Host identity detected as the leader of the Flying Immortal Sect. A beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Before Fang Chen could react, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Fang Chen paused momentarily, then quickly exclaimed, "Open the gift pack." Gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 Sage Summoning cards. 1 card for various sect buildings, and 10 each of sacred scriptures, sacred weapons, and sacred pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portion of the Emperor's Dao Fruit and an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Emperor's Dao Fruit. Upon immediate consumption by the host, it will grant peak Emperor cultivation and bestow mastery over 12 contained Imperial techniques. The system kindly elaborated on the function of the Emperor's Dao Fruit, causing Fang Chen's breath to grow heavy, his heart tumultuous. He had no time to calm his emotions. The situation was dire. Fang Chen promptly took out the Emperor's Dao Fruit. As it manifested, marvelous phenomena surrounded him. Auspicious dragons gathered energy, auspicious phoenixes spread clouds, and divine beasts exhaled auspiciousness. The grandeur of the Dao resonated, heavenly colors descended, and divine springs surged forth from the earth. Ignoring the myriad wonders surrounding him, Fang Chen swiftly consumed the Emperor's Dao Fruit. Subsequently, he felt the essence of heaven and earth flowing into him. And before he could fully grasp this newfound energy, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. In the span of merely 3 breaths, Fang Chen transformed from an ordinary individual into an emperor. As he ascended to this new realm, the previous wonders became even more vivid, and the very heavens began to resonate with his breath. At that moment, amidst the phenomena, the laws of the Emperor's Dao surged like tumultuous waves. An overwhelming imperial might emanated from Fang Chen, sweeping across the entirety of Xinhuang Star. Imperial might? Which emperor has awakened? Is someone attaining the Dao? Impossible. The heavens have shifted, and none can defy destiny. An emperor has descended. Could chaos be on the horizon again? Within various sacred grounds of Xinhuang Star, many ancient beings felt the imperial might and were struck with awe. Within the Flying Immortal Sect, after Fang Chen seized the power of the emperor, he retracted the overwhelming Dao laws surrounding him. He then took a step forward, descending from the mountainside. At that moment, Hiru and his companions, engulfed by the surging imperial might, were obliterated, their essence and spirit extinguished. "Master Uncle, how do you feel?" Fang Chen rushed to Zhang Zhongde's side, urgently inquiring. "Fang Chen, when did you attain such power?" Zhang Zhongde, coughing blood, questioned in bewilderment. "Enough. My injuries are too severe. I cannot hold on much longer." "Fang Chen, after my demise, I entrust Zhang Sheng to your care." Zhang Zhongde's voice grew increasingly frail, his vision becoming hazy. Observing this, Fang Chen hurriedly retrieved a sacred pill from his possession and placed it in Zhang Zhongde's mouth. He then infused the Emperor's Dao laws into Zhang Zhongde's body, aiding him in absorbing the sacred pill smoothly. After several breaths, Zhang Zhongde's complexion regained its color, and his breathing gradually steadied. "Am I in the underworld?" Zhang Zhongde opened his eyes, uttering in confusion. Upon seeing Fang Chen, he was startled. "Fang Chen, how did you end up in the underworld too? Was that previous encounter merely a dream?" "Master Uncle Zhang, you are still in the Flying Immortal Sect. You have not gone to the underworld." Fang Chen felt a wave of relief as he saw Zhang Zhongde recovering. Zhang Zhongde's mind gradually cleared, and the events that had transpired became increasingly vivid. "But I clearly remember being struck by Hiru, my heart veins shattered." Suddenly, Zhang Zhongda turned to Fang Chen with wide eyes. Fang Chen, did you kill Hiru and save me? Who else could it be? Fang Chen replied with a smile. Just as Zhang Zhongda was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted from within him, akin to the deafening sound of divine thunder reverberating through the heavens. Chapter 2. No more pretense. I reveal my true self. Zhang Zhongda felt an indomitable force surging within him, akin to a true dragon rampaging wildly. His countenance shifted slightly as he immediately focused his mind, seeking to subdue this overwhelming power. Master Zhang, I am here to assist you, Fang Chen declared, harnessing the recently acquired Imperial Dao principles to aid Zhang Zhongda in mastering this force. Then, a cacophony akin to the thunderous roars of celestial deities erupted from within Zhang Zhongda. After a brief moment, the tumult gradually subsided, and at that instant, Zhang Zhongda's cultivation level ascended to the realm of the celestial being. Have I truly become a celestial being? Zhang Zhongda marveled at the newfound strength. His expression one of incredulity. In this world, there exist 4 grand realms, the 4 stages of transcendence, which are the spirit concealment, the rebirth, the life spring, the deep sea, the 5 realms of the celestial gate, which include the purple mansion, the spiritual platform, the cave heaven, the dharma aspect, the celestial being, and the 7 realms of immortality, which encompass the king, the sovereign, the semi-saint, the great saint, the semi-emperor, and the emperor. There is also a higher realm of the immortal, yet the information regarding this realm is exceedingly scarce, thus it is often overlooked. Previously, Zhang Zhongda was merely a practitioner of the spiritual platform realm, and due to injuries, he could only display a cultivation level at the purple mansion realm. However, even without injury, ascending to the realm of the celestial being would require at least 300 years, if not longer. Fang Chen, what did you feed me earlier? Zhang Zhongda suddenly recalled being given something by Fang Chen while on the brink of death, and immediately inquired. Just a holy pill, Fang Chen replied, shaking his head slightly with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, Master Zhang's cultivation method is rather mediocre. Even with my assistance, much of the pill's potency was wasted. Additionally, part of the pill's power was used to heal your injuries and enhance your talents. Otherwise, it would have been effortless for you to become a formidable ruler with the power of the holy pill. A holy pill? Zhang Zhongda's incredulity deepened upon hearing this. If it is indeed a holy pill, then does that not make you a saint? In response, Fang Chen's demeanor turned serious. Master, I had intended to maintain a low profile among you, but I can no longer conceal the truth. I am an emperor. I reveal my true identity. Zhang Zhongda fell silent for a moment, then let out a derisive laugh. Huh, Fang Chen, have you taken to boasting now? You claim to be an emperor. While I am still a saint, has the truth become so unbelievable in this day and age? Fang Chen sighed. Well, regardless of whether you are a saint or I an emperor, we must thank you for averting this crisis. As the leader of the flying Immortal Sect, it is my duty, Fang Chen replied. Zhang Zhongda nodded in appreciation, but then his expression suddenly shifted. That young lad Zhang Sheng was hastily sent to the secret passage by me. I must quickly retrieve him to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. With that, Zhang Zhongda departed. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host, for resolving the crisis of the flying Immortal Sect. What about the rewards? Fang Chen eagerly anticipated the system's next announcement, but the system remained silent. The enemies defeated by the host possessed insufficient cultivation levels to trigger a reward. Fang Chen could only feel speechless at this. Fine, he said in resignation. By the way, what functions does the system possess? He inquired. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in developing the flying Immortal Sect, transforming it into an immortal sanctuary. Currently, the system's features include a task function. Upon completing a certain number of tasks, additional functions will be unlocked. After the system's brief introduction, Fang Chen became aware of its capabilities. Subsequently, he took out the 2 holy summoning cards obtained from the grand gift and used them. Instantly, radiant lights cascaded like a shower of luminescence, coalescing into 2 awe-inspiring saints. Wang Hui, Cheng Hu, pay your respects to the supreme leader of the sect. Upon their appearance, the 2 saints immediately bowed to Fang Chen. You 2 shall henceforth serve as protectors of the flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen instructed, designating their roles. Yes, supreme leader, the 2 saints replied in unison. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Zhongda returned to the flying Immortal Sect, accompanied by a youth of about 16 or 17 years. Brother Fang, my grandfather says it was you who killed Hiru. You deceived me into believing you were unable to cultivate, causing me undue worry. Zhang Sheng exclaimed, teeth gritted with indignation upon seeing Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled slightly. I admit my previous actions were misguided, but I had my reasons. At that moment, Zhang Zhongda glanced at the 2 unfamiliar figures and asked, Fang Chen, Who are these two? They are individuals I summoned, both of saint-level cultivation, serving as protectors for the flying Immortal Sect. Fang Chen replied casually while introducing the two saints to Zhang Zhongda. However, Zhang Zhongda's expression changed dramatically. Fang Chen, are you jesting? In this era of celestial upheaval, saints and even stronger beings have sealed themselves. How could there possibly be saints appearing? Yet, the two saints displayed their formidable presence, leaving Zhang Zhongda momentarily speechless. Soon, though, other concerns surfaced in his mind. Fang Chen, even the sacred lands treat saints with reverence. Is it not overly presumptuous for these two saints to take on the role of protectors for the flying Immortal Sect? Your perspective is too limited, Master Zhang. Fang Chen gently chided. Under my leadership, the flying Immortal Sect shall soar to unparalleled heights. Thus, you must broaden your horizons and not confine yourself to the present. They are merely saints. In the future, even emperors will be but humble servants within the flying Immortal Sect. Zhang Zhongda contemplated retorting, but ultimately refrained. Very well. Who am I to argue with the supreme leader of the flying Immortal Sect? Having persuaded Zhang Zhongda, Fang Chen turned his gaze toward the dilapidated flying Immortal Sect. The flying Immortal Sect is far too desolate. It deserves to exhibit the splendor of an immortal paradise. With that, Fang Chen utilized the sect construction cards he had previously acquired. In an instant, the heavens and the earth transformed, as endless celestial essence surged toward the locale of the flying Immortal Sect. Fang Chen swiftly concealed the extraordinary phenomena that emerged. Subsequently, majestic peaks and grand palaces rose from the ground, floating into the sky. Beneath the flying Immortal Sect, numerous spiritual veins emerged, exuding vast amounts of essence that cascaded throughout the sect. Atop every newly formed peak, countless glimmers of light sparkled, each representing the birth of a spiritual herb. Before long, the previously desolate flying Immortal Sect underwent a dramatic transformation. It now floated amidst clouds and mists, with various palaces and divine mountains hovering in the void, while spiritual birds flitted about, enhancing the atmosphere with their fragrance. Blocks of pure land floated atop the clouds, and above the dome of the flying Immortal Sect. Celestial essence continually gathered into vast oceans, flowing into the sect. This essence cascaded onto the divine mountains, forming magnificent waterfalls of spiritual energy. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking. Below, the spiritual veins erupted with essence, harmoniously complementing the waterfalls of spiritual energy. Chapter 3. Cultivating Inferior Techniques, Coughing. As they gazed at the sudden transformation of the flying Immortal Sect, Zhang Zhongda and Zhang Sheng were utterly astounded. Is this truly our flying Immortal Sect? Zhang Sheng inquired, his face a mask of disbelief, his eyes vacant as he struggled to comprehend the spectacle before him. Of course, it is the flying Immortal Sect. Though I have made slight renovations to it, Fang Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhongda was left speechless. You may freely choose a divine peak to reside in. Once you have made your selection, come find me. I shall take my leave first. Fang Chen addressed the two, grandfather and grandson. With that, he stepped forward and directly arrived atop the divine peak of the flying Immortal Sect. The divine peak, named Feixian Peak after the sect, is uniquely held by the sect leader. It is a place of lush greenery, flowing springs, and playful auspicious beasts, quite extraordinary indeed. At this moment, Fang Chen had reached the imperial palace specially prepared for him by the system. The palace appeared quite impressive. Fang Chen gazed at the resplendent structure, radiating a mysterious and formidable divine power, and exclaimed in admiration. A product of the system is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Please do not underestimate my capabilities. Echoed the voice of the system. Please name the Imperial Palace, it continued. Let it be called the Chen Imperial Palace. I shall henceforth be known as the Chen Emperor. Fang Chen declared. It was merely a title, and Fang Chen did not place much importance on it, opting to use his own name. Instantly, the palace shimmered, and the three characters Chen Imperial Palace gradually materialized on the plaque. Subsequently, Fang Chen entered the palace and took his seat upon the imperial throne. Once seated, the principles of the imperial path surged around him, resonating with the Chen Imperial Palace, and in an instant, the imperial patterns inscribed upon the palace activated. After completing this task, Fang Chen retrieved the supreme imperial weapon rewarded by the system. As the weapon appeared, an overwhelming aura of destruction surged forth, emanating from it. Fortunately, Fang Chen had prepared in advance. The imperial might crashed against the palace like snowflakes melting away, causing no disturbance. In just a few moments, Fang Chen mastered this supreme imperial weapon, and the tumultuous imperial might vanished without a trace. Truly, it is extraordinary. Only a supreme emperor can forge such imperial weapons. Fang Chen remarked, gazing at the bead-like weapon in his hand. Although the supreme emperor remains at the level of an emperor, they are far more formidable than ordinary emperors. Hence the title. Only beings of the Supreme Emperor level can forge supreme imperial weapons. Those crafted by ordinary emperors cannot bear the title of supreme and are merely called imperial weapons. At this moment, the system's voice resounded in Fang Chen's mind. Chaos Pearl, supreme imperial weapon, forged from billions of strands of chaotic essence. The system provided a comprehensive introduction to the supreme imperial weapon in Fang Chen's possession, allowing him to better understand the formidable nature of the Chaos Pearl. No wonder it is so powerful, given that it is forged from billions of strands of chaotic essence. Chaotic essence is exceedingly rare and precious, exclusive to emperors. It can not only forge imperial weapons, but also create imperial pills, and even be consumed to enhance an emperor's cultivation. Only emperors can gather chaotic essence from the chaotic realm, a process that takes decades, if not centuries, to accumulate a single strand. Retrieving the Chaos Pearl, Fang Chen stepped outside the Chen Imperial Palace, where Zhang Zhongde and Zhang Sheng had already arrived. Fang Chen concealed the imperial patterns of the palace, and after signaling to them, Zhang Zhongde and Zhang Sheng entered the palace. Greetings, sect leader. Upon entering, the grandfather and grandson immediately bowed upon seeing Fang Chen. Uncle Zhang. There is no need for such formality, Fang Chen quickly interjected. However, Zhang Zhongde replied, Sect leader, while we may be familiar with one another, the rituals of respect must not be disregarded. What is due will always exist and be maintained. Hearing this, Fang Chen acquiesced to Zhang Zhongde's wishes. Might I inquire why you called us here, sect leader? Zhang Sheng looked at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with admiration. In merely half a day under Fang Chen's leadership, the flying Immortal Sect had undergone a tremendous transformation, deepening Zhang Sheng's reverence for him. With the flying Immortal Sect undergoing such a metamorphosis, it is time for both of you to undergo changes as well, Fang Chen stated, looking at them. He then produced rewards from a new player package. Here are 10 sacred weapons, 10 sacred scriptures, and 9 sacred pills. You may each select one at your leisure. Zhang Sheng exclaimed, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. When did sacred scriptures, sacred weapons, and sacred pills become so readily available? There is no need for excessive astonishment. They are merely sacred scriptures, Fang Chen replied. If only I had imperial scriptures or imperial weapons, I would gladly provide them for your use. Sacred scriptures will serve as the baseline for cultivation in the flying Immortal Sect moving forward. Zhang Sheng's face lit up with excitement, only to quickly dim again. Grandfather, you choose first. I cannot cultivate, so a sacred scripture would be of no use to me. Zhang Zhongde looked at Zhang Sheng with concern, and Fang Chen also turned his gaze towards him. Zhang Sheng found himself in a predicament similar to Fang Chen's earlier situation, both unable to cultivate, thus sharing a bond of mutual understanding. Fang Chen, however, discerned a force within Zhang Sheng that clung to his roots and bloodline like a malignant parasite. This force was the source of Zhang Sheng's inability to cultivate. Fang Chen squinted, contemplating whether to offer assistance, but decided to consult Zhang Zhongde first to fully understand the situation before acting. Brother Zhang, please select freely. I will assist you in resolving your cultivation issues. Fang Chen offered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng was greatly excited, expressed his gratitude to Fang Chen, and then selected a sacred scripture. Zhang Zhongde did the same. Shortly thereafter, the grandfather and grandson each took a sacred weapon and a sacred pill. Thank you, sect leader, brother sect leader. At this moment, Fang Chen intended to inquire with Zhang Zhongde about Zhang Sheng's situation to address his cultivation impediment, but the system's voice interrupted him. Ding. New task issued. As the sect leader of the flying Immortal Sect, how can one not have disciples by their side? Please accept a disciple. Please note, this task is not mandatory for completion. You may choose to accept or decline. Does the host accept this task? Seeing this, Fang Chen turned to Zhang Zhongde. Uncle Zhang, please place the remaining sacred items in the treasure peak. In the future, when the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect are abundant, these sacred items will be put to good use. I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall discuss Zhang Sheng's situation in detail once I have concluded my urgent business. Understood, sect leader, Zhang Zhongde replied. And then he and Zhang Sheng proceeded to transport the sacred items to the treasure peak. Once the grandfather and grandson had departed, Fang Chen inquired about the possibility of declining the task. The system promptly provided an explanation. This system prioritizes the host's will. Should the host choose not to accept the task, no compulsion will be applied. Does the host accept this task? Fang Chen, upon hearing this, nodded slightly and subsequently accepted the task. Task updated. According to the system's standards, the disciple accepted by the host will be categorized by potential, ranging from 1 star to 10 stars. The rewards ultimately obtained by the host will be linked to the star rating of the disciple. The higher the star rating, the more substantial the rewards available to the host. Upon witnessing the situation, Fang Chen promptly inquired, 10-star potential? What precisely does that entail? The system, ever considerate, communicated the specifics of star-level potential to Fang Chen. According to the system's elucidation, a 1-star potential would ascend to become a saint. A 2-star potential would evolve into a great saint, while a 3-star potential would attain the status of a quasi-emperor. Furthermore, a 4-star potential would enable one to achieve the path of emperor. However, the system refrained from providing details regarding 5-star potential and higher. The great Tao of this universe is flawed, rendering information about beings of celestial rank and above unattainable. Above celestial rank? 5-star potential merely leads to becoming an immortal? Fang Chen felt a surge of astonishment. If 5-star potential merely grants immortality, what then of 6-star, 7-star, or even 10-star potential? Indeed, I must seek out a prodigy of 10-star potential, Fang Chen murmured. Please refrain from excessive greed, as beings with 5-star potential or higher are exceedingly rare in this universe due to its flawed Tao. Moreover, star-level potential can be enhanced through the opening of gift packs, which provides star-level enhancement cards. With each elevation of a star level, not only does the potential of the corresponding star-level being increase, but they will also receive a corresponding star-level gift pack. Thus, the host need not overly pursue 10-star potential. The capability to enhance star levels made things considerably easier. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Yet he soon pondered the system's mention of the Tao's flaws. Feeling somewhat perplexed, could it be that the absence of information regarding the realms of immortals on Xianyuan stars stemmed from the Tao's imperfections? He sensed a profound connection between the two. After concluding his dialogue with the system, Fang Chen directly engaged with the great Tao of heaven and earth, utilizing the power of the Tao to envelop his eyes. At that moment, his eyes transformed into the heavenly eyes of the Tao, allowing him to perceive all that the Tao could extend to. This was one of the 12 imperial techniques contained within the fruit of the Emperor's Tao, perfectly suited for Fang Chen to seek out a favored disciple. The southern wilderness, vast and boundless, was divided into 4 regions by 4 towering mountains, which served as the demarcation lines, thus categorizing the southern wilderness into eastern, western, southern, and northern domains. The Flying Immortal Sect was situated in the northern region, which, due to its proximity to the central continent, was more prosperous compared to the other 3 regions. Consequently, one could frequently observe magnificent cities within the northern domain, where cultivators reveled and exchanged resources. At that moment, Fang Chen utilized the heavenly eyes of the Tao to gaze upon a city. A cursory glance allowed Fang Chen to discern the fate attributes of all beings within the city. Li Dachui, devoid of star-level potential. Wang Fugui, lacking star-level potential. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had surveyed the fate of the majority of the beings, yet regrettably, none possessed star-level potential. After perusing the fate of all the inhabitants, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Not a single being with 1-star potential had emerged from an entire city. Is this probability not exceedingly low? Fang Chen mused internally. Yet he soon smiled, realizing that such a probability was indeed reflective of reality. 1-star potential signifies the ability to become a saint, and saints are not easily attained. The emergence of even one being capable of becoming a saint within a city would indeed be alarming. Having found nothing of note, Fang Chen did not linger, but instead turned his attention to the next city. Subsequently, he searched through dozens of cities, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Not a single entity with 1-star potential was discovered. The method of examining one city at a time proved inefficient. It would be far more effective to search multiple cities simultaneously. Fang Chen contemplated, while the imperial Tao laws within him began to resonate, drawing upon greater power from the Tao. Oh, has a being with 1-star potential finally appeared? Hiss, how surprising that a 2-star potential exists in such a remote locale. Could it be that you follow the protagonist template? Wow, after combing through much of the northern domain for 4-star potential, I have unexpectedly found a prodigy of 4-star potential. Before long, Fang Chen discovered a youth with 4-star potential. Choosing not to continue his search, he promptly dismissed the heavenly eyes of the Tao. Following this, Fang Chen departed the imperial palace, informing Zhang Zhongda and others of his impending journey, and then he tore through space, stepping within and vanishing from sight. Within the 100 East city of the northern domain, a young man was diligently cultivating in a small courtyard. However, the space within the courtyard was suddenly rent asunder, and Fang Chen emerged from within. The abrupt disturbance compelled Chen Daofan to cease his cultivation, and upon seeing Fang Chen, he exclaimed in anger, "Is it true that your Feixian Sect has a saint? Have you sent someone to pursue me? Is this not a bit excessive? Only beings of saint rank and above possess the ability to tear through space." Thus Chen Daofan naturally assumed Fang Chen was a saint. As for any higher realm existence, he believed it utterly improbable. At that moment, Chen Daofan summoned a fragmentary holy weapon, which transformed into a colossal wave, surging directly towards Fang Chen. With a mere wave of his hand, Fang Chen made the tidal wave dissipate, and the fragmentary holy weapon was reduced to powder, scattering with the wind. An emperor? Chen Daofan was not a native of this era. He was the progeny of a quasi-emperor from 100,000 years ago, accompanying his quasi-emperor father. He had witnessed several emperors. Thus, upon Fang Chen's initial display of power, Chen Daofan immediately recognized his realm. At this moment, Chen Daofan hastily spoke. I did not realize an emperor had descended here. I am quite impolite, and I beg for your forgiveness. Chen Daofan prostrated himself, praying fervently for his life. Observing this, Fang Chen maintained a serene demeanor and replied, It is of no consequence. Seeing that Fang Chen bore him no ill will, Chen Daofan breathed a sigh of relief. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed emperor? Fang Chen responded, I have come to recruit you as my disciple, for I see great potential in you. At these words, Chen Daofan was momentarily taken aback, then trembled with excitement, his breath quickening. In Chen Daofan's era, there were several prodigies of imperial caliber, and the fathers of these imperial prodigies still lived. Although Chen Daofan's talent was comparable to that of an imperial scion, he fell short in other aspects. Coupled with the fact that it was not an opportune time for him to attain the Dao, his father had sealed him away, awaiting a more suitable moment to emerge and achieve the rank of emperor. Now, with an emperor willing to take him as a disciple, Chen Daofan was confident that he could succeed in attaining the Dao in this lifetime. I humbly pay my respects, master. Chen Daofan then performed a bow of apprenticeship to Fang Chen. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Chapter 5, Task completed. Congratulations, host. On accepting a disciple with 4-star potential, you have been awarded a 4-star gift pack. It has been detected that the host's senior disciple's talent is incomplete. Please rectify your disciple's talent. Upon the completion of the talent rectification, an additional gift pack will be awarded. Incomplete talent? Why is that so? Upon hearing the system's voice, Fang Chen paused for a moment, then promptly inquired of the system, which provided a comprehensive explanation. The host's senior disciple possesses an incomplete 10-aperture immortal heart. The 10th aperture is not fully opened, thus resulting in diminished talent. The system then proceeded to elucidate to Fang Chen what the 10-aperture immortal heart entailed, with celestial apertures residing within one's heart. Each that is opened grants mastery over boundless and inscrutable divine powers. However, these apertures can only be opened innately and cannot be developed later in life. The majority of beings are incapable of innately opening celestial apertures, and those who can typically manage to open only 2 or 3. In contrast, Chen Daofan has innately opened 10 celestial apertures, though the 10th remains only a faint glimmer, not yet fully realized. So it is. Fang Chen nodded slightly. The host may utilize the power of the Chaos Pearl to assist in fully opening the 10th celestial aperture. Understood. At this moment, after completing the ritual of apprenticeship, Chen Daofan felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension as Fang Chen remained silent, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fang Chen eventually spoke. Rise, from now on. You shall be my foremost disciple. I hope you will not tarnish the reputation of the Flying Immortal Sect. I shall heed my master's instructions, Chen Daofan replied respectfully. What is this Feixian Sect you mentioned earlier? Fang Chen inquired nonchalantly. Given Chen Daofan's prior words, it was clear that the Feixian Sect was pursuing him. And as his master, it was only fitting to seek clarification. Chen Daofan recounted the events leading to his predicament. Upon breaking free, he had found himself within the treasure vault of the Feixian Sect. The sect's leader discovered him, seeing the brilliance radiating from Chen Daofan and mistaking him for a thief of their treasures. However, thanks to a contingency left by his father, Chen Daofan managed to escape, prompting the leader to order a pursuit to reclaim their stolen treasures. Of course, all the items Chen Daofan possessed were bequeathed by his father. He had taken nothing from the Feixian Sect. Thus, the leader, recognizing your possession of great treasures, succumbed to greed, Fang Chen mused, easily discerning the underlying motives. In the realm of cultivation, the act of killing for treasures is all too common. Do not be angered, master. I shall undoubtedly regain our honor from the Feixian Sect in due course. Is my intervention unnecessary? This matter is not of great significance. There is no need to trouble my master. If I require your assistance, it would surely indicate a flaw in my resolve, hindering my path to enlightenment. Chen Daofan stated earnestly. Very well, I am pleased to see you harbor such thoughts, Fang Chen replied with a smile, pleasantly surprised by the maturity and independent thinking of his first disciple. Come, let us proceed to the Flying Immortal Sect. With that, Fang Chen tore open the fabric of space, leading Chen Daofan into the void. At the Flying Immortal Sect, upon the Flying Immortal Peak, the void was suddenly rent asunder, and Fang Chen emerged with Chen Daofan through the fissure. So this is the Flying Immortal Sect? The essence of heaven and earth is so rich, Chen Daofan remarked as he stepped into the sect, overwhelmed by the abundant spiritual energy. Master, I have accompanied my father to numerous sacred sites. Yet none compare to the flying Immortal Sect, he continued. Fang Chen replied, do not be astonished. The current state of the flying Immortal Sect falls far short of my standards. Until all the spiritual herbs within the sect can be transformed into divine medicinal herbs. Only then will it be considered on the right path. Chen Daofan's expression turned incredulous. Divine medicinal herbs are not common, coveted even by emperors. And a single emperor may not acquire even one in a lifetime. Yet his master aspired for the flying Immortal Sect to be filled with them? Fang Chen offered no further explanation and proceeded into the imperial palace, with Chen Daofan hastily following in his footsteps. Upon entering the palace, Fang Chen took his seat upon the imperial throne and opened the 4-star reward package from the system. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a volume of imperial scripture, for sage summoning cards, and 10 divine herbs. Upon hearing of the imperial scripture, Fang Chen immediately examined it. Celestial aperture scripture. Was this not prepared specifically for Chen Daofan? This scripture was exceptionally suited for beings innately possessing celestial apertures. The more apertures one has, the greater the power they can wield. It could be said that this was tailored for Chen Daofan. However, Fang Chen did not immediately present the celestial aperture scripture. Instead, turning to Chen Daofan and saying, Daofan, you possess 10 innate celestial apertures, yet the 10th is not fully opened. This is indeed regrettable. Chen Daofan's expression fell upon hearing this. As the one directly involved, he was all too aware of his own 10-aperture celestial heart, yet he felt utterly powerless. In the past, Chen Daofan's father had expended great resources to enlist an emperor's aid in fully opening the 10th aperture, but to no avail. Nevertheless, to me, this is but a trifle, Fang Chen remarked. With that, he summoned the supreme imperial weapon, the Chaos Pearl, and instantly, the palace was filled with an overwhelming imperial might that drained the color from Chen Daofan's face, terror flooding his eyes. The supreme imperial weapon, he swallowed hard. Focus your mind and calm your spirit. I shall assist you in fully opening the 10th celestial aperture. Fang Chen commanded with a powerful voice that resonated in Chen Daofan's ears, instantly calming him. Subsequently, Fang Chen activated the Chaos Pearl, allowing strands of chaotic essence to descend. Soon, the chaotic energy enveloped Chen Daofan in a cocoon. Within the cocoon, he sensed the chaotic essence converging at his heart before surging into the 10th celestial aperture. Instantly, within the 10th aperture, it felt as though the heavens and earth were being birthed anew, chaos swirling around. Before long, the 10th celestial aperture gradually took shape, emanating myriad divine rays and auspicious colors, enveloping Chen Daofan entirely. Ultimately, a force of primordial energy emanated from his heart, reminiscent of the chaos at the dawn of creation. Sensing this power, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Chen Daofan's 10th celestial aperture had been completely opened, granting him a fully realized 10-aperture celestial heart. Fang Chen retracted the chaotic essence from the Chaos Pearl. With Chen Daofan's complete talent, he is rated 5 stars, and a 5-star reward package is issued. At this moment, Chen Daofan opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within. Thank you, Master. He expressed his gratitude first and foremost. No need for such formalities. With that, Fang Chen produced the celestial aperture scripture. Now that you possess a complete 10-aperture celestial heart, this celestial aperture scripture is most suitable for you. Subsequently, Fang Chen handed the celestial aperture scripture to Chen Daofan, who accepted it reverently. Instantly, the scripture transformed into a beam of light that surged into Chen Daofan's heart. Chapter 6. The Origins of Xianxia. Following this, Chen Daofan trembled as he spoke. It truly is an unblemished volume of imperial scripture. He had only heard of such complete scriptures, never having laid eyes upon one. Now, to receive a flawless imperial scripture directly from Fang Chen left him astounded and deeply exhilarated. Within the treasure peak, there are sacred weapons and sacred pills. You may retrieve 2 at your discretion, Fang Chen instructed Chen Daofan. Yes, master. Upon hearing of the sacred weapons and pills, Chen Daofan appeared less than particularly excited. After all, Chen Daofan was not without his holy weapons and holy pills. Once Chen Daofan departed, Fang Chen opened the 5-star grand gift pack. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 2 imperial scriptures, a fragment of a celestial weapon, and a divine peach medicinal herb. Hiss, a celestial weapon fragment. How could this be? Fang Chen gazed upon the shattered celestial weapon, a profound ache piercing his heart. In this realm, the celestial beings are prohibited. System, are you still unable to defy the heavens? Fang Chen inquired immediately, reasoning that the system should be omnipotent. Temporarily unable. This system lacks the energy to forcibly contend with the universe. Is there any way to replenish your energy? Event triggered. Long-term task to replenish energy issued. Due to insufficient energy, this system requires the host's assistance to replenish energy. Would the host be willing to accept the task? Accepted. Task updated. The system will notify the host when encountering entities that can replenish energy. Before this system's energy is restored, it is advised that the host save 5-star or higher grand gift packs. Alright, I understand. Fang Chen nodded slightly. A day later, Fang Chen summoned Zhang Zhongda and Zhang Shang to the Imperial Palace. Master Zhang, it is time to resolve the cultivation impediment for junior brother Zhang. Yet before that, what is the cause of the injury within Master Zhang? Fang Chen regarded Zhang Zhongda with utmost seriousness. The injury within Zhang Zhongda was not a result of his confrontation with the Feixian Sect 3 years prior. He had been wounded even before that. According to Fang Chen's master, Zhang Zhongda had departed from the Feixian Sect without uttering a word and returned severely injured, bringing Zhang Shang along. However, the specifics of the matter remained unknown to Fang Chen's master, as Zhang Zhongda had never mentioned it. In the past, Fang Chen, lacking strength, had not paid much heed to it, but now, as an emperor, he understood the importance of avenging grievances. After all, Zhang Zhongda had cared for Fang Chen during the past 3 years. This is a long story. Zhang Zhongda sighed, and then recounted the events in detail. It was then that Fang Chen learned of Zhang Shang's extraordinary origins. According to Zhang Zhongda, he had left due to a grave situation involving his son. Zhang Shang's father possessed exceptional cultivation talent, having reached the celestial realm at a young age, destined to become a quasi-saint. After meeting Zhang Shang's mother, they fell deeply in love, and soon Zhang Shang was born. However, Zhang Shang's mother came from a prominent family in the northern region of the Xinhuang Star, the Liang family. Although no emperors had emerged from the Liang lineage, quasi-emperors had never been absent, with members of the family consistently ascending to the path of certification in each era. Moreover, the Liang family claimed descent from divine beings, with divine blood flowing through their veins. Therefore, the Liang family placed great importance on the marriages of their kin, believing that only bloodlines of equal divine heritage merited union with them. Zhang Shang's father's lineage was rather unremarkable, and the union with Zhang Shang's mother violated the Liang family's ancestral regulations. Consequently, the Liang family, furious, sent their patriarch to personally retrieve Zhang Shang's mother, while Zhang Shang's father was suppressed in a perilous location. However, the patriarch did not take Zhang Shang's life, but merely sealed the divine blood within him, ensuring that he could never embark on the path of cultivation. The injury within Zhang Zhongda also stemmed from that time. By the time Zhang Zhongda finished recounting the backstory, Zhang Shang was already in tears, for it was the first time he learned of his lineage. So it is, this makes matters regarding junior brother Zhang much more manageable. Fang Chen smiled confidently, and then turned his gaze to Zhang Shang. In Fang Chen's view, Zhang Shang's bloodline was ensnared by invisible chains adorned with intricate runes. If any part of these chains were to be damaged, it would affect other areas, ultimately leading to a catastrophic collapse. Zhang Shang would perish as a consequence. Yet Fang Chen paid it no mind, directly infusing an imperial rule into Zhang Shang's body. Upon encountering the imperial rule, the runes on the invisible chains halted their flow as if a mouse had encountered a cat, subsequently collapsing into nothingness. I longed to feel the essence of heaven and earth. At that moment, freed from his shackles, Zhang Shang immediately showcased his terrifying cultivation aptitude. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhongda, tears streaming down his face, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Fang Chen. Within the Liang family of the northern region, a man as warm as jade sat cross-legged in meditation. Surrounding him were ethereal dragons and phoenixes, accompanied by celestial melodies. Yet at that moment, all the wondrous phenomena dissipated, and the man opened his eyes. The seal I placed has been broken. How intriguing. This man was none other than Liang Xian, the patriarch of the northern Liang family. Very well. I shall inform my little sister and bring her some joy. Liang Xian murmured softly before vanishing from his secluded cultivation space. Just then, the system's voice suddenly resonated in Fang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, the Feixian Sect has acquired a 4-star potential disciple, rewarding a 4-star grand gift pack. Fang Chen nodded slightly, and then spoke. I wonder where Uncle Zhang is being suppressed? I will have Wang Hui rescue him. I do not know. Zhang Zhongda shook his head. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall personally visit the Liang family to demand an explanation. At this, Zhang Sheng spoke, his tone filled with determination. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Zhongda and Zhang Sheng did not linger in the imperial palace for long before departing. Fang Chen then opened the recently acquired 4-star grand gift pack. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 imperial weapon, 10 holy herbs, and 5 unparalleled holy weapons. 10 holy herbs, 5 unparalleled holy weapons, a modest gain indeed. However, the acquisition of an imperial weapon was exhilarating. Fang Chen mused softly. The unparalleled holy weapons could only be refined by great saints and were exceedingly rare in the outside world, yet in Fang Chen's eyes, they merely met the minimum standard. Afterward, Fang Chen took out 20 holy herbs and planted them around the imperial palace. He pondered whether, after a prolonged exposure to the imperial rules, the holy herbs could transform into divine herbs of creation. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He then retrieved the previously obtained divine peach medicinal herb. The divine peach was a creation herb born from the essence of heaven and earth, and upon its emergence, a fragrant aura enveloped the entire imperial palace. Taking a whiff, Fang Chen felt invigorated, as if his lifespan had been extended by a century. If one whiff could add a century, how much would consuming an entire divine peach extend his life? Fang Chen gazed at the translucent divine peach, contemplating. He promptly planted the divine peach medicinal herb at the center of the 20 holy herbs, and instantly, the essence of heaven and earth within the Feixian Sect surged into the divine peach. However, soon, the boundless essence began to erupt forth from the divine peach. The essence of heaven and earth that flowed from the divine peach became even purer and more refined. No wonder even emperors coveted creation herbs. A single divine herb was the foundation of the great path. Fang Chen murmured to himself. Following this, he took out the sage summoning card he had previously obtained and summoned 4 sages. After Fang Chen briefed the 4 revered saints on certain matters, he instructed them to depart from the imperial palace and report to Wang Hui and Cheng Hu. Just as the 4 saints exited the imperial palace, Fang Chen suddenly sensed a presence soaring through the air, exuding an aura akin to that of He Ru's essence. Utilizing the Taoist heavenly eye, Fang Chen discerned the figure's identity. It was none other than He Ru's master, presumably come to seek vengeance for He Ru. How fortuitous. For I too have matters to discuss with you, Fang Chen murmured to himself, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes. During the act of slaying He Ru, Fang Chen had perused He Ru's memories and unmasked certain secrets. Chapter 7. The Fall of a Great Sect. 3 years prior, the incident involving Famin's assault on the Feixian Sect was not as straightforward as it appeared. In truth, it was a transaction orchestrated between the Mingxia Cave Heaven, which He Ru later joined, and Famin, wherein Mingxia Cave Heaven compelled Famin to annihilate Fang Chen and his companions without leaving a trace. He Ru's induction into Famin was a reward from Mingxia Cave Heaven. However, He Ru's exceptional cultivation talent allowed him to shine brightly after joining Mingxia Cave Heaven, ultimately being taken as a disciple by the esteemed elder of the cave, who viewed him as his successor. It was no wonder he had come personally to exact revenge on the Feixian Sect, Fang Chen mused coldly. With that thought, Fang Chen extended a hand, intent on directly slaying He Ru's master. In the void, hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Feixian Sect, Bai Wuqing's eyes were bloodshot. His expression contorted as he raced forward on a divine rainbow. The Feixian Sect truly deserves to perish for allowing Ruer to encounter misfortune, Bai Wuqing seethed through gritted teeth. He had naturally followed He Ru in secret for revenge, but having arrived at the Feixian Sect days prior, he noted only 3 individuals present, 2 of whom were inept, with the third a cripple. Thus, he had dismissed the matter and gone to seek counsel with a friend. However, little did he anticipate that in his absence, an unforeseen event would befall He Ru. Without delay, Bai Wuqing set off for the Feixian Sect, eager to avenge He Ru. Surely, the Feixian Sect could not possess the strength to kill Ruer. Who, then, could have acted against him? Bai Wuqing pondered as he hastened. But before he could unravel the mystery, a colossal hand descended upon him. Fear flooded Bai Wuqing's eyes as he was seized by the enormous hand and dragged into the void. Within the Chun Emperor Palace, Fang Chen retracted his hand expressionlessly. In slaying Bai Wuqing, he gleaned the underlying reasons for the chaos. It turned out that the Xianxia Association had instigated Mingxia Cave Heaven to act in such a manner. Did the Feixian Sect have enmity with the Xianxia Association? Fang Chen's brow furrowed in confusion. The Xianxia Association was a prominent sect in the northern region, boasting 3 quasi-saints among its ranks. Currently, with no saints emerging, the quasi-saints represented the pinnacle of power in plain sight. As long as they did not provoke the sacred grounds, the Xianxia Association feared no one. Given the Feixian Sect's previous circumstances, where even blocking the famine required the old patriarch's demise, how could they dare provoke such a formidable sect? A mere disciple of the Xianxia Association could obliterate the Feixian Sect. Thus, amidst such a vast disparity, what connection could the Feixian Sect possibly have with the Xianxia Association? Fang Chen found himself at a loss. However, calling upon Zhang Zhongda, Fang Chen relayed his newfound knowledge and inquired, "Uncle Master, my master once mentioned that the Feixian Sect was once powerful. Could it be that during its zenith, the Feixian Sect provoked the Xianxia Association? Impossible." Zhang Zhongda immediately shook his head. The Xianxia Association has only risen to prominence within the last 1,000 years. While the Feixian Sect's peak era was nearly 10,000 years ago, how could the Feixian Sect have provoked the Xianxia Association during its prime? Moreover, Throughout the Xianxia Association's rise, the Feixian Sect has languished. It could hardly have been in a position to challenge them. Seeing that Zhang Zhongde was equally perplexed by the intricacies, Fang Chen decided to cease pondering the Feixian Sect's potential provocations against the Xianxia Association. He resolved to dispatch the saints to capture a quasi-saint from the Xianxia Association. Yet, prior to that, Mingxia Cave Heaven was deemed unnecessary in his mind. "Uncle Master, shall we venture out?" Fang Chen inquired of Zhang Zhongde. "Indeed, I wish to witness the burial of my enemies," Zhang Zhongde replied, understanding Fang Chen's intent. Subsequently, Fang Chen summoned Wang Hui, instructing him to obliterate Mingxia Cave Heaven and capture the 3 quasi-saints of the Xianxia Association. Wang Hui complied and departed the Feixian Sect alongside Zhang Zhongde. Mingxia Cave Heaven was located within a mist-shrouded mountain range, teeming with vitality and towering ancient trees. Stepping forth from the void, Wang Hui, accompanied by Zhang Zhongde, gazed below and remarked, "Is this truly the domain of Mingxia Cave Heaven? It is indeed extraordinary. Guardian Wang, please proceed," he urged. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui unleashed a palm strike, causing the essence of the heavens and earth within a radius of several miles to surge toward him, coalescing into a colossal hand that descended upon Mingxia Cave Heaven. With a resounding crash, the gigantic hand shattered the mountain range housing Mingxia Cave Heaven, leaving behind an immense palm imprint. "Excellent," Zhang Zhongde exclaimed upon witnessing the destruction of Mingxia Cave Heaven. "Brother, may this provide solace to your spirit in the heavens." Shortly thereafter, Wang Hui tore apart the void, bearing Zhang Zhongde toward the Xianxia Association. In the northern region's Xianxia City, the stronghold of the Xianxia Association bustled with cultivators, including many of royal caliber. Yet, the order within Xianxia City was meticulously maintained, devoid of any chaos. Just then, ripples spread through the void above Xianxia City, and Wang Hui and Zhang Zhongde emerged from the disturbance. "The Feixian Sect has come to visit the Xianxia Association. All unrelated persons should leave immediately," Wang Hui declared, releasing his sacred might, which surged into the heavens, piercing the sky. The overwhelming aura swept across the 9 heavens and plunged into the abyss, instilling terror in all cultivators within Xianxia City. A saint has descended. Was it not said that due to the turmoil of the heavens and earth, saints could not manifest? Do not hesitate. Flee the city at once. Did you not hear that the saint seeks trouble with the Xianxia Association? Instantly, panic enveloped Xianxia City, with cultivators scrambling to escape, regardless of their ties to the Xianxia Association. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, 3 quasi-saints emerged, riding divine rainbows. "Esteemed elder," one of the quasi-saints respectfully bowed before inquiring. However, Wang Hui had no intention of conversing with them. He unleashed a palm strike, sweeping his formidable sacred might across the 3 quasi-saints, rendering them unconscious. As Wang Hui surveyed the now desolate Xianxia City, he noted only a few stragglers remaining. "Did you truly believe your ancestors could shield you?" Wang Hui thought darkly, then brought his palm down, annihilating Xianxia City along with its quasi-saint kin. Following the destruction of Xianxia City, the system's voice echoed within the Feixian Sect, successfully annihilated the rival forces of the flying Immortal Sect, rewarding the host with a 1-star grand gift package. "Open it." Fang Chen promptly opened the 1-star grand gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 incomplete holy weapons. Incomplete holy weapons? Is this truly what one would receive from a 1-star grand gift package? System, are you jesting with me? This system is honest and fair, please rest assured. Host. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. To have obliterated a quasi-saint power and received merely this, surely there must be more substantial rewards for destroying a holy land? Chapter 8, The Second Disciple. Shortly thereafter, Wang Hui returned to the flying Immortal Sect, bringing with him the 3 fainted saints. Upon arriving at the Imperial Palace and meeting Fang Chen, he was rewarded with a holy pill, after which Fang Chen revived the 3 quasi-saints. As they awoke, the 3 quasi-saints surveyed their surroundings in bewilderment. "Where's this place?" they all thought simultaneously. However, before they could comprehend what had transpired, Fang Chen's imperial Dao laws surged around him, transforming into 2 heavenly blades that instantly annihilated 2 of the quasi-saints, leaving not even a trace of their existence. The remaining quasi-saint was drenched in cold sweat. The overwhelming and terrifying imperial Dao laws brushing past him sent shivers down his spine. An emperor. It is indeed an emperor. The quasi-saint roared within, unable to fathom why an emperor would appear within the flying Immortal Sect. Why target the flying Immortal Sect? Fang Chen inquired indifferently. "Emperor, I was forced into this. It was never my intention to confront the flying Immortal Sect." The quasi-saint hastily defended himself. Enough with the excuses. The quasi-saint quickly ceased his justifications and continued. "Emperor, I truly do not know who seeks to harm the flying Immortal Sect. The three of us encountered a mysterious figure who assisted us in becoming quasi-saints and establishing the Three Flag Society. The only stipulation was that we must destroy the flying Immortal Sect. Fearing the trouble this might bring, we entrusted this task to the Mingxia Cave Heaven. As for how Mingxia Cave Heaven proceeded, I did not inquire and truly have no knowledge. After listening to this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. When he had just slain the two quasi-saints, he had also seized their memories for examination. However, to confirm, he asked the surviving quasi-saint to recount the events. Now, both accounts aligned, confirming the situation as described. Subsequently, the heavenly blades formed from the imperial Tao laws obliterated the remaining quasi-saint's body. The Three Flag Society is merely a facade, with a mysterious figure pulling the strings behind the scenes. It truly is a nested web, akin to a matryoshka doll. Fang Chen felt somewhat speechless, but suddenly, a thought struck him. Could there be a hidden mastermind behind this mysterious figure? The more he contemplated, the more he felt this possibility was substantial. However, from the memories, it seemed this mysterious figure was apprehensive and fearful of the flying Immortal Sect's resurgence. Why would the mysterious figure react thus? Within the memories of the two quasi-saints, the mysterious figure had repeatedly emphasized the formidable strength of the flying Immortal Sect, suggesting that its resurgence could unleash a cataclysmic force upon the world. Although I am unaware of your identity, since you so dread the revival of the flying Immortal Sect, you will undoubtedly reveal yourself when the sect rises to prominence. Fang Chen did not intend to personally unearth this individual's identity, but rather planned to let him expose himself willingly. Just as Fang Chen made this decision, the system's voice resonated. Event triggered. Long-term mission. Fame in the Xianhuang Star release. Phase 1. Establish renown in the southern region. Does the host accept the mission? Fang Chen immediately responded, accept. Mission accepted successfully. The host is advised to monitor the mission's progress. Ding. Detecting a 4-star potential cultivator approaching. Event triggered. Disciple recruitment mission released. Please accept this individual as a disciple. A cultivator with 4-star potential? Fang Chen felt astonished. Previously, he had scoured every corner of the northern region and discovered Chen Daofan, a prodigy with quasi-5-star potential, and now, a 4-star potential individual was presenting themselves? A missed opportunity? Fang Chen promptly accepted the mission and then activated his Dao Heavenly Eye. Instantly, he beheld a group of ferocious-looking cultivators pursuing a young man over 200,000 miles away. This young man was the 4-star potential cultivator, being pursued and subsequently rescued by a powerful figure to be taken as a disciple, then seeking vengeance. This scenario feels somewhat familiar, Fang Chen mused. Nevertheless, he intervened and dispatched the group of cultivators chasing the young man. At this moment, the youth was still bewildered by the sudden turn of events when Fang Chen brought him to the imperial palace. Upon entering the palace, the young man surveyed his surroundings in confusion. What is your name? Fang Chen inquired directly. Su Tao. Su Tao, I see you possess remarkable talent. I wish to take you as my disciple, Fang Chen stated with a slight nod. Upon hearing this, Su Tao hesitated not for a moment and immediately replied, Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects. Despite being unaware of his location, Su Tao could sense the extraordinary nature of the individual before him, prompting him to proceed with his bow without further thought. Congratulations to the host for accepting a disciple with 4-star potential, rewarding a 4-star grand gift package. Rise. Fang Chen smiled at Su Tao. Master, may I ask where I currently find myself? Su Tao inquired. You are within the Qin Emperor Palace. Fang Chen informed him about the flying Immortal Sect. Upon hearing this, Su Tao realized he had joined an extraordinary holy land, drawing in a sharp breath. I, Su Tao, have turned my fortunes around, Su Tao exclaimed in astonishment. While Su Tao processed this information, Fang Chen opened the grand gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a volume of imperial scripture, 2 imperial weapons, and 10 small medicinal kings. The acquisition of 2 types of imperial treasures along with 10 small medicinal kings indicates fortunate fortune this time around. The small medicinal king is a higher-tier spiritual herb than the sacred medicine, just a step below the medicinal king and the creation divine medicine, making it exceedingly precious. Fang Chen retrieved the imperial scripture. This scripture, known as the Reincarnation Classic, is suitable for beings who have undergone reincarnation. Has Su Tao experienced reincarnation? Fang Chen gazed at Su Tao in surprise. To undergo reincarnation is no simple feat. The requirements are exceedingly stringent, and the process is fraught with peril. Should any misstep occur, one could become eternally trapped, never to recover. Su Tao possesses a 9-life soul, making the matter of reincarnation as simple as drinking water or eating food for him. 9-life soul can actively reincarnate 9 times, and in the final life, gains the accumulations of the previous lives. Through the system's introduction, Fang Chen learned of the formidable nature of the nine-live soul. Those who possess it have effectively trained several lifetimes ahead of others. As long as they digest the accumulations in the final life, they can achieve enlightenment in one fell swoop and even advance further. Some individuals are born at the starting line, while others are born in Rome. Su Tao, however, possesses the entirety of Rome. It truly is a case of comparison breeding envy, Fang Chen reflected inwardly. Su Tao, this reincarnation classic is suited for your cultivation. I shall bestow it upon you. Fang Chen handed the reincarnation classic to Su Tao. Su Tao received the Sutra of Reincarnation, which, without a breath of wind, began to turn its pages on its own. Subsequently, the scriptures inscribed within the sutra shimmered like stars, soaring forth into Su Tao's mind. As he closed his eyes to contemplate the sutra, upon reopening them, he had fully comprehended its essence. Thank you, Master. At this moment, Su Tao shed some of his youthful innocence, gaining a measure of maturity. What is the origin of the group of cultivators who pursued you? Fang Chen inquired, waving his hand dismissively. They are a band of rogue cultivators, notorious for their acts of murder and plunder. I became their target after discovering a 300-year-old spiritual herb. Su Tao explained. Chapter 9. The Search for the Imperial Progeny. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen inwardly lamented that he had overthought the matter. Very well. He replied with a slight nod. He then instructed Su Tao, after you depart, make your way to the treasure peak to select a favored sacred weapon and other divine artifacts. Understood, Master. Within the Danshan mountain range, in a cave teeming with vitality and ethereal clouds, a cultivator enveloped in crimson radiance concluded his meditation. The world has nearly restored itself. I shall undoubtedly become a sage in due time. With that thought, he abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing two beams of light that shattered the clouds. What state is the Feixian Sect in after 20 years of seclusion? This man was none other than Hu Zhao, the peak ancestor of the Feixian Sect. With this in mind, Hu Zhao stepped out of his secluded space, only to find the sect leader and elders waiting outside. Congratulations, ancestor, on your successful cultivation and emergence from seclusion, they proclaimed upon seeing him. Spare me the formalities, Hu Zhao replied, his interest waning. Has anything significant transpired in the Feixian Sect during these 20 years? All is well within the sect. No major events have occurred, the sect leader responded promptly. After a brief hesitation, he added, however, not long ago, a thief infiltrated the treasury and stole a valuable treasure. Hu Zhao's expression changed slightly at the mention of this. What treasure was stolen? A sacred pill, the sect leader replied. Hearing this, Hu Zhao let out a breath of relief, grateful that only a sacred pill had been taken. What level of cultivation did that individual possess to infiltrate the treasury? He inquired. Merely a celestial realm cultivator, yet his stealth was remarkable. He entered the treasury without a sound. If I hadn't happened to be there that day, the losses could have been far greater, the sect leader explained. Without a sound, Hu Zhao pondered. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as a realization struck him. He vanished from his location, reappearing within the treasury of the Feixian Sect. Inside, the treasury was adorned with quasi-saint weapons and divine stones, dazzling to behold. Hu Zhao made his way to the innermost sanctum, where he discovered a sizable hole in a divine jade measuring 10 feet tall and 5 feet long. Upon seeing this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The imperial progeny has emerged. It seems this era is indeed the golden age foretold by the Moody. Yet soon after, Hu Zhao recalled the sect leader's earlier words. Humph. How dare you lie? You must be tired of living. He vanished once more from the treasury, reappearing before the sect leader. The sudden appearance of Hu Zhao made the sect leader's heart skip a beat, especially upon witnessing the grim expression on Hu Zhao's face. To whom did you hand over that sacred pill? Hu Zhao's gaze was icy. The sect leader's heart sank. To the ancestor, he admitted, revealing the entire truth. Humph. With a cold snort, Hu Zhao struck down the sect leader with a single palm, subsequently appointing the Grand Elder as the new sect leader. Afterward, Hu Zhao returned to his cave, respectfully summoning a precious wheel. The wheel shimmered with brilliance, inscribed with runes, and was indeed an extraordinary supreme sacred artifact, an item that could only be refined by a quasi-emperor, already resembling an emperor-grade weapon. At that moment, Hu Zhao formed hand seals, causing the precious wheel to erupt with divine radiance, summoning the sun and moon to stand on either side. Then, a man donned in robes of the sun and moon, adorned with star ornaments, emerged from the wheel. Hu Zhao, what summons you to awaken me? The figure inquired with indifference. Predecessor of the sun and moon. The imperial progeny has awakened, Hu Zhao promptly replied. The imperial progeny has awakened? Where is he now? The glimmer in the eyes of the sun and moon flickered as he quickly asked. That is precisely why I have summoned you, my esteemed elder. While I was in seclusion during the awakening of the imperial progeny, he temporarily departed from the Feixian Sect. I am unaware of his current whereabouts and require your guidance to locate him, Hu Zhao explained. The sun and moon regarded Hu Zhao for a moment before raising one hand to hold the moon and the other to grasp the sun. In that instant, he radiated a brilliant light, harnessing the celestial bodies to ascertain the imperial progeny's location. He is in that direction, the sun and moon indicated toward the east. With that, the sun and moon took the precious wheel in hand, which trembled gently, fracturing the void. He stepped through first, with Hu Zhao following closely behind. At the flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen, who was toying with an emperor-grade weapon, suddenly sensed a disturbance in the void outside the sect, as if someone were about to break through. Are they offering themselves up for me to test the might of the emperor weapon? Fang Chen mused inwardly. In the next moment, the void shattered, and the sun and moon alongside Hu Zhao emerged from the rift. Upon seeing the sun and moon, Fang Chen's surprise flickered momentarily. So it is a manifestation of a supreme sacred artifact. What brings you to the flying Immortal Sect? He questioned, wondering if the mysterious figure could no longer restrain themselves. With this thought, Fang Chen swiftly captured the sun and moon, leading them to the imperial palace. He then summoned the vessel-shaped emperor weapon. In an instant, a deluge of starlight poured forth from the vessel, surging through the imperial palace like a tidal wave. Crashing against its walls repeatedly, the sun and moon found themselves enveloped in an endless cascade of starlight. Could it be that he is an emperor? The moment the sun and moon were brought to the imperial palace and laid eyes on Fang Chen, a sense of unease washed over them. Pray tell, who sent you to the flying Immortal Sect? Fang Chen asked with keen interest, eager to hear what intriguing revelations they might share. Having met the emperor, the sun and moon first offered a respectful bow before responding. I am a divine weapon of the Moody. We have come in search of the Moody's progeny, Xianxiafan. The Moody? I did not realize you had ties to such an esteemed figure, Fang Chen remarked with a smile. Yet, what of an emperor? Should you dare to provoke the flying Immortal Sect, even immortals shall pay the price. With that, Fang Chen summoned the starlight, preparing to strike down the sun and moon. Wait, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. We have come solely to seek the Moody's progeny, Xianxiafan, and have no other intentions. I implore the emperor to discern the truth, the sun and moon pleaded, their hearts racing as the tide of starlight surged toward them. At that moment, upon hearing the sun and moon's words, Fang Chen halted his assault. You say the Moody's progeny is named Xianxiafan? He inquired, locking his gaze on the sun and moon. Indeed, that is correct, Xianxiafan. Although the reason for the emperor before them to cease his assault remained shrouded in mystery, both sun and moon could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Daofan's father was merely a quasi-emperor. The flaws in your deceit were glaringly evident. Nonetheless, the swiftness with which you have grasped the movements of the flying Immortal Sect is truly commendable and warrants consideration. Chapter 10. The first affiliated power. Not long after Fang Chen accepted Xianxiafan, he was informed by the mysterious figure, leaving Fang Chen in a state of shock and fury. At that moment, a cold glint flickered in Fang Chen's eyes, and the imperial laws entwining his being began to seethe. Observing this, sun and moon immediately interjected. It's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Following the sealing of the emperor child, the emergence of the emperor Mu was a matter of course. Furthermore, it is only natural that the emperor child remained unaware of these developments, especially since Emperor Mu met his demise shortly after attaining his status, leaving those outside the loop in the dark. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen halted his assault once more. He cast a penetrating gaze at sun and moon before summoning Xianxiafan. Upon entering the imperial palace, sun and moon's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing Xianxiafan. The emperor child, indeed the emperor child. At this moment, Xianxiafan also spotted sun and moon alongside Hu Zhao. Sun and moon, what brings you to the imperial palace? Xianxiafan exclaimed in astonishment. Emperor child, the tale is rather lengthy, sun and moon replied with a hint of bitterness. He then instructed Hu Zhao to relay the previous events to Xianxiafan. It turned out that prior to his death, Emperor Mu had entrusted his weapon, the sun and moon divine wheel, to a follower named Great Sage Dan Shan, instructing him to guard the place where Xianxiafan was sealed. Great Sage Dan Shan later founded the Feixian Sect, dedicating himself to protecting Xianxiafan and offering to escort him upon his emergence from the seal. However, this knowledge was known only to the descendants of Great Sage Dan Shan, with Hu Zhao being one of them. Hu Zhao had been in secluded training and was unaware of Xianxiafan's emergence, while the head of the Feixian Sect had secretly taken a sacred pill and fortuitously encountered Xianxiafan, thus framing him for the theft. Upon hearing this, Xianxiafan was left in a daze, astonished to discover the close connection between himself and the Feixian Sect. Sun and moon. Did my father succeed in his path to the Tao? Xianxiafan was bewildered, grappling with the enormity of events that had transpired during his sealing. Indeed, sun and moon sighed, Continuing, in the twilight of his life, Emperor Mu ventured into the immortal tomb in a desperate gamble to seek the divine medicine of creation and be reborn. However, he encountered a forbidden emperor. Though Emperor Mu possessed unparalleled combat prowess, vanquishing a peak forbidden emperor and successfully attaining his Tao, his life force was ultimately depleted, leaving him with little remaining. In the end, he failed to acquire the divine medicine of creation and departed the immortal tomb in sorrow. On the 10th day after entrusting various matters, Emperor Mu passed away. Listening to Sun and Moon's account, Fang Chen could not help but regard Xianxiafan's father with newfound respect. The immortal tomb was a forbidden zone on Xianhuang Star, rumored to conceal an immortal path. Those unwilling to merely exist as emperors entered the tomb in search of this path, hoping to ascend and achieve immortality. In pursuit of the immortal path, these emperors banded together to seize the immortal tomb. Due to their prolonged presence and the extraordinary nature of the tomb itself, it became a treasure trove, even home to the divine medicine of creation. Yet, the forbidden emperor within the tomb forbade anyone from entering, lest their schemes be thwarted. Hence, the immortal tomb was deemed a place of taboo by the world. Xianxiafan's father not only dared to enter this forbidden place, but also, as a quasi-emperor, defeated a forbidden emperor and attained his Tao on the spot. Were this to become known, it would undoubtedly stir endless waves in the world. It seems I was indeed reckless, Fang Chen mused aloud. The emperor's words are too grave. Hu Zhao and I intruded without prior notice. It is our fault. Sun and Moon quickly affirmed. After a moment of silence, Xianxiafan recounted the events following his emergence from the seal. Upon learning that Xianxiafan had been taken as a disciple by the great Emperor Fang Chen, Sun and Moon genuinely rejoiced for him. How wonderful! If Emperor Mu were aware of the Emperor Child's circumstances, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, Sun and Moon remarked wistfully. Sun and Moon, where is my father laid to rest? After absorbing Sun and Moon's words, Xianxiafan fell silent for a moment before inquiring. I do not know. Sun and Moon shook his head. On the 9th day after imparting his final instructions, Emperor Mu departed without revealing his destination. On the 10th day, I sensed the waning of his life essence. As Xianxiafan heard this, tears welled in his eyes. He understood that his father had chosen not to disclose the location of his burial to prevent Xianxiafan from seeking it out. Yet, the more you conceal, the more I shall endeavor to uncover your resting place, Xianxiafan thought bitterly, a sorrowful expression overtaking his visage as dark energy began to emanate from him. Dao Fan, your father, the Emperor Mu, vanquished a peak emperor with his quasi-emperor prowess. As his child, you must uphold your father's honor. In the future, you must strive doubly hard to ensure that the world knows of Emperor Mu's legacy. The tale of a quasi-emperor defeating an emperor, Fang Chen boomed. Noticing the signs of Xianxiafan succumbing to despair, Xianxiafan felt as though a sudden enlightenment had dawned upon him, clarity returning to his gaze. Thank you, Master. Great Emperor, as the foremost disciple of the Emperor Child, how do you wish to address the Feixian Sect? At that moment, Sun and Moon turned to Fang Chen, respectfully inquiring. Hu Zhao, observing this, sighed internally. Alas, it has ultimately come to this. Fang Chen regarded Hu Zhao before responding. Dao Fan, what are your thoughts? The Danshan lineage has guarded my interests for so long. They deserve recognition for their toil, even if not their merits. Moreover, great sage Danshan treated me well in the past, so I propose we forego punishment, Xianxiafan declared, arriving at his decision swiftly. Fang Chen nodded in agreement, stating, I respect your decision. Great Emperor, now that the Emperor Child has become the foremost disciple, the protective duties of the Danshan lineage are nearing their end. Why not allow the Danshan sect to become a subordinate sect of the Flying Immortal Sect, enabling it to continue to shine and thrive? Sun and Moon suggested to Fang Chen. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen pondered for a moment, preparing to respond when the system's voice interrupted. Event triggered, long-term task. Development of subordinate sect initiated. As an immortal sect, how could there be no subordinate sects to follow? Please continue developing subordinate sects for the Flying Immortal Sect. For each subordinate sect developed, rewards will be issued based on the overall strength of the sect. Fang Chen chuckled at the system's announcement, as it perfectly aligned with his thoughts. The Danshan sect, being a legacy of a great sage, had a high probability of producing exceptional talents. Should extraordinary individuals emerge from the Danshan lineage in the future, they could join the Flying Immortal Sect, contributing to its growth. Thus, it was decided that the Danshan sect would serve as a subordinate sect to the Flying Immortal Sect. Fang Chen nodded and proclaimed the future of the Danshan sect. Subsequently, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host, on developing a subordinate sect with 3-star potential. Reward, 3-star gift pack. After Fang Chen finished speaking, Hu Zhao willingly accepted the fate of the Danshan sect. Subordinate Hu Zhao, paying respects to the supreme master of the upper sect. Hu Zhao performed a grand gesture of reverence towards Fang Chen. Chapter 11. The Su family seeks assistance. Fang Chen nodded slightly, intrigued to see the system reveal a 3-star potential. He became curious about the Danshan sect. Does the Danshan lineage still have a great sage in existence? Hu Zhao, upon hearing this, responded with utmost respect, no. Since the ancestor of Danshan, there has been no great sage. However, the Danshan sect currently has 3 self-proclaimed sages in seclusion. There are 6 individuals, including myself, poised to break through to the realm of sage. Once the heavens and earth return to their original state, we 6 shall ascend to sagehood. At that time, the Danshan sect will be fortified by 9 sages. When discussing the current state of the Danshan sect, Hu Zhao displayed a hint of pride. After all, not every sect possesses such potential. Once the heavens and earth are restored, 9 sages will stand guard over the Danshan sect. Oh. Fang Chen nodded again and continued to inquire. With 6 individuals on the verge of becoming sages, surely the undying sacred land must be even more formidable? The undying sacred land has produced an emperor. Its foundation is exceedingly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhao's expression grew serious, quite possibly. Although the upheaval in the heavens and earth has imposed severe restrictions on the Tao, making it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the pinnacle of quasi-saint under such suppression. The undying sacred land, having once birthed an emperor, likely possesses means to circumvent these constraints. While it may not be able to produce a sage, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint should be within reach. The Danshan sect owes its 6 peak quasi-saints to the treasures left behind by Emperor Mu. Had he existed longer, the Danshan sect could have seen even more peak great sages emerge. I see, Fang Chen mused. However, with so many followers of Emperor Mu, how could the task of safeguarding the Tao be entrusted solely to the great sage of Danshan? Fang Chen inquired further. Logically, with Emperor Mu's exceptional talents, he would have had no shortage of followers after becoming a quasi-emperor. It is indeed peculiar that the task of protection was assigned to just one great sage. I am most familiar with this matter. Ryu immediately spoke up. After Emperor Mu vanquished the emperor within the immortal tomb, the other emperors felt their dignity tarnished. Consequently, they suppressed the incident of Emperor Mu entering the immortal tomb while simultaneously ordering a hunt for him and his followers. Thus, Emperor Mu retained only Danshan, while the rest of his followers were disbanded and forced into hiding. Now that the Imperial Scion has emerged, he may one day reunite Emperor Mu's followers. Not long after, the 3 who had conversed with Fang Chen prepared to depart from the Imperial Palace. Before leaving, Fang Chen reached out and plucked 10 peaches from the void. Dao Fan, give 1 peach to your master Zhang, and the remaining 9 shall be divided among you, Su Tao, and junior brother Zhang. Fang Chen instructed, handing the 10 peaches to Chen Dao Fan. Due to Zhang Zhongda's insufficient talent, 1 peach would suffice for him to refine for a while. Meanwhile, Chen Dao Fan and the other 2, each possessing extraordinary potential, could refine their peaches in a short time. Thus, 3 would be just right. Chen Dao Fan's eyes widened at the sight of the peaches. Yes, master. Chen Dao Fan promptly responded, accepting the peaches before departing the Imperial Palace with Ryu and Hu Zhao. Imperial Scion. To be able to study under such a powerful master is truly a stroke of fortune. Outside the Imperial Palace, Ryu remarked with admiration. Indeed, Hu Zhao quickly added, in this lifetime, the Imperial Scion is destined to achieve the Tao and become an emperor. As they parted ways, Ryu decided to remain by Chen Dao Fan's side, while Hu Zhao would return alone to the Danshan sect. Within the Imperial Palace, Fang Chen opened the 3-star grand gift he had just received. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 supreme holy weapon and 20 holy weapons. With 20 holy weapons, I am on the verge of becoming a wholesaler of holy weapons, aren't I? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Currently, the supply of holy weapons from the flying Immortal Sect far exceeds the demand. The summoned sages each arrive with their own holy weapon, negating the need to fetch one from the treasure peak. Additionally, every other individual within the flying Immortal Sect is equipped with a holy weapon. 1 holy weapon is already sufficient for the likes of Zhang Zhongda and others. Having more might even detract from their quality. Yet, having some is better than none. Fang Chen mused. In the future, when disciples of the flying Immortal Sect engage in battle, they can effortlessly wield a holy weapon. How could others compete with them? 10 days later, within the Imperial Palace, Fang Chen was intently examining several shards. These shards were fragments of an immortal artifact. Over the past 10 days, Fang Chen had been studying these shards, hoping to glean something useful. Alas, he had garnered no results. Disciple Su Tao requests an audience with Master. Just as Fang Chen was scrutinizing the immortal artifact shards, Su Tao's voice echoed from outside the Imperial Palace. Enter. Fang Chen tucked away the shards. Su Tao stepped into the palace and immediately knelt in reverence. Master, my family is facing a dire crisis. I implore you to lend your assistance. Please rise and explain the specifics of the matter. Fang Chen's expression, usually calm, revealed a flicker of surprise upon hearing this. I have just received news from my father. Su Tao began as he stood. My ancestor founded the Feixian Sect, and the current sect master is my father. However, the Feixian Sect is now under siege, being attacked by 5 major sects in unison. Fang Chen nodded slightly at this revelation and responded, very well. I shall send a sage from the Flying Immortal Sect to accompany you and assist the Feixian Sect in its plight. Thank you, master. Su Tao exclaimed with great joy, then took his leave to prepare. After Su Tao departed, Fang Chen immediately instructed Wang Hui and the other sages. Once they received their orders, Wang Hui and the others found Su Tao and, without hesitation, tore through the void, escorting him away from the Flying Immortal Sect. Within a vast expanse of mountains in the eastern region, the once ethereal Feixian Sect, shrouded in colorful clouds and mist, had now lost its former glory. Ruins, broken stones, and remnants of blood were strewn about. Above the Feixian Sect, a group of cultivators hovered in the air, each exuding a fierce aura, their eyes glinting with greed. Among them were 5 individuals, each brandishing a billowing banner emblazoned with grandiose characters. The Qi Sect, Jiuyang Cave, Qi Shao Gate, Wu Huilin family, and Yunxia Cave. This coalition consisted of 4 major sects and 1 quasi-saint family from the eastern region. A middle-aged cultivator, bloodied and in disarray, cursed vehemently. The Qi Sect, Jiuyang Cave, you are truly despicable and shameless. Su Qingnan, do you still need me to explain the law of the jungle to you? Your Feixian Sect is currently but fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Thus, it would be wise for you to surrender. Out of goodwill, I may spare your life. The master of Jiuyang Cave sneered. Huh, you truly have no shame. Su Qingnan spat in response. In your impotent rage, you would do well to order the Feixian Sect to surrender. Otherwise, you shall reap no rewards. Indeed, Su Qingnan. The leaders of the major sects exchanged barbs, causing Su Qingnan's face to flush with indignation, his chest heaving rapidly, betraying his agitation. Chapter 12, A Swift Resolution. Foolish delusions. Even if the Feixian Sect were to perish, we would never surrender. Su Qingnan shouted in fury. Is that so? Then you may as well go to your deaths. The master of Jiuyang Cave's eyes turned icy, and he brandished his weapon, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Su Qingnan. At this moment, the serene void above the washing dust sect was suddenly torn asunder, and thereafter, 6 revered saints, accompanied by Su Tao, descended upon the scene. Their overwhelming holy might surged forth like a mighty tide, crashing through the heavens and earth. Instantly, the entire atmosphere fell silent. None dared to utter a word, fearful of inciting the ire of the 6 saints. Father, Su Tao exclaimed, his voice filled with concern as he beheld the disheveled Su Qingnan. He swiftly made his way to his father's side. Tower, why have you returned? Did I not instruct you to stay away? Su Qingnan, upon seeing Su Tao's arrival, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Unbeknownst to him, Su Tao had already taken refuge in the Holy Land, and he assumed Su Tao was still out honing his skills. Thus, when the washing dust sect faced catastrophe, Su Qingnan had left behind his last words, advising Su Tao to refrain from seeking vengeance until he had sufficiently improved his cultivation. The unexpected return of Su Tao at this critical juncture was beyond his anticipation. Father, do not worry, Su Tao replied, producing a medicinal pill. I have joined the Holy Land, and my master has treated me generously, sending the Holy Land's guardians to assist in resolving this calamity. He placed the pill into Su Qingnan's hand. You are gravely injured. Please take this pill first. Guardians? Are these the 6 saints? Su Qingnan gazed in disbelief at the 6 figures suspended in the void. Indeed, Su Tao affirmed with a nod, rising to address Wang Hui and the other saints. I implore Guardian Wang to take action. Wang Hui nodded in acknowledgement and raised his hand, unleashing a beam of divine light infused with the aura of annihilation, piercing through the void and striking down upon the practitioners of the Nine Suns Cave and other major sections. The cultivators of the Nine Suns Cave had no time to react before being engulfed by the divine radiance, their existence reduced to nothingness. After vanquishing the practitioners of the Nine Suns Cave, Wang Hui turned to the 3 remaining saints behind him. These 5 major sects have offended Su Zhenchuan. You 5 shall proceed to obliterate their legacies. Understood, Guardian Wang. The 5 saints responded in unison before tearing through the void, heading towards the locations of the 5 major sections. Thank you, Guardian Wang. Su Tao expressed his gratitude to Wang Hui as he landed. Su Zhenchuan, you are overly polite. Wang Hui replied with a smile. How is your father faring? He turned his gaze towards Su Qingnan. If he is unwell, I possess a sacred pill. Upon catching the fragrant scent of the sacred pill, Su Qingnan felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, with the pill Su Tao had provided earlier, He found himself not in dire need of the sacred pill at this moment. I appreciate Elder Wang's kindness, but with Tao-Er's medicinal aid, I am managing adequately, he stated. Wang Hui nodded slightly, putting away the sacred pill. Very well. Su Qingnan, with a hint of apology, addressed Wang Hui. The Washing Dust Sect has faced calamity and lacks the capacity to properly host esteemed elders. I hope you can forgive our shortcomings. Wang Hui waved his hand dismissively. It is but a trivial matter. However, the treasure vault of the Washing Dust Sect remains intact. To repay the favor, you may select any treasures from the vault, even if it means taking the entire collection. Su Qingnan's expression turned serious, for he was not jesting. Though the Washing Dust Sect had never produced a saint, its long-standing heritage had endowed it with treasures capable of enticing even saints. To repay Wang Hui's life-saving grace, Su Qingnan was prepared to go all out. Such generosity is unnecessary, Wang Hui chuckled. The Washing Dust Sect is the home of Su Zhenchuan, who is a disciple of the headmaster. We are all one family. What need is there for repayment? Seeing Wang Hui's refusal, Su Qingnan sought to speak further, but Su Tao interjected, Father, why would the Nine Suns Cave and the other four major sects conspire against the Washing Dust Sect? A bitter expression surfaced on Su Qingnan's face as he replied, It is a long story. I acquired a fragment of a divine creation herb, and upon learning of it, the Nine Suns Cave and others conspired against us, leading to our current predicament. A fragment of a divine creation herb. Su Tao's eyes widened in surprise, realizing the significance of such a treasure. Although it was merely a fragment, when paired with sacred herbs or lesser medicinal kings, it could yield precious sacred pills or even great sacred pills. The Nine Suns Cave and the other major sects were secretly plotting to forge a sacred pill, hoping to assist their ancestors in breaking through to sainthood. Su Qingnan continued, with the impending restoration of the world, if the Nine Suns Cave were to obtain the fragment of the divine creation herb, their chances of establishing a holy land would be significantly heightened. Su Tao nodded in agreement. Father, while the Nine Suns Cave and the other major sects are not holy lands, they are backed by two holy lands. If we annihilate the 5 sects, will it not bring trouble to the holy land I have joined? Su Qingnan's thoughts drifted back to the saints who had just departed to obliterate the 5 major sects, and concern crept into his heart. Fear not, Wang Hui reassured him. The Flying Immortal Sect does not fear any sect. Meanwhile, the 5 saints dispatched by Wang Hui had already arrived at their respective destinations. Above the Nine Suns Cave, Cheng Hu observed coldly as he gazed down upon the sect. The Nine Suns Cave has offended the true inheritors of the Flying Immortal Sect. They deserve eradication, he declared loudly, immediately capturing the attention of nearby practitioners. Is there a conflict with the Nine Suns Cave? Are they courting death? The Nine Suns Cave is protected by 3 quasi-saints, including one at the 8th level of quasi-sainthood. Indeed, with no saints present, who would dare provoke the Nine Suns Cave? Moreover, the Nine Suns Cave maintains a close relationship with the 2 instruments' holy land. Provoking them means bracing for the wrath of the 2 instruments' holy land. However, which sect is the Flying Immortal Sect? I have never heard of them. They must be some obscure minor sect. As Cheng Hu summoned forth a sacred tower, he proclaimed, Annihilate. The tower shimmered brilliantly, releasing a wave of immense divine power. This tidal force surged downward, capable of reducing mountains to nothingness. The divine power, infused with the might of a saint, swept through the Nine Suns Cave. In an instant, the mountains and palaces within the Nine Suns Cave crumbled like fragile paper, collapsing into dust. The practitioners of the Nine Suns Cave were obliterated before they could even utter a scream, their souls extinguished, leaving no trace behind. After eradicating the Nine Suns Cave, Cheng Hu withdrew the divine energy back into the sacred tower and departed by tearing through the void. Chapter 13, the second subsect. At that moment, the tremendous commotion had drawn many practitioners to the site. Upon witnessing the ruins of the Nine Suns Cave, all were struck with dread. The Nine Suns Cave has been exterminated? Did the Flying Immortal Sect do this? What kind of formidable entity is the Flying Immortal Sect that could so effortlessly obliterate the Nine Suns Cave? The scene suggested that the Nine Suns Cave had not even had a chance to retaliate. Could it be that a saint was involved? As the Nine Suns Cave fell, the other 4 major sects met the same fate at the hands of the saints of the Flying Immortal Sect. Shortly thereafter, the 5 saints returned to the Washing Dust Sect. Su Zhenchuan, the 5 major sects have been destroyed. What do you wish for us to do next? Wang Hui inquired. Gazing at Su Tao, I wish for the remaining members of the Dust Washing Sect to journey to the northern region and re-establish our esteemed sect. Elder Wang, may I request your company to navigate potential crises? Upon hearing this, Su Tao expressed his thoughts. He was acutely aware that the 5 prominent sects were backed by 2 sacred lands, and with the annihilation of these 5 sects, the wrath of the sacred lands would undoubtedly be directed at the Dust Washing Sect. Thus, It was untenable for the sect to remain in the eastern region. Given this circumstance, relocating to the northern region seems prudent, even if the sacred lands seek retribution against the dust-washing sect in the future. Su Tao would be able to discern such threats in a timely manner and provide support. This matter is easily manageable, with our 6 esteemed individuals present. Su Zhenchuan need not worry. Wang Hui, upon hearing this, confidently agreed. Subsequently, Su Tao and Su Qingnan organized the surviving cultivators of the dust-washing sect, and those severely injured, after receiving rudimentary treatment, were able to mobilize. After securing all valuable treasures within the sect, the 6 venerable sages united their efforts to tear through the fabric of space, creating a passage to the northern region. Meanwhile, as the relocation efforts flourished on the dust-washing sect side, a tumultuous wave erupted in the eastern region. What? The 5 prominent sects have been exterminated? And it was perpetrated by a faction known as the Flying Immortal Sect? Who are these audacious individuals daring to provoke 2 sacred lands? While the details remain unclear, the power of the Flying Immortal Sect must be formidable, considering the 5 sects were obliterated without the capacity to retaliate. This is no trivial matter. Were the assailants sages? Perhaps they wielded quasi-sane artifacts. Nevertheless, such artifacts are still formidable, even if they do not equate to the might of a sage. Regardless, the Flying Immortal Sect has certainly gained notoriety. Within the imperial palace of the Flying Immortal Sect, at the very moment the 5 sects were vanquished, Fang Chen heard the voice of the system. Successfully annihilated a rival sect. Based on comprehensive strength, a 1-star gift package of 2 portions is awarded. Ding. Conditions met. Enhancement function activated. Enhancement function. The host may enhance any item obtained from the gift package, contingent upon the availability of enhancement materials. Enhancement materials. Task items acquired from the gift package. With the introduction of this new function, Fang Chen felt a surge of excitement. After comprehending the enhancement function, his enthusiasm only intensified. Henceforth, it would be possible to enhance surplus saint weapons into imperial weapons, or even celestial weapons. This is indeed plausible, provided the enhancement materials are sufficient. Suppressing his exhilaration, Fang Chen proceeded to open the 2 1-star gift packages. Congratulations, host has acquired 10 holy scriptures, 20 incomplete saint weapons, and 100 portions of holy spring. Upon witnessing the emergence of incomplete saint weapons, Fang Chen mused, "Ah, the enhancement materials have indeed arrived." However, he refrained from immediately utilizing the enhancement function. According to the system, 100 incomplete saint weapons are required to enhance a single saint weapon into a peerless saint weapon, or alternatively, 10 complete saint weapons would suffice. Although the Flying Immortal Sect currently possesses an excess of saint weapons, it would not be prudent to use them merely for enhancing into peerless saint weapons. Fang Chen believed it wise to wait until he could enhance them into imperial weapons before considering saint weapons as enhancement materials. At that moment, a ripple emanated from the void within the Flying Immortal Sect, and soon thereafter, Wang Hui and the others emerged from the rippling space. Su Zhenchuan, let us report to the sect leader together. Wang Hui invited Su Tao to accompany him to the imperial palace. Su Tao gladly accepted, and the 2 made their way to the palace. Shortly thereafter, they entered the imperial palace, where Wang Hui recounted the events that had transpired. Fang Chen nodded in approval. Well done. Proceed to the treasure peak to claim your rewards. Due to the considerable bounty obtained from the gift package, Fang Chen allocated the majority of the treasures to the treasure peak and appointed Zhang Zhongda to oversee the distribution of rewards. After Wang Hui departed, Su Tao approached Fang Chen and said, "Master, as the dust-washing sect arrives in the northern region, many matters remain unaddressed. I wish for the dust-washing sect to become a subordinate sect of the Flying Immortal Sect and to ally with the Danshan sect, seeking their assistance for our establishment in the northern region." Why such a notion, you may ask? Fang Chen inquired, taken aback. As a true disciple of the Flying Immortal Sect, the dust-washing sect need not become a subordinate sect to receive protection. Would becoming a subordinate not merely bind our hands? Su Tao smiled bitterly in response. Master, you may not be aware. My father possesses a fragment of a divine herb of creation. Should this matter come to light, the dust-washing sect would undoubtedly become the focal point in the northern region. Although my status is unique, continually relying on the sect's intervention would be unfair to the Flying Immortal Sect. Fang Chen, upon reflection, grasped the intentions of the dust-washing sect. By designating them as a subordinate sect, the ties between the dust-washing sect and the Flying Immortal Sect would extend beyond Su Tao alone, thus ensuring greater security for the dust-washing sect. Furthermore, Fang Chen surmised that their desire to retain the fragment of the divine herb of creation was another motivation. Otherwise, should they hand over the fragment to the Flying Immortal Sect, all issues would be resolved without the need for subordination. Since this is your proposition, I shall grant my approval. Fang Chen consented, which also allowed him to fulfill a task. Congratulations, host has developed a potential 4-star subordinate sect, rewarded with a 4-star gift package. Su Tao expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. Has the dust-washing sect found a suitable location for establishment? Fang Chen inquired. With Elder Wang's assistance, we have indeed found a favorable site, Su Tao respectfully replied. Excellent. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate with the sect, Fang Chen assured him. Once Su Tao departed the Imperial Palace, Fang Chen opened the recently acquired 4-star gift package. Congratulations. Host has obtained 1 extreme Imperial weapon and 10 medicinal herbs of the king. An extreme Imperial weapon. Fang Chen was astonished, never anticipating that this 4-star gift package would yield such a treasure. It seems fortune is favoring me this time. In his excitement, Fang Chen retrieved the extreme Imperial weapon. Chapter 14. Outward Journey for Training. The extreme Imperial weapon took the form of a jade plate, resplendent and shimmering, accompanied by myriad auspicious colors, enveloped in endless divine mist. The jade plate appeared to embody the essence of the Tao, resonating with the fundamental principles upon its emergence, as boundless chaotic celestial light descended upon it. At that moment, the jade plate radiated an overwhelming brilliance, exuding an imperial might that could shatter mountains and collapse the heavens. Yet, before the Imperial Palace, this surging imperial might was rendered as gentle as a lamb, unable to escape the confines of the palace. Moments later, Fang Chen refined the extreme imperial weapon, and the system provided information regarding this artifact. Tao-bearing plate, crafted from the stone of bearing the Tao and refined with the water of celestial springs. Its power is unparalleled, capable of releasing celestial light to vanquish foes. The Tao-bearing plate serves well for holding the peaches of immortality. Fang Chen examined the Tao-bearing plate from various angles before finally retrieving several peaches of immortality and placing them within it. Quite fitting, he nodded in satisfaction. 3 days later, the eastern region of the southern wilderness remained abuzz with discussions regarding the annihilation of the 5 prominent sections, through the diligent efforts of several cultivators. The intricate details of the flying Immortal Sect were finally unearthed. It turned out to be a faction from the northern region, which explained its obscurity. The flying Immortal Sect, now long past its prime, dared to provoke 2 sacred grounds. Was it attempting to ensure its complete extinction? Unlikely. The flying Immortal Sect must possess some confidence. Perhaps even a disregard for the 2 sacred grounds. Surely not. The alliance of the 2 instruments sacred ground and the Heavenly Sun sacred ground could easily intimidate even those legendary sacred grounds that had birthed great saints. How could a mere flying Immortal Sect stand against such formidable forces? Do you believe it? I certainly do not. Speaking of which, the 2 instruments sacred ground and the Heavenly Sun sacred ground should be aware of this matter by now. I wonder how they will respond. It goes without saying, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Deep within a mountain range, amidst ethereal clouds and rising purple mist, 2 divine fish, 1 black and 1 white, glided through the void, resembling the emblem of Taiji. These were the sacred beasts of the 2 instruments sacred ground, yin and yang fish. Within the confines of the 2 instruments sacred ground, the sect leader summoned the elders to convene in the main hall. 3 days have passed. Have any of the elders made any progress? Inquired the sect leader. 3 days prior, shortly after the annihilation of 5 major sects, the 2 instruments sacred ground received word of this event. Consequently, the sect leader ordered an investigation to clarify the situation. Reporting to the sect leader, 3 days ago, the Jiang Cave Heaven allied with the Great Scarlet Sect to attack the Dust-Washing Sect. However, they were unexpectedly intercepted by the Flying Immortal Sect, which not only rescued the Dust-Washing Sect, but also obliterated the Jiang Cave Heaven and other sections. The reason behind Jiang Cave Heaven's assault on the Dust-Washing Sect remains unknown for the time being. Soon, the elders began to relay their findings. The Flying Immortal Sect? The one that existed 10,000 years ago? The sect leader's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, how intriguing that the Flying Immortal Sect still maintains its lineage. The sect leader remarked with interest. Well then, it appears the Flying Immortal Sect has once again made a name for itself. There is no need for us to intervene. Others will undoubtedly handle the Flying Immortal Sect. The sect leader spoke confidently, seemingly aware of certain details. Li, the sect leader, maintained a commendable composure, refusing to be angered by the affront and instead seeking to turn the tables. Just then, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed within the spacious hall. The elders' expressions shifted dramatically as they glanced around, yet Li Zhen remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated an intruder's presence. Speaking of turning the tables, you are the masters of that art. I am but a novice compared to you, Li Zhen stated coolly. You have come again to solicit the 2 instruments sacred grounds alliance? Indeed, the hoarse voice replied once more. That will not be necessary. The two instruments' sacred ground would rather stand against the world than conspire with you. Li Sect leader, I have come with sincerity this time. Will you not even lend an ear? Upon hearing this, Li Jun was about to refuse, but hesitated, recalling the enigmatic individual's modus operandi. After a moment's pause, he replied, sincerity? I am curious to see what sincerity you possess. The hoarse voice fell silent, yet Li Jun's expression soon shifted dramatically. Are you certain? He questioned, unable to believe his ears. Of course, but as for the flying Immortal Sect, we will leave that to the two instruments' sacred ground. Li Jun spoke with conviction. Very well, what was promised will be delivered in a few days. The hoarse voice faded away, diminishing to the sound of fluttering wings. After a moment, an elder inquired. Sect leader, who was it that intruded upon the hall? A person long since deceased, Li Jun replied. There is no need to dwell on the identity of that individual. Suffice it to say, the two instruments' sacred ground stands to gain significantly this time. Elder Ouyang, please inform the Heavenly Sun's sacred ground that the two instruments' sacred ground intends to take action against the flying Immortal Sect and ascertain their stance. The cultivator known as Elder Ouyang promptly responded, understood. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was oblivious to the happenings in the eastern region. Preoccupied with tending to the flora around the imperial palace, he carefully drew forth the star spring water from a pot, nurturing the sacred herbs. With the infusion of star spring water, the herbs began to sway, emitting a faint radiance. Excellent, their age has increased slightly. If I continue this nurturing for a decade or so, they will surely become king herbs. However, for these king herbs to transform into divine creation herbs, mere watering with the star spring infused with celestial essence would not suffice, Fang Chen mused. Currently, Fang Chen had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. The next step was to ascend to immortality. Yet, due to the cosmic ban on immortals, he was unable to become an immortal at this time. Thus, he sought to engage in tasks to pass the time. Consequently, he turned his attention to the sacred herbs planted around the imperial palace, planning to cultivate them diligently until they evolved into divine creation herbs. He also intended to plant the king herb near the pan peach divine herb, hoping that the latter's influence might facilitate the former's transformation into a divine creation herb. If he could enhance the star pot to become an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, it might expedite the cultivation of the king herb, potentially even yielding divine creation herbs. Gazing at the star pot in his hand, Fang Chen murmured to himself, yet, to forge an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, 10 Emperor weapons are required as materials, which I am currently unable to procure. At that moment, 3 young individuals from the Flying Immortal Sect arrived to seek Fang Chen. Do you wish to venture out for training? Fang Chen asked, slightly surprised after they relayed their intentions. Indeed, Master, Chen Daofan replied. Remaining within the confines of the Flying Immortal Sect has hindered my progress. Su Tao nodded in agreement, expressing that he too felt the same. Zhang Sheng glanced nervously at Fang Chen, but ultimately nodded along. I understand. Daofan and Su Tao may go forth for their training. But Zhang Shidi, you should remain within the sect to cultivate alongside the others, Fang Chen decided. Why? Zhang Sheng lamented. Daofan and Su Tao are both in the celestial realm. Their training outside will hasten their progression into the king realm. You, Shidi, are still in the sea of spirit realm. Venturing out would merely make you a target for treasure seekers. Fang Chen chuckled at Zhang Sheng. Once you become a celestial realm cultivator, you may then venture forth for training. Fang Chen established a goal for Zhang Sheng. Seeing this, Zhang Sheng could only respond with a disheartened acceptance. Subsequently, Chen Daofan and Su Tao conferred and departed from the Flying Immortal Sect. After their departure, 2 saints quietly left the sect, discreetly following the 2 for their protection. This was a precaution Fang Chen had arranged, as Daofan and Su Tao were only celestial realm cultivators and could encounter dangers from those in the immortal realm. As of now, saints had yet to emerge. So with 2 saints shadowing them, Fang Chen felt more at ease. Should a saint dare to bully the weak, they should not blame him for doing the same in return. However, Fang Chen remained apprehensive about the possibility of unforeseen events. Thus, he kept a vigilant watch over the situation concerning the 2 individuals. Should a saint indeed resort to bullying the less powerful, Fang Chen would not hesitate to cast aside any semblance of decorum. A month later, within the confines of the 2 instruments' holy land, Li Jun respectfully addressed an elderly woman, saying, I never expected that the Tianyang Holy Land would summon Granny Sang from her seclusion. Upon hearing this, Granny Sang's lips curled into a slight smile. There was no choice. Someone offered a substantial sum to persuade me to take action. Furthermore, with the world nearly restored, it is time for me to emerge and remind certain individuals of their place, lest they underestimate the Tianyang Holy Land. Li Jun chuckled in agreement. You speak the truth. Granny Sang, which saint from your 2 instruments' holy land has been summoned? Granny Sang cast a sidelong glance at Li Jun and replied, It is my uncle Master Taisher. Taisher Liang, That old codger is willing to make an appearance? Granny Sang seemed quite familiar with Li Zhen's master, her tone tinged with surprise. If you, Granny Sang, can command a hefty price to emerge, surely someone has offered an equal sum to summon my Taishe Liang? At that moment, an elderly man suddenly materialized before them. Li Zhen promptly rose and saluted the elder. Greetings, Uncle Master Taishe. No need for formalities. Under your stewardship, the two instruments' holy land has flourished remarkably. Your master's decision to pass the mantle to you was undoubtedly the wisest choice of his life, Taishe Liang remarked, his gaze towards Li Zhen filled with admiration. Uncle Master overstates my contributions. It is not solely my achievement, Li Zhen humbly replied, refusing to take all the credit. Enough of this. Matters concerning the two instruments' holy land can wait. There are more pressing issues at hand, interjected Granny Sang. Granny Sang is right. Once we resolve the situation with the Feixian Sect, we can discuss other matters. Taishe Liang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Taishe Liang and Granny Sang tore through the fabric of space and departed from the two instruments' holy land. Li Zhen stood in a daze for a moment, then furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of agitation, as if something significant were about to transpire. I hope I am merely overthinking. After Granny Sang and Taishe Liang left the two instruments' holy land, they made their way directly to the Feixian Sect. Along the journey, the two engaged in leisurely conversation. Taishe Liang, I never imagined that we would transition from rivals in our youth to comrades in arms in our old age. How capricious fate can be, Granny Sang mused. In their youth, both were prodigies within their respective holy lands, fierce competitors for the titles of saint and saintess, which naturally led to mutual disdain. However, as they aged, external circumstances forged them into allies, evoking a deep sense of reflection. Indeed, fate is unpredictable. Their banter continued, resembling a casual outing, until they soon arrived near the Feixian Sect. The Feixian Sect, with its remarkable heritage, had managed to occupy such a prime location in the celestial veins despite its long period of decline. Upon witnessing the radiant, ethereal splendor of the Feixian Sect, Taishe Liang could not help but express his astonishment. This place is quite suitable for establishing a sect, Granny Sang suddenly remarked, turning her gaze toward Taishe Liang. Taishe Liang, surely the two instruments' holy land cannot monopolize this land. Taishe Liang responded calmly, of course not. With the two instruments and Tianyang now aligned, we will need to maintain frequent interactions. The two instruments would never engage in treachery against an ally. Just as Taishe Liang finished speaking, the clouds above roiled and morphed into a visage of a human face. Two instruments, Tianyang. It seems you are here to avenge the Nine Suns Cave and other sections. The lips of the cloud-formed visage moved, resonating with a booming voice that echoed across the heavens. At that moment, both Granny Sang and Taishe Liang trembled, their eyes wide with terror. Great Emperor. Why is the Great Emperor in the Feixian Sect? Taishe Liang's mind was in turmoil, unable to comprehend the sudden appearance of a Great Emperor. Within the Feixian Sect, Fang Chen gazed coldly at Granny Sang and Taishe Liang. What gives you the audacity to seek revenge? Do you truly believe the Feixian Sect is so easily bullied by two feeble old saints? Fang Chen stated deliberately, to Granny Sang and Taishe Liang. Each word felt as piercing as a needle to the heart. Senior, we are being coerced. Our arrival at the Feixian Sect is not of our own volition. Taishe Liang hastened to exculpate himself. As Taishe Liang opened his mouth to disclose the identity of their instigator, a sealing talisman appeared on his lips, rendering him mute. Witnessing this, Granny Sang's expression shifted. The silence technique. The silence technique is a rare form of sorcery. The afflicted party typically does not sense it, and it remains dormant until they are about to reveal confidential information. At that point, it activates, sealing the mouth of the victim, and subsequently, it ignites, reducing their soul to ashes. Indeed, the talisman on Taishe Liang's lips had begun to smolder, and his face contorted in agony as he endured immense suffering. Fang Chen, utilizing the great Tao's celestial eye, observed Taishe Liang's soul igniting. Consequently, Fang Chen intervened to alleviate Taishe Liang's suffering, obliterating his soul entirely to spare him further torment. However, before granting Taishe Liang his release, Fang Chen extracted a portion of his soul, which contained Taishe Liang's memories. Fang Chen sought to uncover who had emboldened Taishe Liang to approach the Feixian Sect. Since you two are comrades, you shall accompany me. It is better to have company on the journey. Fang Chen cast a glance at Granny Sang. In an instant, Granny Sang was rendered speechless, subsequently dissolving like snowflakes into the ether. Host has successfully eliminated an invading foe, rewarding 1-star gift package. Event triggered. Immediate task. Counterattack issued. The two instruments Holy Land and the Tianyang Holy Land harbor ill intentions against the Feixian Sect. The host must counterattack promptly. The task has a time limit of 2.5 years. If it exceeds this duration, the task rewards will diminish to the minimum. Chapter 16. The Fall of the Yin-Yang Fish. A 2.5-year time limit? Your words are perilous. However, 2.5 years is far too long. I could obliterate the two instruments and Tianyang in merely 2.5 seconds. Fang Chen chuckled upon reading the task's timeline provided by the system. Indeed, the host is remarkably swift. Your words sound rather awkward, Fang Chen muttered. Subsequently, Fang Chen crushed Taisher Liang's soul, and in an instant, the entirety of Taisher Liang's memories flooded into Fang Chen's mind. Oh. He harbored feelings for Granny Sang during their youth due to their frequent conflicts, yet he never dared to express them because of their statuses. Is this not a touch overly dramatic? The first memory Fang Chen encountered was concerning Granny Sang. No wonder Taisher Liang had chosen to emerge. It was because the Tianyang Holy Land had dispatched Granny Sang. Fang Chen filtered through the chaotic, irrelevant memories and swiftly located the information he sought. It turned out that the Lord of the Taizhao Holy Land had personally approached both the two instruments Holy Land and the Tianyang Holy Land. Through Taisher Liang's memories, Fang Chen discovered that the instigator behind the actions of the two instruments and Tianyang was none other than the unparalleled Taizhao Holy Land from the southern frontier. The Taizhao Holy Land held significant prestige throughout the southern region, having once been graced by the presence of extraordinary saints, and it had produced more than one such revered figure. Thus, the Taishu Sacred Land is significantly more formidable than the ordinary unparalleled sacred lands, which still believe themselves to be extraordinary entities. Event triggered. Instant mission. Revenge issued. The Taishu Sacred Land commands the two instruments and Tianyang to take action against the flying Immortal Sect. This enmity must be avenged. As a gentleman would not let it go unpunished. Please, host, proceed to exact revenge on behalf of the Taishu Sacred Land in a timely manner. Mission deadline. 3 years. First, eliminate the two instruments and Tianyang, and then visit the Taishu Sacred Land for a cup of tea. Fang Chen accepted the mission, muttering to himself. Subsequently, he summoned Wang Hui and Cheng Hu, who remained at the Flying Immortal Sect. The two instruments Sacred Land and Tianyang Sacred Land intend to bring harm to the Flying Immortal Sect. Wang Hui, you shall lead a saint to the two instruments Sacred Land to sever its lineage. Cheng Hu will lead the remaining saint to cut off the lineage of the Tianyang Sacred Land. Fang Chen spoke solemnly to Wang Hui. Both Wang Hui and Cheng Hu felt a chill in their hearts and promptly responded, Yes, Sect Master. Before departing, you four should first retrieve 2 unparalleled sacred weapons from the treasure peak. Fang Chen instructed. Wang Hui and Cheng Hu complied and hurriedly left the Imperial Palace to make arrangements. After their departure, Fang Chen sat upon the Imperial throne, lost in thought. The summoned saints were all peak-level powerhouses. With the addition of 2 unparalleled sacred weapons, the two instruments and Tianyang would undoubtedly face obliteration. Fang Chen mused inwardly. He understood the two instruments and Tianyang well. Both once stood as unparalleled sacred lands, home to great saints, but later fell into calamity, resulting in the demise of their great saints and the crippling of their unparalleled sacred weapons. Today, the two instruments and Tianyang, relying on their damaged sacred weapons, were only slightly stronger than ordinary sacred lands. Wang Hui and the others, wielding 2 complete unparalleled sacred weapons, had no reason to fear their incomplete counterparts. Meanwhile, Wang Hui made all necessary arrangements before taking possession of the 2 unparalleled sacred weapons from Zhang Zhongda, and after giving one to Cheng Hu, he and a saint tore through space, subsequently establishing a stable spatial passageway using the unparalleled sacred weapons. They finally entered the passageway, setting off towards the two instruments' sacred land. In the eastern region, within the two instruments' sacred land, Li Zhan concluded his meditation, a sense of unease stirring within him. Why could he not find peace? Li Zhan pondered, perplexed. Ever since Taisher Liang and Granny Sang had departed, he had been unable to quell the unrest in his heart, constantly beset by waves of worry. Initially, he thought little of it, but as the feeling of foreboding persisted, he realized that perhaps a significant event was imminent. At that moment, Li Zhan's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, causing his heart to tighten. Something was amiss, exceedingly amiss. The Great Transformation Sutra I cultivate excels in divination. Given the current circumstances, it is certain that something monumental is on the horizon. The Great Transformation Sutra is the sacred scripture of the two instruments' sacred land, enabling its practitioners to predict future events. Thus, Li Zhan surmised that the sudden disturbances he faced were undoubtedly suspicious. Without delay, he activated the Great Transformation Sutra, swiftly forming hand seals to divine what would transpire next. Just as Li Zhan began his divination, a vividly animated black tortoise appeared above his head. The tortoise swam in the air, its 4 claws stirring the forces of fate, which flowed into Li Zhan's body. Suddenly, the tortoise raised its head and let out a piercing cry before shattering above Li Zhan. At that moment, Li Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Why could I not divine it? Li Jun muttered in a daze. Just then, outside the two instruments' sacred land, the void was torn apart, and Wang Hui, bearing the unparalleled sacred weapon, emerged from the rift alongside a saint. Wang Hui and the other saints did not conceal their presence, and in an instant, a majestic aura emanated from the two, sweeping outward like a tsunami. The guardian beast of the two instruments' sacred land, the Yin-Yang fish, sensed the hostility from Wang Hui and the others, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it glared at them, emitting a roar akin to that of a wild beast. Did you not consider the consequences when you struck against the flying Immortal Sect? Wang Hui bellowed. At the same time, a saint beside Wang Hui presented a cauldron-like sacred weapon, which immediately burst forth with boundless divine flames, rushing toward the two instruments' sacred land. The Yin-Yang fish, refusing to be outdone, roared in response, its voice shaking the heavens as it unleashed two beams of divine light, one black, one white, from its mouth. The two beams intertwined and charged forward, causing the very void to collapse in their wake. Arrogant fools, the saint wielding the cauldron scoffed. He then released a surge of overwhelming energy onto the cauldron, which immediately shone with blinding golden light. The cauldron shot forth, wreaking havoc, shattering the earth, collapsing the void, and fracturing the heavens. The yin-yang divine light collided with the cauldron, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment before being obliterated. The cauldron barreled forth like a wild stallion, crashing directly into the yin fish beast. With a pained roar, the yin fish beast's body shattered into pieces. Boom. Ultimately, the entire form of the yin fish beast exploded. After vanquishing the yin fish, the cauldron returned to the saint's grasp. The flying Immortal Sect, you have gone too far. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed from within the two instruments' sacred land, and three saints appeared in the void. Mere remnants clinging to life dare to act so brazenly within the two instruments' sacred land? Since you of the flying Immortal Sect seek death, I shall grant it. The foremost saint's eyes blazed with fury, his hair standing on end, his anger reaching a fever pitch. He summoned a lamp-like sacred weapon, entirely purple and ablaze with violet flames. Burn for me. The two instruments' saint roared, sending the purple lamp soaring high into the air. Resembling a blazing sun radiating purple light, the lamp unleashed thousands of violet flames, akin to great purple dragons dancing wildly across the heavens and earth. Instantly, the sky was set ablaze, and the ground cracked open. Following that, thousands of violet flames, resembling great purple dragons, surged towards Wang Hui and his companions. Unfazed by the oncoming violet flames, Wang Hui remained composed, dismissively declaring, insufficient to withstand a single blow. He summoned the unparalleled sacred weapon in his hand, a tree-shaped artifact. The leaves of the small tree were emerald green, each shimmering with radiant light, while the trunk was as solid as the earth itself. Go! As Wang Hui summoned the sacred weapon, the small tree swiftly expanded in size. In but a fleeting moment, the small tree transformed into an enormous entity. One end soaring into the clouds while the other drooped toward the earth, becoming a nexus that connected the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, the leaves of the tree began to sway, cascading down threads of verdant brilliance, which swiftly morphed into a multitude of elongated swords. With a thunderous shout from Wang Hui, an endless sea of green swords surged forth, violently crashing forward, instantly perforating the entire sky and reducing it to a honeycomb structure. With a resounding boom, the purple flames, as fragile as thin paper, proved utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of the green swords. Countless streams of violet fire, resembling colossal purple dragons, were pierced through, dissipating into a flow of purple energy that faded into the horizon. Meanwhile, the ocean of green swords surged forward like a deluge of mercury, an invincible, unparalleled sacred weapon. The two instruments' sage let out an incredulous cry before swiftly turning to flee. Yet, Wang Hui would not acquiesce to the desires of the two instruments' sage. With deft movements of his hands, a portion of the green swords diverged toward the purple lamp sacred weapon suspended in the sky, while the remainder relentlessly pursued the two instrument sages. The speed of the three sages was no match for the green swords. They barely managed to escape for 300 or 400 miles before being overtaken. Soon, the three sages were engulfed without even a scream, their forms obliterated, leaving no trace behind. On the other hand, the purple lamp's sacred weapon sensed the impending peril, awakening the divine spirit within. In an instant, the purple lamp radiated with dazzling brilliance, birthing countless streams of violet flames anew. However, this time, the purple flames were deeper and more profound, with hints of golden shimmer interspersed. With a resounding crash, the purple flames successfully obstructed the green swords, which shattered into fragments that vanished into the void. A damaged, unparalleled sacred weapon. Upon witnessing the purple lamp withstand his assault, Wang Hui felt a twinge of astonishment. However, his interest waned swiftly. After all, the object in his possession was a complete, unrivaled sacred weapon. Could a tattered one truly withstand a second attack? With this thought in mind, Wang Hui exhaled a torrent of profound vitality, which fell upon the small tree, enhancing the brilliance of its green light. Subsequently, the small tree descended forcefully toward the purple lamp, with no means of evasion. The purple lamp had no choice but to summon forth its violet flames in a desperate charge against the descending tree. Yet, the small tree remained unfazed. With a sweeping branch, it struck the purple lamp, shattering it into countless fragments. The shards transformed into violet streaks of light, scattering in all directions. After demolishing the purple lamp, Wang Hui did not relent. He urged another sage beside him to assist, intending to obliterate the two instruments' holy land entirely. Instantly, the colossal tree, weighing as much as millions, descended upon the land, and every person within the two instruments' holy land gazed up in utter despair at the impending doom. Particularly, Li Zhan, in his despair, finally understood why he had felt such trepidation, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This was indeed a harbinger of annihilation. At that moment, the void was rent asunder, and a figure with a blurred visage stepped forth from the rift. The flying Immortal Sect's tyranny has gone too far. I can no longer stand idly by, the figure bellowed, a grand aura radiating from him, spreading outward. A great sage. Wang Hui was taken aback. He had not anticipated the emergence of a great sage. With full force, he urged the unparalleled sacred weapon into action. Wang Hui understood the terror of a great sage all too well, commanding the nearby sages to unleash their full potential, fully activating the unparalleled sacred weapon. The small tree swayed in the wind, rustling as the divine spirit within awakened. Boom! The tree unleashed a strike. A surge of green light that eclipsed the sun and moon, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to lose their color. The great sage across from him snorted coldly, summoning forth his own unparalleled sacred weapon, a divine drum. The great sage raised his hand and struck the drum. Boom! The sound of the drum resonated like divine thunder, directly shaking the heavens and causing the green light to be grasped by an invisible hand, freezing in place. Soon, the green light began to quiver violently, and with a resounding crash, it shattered, dissipating into a flow of green energy in the void. Humph! The great sage struck the divine drum once more, and another thunderous beat echoed. Upon witnessing this, Wang Hui's complexion changed drastically. The two of them were merely at the peak of sagehood, and after fully activating their unparalleled sacred weapons, they required a moment's respite to recharge. The great sage, however, was unbound by such limitations, capable of fully activating his sacred weapon at will. Thus, as the drum resounded again, Wang Hui and his companions stood as mere lambs to the slaughter, powerless to intervene. At that moment, a colossal hand emerged from the void, seizing Wang Hui and the others, before vanishing into the abyss. The flying Immortal Sect, after rescuing Wang Hui and his companions, also retrieved the sages of the flying Immortal Sect who had ventured to annihilate the celestial sun holy land. Indeed, the sudden emergence of a great sage had similarly transpired in the celestial sun holy land, where another great sage had appeared to thwart the flying Immortal Sect's onslaught and subsequently retaliate. Interesting, they are willing to unleash two great sages. Fang Chen murmured as he observed the two formidable beings. Do you believe that two great sages can prevent the destruction of the two instruments and celestial sun? Fang Chen resolved to take matters into his own hands to dismantle both holy lands. Previously, he had believed that the sages of the flying Immortal Sect could resolve the situation, hence refraining from direct involvement. Now that their sages were unable to vanquish the great sage, Fang Chen recognized the necessity of his own intervention. However, at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, and upon hearing it, Fang Chen's expression shifted. Chapter 18, The Ancient Wilderness Realm. Event triggered. Long-term task, energy supplementation. Detection of items that can replenish energy. Host is instructed to retrieve them to supplement the system's energy. Please complete this task within 2/4 of an hour. Upon hearing the time constraint, Fang Chen's expression changed. 2/4 of an hour was rather brief, for he was uncertain of the obstacles he might encounter. Should he face any minor troubles that delayed him, the likelihood of completing the task would significantly diminish. Consider yourselves fortunate. You may live a while longer. Fang Chen muttered to himself. In comparison to the destruction of the two instruments and celestial sun, acquiring the items to replenish the system's energy took precedence. Thus, Fang Chen opted to temporarily forego the destruction of the two holy lands, intending to act after fulfilling his task. Subsequently, Fang Chen accepted the mission and left the Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon and the Chung Dao Plate with the Flying Immortal Sect to prevent any unforeseen events. He then communicated with Wang Hui and Zhang Zhongda, informing them of his brief departure, before tearing through space and heading southeast as per the system's guidance. In the sacred realm of the two instruments, Li Jun stood transfixed, gazing at the sky. Have I survived? He had anticipated his demise, but unexpectedly. The sudden appearance of the great sage had saved his life. Regaining his composure, Li Jun intended to express his gratitude to the great sage, only to discover that the deity had long since departed. Could it be that they intervened? Li Jun murmured to himself. At that moment, an elder of the two instruments, also among the survivors, approached Li Jun and inquired, Master, what should we do next regarding the two instruments? Taking a deep breath, Li Jun declared, the two instruments shall seal the teachings for a millennium, refraining from worldly matters for 1,000 years. The recent assault by the flying Immortal Sect had inflicted grievous losses upon the two instruments. One sacred beast dead, another vanished, 3 saints perished, and it was feared that Tai Shi Liang had not survived either. Even the last vestige of their legacy, a fragment of an unparalleled sacred weapon, had been shattered. The two instruments could no longer contend with other sacred realms. Thus, Li Jun had no choice but to decree a closure, allowing time for recovery. Shortly after the sealing of the teachings, news spread rapidly throughout the southern frontier. The wild ancient realm had been opened in the northern domain of the southern frontier. According to the Elder of Divine Mechanisms, it was predicted that the wild ancient realm would exist for a mere 10 days. 10 days? That's far too brief. What can be accomplished in such a time? Some expressed skepticism, while others hastily prepared to embark, hoping to enter the wild ancient realm and seize any opportunities it might offer. Within a short span, a whirlwind of activity ensued as practitioners from all over the southern frontier converged upon the northern domain, eager to explore the wild ancient realm in search of celestial fortunes. Some bewildered cultivators remained in the dark, unable to fathom why such a remote realm could incite such fervor. The wild ancient realm had been personally established by the Wild Emperor, containing countless treasures and resources. Indeed, the Wild Emperor had left behind his legacy within the wild ancient realm, awaiting the worthy. If one could attain the Wild Emperor's legacy within the realm, it would be an extraordinary windfall. Yet, many cautioned against unrealistic expectations, suggesting that merely obtaining a meager treasure at the edge of the wild ancient realm would be a sufficient reward. The spiritual herbs within the realm are at least 3,000 years old. Even a small amount could fetch several pounds of spiritual marrow outside. Such a fortune would sustain a cultivator's practice for an entire decade. Upon learning of the extraordinary opportunities within the wild ancient realm, even more practitioners began their journey toward the northern domain. At this moment, a majestic and grand gate towered in the skies above a high mountain in the northern domain. Adorned with depictions of mountains, rivers, and various creatures, the gate emanated an enchanting glow, as if the very forces of time and space were in flux. A primal aura escaped from the gate, spreading outward. Surrounding the gate were numerous practitioners who, upon discovering it remained closed, waited patiently. Suddenly, the void before the gate was torn asunder, and Fang Chen emerged from the rift. Upon witnessing the gate before him, a peculiar glint appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. Is there something that can replenish energy within the wild ancient realm? He pondered. During his 3 years in this world, aside from his cultivation, Fang Chen had sought knowledge from ancient texts and inquired with Zhang Zhongda to familiarize himself with this realm. Thus, he was well aware of the existence of the wild ancient realm. Detecting that the host is approaching, please enter the wild ancient realm. With the system's prompt, Fang Chen nodded slightly. The wild ancient realm could not be entered until a certain time had elapsed. However, this rule does not apply to me, he mused. After the Wild Emperor established the wild ancient realm, he set specific times for entry. Until then, the gate would remain closed. With a piercing gaze, Fang Chen raised his hand and seemingly nonchalantly pressed against the gate. Observing this, the surrounding practitioners found it amusing and began to communicate telepathically. Does he truly believe he can force open the wild ancient gate with brute strength? Such arrogance, they scoffed. Does he think he surpasses the Wild Emperor? Yet suddenly, the wild ancient gate let out a thunderous roar and swung open, allowing Fang Chen to gracefully pass through into the wild ancient realm. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What did I just witness? Someone forcibly opened the ancient gate to enter? This must be a first in history. With the gate still ajar, several practitioners seized the opportunity, propelling themselves toward the entrance. But the gate slammed shut with a resounding bang, as if the deities of the 9 heavens were expressing their wrath. Those rushing toward the gate were instantly flung back by an invisible force, blood spraying from their mouths as they crashed to the ground. Inside the wild ancient realm, Fang Chen did not rush into action but instead hovered high above, silently observing the surroundings. The realm was filled with towering ancient trees and an endless chain of majestic mountains. In certain areas, radiant lights flickered, suggesting the presence of rare treasures. While the echoes of beasts reverberated through the ancient woods, sending shivers down one's spine. Detecting energy fluctuations 30,000 miles ahead, host is advised to proceed immediately. Is it ahead? Fang Chen contemplated. After sufficient observation, he tore through the fabric of space and advanced directly toward the source. Moments later, he emerged from the void before a towering mountain. Fang Chen scrutinized the mountain, finding its shape oddly familiar. Is this not a grave? He wondered, astonished. The mountain indeed bore a striking resemblance to a tomb. Could this be the burial site of the Wild Emperor? Fang Chen speculated. The Wild Emperor had been a figure of great renown during his lifetime, yet his resting place remained a mystery. And no one had ever mentioned a mountain resembling a tomb within the wild ancient realm. It seemed no one had ventured here before. As Fang Chen contemplated finding an entry point into the mountain, a dark figure approached rapidly from a distance. Chapter 19, The Wild Dragon. The shadow drew nearer, revealing a formidable wild dragon. The wild dragon, resembling a coiling serpent, boasted a pair of scaled wings capable of enveloping an entire mountain. Its 4 claws glimmered with a menacing light, instilling fear. Great Emperor from afar, please halt. The wild dragon spoke, its voice resonating like distant thunder. Upon reaching Fang Chen, the wild dragon continued, Great Emperor, this is the burial ground of the Wild Emperor. I implore you not to disturb his eternal slumber. The wild dragon gestured towards the mountain, which resembled a tomb, indicating it was the resting place of the Wild Emperor. Who are you? Fang Chen inquired, his expression unchanging as he regarded the wild dragon. Sensing Fang Chen's gaze, the wild dragon's heart raced. It then replied, I am the chieftain of the Wild Dragon clan. Huang Tuo. The Wild Dragon clan had once followed the Wild Emperor and attained the status of emperor themselves. Thus, they were the guardians of the wild ancient realm and the keepers of the Wild Emperor's tomb. Amid the exchange of words, Huang Tuo exuded an air of pride. Yet his demeanor remained composed, refraining from showing any disrespect towards Fang Chen due to his distinguished lineage. Fang Chen, taken aback by the revelation of the extraordinary origins of the Wild Dragon, nodded slightly in understanding. Nevertheless, I must enter this imperial tomb. There lies something of immense significance to me within, he stated with a tone that, though calm, was laden with an undeniable authority. At that moment, Huang Tuo felt an internal struggle and a sense of helplessness. As the guardian of the Wild Emperor's tomb, the Wild Dragon clan was tasked with preventing any intruders from disturbing the eternal rest of the Wild Emperor. However, he recognized that the individual before him had forcibly breached the ancient gate and entered the wild ancient realm, showcasing an unparalleled strength that could rival even the peak of the Wild Emperor's reign. Thus, the Wild Dragon clan found themselves unable to obstruct Fang Chen's entrance into the tomb. Any attempt to do so might very well lead to the collapse of the entire wild ancient realm. Huang Tuo regarded Fang Chen, his heart brimming with words he longed to express, yet he hesitated, daunted by the implications. Just then, a thunderous voice emanated from the depths of the imperial tomb. Huang Tuo, do not be rude. Huang Tuo's eyes widened in astonishment. Ancestor, ye yet live? The presence within the tomb did not respond to Huang Tuo, but instead addressed Fang Chen directly. Esteemed young emperor, please enter the tomb for a discussion. As the words faded, ripples suddenly danced before the tomb. Fang Chen nodded and stepped into the shimmering waves. Witnessing this, Huang Tuo gritted his teeth and followed suit. Upon entering the waves, Fang Chen found himself within the tomb, surveying the surroundings with keen interest. The place was steeped in mystery, vast and open, dominated by a towering stone platform reminiscent of a pyramid without a peak. Surrounding the platform were 9 stone dragons, their heads raised high as if striving to lift the platform to the heavens. The entire area was suffused with rich celestial energy, enveloped in an endless radiance. Perched atop one of the stone dragons was an immense piece of divine essence jade, within which resided a wild dragon even larger than Huang Tuo himself. Albeit in a state of extreme old age, its scales turned to a dull gray. Such a magnificent piece of divine essence jade, the Wild Emperor truly spared no expense. Fang Chen marveled. The divine essence jade, solidified from divine essence liquid, a rare substance brimming with potent energy, was sought after by those nearing the end of their lifespan, who would seal themselves within it to delay the approach of death. However, this practice was typically reserved for the saints of the sacred land, who would use divine essence liquid to bolster their foundation. Yet, as an emperor, mere divine essence liquid could not suffice for such prolonged existence. It appears that the Wild Emperor entrusted you with wondrous elixirs as well, Fang Chen continued. The connection between a successful emperor and the great Tao was profound, and the effect of sealing oneself with divine essence liquid was diminished for beings below the rank of emperor. Given that the wild dragon before him had already attained the rank of emperor and surpassed the natural lifespan of its kind, It was evident that this great dragon had employed other means to prolong its existence. Has the Emperor discerned my identity? The ancient dragon within the jade expressed its surprise. Such a conclusion was not difficult to draw, considering that the Wild Dragon clan had only ever produced a single emperor. Indeed, this ancient dragon is one who once followed the Wild Emperor. Fang Chen deduced upon recalling Huang Tuo's earlier words, thus unveiling the dragon's identity. You speak true. It is the wondrous elixirs of the Wild Emperor that have allowed me to endure until now, the ancient dragon acknowledged. So, you have come for the wondrous elixirs? The dragon inquired, its eyes slowly opening a slit, causing the stone platform to radiate divine light. The 9 stone dragons basked in this illumination, their eyes beginning to stir, as if awakening from slumber. However, Fang Chen shook his head. I do not seek the wondrous elixirs. The specifics of my quest can only be discerned once I ascend the platform, with the divine peach elixir already in his possession. If the wondrous elixirs could replenish the system's energy, it would have informed him long ago. The ancient dragon remained silent, its gaze widening, while the 9 stone dragons appeared increasingly animated, seemingly on the verge of flight. Simultaneously, a cataclysmic aura emanated from the platform, as if the Milky Way itself were cascading down, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Unfazed, Fang Chen fixed his gaze upon the ancient dragon within the jade. If you seek battle, then let us engage. The might of Fang Chen shall resound through the annals of time, shattering the ancient skies. Feeling the imperial power emanating from Fang Chen, the ancient dragon faltered, realizing that the strength he exuded surpassed its expectations. In that instant, the ancient dragon perceived Fang Chen as an invincible entity, evoking a sense of despair and helplessness. You jest, esteemed emperor. The ancient dragon finally closed its eyes completely. How could I dare to contend with you? If you wish to ascend the platform, please proceed, but I implore you not to cause undue destruction, disturbing the eternal slumber of the Wild Emperor. As the ancient dragon's eyes closed, the surroundings returned to their previous state, leaving only the imperial aura of Fang Chen resonating through the air. Observing the ancient dragon's concession, Fang Chen likewise reigned in his imperial might and stepped forth toward the apex of the stone platform. The ancient dragon subtly opened its eyes a crack, watching Fang Chen's retreating figure, pondering with intrigue. What manner of being is this? So young, yet possessing strength surpassing that of the peak Wild Emperor. With endless questions swirling in its mind, the ancient dragon continued to observe as Fang Chen reached the summit of the stone platform. At the top, he found a solitary stone tablet and an ancient coffin. Beyond these, there was naught else. This ancient coffin must be the resting place of the Wild Emperor. Fang Chen contemplated. Crafted from unknown divine materials, the ancient coffin pulsed with an enigmatic power, exuding an aura of profound antiquity despite its modest length. System. Is this ancient coffin the source of energy? Fang Chen inquired. Negative. Upon receiving the system's reply, Fang Chen redirected his gaze toward the stone tablet beside the coffin. The tablet, predominantly gray and resembling an obelisk, stood approximately 2 zhang tall and bore no inscriptions. It appeared unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features when compared to the ancient coffin. Energy source detected. Host must approach the energy source immediately. The system's voice echoed, brimming with urgency. Heeding its command, Fang Chen took a step towards the stone tablet. Hold on. Yet, just as Fang Chen lifted his foot, the ancient dragon bellowed. Esteemed Emperor, the stone platform bears the imperial markings left by the Wild Emperor. Once a living being steps forth, the Emperor's mark will instantly activate, akin to the manifestation of the barbaric Emperor. The Emperor must exercise utmost caution. Although the ancient wild dragon is fully aware that the Emperor's mark left by the barbaric Emperor poses no threat to Fang Chen, it fears that if it does not forewarn Fang Chen, he may mistakenly believe that the ancient wild dragon is deliberately luring him to the stone platform, allowing the Emperor's mark to awaken and strike him down. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen did not halt his advance. As he took another step, the entire stone platform erupted in resplendent golden light, shimmering with brilliance. Circles of the Emperor's mark appeared to come to life, swirling upon the surface of the platform. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanated from the top of the platform, with strands of murderous energy coiling upwards like great dragons, saturating the apex of the stone platform. Each wisp of this deadly aura sent shivers through the ancient wild dragon residing within the divine jade. Even a mighty emperor would fall amidst such boundless malevolence. Alas, this individual is no ordinary person. At this moment, the ancient coffin radiated with an intense, blinding brilliance, within which a figure of serene countenance and immense stature materialized. Fang Chen pressed on, taking another step, which reverberated through the stone platform. Subsequently, the Emperor's mark vanished, and the deadly aura dissipated. as if the entire spectacle that had just unfolded had never existed at all. The barbaric emperor did not deter Fang Chen. It was merely that this individual was far too formidable. The ancient wild dragon, witnessing Fang Chen unravel the situation with a single step, felt an overwhelming bitterness within. Fang Chen approached the stone tablet, gazing intently at it. He inquired of the system. System, do you know what this stone tablet is? This stone tablet is forged from celestial source stone, capable of shielding from the perception of the great Tao, and contains a celestial scripture within it. Celestial source stone, a rare material of celestial grade, inherently capable of cloaking the great Tao. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Fang Chen was taken aback. This stone tablet is crafted from celestial grade material? It even harbors a celestial scripture? How could this be? Isn't this universe forbidden to celestial beings? How then could celestial grade materials and scriptures exist? Could it be due to the unique properties of the celestial source stone? Indeed, once the celestial source stone shields the great Tao, it effectively exits the realm of the Tao, thus remaining undetected and unscathed. Fang Chen's gaze burned with fervor as he studied the stone tablet, his mind swirling with thoughts. However, as the stone tablet was to be absorbed by the system, he suppressed his musings. Host, please place both hands on the stone tablet to assist the system in replenishing energy. The celestial scripture inscribed within the tablet will also be recorded by the system and subsequently provided to the host. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fang Chen placed his hands upon the stone tablet. Ding. Energy replenishment in progress. Please maintain this position temporarily. After a brief moment, the system's voice resounded. Ding. Energy replenishment successful. This time, 5% of energy has been restored. Task completed, and the host is rewarded with 5 4-star gift packs. Please continue your efforts. Having replenished merely 5% of energy, Fang Chen queried the system. What is your current energy level? 15%. Very well. It seems there is much to be done ahead. Please do not lose heart, host. Each subsequent 1% of energy replenished will yield progressively greater rewards, both in quantity and quality. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Ding. The celestial scripture has been transmitted to the host. Please check your inventory. Note. After absorbing the energy from the celestial source stone, this system can also assist the host in concealing from the great Tao. Therefore, the host can confidently cultivate the celestial scripture. However, the host will be unable to wield celestial power until the system's energy reaches 20%. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen did not feel disheartened, as he was only 5% away from the 20% threshold. Perhaps he could achieve it in the next round. At this moment, the contents of the celestial scripture materialized in his mind, titled Longevity, Celestial Scripture. According to its description, cultivating the longevity celestial scripture would not only grant an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan, but also the potential mastery over the path of time. After perusing the scripture briefly, Fang Chen redirected his attention to the stone tablet, only to observe minute cracks forming upon its surface. The fissures quickly expanded, consuming the entirety of the tablet. With a tremendous rumble, the stone tablet shattered completely, disintegrating into fragments that fell to the ground. The stone tablet has shattered. Within the divine jade, the ancient wild dragon's eyes widened in disbelief as it beheld the remnants of the tablet. The ancient wild dragon was momentarily at a loss for words. The stone tablet, which the barbaric emperor had contemplated for so long without comprehension, was so easily deciphered by this young man after merely a brief pause before it. As the stone tablet crumbled, Fang Chen could feel the entire imperial tomb quaking violently, accompanied by a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. Dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. Boundless auspicious light burst forth, with various auspicious glimmers swirling around, creating an aura of profound sanctity. In addition to the anomalies surrounding the imperial tomb, the ancient coffin also exhibited unusual signs, with myriad strands of auspicious light and celestial radiance erupting forth from within. Is the stone tablet the key to suppressing this place? Fang Chen mused aloud. You are correct, came the thunderous voice of the ancient wild dragon, who proceeded to elucidate the reason behind such occurrences. This stone tablet possesses extraordinary origins and the ability to obscure the great Tao. The ancient wild dragon had placed it before the barbaric emperor's ancient coffin precisely to prevent the coffin from being discovered. Chapter 21. Emperor, you must take responsibility. You say this stone tablet was placed by you? Fang Chen expressed his surprise, realizing that the stone tablet was not arranged by the barbaric emperor himself. The ancient wild dragon nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Why go to such lengths? Fang Chen inquired with curiosity. Because there is no imperial corpse of the barbaric emperor within the ancient coffin. The ancient wild dragon revealed a staggering secret, filled with deep sorrow. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's expression shifted, and he utilized the great Tao's eye to peer into the ancient coffin, immediately discerning its contents. Previously, he had assumed the imperial corpse of the barbaric emperor resided within the coffin, and thus refrained from using the Great Dao's Eye out of respect. However, with no imperial corpse present, Fang Chen felt no need to maintain such decorum. At this moment, he beheld only a divine medicine of creation and a bloodied axe within the ancient coffin, with nothing else of note. How intriguing! The coffin meant for burial is empty. Could it be that the barbaric emperor still lives? Fang Chen pondered inwardly. The era of the barbaric emperor had passed 1,000,000 years ago. Should he still be alive today, it would undoubtedly stir endless waves of astonishment among the world. Yet, this old dragon's longevity is already remarkable in its own right. Fang Chen could not help but glance at the ancient wild dragon residing within the divine jade. Were it not for external assistance, the lifespan of the great emperor would hover around a mere 20,000 years. Yet, the ancient dragon, despite possessing the divine essence jade and the creation divine herb, astonishingly persevered for 1,000,000 years. This is, indeed, quite remarkable. The fate of the barbaric emperor remains a mystery to even the ancient dragon. He vanished in the twilight of his years. It seemed as if the ancient dragon discerned the thoughts swirling within Fang Chen's mind, for he spoke up. The ancient dragon vividly recalled one fateful night when the once pristine moon transformed into a blood-red orb, casting a crimson hue across the entire land. It was on this very night that an endless black mist surged forth from the barbaric ancient realm, enveloping it entirely. When the mist finally dissipated, the barbaric emperor had also vanished, leaving behind only the blood-stained supreme imperial weapon within the ancient realm. Upon hearing this, memories flooded Fang Chen's mind. He recalled his master recounting tales of the flying Immortal Sect, which included references to the blood-red moon and the ominous mist. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that the barbaric emperor had some connection to the flying Immortal Sect? Pray, share with me more about the barbaric emperor. I am most curious, Fang Chen implored as he gazed at the ancient dragon. The ancient dragon, acknowledging Fang Chen's request, turned to him and said, Huang Tuo, prepare yourself. Ensure the emperor is welcomed appropriately. After dismissing Huang Tuo, the ancient dragon began to recount the past in detail. As a devoted follower of the barbaric emperor, the ancient dragon possessed an intimate understanding of his life and shared every intricate detail with Fang Chen. Through the ancient dragon's narrative, Fang Chen concluded that the barbaric emperor bore no ties to the flying Immortal Sect. However, certain experiences the barbaric emperor endured echoed those faced by the flying Immortal Sect. The blood moon and black mist, along with peculiar occurrences like inexplicable screams and visions, had also transpired within the flying Immortal Sect. Yet, as the ancient dragon noted, the barbaric emperor encountered these strange phenomena in his twilight years, far from his prime, while the flying Immortal Sect faced such trials during its zenith. This perplexed Fang Chen greatly. Nevertheless, the shared misfortunes suggested that the origins of these events might be intertwined. Emperor, you must bear responsibility. The ancient dragon suddenly addressed Fang Chen. Taken aback, Fang Chen asked, What do you mean? Sensing Fang Chen's potential ire, the ancient dragon hastily clarified, Emperor, I initially placed the stone tablet on the stone platform to conceal the imperial tomb from the world. The shattering of the tablet has now unveiled the tomb, causing disturbances that surely have drawn attention. The emergence of the imperial tomb will inevitably attract immortal forces, leading to chaos and the potential for an immortal war that could devastate the barbaric ancient realm. The ancient dragon felt powerless to prevent this calamity. Fang Chen nodded, acknowledging the truth in the ancient dragon's words. Given the nature of those immortal forces, it was certain they would vie for the barbaric emperor's legacy, potentially inciting an immortal conflict. Thus, the ancient dragon seeks to request something of you. Emperor, the ancient dragon said earnestly. What do you wish? Fang Chen inquired. The ancient dragon expressed a desire for the emperor to seize control of the ancient realm, with the ancient dragon clan pledging their allegiance to become steadfast followers, ready to fight for the emperor. This appeal stemmed from the ancient dragon's helplessness. Though still alive, he was bound by the divine essence jade, rendering him immobile. The ancient dragon sought a protector for his clan and the ancient realm, wishing to prevent it from falling into the hands of unscrupulous entities. Event triggered, long-term task, follower recruitment initiated. As an immortal emperor, how can you lack followers? Please, host, recruit followers according to your inclinations. For each follower recruited, rewards will be dispensed based on their star potential. The system issued a new task, but Fang Chen chose to ponder instead. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Very well, your request is granted. Fang Chen's agreement stemmed not only from a desire to fulfill the task, but also from consideration for the flying Immortal Sect, recognizing the ancient dragon clan's formidable strength. Additionally, he was curious to see if the source of those peculiar events would manifest again upon learning of this development. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a 4-star potential follower. Rewards include 2 4-star gift packs. Upon hearing Fang Chen's affirmation, The ancient dragon's eyes sparkled with joy. What is the esteemed title of the emperor? The ancient dragon inquired tentatively. Chengdi, Fang Chen replied. The ancient dragon bows before Emperor Cheng. I beg your forgiveness for my inability to pay proper respects. The ancient dragon addressed Fang Chen with reverence. Emperor Cheng, we should not delay. Now is the time to refine the ancient realm and assert our dominion over it. The ancient dragon looked at Fang Chen with urgency, for many cultivators had begun to gather around the imperial tomb, drawn by the disturbances it had caused. Although these cultivators were not particularly formidable, the ancient dragon feared that the immortal forces would soon make their entrance. Wanting to spare Fang Chen any trouble, the ancient dragon urged him to refine the ancient realm at once and expel the irrelevant individuals. However, Fang Chen remained unhurried. Casting his gaze beyond the imperial tomb, there is no need for haste. I have matters in hand. The Taoist heavenly eye he had activated still lingered, allowing him to see two familiar figures outside the imperial tomb. In the east of the imperial tomb, Fang Chen observed his two disciples engaged in a fierce battle with a demon emperor, having ventured into the world for over a month. They had ascended to the king's realm, filling their master with pride. My disciples have truly flourished, Fang Chen murmured, watching their figures with satisfaction. Both had previously reached the celestial realm, and their time spent in the world had allowed them to break through to the king's realm, a testament to their hard work. At this moment, the ancient dragon, hearing Fang Chen's musings, followed his gaze to locate the source. Are these the two disciples of Emperor Chen? Upon seeing them, the ancient dragon was taken aback. Indeed, Fang Chen affirmed. The disciples of Emperor Cheng are truly extraordinary. After observing them for a brief moment, the ancient dragon expressed his admiration. Despite their nascent king's realm cultivation, they were valiantly battling a beast of the emperor's realm. This was no small feat, rivaling even the young supremes. It was clear that, in time, Emperor Cheng's two disciples would undoubtedly ascend to the status of young supremes, figures synonymous with invincibility among their peers, possessing the strength to dominate the younger generation. Historically, young supremes had a high probability of attaining the title of emperor. Yet, Fang Chen shook his head, acknowledging that they still had a long way to go. I have heard whispers of certain supreme sanctuaries, where the most formidable members of the younger generation have already ascended to the rank of emperors. Dao Fan and Su Tao still have a considerable distance to cover in their pursuit. Upon hearing this, Old Dragon Huang remarked, if the two disciples of the Morning Emperor also attain the status of emperors, it would indeed signify a lineage with 3 emperors existing simultaneously. This feat has yet to be achieved by any other sanctuary, apart from a single immortal stronghold in the past. The existence of 3 emperors from one lineage is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a sense of astonishment within. Although this universe permits multiple emperors to coexist, it is generally observed that each emperor hails from a distinct sect. Instances of an emperor like Old Dragon Huang following a single sovereign are exceedingly rare, let alone 3 emperors from the same lineage. Which sect could possibly boast such formidable strength? Fang Chen found himself intrigued by the immortal stronghold Old Dragon Huang had mentioned. However, Old Dragon Huang shook his head. The information I possess was relayed to me by the barbaric emperor. Yet, he mentioned that he too learned of it through a particular tale, the specifics of which he did not disclose. Meanwhile, Chen Daofan and Su Tao collaborated seamlessly, unleashing their signature techniques against the demon emperor before them. Su Junior brother, feign an assault to draw his attention. I shall deliver the decisive blow, Chen Daofan declared, fixating on the demon emperor, a plan forming in his mind. Su Tao readily acquiesced. Leave it to me, brother Chen. With that, Su Tao thrust his hands forward, and waves surged forth, rising to a height of 100 feet as they surged toward the demon emperor. However, the demon emperor merely roared in anger, shattering the towering waves as though they were mere raindrops falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a lightning bolt, coiling like a dragon, pierced through the demon emperor's skull. The demon emperor's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Oh, when confronting this demon emperor, I still find myself lacking compared to Brother Chen. Su Tao sighed, exhaling a breath of relief as he looked toward Chen Daofan, who appeared utterly unperturbed, as if battling a demon emperor had exerted no effort at all. With the aid of the celestial soul, Junior brother will only grow stronger in the days to come. I fear that by then, I may not even be your match. Chen Daofan chuckled lightly. Brother, you flatter me, Su Tao replied. However, the commotion we just caused was rather loud. We should hasten to collect the spiritual herbs and depart. Chen Daofan's gaze fell upon a nearby spiritual herb, which, at 6,000 years of age, was quite commendable. After their expedition, the two began to seek their own cultivation resources without appealing to the Feixian Sect for assistance. This was a rule they had established for themselves to hone their abilities. Subsequently, they split up, with Chun Daofan preparing to dissect the Demon Emperor's corpse to salvage useful materials for future exchanges for cultivation resources, while Su Tao ventured to gather spiritual herbs. At that moment, while dissecting the Demon Emperor's body, Chun Daofan suddenly discovered a hard lump within. Upon slicing it open, he found a piece of ore. This was the fabled 10,000-year dark iron, one of the materials essential for crafting sacred weapons. Chun Daofan, well-versed in various matters, immediately recognized the ore in his hand. Materials for crafting sacred gold? If I were to sell this, it could fetch a substantial amount of spiritual marrow. Having completed his herb gathering, Su Tao approached, astonished by Chun Daofan's revelation. Meanwhile, within the imperial tomb, old Dragon Huang, observing the two, felt a twinge of curiosity. The disciples of the Morning Emperor seemed to be somewhat strapped for resources. I should assist. No need, Fang Chen interjected. They are not lacking. They are merely refining themselves. Before their journey, I was unaware of how many peaches of immortality I provided them. Each peach rivals a minor medicinal king. They are far from destitute in their cultivation resources. Their actions are solely to temper their character. I have refrained from refining the ancient realm to allow them this opportunity for growth. Engaging in battles against both demonic beasts and humans serves as an exceptional means of training for them. After securing the 10,000-year dark iron, Chun Daofan intended to leave with Su Tao in search of more treasures. However, a flash of purple light suddenly sliced through the sky, aiming directly at Chun Daofan. He quickly reacted, raising his hand to block it, resulting in a resounding clang as a purple needle fell to the ground. Who dares to ambush us? Su Tao shouted angrily upon witnessing the attack on Chun Daofan. Your prowess is commendable, came a voice from behind a towering ancient tree. As 5 young individuals and 2 middle-aged cultivators emerged, each of the 5 youths radiated an aura of brilliance, dressed in exquisite attire, clearly of noble lineage. While the 2 middle-aged individuals were unmistakably emperors, the leader among them, a young man wielding a folding fan, snapped it shut and pointed it at Chun Daofan and Su Tao. Hand over the 10,000-year dark iron and the bellflower, and I may spare your lives. Chun Daofan and Su Tao exchanged incredulous glances at this audacious demand. You expect us to comply simply because you say so? Who do you think you are? Brother Sima is the offspring of a revered elder from the Tai sanctuary. Do you think you 2 simpletons can defy him? Sima Huai reopened his fan, stating, Do you truly believe that slaying a demon emperor makes you formidable? We have 2 emperors with us. You stand no chance against us. Thus, it would be wise to comply with my directive. 2 emperors? Such grandiose claims. I had thought you were 2 quasi-saints. Chun Daofan retorted disdainfully. Very well. You choose to reject my offer. Today, no one can save you. With that, Sima Huai commanded the 2 emperors to attack. The 2 emperors let out a long howl, launching their assaults on Chun Daofan and Su Tao. One emperor reached out with a hand, fingers curling like celestial hooks, surrounded by divine flames, aiming for Chun Daofan's crown. The other emperor exhaled, transforming his breath into a sword, a white long sword cutting through the void like a flash of white lightning, heading straight for Su Tao. At that moment, the saints from the Feixian Sect, who had been secretly following the 2, were poised to intervene. But Fang Chen's voice echoed in their ears. There is no need to interfere. They can handle this. The saints were taken aback, surprised that their leader would remain in the ancient realm. With Fang Chen's assurance, they settled back, confident in the abilities of Chun Daofan and Su Tao. Seeing the 2 emperors charging at them, Chun Daofan and Su Tao remained unperturbed. With a mighty shout, Chun Daofan unleashed a beam of celestial light from his mouth, which pierced the heavens, shattering the firmament. The celestial light struck the palm of the attacking emperor, continuing unabated until it penetrated his forehead, claiming his life. Having effortlessly dispatched the emperor, Chun Daofan's actions spurred Su Tao into action as well. He formed a peculiar seal with his hands, and a breath of reincarnation energy emanated from him. Reincarnation seal. Su Tao let out a thunderous roar, and a mystical seal materialized above his head. This seal, imbued with the boundless essence of reincarnation, soared forth and shattered the white long sword into fragments. Subsequently, the reincarnation seal collided with the sovereign, who let out a horrific scream as his body was disintegrated into a shower of flesh and blood, scattering in all directions. Within the imperial tomb, the ancient dragon, upon witnessing Chun Daofan and Su Tao so effortlessly dispatch 2 sovereigns, was struck with profound astonishment. They had concealed their prowess. Both possessed imperial techniques as their trump cards. Fang Chen nodded slightly at this revelation. Both Chun Daofan and Su Tao had cultivated the imperial scriptures and mastered the imperial techniques recorded therein. The demon emperor they had just slain was merely a first-tier sovereign, not particularly formidable, hence they had refrained from showcasing their cultivated techniques. However, The two sovereigns they faced now were of the third tier, compelling them to employ their imperial techniques to vanquish their foes. The ancient dragon mused silently, acknowledging the significance the Emperor Chen must have placed upon his two disciples. Meanwhile, Sima Huai, dazed and bloodied, touched the stains on his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Were you both merely feigning?" he inquired. Chen Daofan remained silent, his gaze icy as he directed a mental message to Su Tao. "Junior brother Su, let us unleash our imperial techniques together to eliminate this individual." Su Tao acquiesced, and together they cast their imperial techniques. Instantly, the celestial light and reincarnation seal surged forth like a tempest towards Sima Huai. His complexion paled as he shouted, "You cannot kill me. My father is the fifth elder of the Tai sacred land." Simultaneously, Sima Huai hastily brandished the folding fan in his hand. As the fan unfurled, a torrent of radiant light erupted forth, forming an immense and impenetrable wall before Sima Huai and his companions. The imperial techniques of the two collided against this radiant barrier, causing it to tremble and dim, yet it ultimately held firm. "What a shame. It is a sacred weapon, but our cultivation is insufficient. Otherwise, you would stand no chance against us," Chen Daofan remarked, astonished yet quickly dismissive. "Do you really think a sacred weapon can impede us?" At that moment, Chen Daofan summoned his own sacred weapon, a pitch-black spiritual hook. The hook transformed into a streak of dark light, piercing through the fan and creating a gaping hole. Instantly, the once boundless radiant light dissipated like a deflating balloon. Sima Huai, aghast, cried out, "No, you cannot kill me." Unwilling to engage in further dialogue, Chen Daofan and Su Tao again unleashed their imperial techniques. This time, devoid of the sacred weapon's support, Sima Huai and his companions were utterly defenseless. Swiftly reduced to mere ashes, their existence obliterated. "Young master." Following Sima Huai's demise, a shrill cry echoed, and two formidable quasi-saints descended upon the scene, their imposing presence palpable. "You two will pay for this." The quasi-saints glared with fury, their eyes ablaze, for Sima Huai was the beloved son of the fifth elder of the Tai sacred land. The elder had entrusted their protection, and in the brief moment they were delayed, Sima Huai had been slain. Should the elder discover this, their fates would surely be dire. Thus, they charged toward Chen Daofan and Su Tao, hoping to mitigate the elder's wrath and salvage their family's fortunes. As the two quasi-saints approached, Chen Daofan and Su Tao did not even glance back, but turned and fled. Despite their exceptional talents and abilities, they were not fools. Slaying sovereigns was their limit. They could not hope to confront quasi-saints at their current levels of cultivation. Within the imperial tomb, the ancient dragon observed Fang Chen's calm demeanor and tentatively inquired, "Emperor Chen, do you require my assistance?" "No need," Fang Chen replied. "I wish to see how they will respond in this critical moment." He certainly would not allow his two disciples to perish. Refraining from intervening was merely to draw out their latent potential. At this moment, Chen Daofan and Su Tao were exerting all their strength to maneuver their divine rainbow to escape, while the two quasi-saints relentlessly pursued, gradually closing the distance. These two must also have extraordinary backgrounds. We've managed to catch up to them in such a short time, one of the quasi-saints mused. Regardless of their origins, we cannot afford to hold back. We must strike with all our might. The two quasi-saints propelled their divine rainbows, swiftly covering a considerable distance. Ahead, Chen Daofan, aware that continuing in this manner would lead to their capture, turned to Su Tao and said, "Junior brother Su, we should head that way." He pointed westward, toward the location of the imperial tomb, where they had previously witnessed the ominous phenomena. Chen Daofan sought to explore whether there lay a glimmer of hope in that direction. Soon, they arrived near the imperial tomb, where they noticed a considerable number of cultivators gathered, prompting them to hasten their pace. However, the two quasi-saints intercepted them first. "Run. Keep running. Do you think you can escape?" One of the quasi-saints snarled, his face contorted with malice. Before long, the two quasi-saints launched their assault, each wielding their weapons against the two. Chen Daofan and Su Tao braced themselves, intending to combine their sacred weapons to defend against the onslaught, but before they could act, a figure clad in a crimson robe suddenly appeared before them. "Is it not shameful for two quasi-saints to bully two mere kings?" The figure spoke, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a blazing inferno that effortlessly intercepted the quasi-saints' weapons. "Hoya Daran, do you intend to oppose the Tai sacred land?" The two quasi-saints snarled, their teeth clenched in fury upon seeing their attack thwarted. "Oppose? I merely cannot abide by the actions of your Tai sacred land." The fire-crow Taoist retorted disdainfully. The commotion drew the attention of the surrounding cultivators, some of whom, upon hearing the names of the Tai sacred land and the fire-crow Taoist, displayed expressions of astonishment. The Tai sacred land was a peerless sect in the southern region. How could a mere quasi-saint dare to confront it? "What does it matter? I can easily hide," The Xianhuang star is vast. Can the Tai sacred land truly find me? By the way, what enmity exists between the Fire Crow Taoist and the Tai sacred land? The Fire Crow Taoist once had a brother who was flayed alive by those from the Tai sacred land. Oh, no wonder the Fire Crow Taoist bears such animosity toward the Tai sacred land. At this moment, the two quasi-saints glared at the Fire Crow Taoist, but hesitated to strike. The Fire Crow Taoist cultivation far surpassed theirs, and they believed that even united they would not be a match for him. Thus they dared not act recklessly. Very well. Fire Crow Taoist, you shall wait. Ultimately, the two quasi-saints abandoned their pursuit of Chun Daofan and Su Tao and retreated. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. Chun Daofan expressed, clasping his fists in gratitude as the quasi-saints withdrew. You two should leave quickly. Great events are about to unfold here. And you would do well to avoid being caught in the turmoil, the Fire Crow Taoist advised, casting a glance at Chun Daofan. Esteemed senior, here lies a 6,000-year-old bellflower. A token of gratitude for your assistance. Chun Daofan presented the bellflower. The Fire Crow Taoist, upon seeing the flower, expressed surprise. There is no need for that. I am not one to repay kindness with malice. A bellflower? I had no idea you possessed such a treasure. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from the distant horizon. Suddenly, the bellflower soared from Chun Daofan's grasp, landing in the hands of a youthful cultivator, flanked by two recently departed quasi-saints. The instant this individual appeared, a torrent of saintly might erupted, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble, and most present fell prostrate beneath its overwhelming presence. The Tai Chi Holy Land inadvertently killed your brother and has already offered its apologies. Yet, you continue to oppose the Tai Chi Holy Land at every turn. Do you believe they dare not take action against you? The Tai Chi Saint's piercing gaze fixed upon the Fire Crow Taoist, who appeared increasingly agitated. With a wave of his hands, the laws of order manifested, and enigmatic runes inscribed themselves into the void. The runes surged towards the Fire Crow Taoist, whose face paled in horror. Before he could react, the runes descended upon him. I shall suppress you for 100 years, to awaken your senses, declared the Tai Chi Saint. At that moment, the runes above the Fire Crow Taoist pulsed with a brilliance akin to the stars, while his knees began to buckle. The runes bore down upon him like mountains, compelling him to kneel. The Fire Crow Taoist struggled against the runes, yet his efforts proved futile. Ultimately, a resounding thud echoed as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Ah! He cried out in defiance. Yet another rune materialized, sealing his mouth. The Tai Chi Saint then turned his attention to Chun Daofan and Su Tao. You two have been exceedingly reckless, daring to slay a direct descendant of my elder. Ha! What are you pretending for? Su Tao spat defiantly. It was that individual who sought to seize our treasure, yet we are made to feel culpable? The Tai Chi Saint, upon hearing this, smiled slightly. And what of it? Whether it is right or wrong matters not. Everything is dictated by strength, and I shall say what I wish. As he spoke, two more saints appeared at his side. Chung Ran, do not jeopardize our grand design, one of the elder saints cautioned. Fear not. It is but the slaying of two individuals. It will not derail our plans, Chung Ran replied indifferently, as the saintly might surged, ready to strike. To dare kill a true disciple of my flying Immortal Sect, even the Emperor himself would not presume to speak so. At that moment, two saints from the flying Immortal Sect emerged from the shadows. The appearance of these two saints sent shivers of dread through all present as despair settled upon them. Should a battle erupt among the saints, none would escape unscathed. The flying Immortal Sect? Are you members of the flying Immortal Sect? Chung Ran asked, astonished, scrutinizing Chun Daofan and Su Tao. Indeed. Excellent. Simply excellent. Chung Ran beamed with delight upon hearing their affirmation. To have traversed such arduous paths only to find you here. You of the flying Immortal Sect have graciously delivered yourselves. No sooner had he spoken than Chung Ran struck out, throwing a punch at the saints of the flying Immortal Sect. Instantly, the void collapsed, the heavens shook, and the ground heaved as if struck by a tsunami. Debris soaring skyward. Ignorant fool. The saint from the flying Immortal Sect's eyes glinted coldly as he retaliated with a palm strike, unleashing an overwhelming aura that traversed the heavens and the earth, causing tremors throughout. The collision of fist and palm resulted in Chung Ran's right arm exploding, transforming into a mist of blood, and he was subsequently slain by the saint's strike, his existence extinguished. Following Chung Ran's demise, the two saints from the flying Immortal Sect turned their gazes towards the remaining two saints. Elder, we are not. You are all cut from the same cloth. Stop pretending. One of the flying Immortal Sect saints roared, unleashing a simultaneous palm strike. The void in that direction was obliterated, and the two saints, along with the two quasi-saints, emitted not a sound as they were utterly annihilated, their forms reduced to ash. You two guardians, have you been protecting us from the shadows all this time? Su Tao inquired, looking at the two saints from the flying Immortal Sect. Indeed, the sect master ordered us to act, but only when the two true disciples find themselves in dire straits, one of the saints replied. After speaking, the saint turned to the kneeling fire crow Taoist, shattering the runes that bound him. You have aided the two true disciples. The sect master wishes to see you. Guardian, has the master also arrived? Before the fire crow Taoist could respond, Su Tao eagerly queried. Certainly. Come with me, the saint of the flying Immortal Sect replied. And with a ripple before the emperor's tomb, they all entered within. Once they vanished, the remaining onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. The three peerless saints had been slain. Chaos would surely ensue in the southern wilderness. Just who were the members of the flying Immortal Sect? Having slain the saints of three unparalleled holy lands, the flying Immortal Sect was poised to shatter the heavens. Regardless, now that the flying Immortal Sect had entered the emperor's tomb, it seemed the legacy of the barbarian emperor would fall into their hands. The coming days would surely provide much entertainment in the southern wilderness. Regrettably, the emergence of the emperor's tomb had been so abrupt that many holy lands had failed to prepare adequately. Otherwise, the closest three peerless holy lands would not have come. Chapter 25, perhaps with an emperor's backing. Inside the emperor's tomb, Chun Daofan and the others found themselves before Fang Chen. Master, Sect Master. Upon meeting, the members of the flying Immortal Sect immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, esteemed elder. The Fire Crow Taoist. Upon witnessing the flying Immortal Sect saints address Fang Chen as Sect Master, quickly expressed his reverence. Fang Chen regarded Chun Daofan and Su Tao with commendation. Daofan, Su Tao, you both have performed admirably. Though you have only been out in the world for a little over a month, your progress has been substantial. Chun Daofan, in response, recounted the events that transpired following their departure from the flying Immortal Sect. As soon as they left, they had pinpointed several locations for their cultivation endeavors. Fortuitously, the emergence of the barbarian ancient realm had occurred close to their chosen places, prompting them to shift their focus and seek opportunities within. You two truly bring me great joy, Fang Chen remarked, nodding with a smile. The disciples of the emperor are far superior to the rascals within my own clan. At this juncture, the old wild dragon, with a hint of envy, interjected. It was only then that the old wild dragon revealed himself. What an enormous piece of divine marrow jade. Upon seeing the divine marrow jade sealing the old wild dragon, Chun Daofan and the others were taken aback. It was their first encounter with such a grand piece of divine marrow jade. This is the ancestor of the wild dragon clan. Fang Chen briefly introduced the old wild dragon before turning to the Fire Crow Taoist. I must express my gratitude for your assistance to Daofan and Su Tao. You overestimate my actions. Had I not intervened, your two disciples would have surely emerged unscathed, the Fire Crow Taoist replied. It seems my efforts were redundant. Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Regardless, you stepped forward when it mattered. With a flick of his right hand, Fang Chen conjured a fragrant pan tao fruit, which materialized gracefully in his palm. This pan tao fruit, akin to a divine elixir, held immense significance. He presented it before the Fire Crow Taoist, remarking, as a quasi-saint, consuming this pan tao fruit will greatly aid your ascension to sainthood. Each fruit born from the pan tao tree is extraordinary, with even the most humble among them equating to a sacred herb, while the finest could rival the legendary king of herbs. Among Fang Chen's vast collection of treasures, this pan tao fruit alone was deemed worthy of bestowal. The Fire Crow Taoist gazed fervently at the fruit in Fang Chen's hand, acutely aware that the cosmos was gradually rejuvenating, heralding the emergence of saints. Currently, he stood at the 9th level of quasi-sainthood, yet the path to true sainthood remained daunting. Thus, his focus was on accumulation. Once the opportune moment arose, he would strive to breach into the realm of saints. This pan tao fruit would facilitate his accumulation, prompting him to accept it with a moment's hesitation, expressing gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior. This fruit will prove invaluable to me, and I shall not forget your kindness. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me at the Wanyao Ridge. I will not turn you away. Wanyao Ridge was a formidable power on Xianhuang Star, overseeing a multitude of demon clans. Esteemed senior, there is another matter I must convey to prepare you adequately. The Fire Crow Taoist continued, feeling compelled to offer more in return. What is it? Fang Chen encouraged him to elaborate. The three supreme sacred lands that the flying Immortal Sect has offended are not as straightforward as they appear, he revealed, sparking Fang Chen's interest. The great sages who established these three sacred lands possessed remarkable backgrounds and had once followed the same illustrious emperor. How intriguing, Fang Chen mused, nodding with a smile. Are you suggesting that the three sacred lands harbor methods left by the emperor? The Fire Crow Taoist shook his head, not precisely. If that were the case, the Wanyao Ridge would not have spared the Tai sacred land following the incident involving my brother. The ancestors of the Tai sacred land were merely followers of the emperor, while the Wanyao Ridge has produced more than one emperor. Thus, in terms of foundation, the Tai sacred land pales in comparison. The reason the Wanyao Ridge has refrained from acting against the Tai sacred land is due to discovering traces of that emperor 3,000 years ago. It was evident he referred to the emperor followed by the ancestor of the Tai sacred land. Fang Chen remained unfazed, his expression serene. The Fire Crow Taoist continued. This emperor attained enlightenment 30,000 years ago, far from the limits of his lifespan. The Wanyao Ridge does not dare to gamble on his demise. Thus they have withheld action against the Tai sacred land. This matter has been kept secret, not disclosed to the outside world. Should an emperor receive external assistance, such as divine herbs, essence jade, or possess a unique physique or extraordinary bloodline, their lifespan may extend even further. Therefore, the apprehension of the Wanyao Ridge is not unfounded. It is indeed plausible that the emperor still lives. No wonder the Tai sacred land is so audacious in the northern region. It seems they are aware that the emperor may still be alive, Chen Daofan interjected. After more than a month of external training, he had gleaned much information, including matters concerning the Tai sacred land. Thank you for sharing this revelation, Fang Chen replied. But the Flying Immortal Sect is not fearful. The Fire Crow Taoist, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment. He had divulged this secret. How the Flying Immortal Sect chose to proceed was beyond his purview. Subsequently, the Fire Crow Taoist did not linger long. And after Fang Chen extended an invitation for him to visit the Flying Immortal Sect, he was escorted away by the sect's saints. On the stone platform, the old wild dragon recounted tales of his glorious past to Chen Daofan and Su Tao, who listened with rapt attention. Senior Huang, I had no idea you were so valiant in your youth, Su Tao exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, I was the foremost divine general under the wild emperor. The old wild dragon boasted, his pride evident. Were it not for his seal within the essence jade, his whiskers would have soared to the heavens. Alas, while flowers may bloom anew, men cannot recapture their youth. Now, I am but a shadow of my former self. Otherwise, that fire crow's mention of emperors would have been crushed beneath my claw. Suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over the old wild dragon as he reflected on his current state. It is time to conclude this chapter. Not far away, Fang Chen opened his eyes, having fully refined the wild ancient realm. At that moment, he became its new master. Chapter 26. Two Instruments. The Celestial Sun Extinguished. Upon hearing Fang Chen's declaration, the old wild dragon understood that the ancient realm had been refined. The prospect of finally departing filled him with excitement. Daofan, Su Tao, do you intend to return to the Flying Immortal Sect together, or continue your training in the northern region? Fang Chen inquired of his disciples. Master, I plan to continue my training in the southern region, Chen Daofan responded without hesitation. Su Tao, hearing this, quickly added, I feel the same. Fang Chen nodded approvingly before instructing the two saints of the Flying Immortal Sect. You shall remain by Daofan and Su Tao's side to protect them on their journey. Yes. Sect leader, the two saints replied in unison. Subsequently, Fang Chen produced 10 pan Tao fruits, distributing them to the two saints. Do not neglect your cultivation. Strive to break through and become great saints. The summoned saints were indeed capable of cultivation, and their potential was considerable. Thus, the pan Tao fruits would greatly benefit them. The two saints accepted the pan Tao fruits and departed the wild ancient realm alongside Chen Daofan and Su Tao. Meanwhile, Fang Chen sensed that several cultivators were still exploring and seeking treasures within the wild ancient realm. He guided each of them out before the realm vanished into the void, disappearing from sight. Why did it close so suddenly? Wasn't it supposed to remain open for 10 days? It has barely been a day, one cultivator complained. It must be that the Flying Immortal Sect has obtained the legacy of the wild emperor, prompting this occurrence. Curse it. Why were only the saints from the 3 supreme sacred lands present? Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended this way. They lamented, recognizing that the proximity of the 3 sacred lands had facilitated their arrival, while others had insufficient time to strategize against the ancient realm. However, the speed at which the Flying Immortal Sect acquired the legacy is astonishing. If it had taken any longer, perhaps others from different sacred lands would have arrived. The burial grounds of the wild emperor are fraught with peril. How could the Flying Immortal Sect have gained the legacy so swiftly? It appears that an unforeseen incident has transpired, perhaps instigated by the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect who inadvertently activated the formation, resulting not only in their demise, but also in the premature closure of the ancient realm. As the speaker concluded his remarks, a colossal warship tore through the fabric of space and arrived. Subsequently, several young cultivators clad in white robes emerged from the vessel. Where is the savage ancient gate? One of them inquired, scanning the surroundings for the entrance to the ancient realm, but finding none. He then posed his question to the cultivators who had just exited the ancient realm. Upon learning that the ancient realm had been sealed and that the legacy of the savage emperor had fallen into the hands of the flying Immortal Sect, a flicker of irritation crossed the faces of the young cultivators. Having missed their opportunity, they hastily resolved to report this matter to their elder. After sharing this information, the young cultivators returned to their worship. In the ensuing period, individuals from the sacred lands occasionally arrived at this location, and upon discovering the closure of the ancient realm, each sacred land was engulfed in profound discontent. In the northern region, the flying Immortal Sect witnessed the sudden fissuring of the dome atop Flying Immortal Peak, from which an ancient gate soared forth, standing regally at the summit. The members of the sect, led by Zhang Zhongda, gathered at Flying Immortal Peak. Upon reaching the pinnacle, they beheld Fang Chen emerging from the gate, shouldering an ancient coffin. "Master, are you embarking on a grave-robbing expedition?" Zhang Zhongda inquired, bemused by Fang Chen's appearance. "Grave-robbing? You are overthinking it, Uncle Master," Fang Chen replied, shaking his head in denial. At that moment, Huang Tuo also stepped out from the gate, having transformed into human form. "This is Huang Tuo, the chieftain of the Huanglong clan, who will henceforth serve as the outer elder of the Flying Immortal Sect," Fang Chen introduced to Zhang Zhongda and the others. "Please take a moment to familiarize yourselves with one another." With that, Fang Chen entered the imperial palace, placing the ancient coffin in a designated area before seating himself upon his imperial throne, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Now that matters have largely been accomplished, the time has come for you, Lu Yi and Tian Yang, Fang Chen mused inwardly. Subsequently, Fang Chen activated the celestial eye of the Tao and swiftly pinpointed the location of Lu Yi's sacred land. At that moment, the Lu Yi sacred land had already activated its formation, concealing the entire realm. Within its confines, Li Zhen, who had been cultivating, abruptly halted, sensing an unsettling rhythm in his heart. Could it be that another significant event is unfolding? Li Zhen pondered, furrowing his brow in confusion. Exiting his cultivation chamber, he looked up to find an enormous hand descending ominously towards the Lu Yi sacred land. Terror gripped Li Zhen, his lips parted in shock. But before any sound could escape, a resounding boom echoed, sending dust swirling and the earth trembling as mountains crumbled, and vast chasms radiated outward from the Lu Yi sacred land, which was ultimately reduced to nothingness beneath the colossal hand. Meanwhile, the Tianyang sacred land suffered a fate akin to that of Lu Yi, with an immense imprint left upon its former site, as if to signal to the world that the Tianyang sacred land had crossed paths with an unworthy adversary. Inside the imperial palace, Fang Chen held 2 miniature pavilions, each no larger than 3 inches, as the system's voice resonated in his ears. Mission accomplished. Reward: 2 one-star gift packages. The 2 pavilions in Fang Chen's hands were repositories of the treasures amassed by the Lu Yi and Tianyang sacred lands. While they were not extraordinary, they were certainly preferable to having nothing at all. With a sweep of his consciousness, Fang Chen discerned the treasures contained within the pavilions. He then summoned Zhang Zhongda and entrusted the 2 pavilions to him. "Uncle Master Zhang, I leave these 2 sacred artifacts in your care." Fang Chen explained the origins of the pavilions. "Having you in the Flying Immortal Sect is indeed a fortuitous blessing," Zhang Zhongda remarked as he accepted the pavilions. Fang Chen smiled in response, but said nothing further. After Zhang Zhongda departed, Fang Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation, having just completed a task that yielded 2 one-star gift packages. Along with the prior assistance rendered to the system in replenishing energy and accepting the Huanglong clan as followers, Fang Chen had amassed a total of 7 4-star gift packages. What splendid treasures might await within these 7 4-star gift packages? Fang Chen contemplated. Before opening the 4-star gift packages, Fang Chen first unwrapped the recently acquired 1-star gift package. "Congratulations, host, you have received 10 pieces of sacred gold, 1 great sage summoning card, and a sacred item." Fang Chen nodded appreciatively. The contents of this 1-star gift package were commendable, particularly the great sage summoning card, which would significantly elevate the overall strength of the Flying Immortal Sect. Without hesitation, Fang Chen proceeded to open all 7 4-star gift packages. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained." Chapter 27, A Bountiful Harvest. 5 volumes of the Imperial Canon. 18 pieces of Imperial Gold, and 1 Divine Herb of Creation. 6 Saint Summoning Cards, and 3 Great Sage Summoning Cards. 3-star Upgrade Cards, and 1 Unconditional Enhancement Card. As the system's announcements of rewards echoed in succession, Fang Chen's heart surged with excitement. Once the system finished detailing the rewards, he took a moment to compose himself before commencing an inventory. Goodness, the sacred treasures are nearly overflowing. What a delightful dilemma to have. The collection of great sage-level treasures was gradually increasing, while the supply of quasi-imperial treasures remained modest. To his surprise, there were more imperial-level treasures than quasi-imperial ones. As he organized his findings, Fang Chen murmured to himself. After categorizing all the treasures, he prepared the sacred and great sage-level artifacts to present to Zhang Zhongda, thereby enriching the treasure vault of the flying Immortal Sect. As for the quasi-imperial and imperial-level treasures, Fang Chen decided to retain them for the time being, intending to reveal them later when the opportunity arose to further bolster the sect's treasury. Next, Fang Chen took out all the summoning cards he had acquired and utilized them without hesitation. In a flash of radiant light, 6 saints and 3 great sages materialized within the imperial palace. We pay homage to the esteemed master. The 9 powerful beings bowed in unison. Excellent. The appearance of these 9 formidable figures signified a substantial enhancement in the overall strength of the flying Immortal Sect. You 9. Take these treasures and deliver them to Elder Zhang for safekeeping, Fang Chen instructed, gesturing towards the sacred and great sage-level artifacts. The 9 figures complied and departed the imperial palace, bearing the treasures with them. Subsequently, Fang Chen retrieved the unconditional enhancement card and inquired of the system regarding its function. The host may use this card for an unconditional enhancement once. Enhancement target: sacred artifacts obtained from the gift packages. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Fang Chen realized that this card was intended for use with the enhancement feature. Previously, he had to possess either 10 flawless sacred artifacts or 100 flawed ones to enhance a singular artifact into an extraordinary sacred weapon. Now, with this card, the requirement was waived, allowing him to directly enhance a sacred artifact into an extraordinary one. In fact, it may even allow for the direct enhancement into a celestial weapon. Fang Chen held a deep affection for this card. Subsequently, he carefully stored it away, awaiting an opportune moment for its use. Soon after, he produced 3-star enhancement cards, each capable of elevating Su Tao's rank to 5 stars. With the remaining 2, he could elevate both their ranks to 6 stars. Contemplating the optimal application of these 3-star enhancement cards, Fang Chen was interrupted by the voice of the system. The host may choose to retain the star enhancement cards. Why? Fang Chen pondered, perplexed. Once the system's energy replenishes to 15%, various functions will become fully operational. Thus, the star enhancement cards can not only elevate the rank of the host's disciples, but can also enhance the rank of grand gifts and even event tasks. Will event tasks also possess ranks in the future? Fang Chen inquired. Indeed, subsequent events that trigger tasks will be assigned ranks, and the host may utilize star enhancement cards to elevate the task rank, thereby obtaining higher-tier grand gifts. Upon hearing this explanation from the system, Fang Chen suddenly conceived a novel strategy for the application of the star enhancement cards. It seemed that their future usage would be abundant, necessitating a judicious approach. Nevertheless, it was imperative to elevate Su Tao's rank to 5 stars. Without hesitation, Fang Chen used 1-star enhancement card, targeting Su Tao. Instantly, the card transformed into a cascade of starlight, vanishing before Fang Chen's eyes. The system then confirmed Su Tao's rank had ascended from 4 stars to 5 stars. Name: Su Tao. Potential: 5 stars. Cultivation technique: reincarnation scripture. Congratulations, the potential of the host's disciple has been elevated to 5 stars, rewarding a 5-star grand gift. Gazing at the 5-star grand gift, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming urge to open it. However, recalling the fragments of the celestial weapon that had previously appeared, he found himself restraining that impulse. Torturous indeed, Fang Chen mused. At that moment, the system announced a piece of delightful news. Rest assured, host, you may open the 5-star grand gift. The system has acquired the ability of the Celestial Source Stone, capable of concealing the celestial weapon from detection. However, the host is temporarily unable to utilize the celestial weapon until the system's energy replenishes to 20%. Merely being unable to use it, it could still serve as a mere decoration. After processing this information, Fang Chen wasted no time in opening the 5-star grand gift. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a celestial weapon. Is that all? Fang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The host triggered a safety net mechanism upon opening the grand gift, resulting in the acquisition of only 1 celestial weapon. Safety net mechanism. The system elucidated the safety net mechanism, leading Fang Chen to realize that his luck had simply been unfortunate, as only 1 celestial weapon had emerged. According to the system, opening a 5-star grand gift could yield 5 quasi-emperor level treasures, 3 emperor level treasures, and 1 celestial level treasure. However, the acquisition of treasures from these 3 tiers was not guaranteed. If the celestial level treasure was not obtained, the safety net mechanism would convert the originally acquired treasures into a celestial level treasure. Such luck is truly lamentable, Fang Chen inwardly scoffed. Before retrieving the celestial weapon, it manifested as a purple gourd, surrounded by a faint purple aura. Dan gourd, crafted from 11 types of celestial metals. It can automatically absorb celestial energy to concoct elixirs. With the system's introduction, Fang Chen learned that this purple gourd was intended for alchemy, capable of autonomously producing elixirs when spiritual herbs were placed within. Even in the absence of spiritual herbs, the gourd could absorb celestial energy or the essence of the world to fabricate elixirs. With the Dan gourd in hand, the flying Immortal Sect would no longer lack for elixirs, Fang Chen mused. Regrettably, it was not yet usable and would have to wait for a later time. Fang Chen stored the Dan gourd away and then took out the recently acquired creation divine medicine and other treasures. The Insight Tea Tree, a venerable entity. The creation divine medicine he obtained this time was the Insight Tea Tree, whose leaves could aid cultivators in enlightenment. Fang Chen planted the Insight Tea Tree beside the Peach divine medicine, also planting the Holy Medicine and the Little Medicine King nearby. At that moment, a woman emerged from the Peach divine medicine, while an elderly figure stepped forth from the Insight Tea Tree. Salutations, Emperor Chen. The two beings paid their respects to Fang Chen. These entities were the true spirits of the creation divine medicines, akin to deities within weapons. Why do you both appear before me at this time? Fang Chen inquired. Respected Emperor Chen, we manifest to express our gratitude for bestowing upon us life. In the future, we shall exert our utmost efforts to assist you. Chapter 28. I help you, no charge. Is it possible for you to cultivate these sacred medicines into creation divine medicines? Fang Chen asked, struck by inspiration. The Peach and Insight true spirits exchanged glances, and then the Peach spoke. Emperor, to become a creation divine medicine, one must absorb the essence of creation. Though we are creation divine medicines, we cannot precisely articulate the essence of creation. Therefore, we can only try our best. With no guarantees of success, Fang Chen, unperturbed, replied, no matter, just do your utmost. The Peach and Insight true spirits acquiesced, and then returned to their respective divine medicines. Fang Chen resumed his seat on the throne and summoned the ancient coffin. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted the coffin lid. Bang! The lid crashed heavily to the ground. Is this truly the creation divine medicine of the barbaric emperor? Fang Chen scrutinized the creation divine medicine within the ancient coffin. It resembled a vine adorned with 6 luminescent fruits, each exuding a fragrant aroma. 9 heavens vine, bearing 9 heavens fruits. A mortal who consumes one will instantly attain sainthood. 3 9 heavens fruits were consumed by the ancient dragon to prolong its life. A portion of the 9 heavens vine's essence of creation was bestowed upon the ancient dragon, causing it to fall into slumber, rendering its true spirit unable to awaken. Fang Chen recalled the tale shared by the ancient dragon. After the disappearance of the barbaric emperor, the ancient dragon had tirelessly sought his whereabouts. And to ensure the ancient dragon's survival, the 9 heavens vine willingly relinquished its essence of creation. The essence of creation was the lifeblood of the creation divine medicine. Losing even a fraction could significantly impact its efficacy. Gently placing the 9 heavens vine down, Fang Chen then picked up another item from the ancient coffin, the barbaric axe. After examining the barbaric axe for a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, just by this axe alone, one can discern the immense strength of the barbaric emperor. I wonder what calamity he encountered. Setting the barbaric axe aside, he shook his head slightly. Alas, the deity within the axe has been shattered and completely vanished. Otherwise, I could have learned of the barbaric emperor's fate from it. As Fang Chen prepared to replace the lid of the ancient coffin, he noticed that one side bore intricate illustrations and inscriptions. Ancient barbaric scripture. After Fang Chen's inspection, he discerned that the inscriptions etched upon the ancient coffin were the imperial scriptures left by the barbaric emperor. However, the illustrations eluded his understanding. There were 3 images. In the first, 2 factions were embroiled in a heated argument. In the second, the factions had escalated to physical conflict. And the final image, devoid of any figures, depicted a collection of irregularly shaped fragments. What could this signify? Had the world been shattered, leading to the demise of both sides? Fang Chen mused silently on the implications of the third illustration. Ultimately, he refrained from overthinking. The information was too scant to draw any substantial conclusions. He extracted the 9 heavens vine from the ancient coffin and then sealed it once more, setting it aside. With the 9 heavens vine in hand, he exited the imperial palace and approached the 2 miraculous divine herbs. I entrust you with the 9 heavens vine. See if you can restore its primordial essence. Fang Chen declared. The lost primordial essence within the 9 heavens vine could only be reclaimed from the old desolate dragon, but that would result in the creature's immediate death. After all, the old desolate dragon had lived for 1,000,000 years and had witnessed much. Thus, it could not perish just yet. Therefore, the only solution lay in replenishing the primordial essence to revive the 9 heavens vine. Once he had conveyed his instructions, Fang Chen tore through the fabric of space, journeying toward the Taihao Holy Land. At this moment, 2 hours had elapsed since the closure of the barbaric ancient realm. and the events within it spread like wildfire throughout every corner of the southern wilderness. Goodness, is the flying Immortal Sect courting disaster? They are up against 3 unparalleled holy lands, not mere trifles. I heard that the 2 instruments Holy Land and the Heavenly Sun Holy Land in the Eastern Domain were annihilated. Previously, these 2 had friction with the flying Immortal Sect. Was it the flying Immortal Sect that instigated this? Unclear. This situation has become intriguing. The 2 true disciples of the flying Immortal Sect have slain 3 true disciples of the Tai Holy Land. Your news is outdated. It was not merely 3, but 10. And they were true disciples from the Tai, Taihao, and Taiwei Holy Lands. The flying Immortal Sect is determined to confront the 3 unparalleled Holy Lands to the bitter end. Within the Taihao Holy Land, the Taihao Lord, and Zun, was shrouded in a pall of gloom. When did the flying Immortal Sect gain such might? And Zun pondered the recent events, struggling to comprehend how the flying Immortal Sect had amassed such power. Regardless, now that he had awakened, it was time for a resolution. The shadows in Zun's eyes dissipated, replaced by a steely resolve. Suddenly, a swirling black mist materialized before him, from which a figure emerged, obscured by the darkness. Yet, Zun maintained a calm demeanor, as if accustomed to such occurrences. Lord, the 2 instruments and Heavenly Sun have been extinguished by an unknown assailant. A hoarse voice echoed from the black mist. If the elders of the 2 instruments' Holy Land were present, they would recognize this voice as identical to that which resounded in the Grand Hall previously. 2 worthless fools, their demise is of no consequence, and Zun remarked dismissively, treating the 2 instruments and Heavenly Sun as mere refuse. Have you ascertained the current status of the flying Immortal Sect? Reporting to the Lord, we have discovered that the flying Immortal Sect currently possesses 6 saints and has acquired 2 unparalleled sacred artifacts. Further details are still under investigation. However, it appears they may have obtained the legacy of the barbaric emperor, as we have observed members of the Desolate Dragon clan within the flying Immortal Sect. The figure in the black mist recounted one revelation after another, and Zun listened in silence. Even after the figure concluded, he remained contemplative. After a moment, and Zun spoke, verify whether the flying Immortal Sect has genuinely acquired the legacy of the barbaric emperor. Understood. Following this, the black mist began to dissipate gradually. If the legacy of the barbaric emperor were indeed authentic, matters would become quite complicated. Shadows once more enveloped Zun's gaze. With the assistance of the Desolate Dragon clan, the flying Immortal Sect could easily contend with the Taihao Holy Land, compelling the latter to seek external aid to stand against them. Why must I confront such turmoil immediately upon my emergence from confinement? Had I known, I would have remained sealed for a while longer, and Zun muttered to himself. How about I assist you in resolving this issue? Suddenly, a voice interjected. The fabric of reality before Zun was torn apart, and Fang Chen stepped forth. Is it not merely a matter of shedding these troublesome affairs? I can assist you, free of charge. Fang Chen regarded Zun with a smile. Chapter 29. The Annihilation of the Taihao Holy Land. The unexpected appearance of Fang Chen did not instigate panic within Zun. Rather, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his features, though his demeanor remained remarkably composed. May I inquire who the esteemed senior is? Zun lowered his posture, inquiring respectfully. The ability to enter Zun's sanctum with such ease indicated that the individual before him possessed formidable strength. Upon hearing Zun's words, Fang Chen feigned surprise, saying, Did you not always wish to find trouble with the flying Immortal Sect? I have come personally to meet you. At this, Zun's previously placid expression finally showed signs of disturbance. The revelation that the flying Immortal Sect harbored a figure of such strength was unexpected. Zun could not fathom what the flying Immortal Sect had experienced during the years of his confinement. It seems your informant's capabilities are lacking, unable even to uncover this. Fortunately, I resolved it for you in advance. As soon as the words left his mouth, ripples spread across the space before Fang Chen, and a creature clad in black robes with a green face and sharp fangs tumbled forth from the distortion. Wisps of black mist emanated from the creature's body. Upon beholding the creature's corpse, Zun's expression darkened. Rest assured, this task was also performed at no cost to you. There's no need for such a grim countenance. Fang Chen remarked, and Zun, taking a deep breath to suppress his rising ire, asked, Might I inquire what brings you here, esteemed senior? Nothing of consequence. I merely wish to observe the Taihao Holy Land and understand why it holds such concern for the flying Immortal Sect. As Fang Chen spoke, he casually found a place to sit, adopting a relaxed demeanor as if he were at home. Do you prefer that I take action? Or will you disclose the details yourself? After settling in, Fang Chen gazed at Zun with keen interest. The animosity towards the flying Immortal Sect stems from a grievance dating back 10,000 years when they offended the Taihao Holy Land during the Panlong Conference. The Panlong Conference is a grand event in the Xinhuang Star Domain, through which the ruling star of the domain is determined. Fang Chen elaborated. I have come to understand that for the past 10,000 years, the Xianhuang star has served as the ruling star of the domain. However, after losing in the last Panlong conference, not only did they forfeit their status, but the upheaval it caused forced those at the saintly level and above to seal themselves away. Can grievances from 10,000 years ago still linger to this day? Not to mention, the flying Immortal Sect has long since fallen from grace. Fang Chen remained skeptical of this rationale. After all, so much time had passed. The flying Immortal Sect and Taihao Holy Land were now worlds apart. Yet Taihao Holy Land continued to cling to this old grudge, which seemed rather petty. No, the primary issue lies in the fact that the Taihao Holy Land has not seized the treasures of the flying Immortal Sect. In the sacred land of Taihao, no information was extracted, thus allowing the inheritance of the Feixian Sect to persist. Anzin spoke with a measured calmness. Fang Chen cast a meaningful glance at Anzin, remarking on his honesty. I, too, am a man of my word. I shall assist you in alleviating your troubles without charge. No sooner had he spoken than Anzin's eyes widened, his lips parted in silence, before he transformed into a cascade of light, leaving no trace behind. It was indeed for this reason. In slaying Anzin, Fang Chen confirmed that Anzin's previous words were devoid of fault. The sacred land of Taihao had indeed set its sights on the treasures of the Feixian Sect, persistently targeting it from the shadows. The vault of the Feixian Sect houses supreme imperial weapons and divine medicines of creation. Anzin's memories revealed to Fang Chen the vast riches contained within the Feixian vault. Yet Fang Chen shook his head in disbelief. If such supreme treasures existed, how could the sacred land of Taihao dare to flaunt its power before the Feixian Sect? What madness had overtaken the sacred land of Taihao? Subsequently, Fang Chen invoked the heavenly eye of the Tao, surveying the expanse of the sacred land of Taihao, before proclaiming loudly, the three unparalleled sacred lands shall bring about their own demise. Today, the Feixian Sect shall annihilate the sacred land of Taihao. His voice resonated like a resounding bell, echoing through every corner of the sacred land. Reaching even 30,000 miles away, the Feixian Sect was making its move against the sacred land of Taihao. How audacious! Were there any willing to form a party to witness this spectacle? At that moment, from the void above the sacred land of Taihao emerged 12 sages from the Feixian Sect, for great sages, and 16 formidable warriors, who wasted no time in brandishing their weapons, launching a fierce assault on the sacred land. Instantly, an array of weapons, seemingly imbued with life, emitted divine light and surged forth with immense power towards Taihao. The sounds of explosive detonations filled the air in mere moments. The sacred land of Taihao was reduced to rubble. The disciples and elders within the sacred land were caught unawares, meeting their untimely end. The Feixian Sect had gone too far. Deep within the sacred land of Taihao, a furious roar erupted, followed by a blinding radiance, within which lay a gleaming blade. The blade swayed slightly, unleashing an incredibly sharp beam of light that caused mountains to crumble and carved a bottomless gash into the earth. However, a dragon claw suddenly emerged from the void, grasping the blade's light and crushing it inch by inch until it dissipated into streams of energy. A fire dragon emerged from the void, charging straight into the depths of the sacred land of Taihao, resulting in a thunderous crash that shattered the depths, igniting flames in every direction. The ground within a 3,000-mile radius collapsed, scorched to ash by the fire dragon. Once the sacred land of Taihao was utterly obliterated, the sages and great sages of the Feixian Sect tore through the void and departed. Moments later, some cultivators, mustering their courage, approached to ascertain the situation, only to find the sacred land of Taihao transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any life. The sacred land of Taihao had been annihilated. The Feixian Sect was merciless. Would the next target of the Feixian Sect be either the Tai Sacred Land or the Taiwei Sacred Land? Shortly after Fang Chen returned to the Feixian Sect, the news of the obliteration of the sacred land of Taihao spread like wildfire across the southern regions, stirring endless waves of speculation. What power does the Feixian Sect truly possess? How could it single-handedly annihilate the sacred land of Taihao? Had the Feixian Sect been concealing its strength all along? I am keen to observe how the Tai Sacred Land and the Taiwei Sacred Land will respond. Within the Tai Sacred Land, the Tai Lord had summoned the elders to the main hall for a council. The Tai Lord, his countenance darkened, felt a sense of trepidation towards the Feixian Sect, unable to fathom how they could annihilate the sacred land of Taihao. We cannot remain idle. We must act first. Indeed, we must immediately contact the Taiwei Sacred Land and join forces. The Tai Lord lowered his gaze, fully aware of the significance of allying with the Taiwei Sacred Land. After all, the combined strength of the Taihao Sacred Land and the Tai Sacred Land was comparable to that of the Taiwei Sacred Land. If the Feixian Sect could destroy the Taihao Sacred Land, They could just as easily obliterate the Tai sacred land. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within the Tai Lord. Could an alliance with the Tai sacred land prove futile? Chapter 30. The Star-Picking Sacred Land, Demon Race. Great Elder. You shall personally visit the Tai sacred land to convey the message of an alliance between Tai and Tai. Ultimately, the Tai Lord suppressed his unease and addressed the Great Elder. As the Tai sacred land began to react, the uproar concerning the destruction of the Tai sacred land did not subside. Rather, it intensified, spreading throughout the entire Xianhuang Star. In the Donyuan region, within the star-picking sacred land, several venerable elders were engaged in leisurely conversation. Old Man Bai, should we not summon your disciple back from the southern regions? Indeed, with the supreme sacred land having been annihilated, the southern regions are bound to be perilous for the time being. It had been ages since such devastation had befallen the Xianhuang Star. You old bones need not worry. My disciple is quite capable and unlikely to encounter danger so easily. Just then, a small, spinning flying sword appeared before the Old Man Bai. My disciple has sent word, it seems. As he spoke, the Old Man Bai shattered the flying sword, yet before he could finish, his expression changed drastically upon learning its contents. What has transpired, Old Man Bai? Has something befallen your disciple? His companions inquired, noticing his sudden change in demeanor. No, it is a matter of greater significance. With that, the Old Man Bai tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Before the star-picking tower, the Old Man Bai emerged from the void and made his way directly inside. He paused on the first floor of the star-picking tower and called out, Master, a grave matter has arisen. No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of starlight surrounded him, transporting him to the highest level of the tower. What matter is so pressing that you would interrupt my cultivation? The star-picking Lord slowly opened his eyes, revealing visions of celestial phenomena within. Tai sacred land has been annihilated, Bai Zhao reported respectfully, detailing the information contained within the flying sword. Upon hearing this, the star-picking Lord closed his eyes once more. After a brief moment, he commanded, Bai Zhao, you are to head to the southern regions immediately and ascertain the truth of this matter. Understood, Master, Bai Zhao replied, bowing before exiting the star-picking tower. Shortly thereafter, a warship soared from the star-picking sacred land towards the southern regions. In the western wilderness, amidst a maze of mountains and ravines, the Fire Crow Taoist caressed a golden feather in his hand. The Feixian Sect has made its move against the Tai sacred land. It is time to resolve everything. The Fire Crow Taoist murmured to himself. He then exited his cave dwelling, transforming into a fire crow enveloped in divine flames, soaring towards the depths of the mountains. Before long, the Fire Crow Taoist arrived at the entrance of a cave known as the Golden Sun Cave. Father, I have urgent matters to discuss, he called respectfully towards the cave. The entrance to the Golden Sun Cave opened, and the Fire Crow Taoist strode inside. Within the Golden Sun Cave, a man of striking elegance, clad in a resplendent golden robe and exuding an air of authority, gazed at the Fire Crow Taoist. This man was none other than the father of the Fire Crow Taoist, Yewuxin. Huaixing, what matter do you wish to discuss? Yewuxin inquired, his expression one of indulgent affection as he regarded Huaixing. Father, do you still remember what I mentioned about the Flying Immortal Sect? Huaixing asked. Of course I remember. The Flying Immortal Sect has rendered you significant favors, Yewuxin replied. I would like to pay a visit to the Flying Immortal Sect to express my gratitude for their kindness, Huaixing stated. Upon hearing this, Yewuxin pondered for a moment before looking at Huaixing. This is indeed a necessary undertaking. I shall inform the Demon Lord and then set forth immediately. With that, Yewuxin departed from the Golden Sun Cave, leaving Huaixing to wait within. Before long, Yewuxin returned, accompanied by two ancient demon saints. Why are you two here? The 100 Ghosts Demon Saint and the Bull Demon Saint? Huaixing asked in surprise upon seeing the two venerable demon saints. The Bull Demon Saint chuckled. We too are eager to learn about the Flying Immortal Sect. Indeed, I have heard that the Flying Immortal Sect has recently vanquished the Tai sacred land. Which piques my curiosity, the 100 Ghosts Demon Saint added. Let us not delay any further, Yewuxin proclaimed loudly. Inside the Flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen opened the 2-star grand gift package he had received for completing his task. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 unparalleled sacred weapons and 5 extraordinary sacred pills. Just mediocre, Fang Chen remarked, not particularly elated by the rewards, as they were merely exceptional items. Emperor, there is an issue with the 9 Heavens vine. At that moment, the divine spirit of the Peach of Immortality, planted outside the Imperial Palace, called out loudly. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen stepped out and arrived at the Imperial Palace's exterior. Approaching the 9 Heavens vine, he noticed shimmering specks of light around it. And the 6 9 Heavens fruits exhibited strange phenomena. At times, the sounds of roaring rivers echoed, while at others, thunderous booms resounded. Do you two know the reason for this? Fang Chen directed his gaze at the two divine spirits. Returning to the emperor. The Nine Heavens Vine is summoning the source of creation. The tea tree divine spirit replied respectfully. Summoning the source of creation? What purpose does it serve? Is it dissatisfied with its abundance? Fang Chen queried, perplexed, and subsequently decided to seek out the old desolate dragon. Upon arriving at the imperial tomb, Fang Chen relayed the situation regarding the Nine Heavens Vine to the old desolate dragon. The old desolate dragon, upon hearing this, also appeared bewildered. Emperor, this matter is beyond my comprehension, he explained. Though I have known the Nine Heavens Vine for many years, it typically manifests as a divine spirit, and I have seldom seen its true form. Most of our conversations revolve around the matters of the Wild Emperor. Nevertheless, rest assured, Emperor, the Nine Heavens is quite clever. There will be no issues. Emerging from the ancient realm, Fang Chen returned to the Nine Heavens Vine and took out the star pot, pouring the sacred spring from it onto the Nine Heavens Vine. Although the effect of the sacred spring was minimal, it was better than having no effect at all. Afterward, Fang Chen returned to the imperial palace, just as the system's voice echoed. The host's disciples are being pursued by the Tai's sacred land and the Taiwei's sacred land working in concert. 2-star mission, revenge, continuation, issued. Old grievances and new grudges combined. Please, host, settle accounts with the Tai's sacred land and the Taiwei sacred land. Dao Fan and Su Tao are being hunted. Fang Chen was taken aback, yet he did not feel concerned for the two. He had already set precautions on them. Should they encounter life-threatening danger, he would be informed. The fact that all was well indicated that they were not in any mortal peril. However, was Tai and Taiwei truly resorting to such desperate measures? Dragging others down with them? Fang Chen pondered. 10 days later, outside the flying Immortal Sect, Wuxin and the other demon clans arrived. Gazing at the immense vitality emanating from the flying Immortal Sect, they were filled with astonishment. The essence here is truly abundant. If I were to cultivate here for 2 or 3 years, I might very well break through to the 7th heaven, the bull demon saint mused, enraptured by the celestial essence overflowing from the sect. This place is indeed a sacred ground for cultivation. Not only is the essence of heaven and earth rich, but the laws of the great Tao are also plentiful, Wuxin remarked, his eyes sparkling as he perceived the vast power of the great Tao within the flying Immortal Sect. The flying Immortal Sect is far superior to my humble cave. The bull demon saint chuckled, expressing his admiration. Bull demon, are you contemplating betraying the Wanyao Ridge? The 100 Ghosts demon saint interjected, furrowing his brow. Hey, I am utterly loyal to the Wanyao Ridge. Do not cast aspersions, the bull demon saint retorted immediately. Enough, silence. We must not provide them with amusement, Wuxin admonished. At that moment, the air trembled, and a sage appeared before the 4 demons. I am Wang Hui, the outer sect protector of the flying Immortal Sect. What are you 4 demons scheming outside the sect? As he spoke, Wang Hui scrutinized the 4 demons before him. At your service, I am Wuxin, the master of the Golden Sun Cave from Wanyao Ridge. My son, Huaixing, has previously received great kindness from the flying Immortal Sect, hence my visit. Wuxin replied, his expression serious. Upon hearing Wuxin's words, Wang Hui cast a skeptical glance at him before responding, please wait here. Before he could finish, Wang Hui heard Fang Chen's voice in his ear, let them in. Wang Hui's expression shifted, and he bowed slightly towards the direction of flying Immortal Peak, then led Wuxin and the other demons into the sect. Indeed, the master of the cave was correct. The overwhelming power of the great Tao was intoxicating to the demons. Upon entering the flying Immortal Sect, the bull demon saint's face reflected a state of ecstasy. Had it not been on another's territory, he would have begun cultivating right then and there. Meanwhile, Wuxin's expression grew increasingly grave, especially upon sighting flying Immortal Peak. His heart trembled with apprehension. Perhaps the flying Immortal Sect is formidable, he thought. The master of the sect resides atop this peak. You may ascend at your leisure, Wang Hui stated, guiding the demons to the foot of flying Immortal Peak before departing gracefully. At that moment, a flight of stairs formed step by step from the peak, descending to the 4 demons. Without hesitation, they climbed the stairs towards the summit. Before long, they arrived at a palace known as the Flying Immortal Palace. The grand doors of the palace stood wide open, and the 4 demons walked straight in. Within the Flying Immortal Palace, Fang Chen had long awaited their arrival. Greetings, esteemed seniors, the Fire Crow Taoist addressed Fang Chen respectfully, promptly informing his father of Fang Chen's identity. Subsequently, Wuxin also clasped his hands in greeting. We must express our gratitude to the Flying Immortal Sect for coming to Huaixing's aid. At this juncture, the 100 Ghosts demon saint produced a palm-sized bag crafted from the skin of a void beast, containing 3 pieces of sacred gold. Please, esteemed master of the Flying Immortal Sect, accept this. Wuxin presented the bag to Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled and received the bag without refusal, stating, "Guests are always welcome. Please, take a seat." As the four demons settled down, steaming cups of tea and a jade platter filled with various spiritual fruits were promptly served to them. "It is indeed astonishing to learn that the Fire Crow Taoist is the offspring of the Crow Cave Lord," remarked Fang Chen with a smile. "The Golden Sun Cave in the Wanyao Ridge is renowned across the Xianyuan Star as a formidable stronghold of the demon race. Despite the Golden Sun Cave Lord being merely an ordinary fire crow, he ascended to the status of a great sage among demons, becoming a pillar of the Wanyao Ridge. Furthermore, he entered into a matrimonial alliance with a princess of the Jinwu clan, thus epitomizing the classic tale of an underdog's triumph, earning him veneration from many lesser demons who regard him as a deity." When Fang Chen first encountered the Fire Crow Taoist, he discerned the presence of Jinwu blood within him. However, at that time, he did not associate the Fire Crow Taoist's identity with that of the Golden Sun Cave Lord's progeny. "Huaisheng is currently the youngest son under my command. It is quite natural for outsiders to be unaware of his identity," spoke Yawuxin. "Hiss, this tea." At that moment, the bull demon sage beside them took a sip of the hot tea, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Bull, what an unseemly display," Yawuxin chided, casting a stern glance at the startled bull demon sage. "Master, it is not that I wish to make a fuss, but rather the tea," the bull demon sage protested, feeling wronged. Yet suddenly he sat down, closed his eyes, as a resonating sound erupted from within him, akin to the crashing of waves against the shore. In no time, an imposing aura of sanctity emanated from the bull demon sage, breaking through to the seventh heaven. The 100-ghost demon sage gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this. After a brief period of meditation, the bull demon sage rose and respectfully bowed to Fang Chen, saying, "Thank you, Master Feixian." At this juncture, both Yawuxin and the 100-ghost demon sage hurriedly sipped the hot tea as well, although neither experienced a breakthrough like the bull demon sage. Nevertheless, both gained considerable insights. Could this tea possibly be brewed from enlightenment tea leaves? Yawuxin mused, his eyes reflecting enduring astonishment. Indeed, Fang Chen affirmed. Could it be that the Crow Cave Lord has also partaken of enlightenment tea in the past? Indeed, Yawuxin replied, his astonishment deepening at Fang Chen's acknowledgement. However, that batch of enlightenment tea leaves had been steeped 7 or 8 times, resulting in diminished efficacy, unlike this cup, which is freshly brewed. Fang Chen nodded slightly. In this universe, there are certainly more than one enlightenment tea tree, so it is hardly surprising that Yawuxin has tasted its leaves. However, the only tree of divine medicinal-grade enlightenment tea resides in Fang Chen's possession, while the others are predominantly of saintly or lesser medicinal quality. It truly astonishes us that Master Feixian would entertain us with such a precious gift of lesser medicinal-grade enlightenment tea, Yawuxin remarked. Taking another small sip with a sigh, Fang Chen smiled but offered no response. In truth, the enlightenment tea leaves harvested this time were already the least potent from the tree, and Fang Chen could find no inferior batch. This time, we owe Master Feixian a favor, Yawuxin stated. Whether it is a favor or not is a separate matter, Fang Chen responded nonchalantly. I have heard of the discord between the Crow Cave Lord and the Tai Sacred Land. In 3 days, the Feixian Sect will launch an assault on the Tai Sacred Land and the Taiwei Sacred Land. I wonder if the Crow Cave Lord has any interest in this. Fang Chen casually suggested, not out of fear of the Tai and Taiwei's formidable strength, but rather seeking an ally, as he perceived Wanyao Ridge as a potential ally, especially given the existing tensions between Tai and the influential Yawuxin in Wanyao Ridge. Upon hearing this, the Fire Crow Taoist's eyes lit up, exclaiming, Senior, this is truly splendid. At last, I can avenge my brother. Yawuxin, sensing the gravity of the matter, quickly intervened to halt the Fire Crow Taoist's outburst. Turning to Fang Chen, Master Feixian, this matter is of great significance. I must decline. No matter, Fang Chen replied, unfazed by Yawuxin's refusal, as it was merely a casual suggestion. Subsequently, the 4 demons lingered in the Feixian Palace for quite some time. During this period, the bull demon sage, having consumed a saintly grade peach of immortality and discovering its abundance within the Feixian Sect, nearly defected from Wanyao Ridge to join the Feixian Sect. When the 4 demons eventually departed, the bull demon sage was reluctant to leave, enchanted by the Feixian Sect. The other 3 demons also left with profound impressions. Feixian Sect is certainly a worthy ally, Yawuxin remarked to the 100-ghost demon sage and the bull demon sage. I concur, the 100-ghost demon sage added. I too agree, the bull demon sage, most captivated by the Feixian Sect, readily supported. Father, why did you not accept the senior's invitation? The Fire Crow Taoist inquired. Looking to Yawuxin, Huaisheng, you do not understand, Yawuxin sighed softly. The complexities of the Tai Sacred Land's relationships are far from simple. Several supreme sacred lands in the southern wilderness maintain close ties with Tai. Even the eastern plains as allies of the Tai's sacred land, should any trouble befall it. The repercussions would extend beyond merely facing Tai. The fire-crow Taoist, indignant, retorted, "Then why does the Feixian Sect dare to? That is a matter for the Feixian Sect to address. What do I, an outsider, know?" Yu Wuxin replied. Moreover, the Feixian Sect aims to confront both Tai and Taiwei. Taiwei, like Tai, has a web of complex relationships, and we hold no grievances with them. Why provoke a formidable enemy for no reason? The fire-crow Taoist fell silent, no longer voicing his thoughts. Just then, a fire-crow engulfed in flames suddenly appeared before Yu Wuxin, whispering urgently in his ear, causing Yu Wuxin's expression to shift. There has been a breakthrough. The demon lord has instructed me to return to Wan Yao Ridge post-haste. Shortly after the departure of Yu Wuxin and the other demons, a warship emerged from the void outside the Feixian Sect. The vessel anchored a short distance from the Feixian Sect, and soon after, Bai Zhao and two young individuals flew down from the ship. "Is this the Feixian Sect? Truly extraordinary," remarked a young woman beside Bai Zhao, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Halt! Suddenly, Wang Hui materialized from the void, blocking their path. "What brings you three to the Feixian Sect?" Wang Hui questioned, intrigued by the unusual influx of visitors on this particular day. "Is there another party that has visited the Feixian Sect before us?" Bai Zhao pondered silently. Then, with a congenial smile, he clasped his hands and said, "We hail from the star-picking sacred land, here to pay our respects to the Feixian Sect." After Wang Hui assessed the three individuals and received Fang Chen's nod of approval, he led them into the Feixian Sect. Inside the Feixian Palace, Fang Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. Isn't the star-picking sacred land from the eastern plains? What could they possibly want by visiting the Feixian Sect? Moments later, Bai Zhao and his companions ascended the heavenly staircase to the Feixian Palace. Upon seeing Fang Chen, they immediately bowed in unison. Bai Zhao of the star-picking sacred land pays respects to Master Feixian. Fang Chen regarded the trio with surprise. Their gestures bore the implications of a hierarchical relationship, and it was evident that they regarded him as their superior. "What is the purpose of your visit to the Feixian Sect?" Fang Chen inquired calmly. "We have come to confirm a matter," they replied. "Is the Taihao Holy Land truly annihilated by the flying Immortal Sect?" Bai Zhao inquired, his eyes shimmering with burgeoning excitement. "Indeed, and what of it?" Fang Chen replied directly. "It's true, it was indeed the work of the flying Immortal Sect." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhao appeared exceedingly elated, a joyful expression illuminating his face. "At last, the star-gathering Holy Land can finally return," he murmured to himself. Fang Chen, intrigued, pressed on, "Return? What does that signify? Could it be that star-gathering was once a part of the flying Immortal Sect?" Realizing the myriad of questions swirling in Fang Chen's mind, Bai Zhao took a moment to compose himself and elucidated. Indeed, the star-gathering Holy Land was once an integral part of the flying Immortal Sect. As Bai Zhao shared this revelation, Fang Chen began to grasp the context. Over 10,000 years ago, the then leader of the flying Immortal Sect entrusted the elder of the star-gathering Holy Land with a certain item, instructing them to safeguard it until a fitting moment arose for its return to the sect. The elder of star-gathering had promised that should the flying Immortal Sect flourish anew, the star-gathering Holy Land would assuredly return and restore the item. Fang Chen, upon digesting this information, found himself beset by new inquiries. Has the star-gathering Holy Land truly been severed from the flying Immortal Sect for such an extended period? The notion of returning is quite perplexing. Bai Zhao responded. What the leader does not know is that the two revered elders within the Holy Land lived through the prosperous era of the flying Immortal Sect. Thus, they frequently reference the sect, and naturally, we, their descendants, are influenced by this. Fang Chen, intrigued, asked, "Might the elder now reside in some distant realm?" Bai Zhao replied. The elder attained sanctity 9,000 years ago and secluded himself after the great upheaval 7,000 years past. He remains in slumber within the star-gathering Holy Land. Nodding, Fang Chen continued his dialogue with Bai Zhao, gaining further insight into the intricacies of the star-gathering Holy Land. Shortly thereafter, Bai Zhao bid farewell, expressing his intent to relay this auspicious news back to the star-gathering Holy Land. Once Bai Zhao departed, Fang Chen sought out Zhang Zhongda, recounting the events that had just transpired. Zhang Zhongda, equally perplexed, remarked, "I have never heard Master mention this matter." Given that Zhang Zhongda's master was the previous leader of the flying Immortal Sect and Fang Chen's own ancestor, Fang Chen speculated. Could it be that my ancestor only confided in your master? After all, it was ultimately Fang Chen's master who ascended to the leadership of the flying Immortal Sect. Perhaps this information was exclusive to the sect's head. However, Zhang Zhongda shook his head. That is implausible. My master treats me and my senior brother alike, without favoritism. Moreover, At that time, there were only the three of us, your ancestor, your master, and myself. If your master had only informed my senior brother, what if something were to befall him? That would be disastrous. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Reflecting on past experiences, he realized his master had never imparted any information to him in isolation. Every lesson was shared in the presence of Zhang Zhongda and Zhang Shang. However, do not be overly concerned, for this may indeed be true, Zhang Zhongda remarked. After all, the flying Immortal Sect has languished for so long. It is conceivable that some matters have been lost to time. I am not merely anxious. I seek to ascertain the truth, Fang Chen clarified. He held no apprehension regarding the star-gathering Holy Land's intentions. It was merely the peculiar nature of this development that compelled him to seek verification. Chapter 33, The Assault on Tai. 3 days later, within the flying Immortal Sect, 12 saints and 8 great saints simultaneously tore through the void, vanishing from the sect. Your Majesty, is it truly necessary to expend such effort over a mere 2 unparalleled holy lands? The voice of the ancient dragon of chaos echoed from the summit of flying Immortal Peak. The saints and great saints who had just departed were indeed on a mission to settle accounts with the Tai Holy Land and the Taiwei Holy Land, with the additional 4 great saints being formidable members of the Dragon of Chaos clan. If we are to wage war, we must do so with great fanfare. Fang Chen responded, seated within the void. Concurrently, a task progress bar materialized in his mind. Task name, Renown in the Southern Territories. Progress, 90%. This task marked the first phase of the Renown of the Xianhuang Star mission, with only 10% remaining. Fang Chen resolved to dispatch all saints and great saints of the flying Immortal Sect to assault Tai and Taiwei. Thus, the commotion would amplify, and the final 10% of progress would naturally follow suit. The approaches of Emperor Chun and Emperor of the Wilderness are indeed worlds apart. The ancient dragon of chaos mused. 2 hours later, ripples cascaded through the void outside the Tai Holy Land. Subsequently, the saints and great saints of the flying Immortal Sect emerged from these ripples. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of sanctity swept across the realm, instilling fear and trepidation in all beings within a 50,000-mile radius. What on earth is transpiring? Are the saints and great saints engaging in battle? The terrified voices echoed, "Flee. We are still young. We do not wish to perish." The vast aura of sanctity did not go unnoticed by the Tai Holy Land, and within moments, a saint soared forth from its confines. Hovering in the void, the Tai saint gazed upon the multitude of saints before him, his heart pounding. Yet, he mustered the courage to demand, "Who are you?" "This is the Tai Holy Land. You shall not act with impunity." "The Tai Holy Land? It is precisely you whom we seek," Wang Hui sneered, raising his hand in a swift motion. Instantly, the heavens and earth transformed, the essence of the realm coalescing into a colossal hand that bore down upon the Tai saint. The Tai saint's countenance shifted dramatically, and he swiftly summoned a sacred pearl to defend himself. The sacred pearl radiated brilliance, forming a robust barrier before the Tai saint. A mere mantis attempting to stop a chariot, Wang Hui derided. The colossal hand accelerated, crashing down with a thunderous boom, scattering the brilliance as it obliterated the Tai saint, leaving nothing but annihilation in its wake. The flying Immortal Sect has gone too far. A furious voice erupted from within the Tai Holy Land, followed by the emergence of a divine drum. The surface of the divine drum vibrated, unleashing a cacophony akin to the thunder of the heavens, while concentric waves of golden ripples radiated outward, threatening to rend the very fabric of the void. Mountains crumbled as if made of fragile paper, shattered by the force of the golden waves. "It was you who struck that day." Wang Hui recognized the divine drum, instantly recalling the great saint who had acted against them in the 2 instruments Holy Land, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I shall take this," a great saint from the flying Immortal Sect declared, stepping forward. "Zhu Hufa, I entrust this to you," Wang Hui urged earnestly. Zhu Yixing, forming a spiritual seal, bellowed, "True Dragon Seal." Instantly, 6 true dragons erupted forth, shattering the golden ripples as they charged towards the divine drum. A series of thunderous clashes ensued as the 6 true dragons and the divine drum collided, leaving the void in utter disarray, ravaged and torn asunder. The heavens and earth are imbued with a tempestuous divine force, akin to an undulating ocean, with countless towering waves surging forth in all directions. Suddenly, Zhu Yixing unleashes the true dragon seal once more, conjuring 6 magnificent true dragons. The divine drum, unable to withstand such might, is swiftly toyed with by 12 true dragons, its surface torn asunder and its body shattered. With a thunderous roar, the divine drum explodes, its fragments shooting forth like meteors in all directions. "Everyone, take action." Zhu Yixing commands the saints and great saints surrounding him, before forming intricate hand seals. The fierce battle at the Tai Holy Land immediately draws the attention of the cultivators from the northern region. Someone is attacking the Tai Holy Land, and among them is a great saint. Could it be the Flying Immortal Sect? It's possible, as they too possess great saints. How dare they? When Tai and Tai Wei hold the means of an emperor. But Tai Hao was likewise obliterated, was he not? That was because Tai Hao was unprepared. If he were ready, would the Flying Immortal Sect dare to come? On the other side, the members of the Flying Immortal Sect unleash their ultimate skills without reservation, assaulting the Tai Holy Land. Suddenly, 3 blinding beams of light erupt within the Tai Holy Land, followed by the appearance of 3 imperial patterns hovering above. Instantly, the imperial might, exclusive to emperors, surges forth from these patterns, reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. All cultivators in the northern region feel the overwhelming imperial aura, their hearts gripped by trepidation. It appears the Tai Holy Land has resorted to the means left by the emperor, they murmur. What power does the Flying Immortal Sect possess to compel the Tai Holy Land to invoke such measures? Regardless, the Flying Immortal Sect cannot contend with an emperor, can they? Surely, they are doomed. At the Tai Holy Land, the 3 imperial patterns seem to possess life, exuding brilliance while cascading down countless imperial laws like a celestial waterfall, shielding the Tai Holy Land. The assaults from the saints and great saints of the Flying Immortal Sect strike against the imperial laws without stirring even a ripple. At that moment, the Tai Holy Lord emerges, flanked by 3 saints behind him. Flying Immortal Sect, I acknowledge your strength, yet before the imperial patterns, you are utterly powerless. He declares with a voice of fury. One of our great saints has already set off to hunt down your 2 true disciples. We of the Tai Holy Land shall reclaim our dues from your disciples. However, the expressions of the Flying Immortal Sect members reveal neither anger nor concern. Instead, they wear smirks of disdain, mocking, you overestimate yourselves. Today marks your demise, and no one can save you, not even an emperor. Hearing this, Zhu Yixing rebukes sharply. Is that so? I yearn to witness the capabilities of your Flying Immortal Sect. Just as his words fall, a thunderous roar resonates from the distant sky, followed by an imperial aura sweeping towards the members of the Flying Immortal Sect. Moments later, an ancient bronze war chariot, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter, appears above the Tai Holy Land. Friends of the Tai Holy Land, do not panic. I, Tai Wei, have come to assist. Booms a voice akin to thunder from within the chariot. At this moment, 3 imperial patterns also manifest on the ancient chariot, cascading down myriad imperial laws, harmonizing with those of the Tai Holy Land. Chapter 34. The Hypocrisy of Tai and Tai Wei. With the emergence of 2 unparalleled holy artifacts inscribed with imperial patterns, the Tai Holy Lord feels emboldened. What can the Flying Immortal Sect do, no matter how skilled you are? Can you break the imperial patterns? He gazes at the members of the Flying Immortal Sect, his tone brimming with pride. There is no denying that anything connected to the emperor is formidable. Although the 2 supreme holy artifacts, inscribed with only 3 imperial patterns, can wield power equivalent to that of supreme holy weapons, they are still immensely potent. Flying Immortal Sect. If you retreat now, we can consider this matter settled. Tai Wei Holy Lord interjects. I have summoned a great demon from the demon clan, one who revels in consuming the tender flesh of youthful cultivators. Should you persist in your folly, those 2 shall not survive. The 2 referred to by Tai Wei Holy Lord are clearly Chun Daofan and Su Tao. The Tai Holy Lord, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Tai Wei Holy Lord, realizing that instead of sending a great saint to hunt them down, Tai Wei Holy Lord has opted to summon a demon. However, the Tai Holy Lord's expression soon hardens. 2 great saints? I wonder how they will survive. Having received prior intelligence that only 2 saints guard Chun Daofan and Su Tao, the Tai Holy Lord finds it unimaginable how the 2 could possibly endure against 2 great saints. As this thought crosses his mind, he looks triumphantly at the members of the Flying Immortal Sect, only to find their faces marked by cold laughter and scorn, devoid of any hint of concern. Tai Wei Holy Lord detects this unsettling atmosphere as well, and a sense of foreboding wells up within him. Tai Wei, you have grown too arrogant. At that moment, a resounding voice echoes through the void. Following this, a colossal fire raven descends, its wings capable of shrouding the entire sky. Behind the fire raven follows a multitude of demon clan beings, exuding overwhelming demonic energy. The oppressive aura manifests as a black divine phoenix, rampaging unchecked, shaking the very heavens. Yawu Xian, has the 10,000 demon ridge chosen to involve itself in this affair? The Tai Holy Lord questions, his heart racing at the sight of the fire raven. To conceal one's deeds is an impossible task. The fire raven transforms into human form, its eyes glinting with coldness. Tai Wei, do you think you can hide your treachery against my demon clan? At that moment, a demon with only half a body appears beside Yawu Xian, exposing the hypocrisy of Tai and Tai Wei. The death of the Fire Raven's brother was not as simple as it seemed. In truth, the Tai Holy Land and Tai Wei Holy Land had been covertly hunting demons to extract their bloodlines for a certain artifact. The Fire Raven's brother inadvertently discovered this and was subsequently silenced by the Tai Holy Land. This demon was one of the hunted but managed to escape by chance. Tai Wei, what do you have to say for yourselves? Yawu Xian bellows. Faced with this revelation, the expression of the Tai Holy Lord darkens considerably. Tai Wei Holy Lord approaches him, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, with the imperial patterns laid by the Emperor, Yet before he can finish, the imperial patterns begin to crack piece by piece, culminating in a catastrophic explosion that shatters the two unparalleled holy artifacts into fragments. The Tai Holy Lord and Tai Wei Holy Lord's pupils constrict in shock, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, while Yawu Xian stands at a distance, equally perplexed. Strange, I have yet to make a move. In stark contrast, the members of the Flying Immortal Sect, seizing the opportunity as the imperial patterns collapse, unleash their ultimate techniques against the Tai Holy Lord and Tai Wei Holy Lord. Instantly, brilliance flickers, mountains and rivers dim, as a torrent of divine power surges throughout the cosmos, lingering in the air. Yet, at this moment, a divine pillar descends from the heavens, intercepting the assaults from the Flying Immortal Sect. The divine pillar is adorned with enigmatic engravings, intermittently flashing a blood-red hue, and it harbors boundless blood energy and resentment, the result of countless slain cultivators. An unparalleled sacred weapon. Upon witnessing this, Yawu felt astonished, not expecting that the Tai Holy Land possessed such a formidable relic as its foundation. Feixian Sect, Demon Clan, should you persist in your aggression, do not force me to resort to mutual destruction, the Tai Holy Master declared through gritted teeth. Simultaneously, he activated the divine pillar, and instantly, a vast sea of blood materialized in the void. Within this crimson expanse floated innumerable severed heads, each one wailing in agony, their collective cries reverberating throughout the heavens and earth, instilling terror in the hearts of all who heard. Yawu expression faltered. The Tai Holy Master intended to detonate this supreme sacred weapon, embracing annihilation. The detonation of the sacred weapon was not particularly troublesome, yet once the pillar exploded, the infinite blood energy and resentment contained within would surge forth. These two elements were guaranteed death upon contact, proving exceedingly troublesome. No matter, the sect leader will intervene. The Feixian Sect remained unfazed by the threat of the Tai Holy Master's actions. At that moment, the void trembled, and Fang Chen emerged, dragging two corpses behind him. "Today, you shall perish," he declared, discarding the bodies towards the Tai Holy Land as if they were refuse. The Tai Holy Master and the Tai Wei Holy Master's expressions shifted dramatically at the sight of the corpses. These were the two great saints who had pursued Chen Daofan and Su Tao. How could this be? The two holy masters racked their brains, unable to fathom how the Feixian Sect could have slain these two formidable beings in such a brief span. Was he perhaps a quasi-emperor? They could not help but gasp in shock. However, with matters having escalated to this point, there was no turning back. The Tai Holy Master and the Tai Wei Holy Master steeled their resolve and decided to detonate the divine pillar, intending to perish together. Even if you are a quasi-emperor, the self-detonation of an unparalleled sacred weapon will surely bring you immense suffering. Yet, as Fang Chen raised his hand, he effortlessly seized the divine pillar. The Tai Holy Master and the Tai Wei Holy Master, witnessing this, felt as if their lifeline had been snatched away and desperately attempted to prevent it, but to no avail. Fang Chen held the divine pillar, examining it for a few moments before turning to the Tai Holy Master and the Tai Wei Holy Master. "You two are truly beyond redemption." With a single palm strike upon the pillar, it instantly shattered into countless fragments. In an instant, a vast torrent of blood energy surged skyward, piercing the heavens like a crimson dragon, visible throughout the entire northern domain. Look over there. Such dense blood energy. How many lives must have been taken to coalesce this much? Is that a figure amidst the blood energy? Indeed. I believe I see the vanished holy son of the Xianxian Holy Land, and I see the lost holy maiden of the Ling Yu Holy Land. Not only these two, but renowned prodigies of yore appeared within the blood energy. Chapter 35, Cultivating the Celestial Scripture. Tai and Tai Wei, as sanctuaries of humanity, how could you commit such atrocities against our noble progeny? Fang Chen thundered at the two holy lands. Upon discovering the divine pillar, he too was perplexed by its overwhelming blood energy, realizing that Tai and Tai Wei had not only hunted the demon clan, but had also targeted their own kind. Moreover, the density of the blood energy indicated that their victims included not merely ordinary individuals, but also those of exceptional bloodlines and extraordinary talents. This was how the Divine Pillar could contain such rich blood energy. Exchanging glances, the Tai Holy Master and the Taiwei Holy Master managed a bitter smile. What pretense of righteousness do you display? With boundless blood energy, one can easily break the seal and fully control a supreme sacred weapon. Tell me, can you resist such temptation? The Tai Holy Master retorted loudly, firmly believing he was in the right. Fang Chen shook his head at these words and then addressed the members of the Feixian Sect. Proceed. Yewuxin promptly commanded the Demon Clan to act. Thus, the Feixian Sect and the Demon Clan surged forth like wolves among sheep, an unstoppable force. Instantly, myriad lights flashed, and the clanging of weapons echoed incessantly. Naturally, the Tai Holy Master and Taiwei Holy Master were unwilling to yield, striving to retaliate fiercely and carve a path to survival. Yet they were ultimately slain by the combined might of the Demon Clan and the Feixian Sect, their souls extinguished. Before long, the Tai Holy Land lay in ruins. Not a single soul surviving. The Feixian Sect and the Demon Clan did not relent, marching straight towards the Taiwei Holy Land. At this moment, the void was left with only Yewuxin and Fang Chen. Yewuxin approached Fang Chen and bowed respectfully. I have met the human emperor. I never imagined you would come, bringing an imperial weapon with you. Fang Chen smiled, glancing at Yewuxin. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yewuxin, acknowledging the human emperor. This was indeed the divine being of the imperial weapon that Yewuxin possessed. The actions of the Tai and Taiwei Holy Lands were beyond measure, and the Demon Lord has commanded me to come forth. Yet I did not anticipate the presence of a human emperor. The divine being of the imperial weapon addressed Fang Chen respectfully. Tai and Taiwei harbor an indelible grudge against the Feixian Sect, Fang Chen explained casually. Human emperor, after the fall of Tai and Taiwei, be wary of the Tai Xian Holy Land, the divine being of the imperial weapon warned. Is the Tai Xian Holy Land the force behind Tai and Taiwei? Fang Chen inquired curiously. The divine being of the imperial weapon solemnly nodded. The Demon Lord once mentioned that a great terror lies deep within the Tai Xian Holy Land. Perhaps the Tai Xian Emperor lies in slumber there. Furthermore, the founders of the unparalleled Holy Lands of Tai, Taiwei, and Taihao share the same master as the Tai Xian Emperor. The Tai Xian Holy Land will not remain indifferent to the downfall of these three holy lands. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was astounded. Contemplating, no wonder they all bear the Tai character. They are indeed brothers in the same sect. However, Fang Chen looked at the divine being of the imperial weapon with keen interest. Is the Wanyao Ridge not concerned about the Tai Xian Holy Land coming to find you? The divine being of the imperial weapon fell silent for a moment before responding. The Wanyao Ridge is not a place where anyone can act with impunity. Subsequently, Fang Chen and the divine being continued their conversation until the members of the Feixian Sect and the Demon Clan returned after obliterating the Taiwei Holy Land. Following this, Yewuxin led the Demon Clan away, heading back to the Wanyao Ridge. Fang Chen surveyed the surroundings, then proclaimed aloud, the Tai and Taiwei Holy Lands have heinously hunted the prodigies of humanity. The figures within this blood energy are all those prodigies slain by these two sanctuaries. Should you wish to ascertain whether your own prodigies have been hunted, you may come here to confirm. In 15 days, this blood energy will dissipate. Having spoken, Fang Chen tore through space, returning with the members of the Feixian Sect. Shortly after their departure, news of the annihilation of the Tai and Taiwei Holy Lands spread throughout the northern domain, subsequently reaching the southern regions. The words Fang Chen had spoken, of course, also circulated widely. Another two unparalleled holy lands have been eradicated. What a tragedy! What tragedy! Did Tai and Taiwei not bring this upon themselves? Indeed, how dare they hunt the prodigies of humanity and still claim to be a holy land? Bah! The Feixian Sect has done a great service this time. Uncertain as to when the flying Immortal Sect will commence the recruitment of disciples, I yearn to join its ranks. Prior to the cataclysm, the sovereign of the Xiantian sacred land personally visited this site and subsequently encountered the holy son of Xiantian. The sovereign, filled with a sense of bitterness, expressed the disciples' deep-seated discontent. The holy son of Xiantian, with a countenance etched in dissatisfaction, lamented his seemingly boundless prospects. Now thwarted by this calamity, truly, the heavens have shown their unfairness. The sovereign of Xiantian, a blend of rage and resignation, remarked, the Tai sacred land is filled with beasts. The sovereign, too, bore an unyielding sense of injustice. For the holy son of Xiantian was among the most distinguished in the history of the sacred land, and had it not been for these unfortunate events, he could have propelled Xiantian to greater heights. Now, all is rendered futile, a bitterness that is hard to swallow. Alas, let it be, sovereign. The Tai sacred land and the Taiwei sacred land have met their deserved fate. I hope that after my departure, the Xiantian sacred land will treat my sister kindly. The holy son of Xiantian sighed, his discontent transformed into a mere breath of resignation. Rest assured, your sister has been taken as a disciple by Elder Jiao. Had it not been for my recent seclusion, I would have brought her along today, the sovereign responded. Upon hearing this, the holy son's heart seemed to lighten, a smile gracing his lips as he gradually faded into the crimson mist. The sovereign remained in place for quite some time, casting a final glance in the direction of the flying Immortal Sect before departing. Within the confines of the flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen returned to the Imperial Palace and casually opened the grand gift package he received for completing a task. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a supreme holy weapon and 3 Emperor summoning cards. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was taken aback. The task was rated at 2 stars, and the gift package was also of 2 stars, yet he had received the exceedingly rare supreme holy weapon and Emperor summoning cards. It seems I must engage in more virtuous deeds, Fang Chen quipped inwardly. He proceeded to utilize the 3 Emperor summoning cards. With a flash of brilliance and a resonance of the great Tao, 3 supreme emperors materialized within the Imperial Palace. We pay our respects to the supreme leader, they declared. Bowing deeply upon seeing Fang Chen, he briefed the 3 emperors on various matters before sending them forth from the palace. Next, Fang Chen recalled the Longevity Immortal Sutra and prepared to cultivate. I wonder if I will succeed in my cultivation, he mused. Fang Chen had not forgotten that without the emperor's Tao fruit provided by the system, he would still be an ordinary person. Clearing his mind of distractions, he began to absorb the energy according to the Longevity Immortal Sutra. Suddenly, Fang Chen realized, could one cultivate the Immortal Sutra using the essence of heaven and earth? However, before he could ponder further, the essence within 100 miles surrounding the flying Immortal Sect was instantaneously depleted and surged into Fang Chen's body. Chapter 36. Do you still recognize us, senior brother? 3 months had elapsed since the annihilation of the Tai Sacred Land and the Taiwei Sacred Land. Yet this event had not subsided. Rather, it festered and swept across the entire Xianwang star. The public sentiment was overwhelmingly one-sided, regardless of the sect. Whether or not the actions of the flying Immortal Sect stemmed from personal vendettas, all commended their approach. Conversely, the Tai and Taiwei sacred lands had become infamous, their names synonymous with disgrace. Even the stray dogs would scornfully step on their remnants. Within 3 months, the flying Immortal Sect was etched into the memory of the Xianwang star, particularly among the numerous sacred lands of the southern frontier. It could be said that the flying Immortal Sect had become a household name in the southern frontier, known by all. However, during these 3 months, the sect had remained relatively silent, with only sporadic reports of significant deeds performed by Chen Daofan and Su Tao. Inside the flying Immortal Sect, the atmosphere was notably vibrant, a stark contrast to its usual tranquility. Elder Zhang, it has been 3 months. How is it that the flying Immortal Sect has amassed so many people? Bai Zhao inquired curiously of Zhang Zhongda atop a sacred peak within the sect. 3 months prior, Bai Zhao had returned to the star-picking sacred land with news. And now he had returned to convey further information. Senior Bai, this is the decision of the supreme leader, Zhang Zhongda explained with a smile. Originally, the Danshan sect and the Feixian Sect were subordinate to the flying Immortal Sect, situated at a considerable distance. However, the supreme leader deemed this arrangement too scattered. Thus he consolidated them, instructing the Danshan and Feixian sects to relinquish their original foundations and relocate to the flying Immortal Sect, choosing a sacred peak as their future foundation for cultivation. Bai Zhao, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of confusion. Foundation for cultivation? Indeed, Zhang Zhongda nodded. From now on, the Danshan sect will become a branch of the flying Immortal Sect, with their designated sacred peak named Danshan Peak, while the flying Immortal Peak will serve as the main peak of the sect. Bai Zhao nodded thoughtfully in response. Within the Imperial Palace, Fang Chen opened his eyes, visions of stars flickering in his gaze, depicting the creation of heaven and earth, the cycle of the universe. The Longevity Immortal Sutra is truly extraordinary, Fang Chen marveled. During these 3 months, he had immersed himself in the cultivation of the Longevity Immortal Sutra, and to his surprise, he not only managed to cultivate, but did so exceptionally well. In merely 3 months, he had completely grasped the essence of the sutra. I long to test the powers of an immortal, yet alas, it is not yet time. Feeling the surging power within him, Fang Chen yearned for a place to unleash it. However, the system's energy was still insufficient. Host, the task of gaining renown in the southern frontier has been completed. Please claim your reward. The system's voice resonated. Fang Chen nodded, having anticipated this outcome. A 4-star gift package indeed. He learned that the reward was a 4-star gift package. After some contemplation, Fang Chen opted not to open it immediately, preferring to save it for later and accumulate more rewards for a grand opening. Having organized his affairs, Fang Chen scanned the flying Immortal Sect with his consciousness, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the flying Immortal Sect is on the right track and beginning to flourish, he mused aloud. At that moment, Bai Zhao, who was conversing with Zhang Zhongda, paused, and then smiled wryly. The sovereign and the ancestors have arrived. But it seems the supreme leader has yet to emerge from seclusion. Bai Zhao's visit to the flying Immortal Sect was to inform Fang Chen of the arrival of the star-picking sovereign and the three ancestors. However, he had not anticipated that Fang Chen would remain in seclusion for such an extended period, and before he could relay this news, the sovereign and ancestors had already arrived. Just as Bai Zhao finished speaking, he observed Wang Hui leading a group into the flying Immortal Sect, heading directly for the flying Immortal Peak. It appears the supreme leader has emerged from seclusion. Shortly thereafter, within the flying Immortal Palace, Fang Chen regarded the three excited saints and inquired, "So, the star-picking sacred land is willing to join the flying Immortal Sect and become one of its branches?" "Of course," one of the elder saints replied with fervor. After meeting with representatives from the star-picking sacred land, Fang Chen had conveyed that their desire to return could only be realized by integrating with the flying Immortal Sect. They could not exist independently as a separate faction. Without hesitation, the three elder saints agreed to this proposition. "Congratulations to the host for developing a 3-star potential branch. You are rewarded with a 3-star grand gift package." The voice of the system resonated. Previously, Fang Chen had resolved to transform the subordinate sect into a branch of the Feixian Sect, prompting the system's task to shift from developing a subordinate sect to fostering a branch. "Master Uncle, do not forget the significant matter," the star-picking Saint Master interjected. Observing the three excited Saint ancestors, the trio swiftly composed themselves, and one of the saints remarked, "Sect leader, as per our agreement, the star-picking Holy Land, or rather, the star-picking peak, should return the entrusted items." With that, the saint produced a stone block, standing tall, its surface engraved with 4 prominent characters, star-picking scriptures. This was the item bestowed upon the three of us by the former sect leader, a sacred scripture through which we ascended to sainthood. Regrettably, our innate talents were insufficient, and achieving sainthood was our utmost limit. Now that we are returning the scripture, it fulfills a long-held wish, the three saints spoke in unison. Fang Chen took the star-picking scriptures and leafed through its pages. After perusing its contents, he felt puzzled. It seemed rather ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities. To Fang Chen's bewilderment, such an average scripture would not be considered a treasure within the Feixian Sect of that era, even if it were to be seized by others. There would be no sense of loss or heartache. Why, then, was it specifically entrusted to the three of them? Did the former sect leader impart any particular words? Fang Chen inquired. None whatsoever. He merely instructed us to safeguard this item well, asserting that losing it would not matter. We only needed to remember its contents. The response came. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen reflected once more on the content of the star-picking scriptures, but found no revelations. He relinquished further contemplation and turned to the three saints. "Your adherence to the initial agreement demonstrates your profound loyalty to the Feixian Sect. Once you select a sacred peak, I shall assist you in crafting an exceptional cultivation sanctuary." The three saints beamed with gratitude. "Thank you, sect leader." "Sect leader, there is yet another matter that has not been addressed," the star-picking Saint Master said at this juncture. Fang Chen gestured for him to proceed without reservation, prompting the star-picking Saint Master to continue. "Besides the star-picking scriptures of the star-picking Holy Land, there are 4 other items that were entrusted." The three saints exchanged incredulous glances at the star-picking Saint Master. "Nephew, is this true?" "Indeed, this was conveyed to me directly by our master," the star-picking Saint Master affirmed. "Curse it, our senior brother neglected to inform us of this. Does he still recognize us as his 3 junior disciples?" One saint could not help but exclaim. "Calm down, my fellow uncles," the star-picking Saint Master urged with a wry smile. "According to our master, this matter was specifically instructed by the then sect leader of Feixian to keep confidential. However, our master only knew of 4 items. He was unaware of what they were or who was safeguarding them. Your senior brother is indeed meticulous. It is understandable that the former sect leader would confide this matter solely to him," one saint conceded. The star-picking Saint Master nodded and elaborated. "Upon learning of this, I discreetly investigated the matter. Ultimately, I discovered that there are 2 factions in the central continent and northern lands that act as custodians. As for the remaining 2, I have yet to uncover any traces." He then revealed the identities of the custodians from the central continent and northern lands, to which Fang Chen nodded slightly. "I shall venture to these 2 locations to investigate further." Subsequently, Fang Chen engaged in further dialogue with the 4 individuals, deepening his understanding of the historical intricacies of the Feixian Sect. Once their discussion concluded, the star-picking Saint Master departed for the star-picking Holy Land to assist the disciples and elders, while the 3 saints remained at the Feixian Sect. deliberating on their future sacred peaks. Before long, a consensus was reached among the three saints. Sect leader, I believe this sacred peak is quite suitable, one remarked. Fang Chen surveyed the peak before him, where streams cascaded, verdant foliage thrived, and the essence of heaven and earth permeated the air, imbued with the laws of the great Tao. Very well, I shall immediately assist in transforming this site, he declared. A day later, the disciples and elders of the star-picking Holy Land arrived at the Feixian Sect. Upon entering, they were awestruck by the breathtaking sights within. Is this truly the Feixian Sect? The richness of the essence of heaven and earth feels like a dream. Look, the roads are lined with spirit herbs over 1,000 years old. My goodness, there is a group of quasi-saint spirit beasts over there. Upon reaching the star-picking peak, the visitors gasped in astonishment. Is this our future cultivation ground? Is that a waterfall of starry essence? This is nothing short of paradise. Not to mention, the sacred peak is suffused with chaotic essence, the kind only an emperor can condense. The star-picking Saint Master gazed in rapt attention at the magnificent peak, murmuring, in this place of cultivation, I shall attain sainthood within a year. The fundamental doctrine of the star-picking Holy Land is the star-picking scriptures, making it perfectly attuned to the starry essence. Previously, the star-picking Saint Master relied on sacred weapons, the star-picking tower, to draw upon starry essence for cultivation, yet even then, the daily intake was but a few wisps. Now, the abundance of starry essence before him was nothing short of a vast ocean. You have finally arrived. Settle yourselves upon the star-picking peak quickly. The sect leader has significant matters to announce. A saint emerged from within the peak, addressing the gathering. In the imperial palace, Fang Chen sat upon the throne, contemplating the insights gleaned from his earlier discussions with the three saints. The time for the Southern Frontier Sacred Land to open was approaching. The Southern Frontier Sacred Land is one of the original 5 sacred lands of the Xianhuang Star, its name derived from the very sacred land itself. Typically, the Southern Frontier Sacred Land remains closed, akin to a sealed sect, accessible only after a designated period. Each time the Southern Frontier Sacred Land opens, it unleashes a tempest of chaos, for within lies an ancient decree of the Southern Frontier. To possess this decree signifies dominion over the Southern Frontier, commanding the entirety of the region. Such authority is no exaggeration, as this ancient decree conceals further secrets, Fang Chen mused. Event triggered, 4-star task, compete for the ancient decree release. Acquire the ancient decree, become the sovereign of the Southern Frontier, and take the first step. Note, this task marks the second phase of the mission to gain renown throughout the Xianhuang Star. At this moment, the system issued a task to Fang Chen, who promptly accepted it upon hearing the announcement. It would be far more advantageous to claim the ancient decree himself rather than allow others to interfere. Just then, Fang Chen noticed that the disciples and elders of the star-picking Holy Land had settled upon the star-picking peak. He addressed the entire Feixian Sect. As the Feixian Sect gradually expands, it is no longer suitable for this place to serve as our foundation. Thus, we shall relocate to another site. With the addition of 3 branch sects, the flying Immortal Sect has significantly expanded. Contemplating the prospect of further branches joining in the future, it has become evident that this location is no longer suitable for the establishment of the sect. Consequently, Fang Chen has already determined a new site for the sect's foundation. Previously, the wild ancient realm had been acquired by the flying Immortal Sect. Thus, from this day forth, the sect shall be established in the wild ancient realm, which will be renamed the Flying Immortal Realm. Fang Chen announced his decision to the entirety of the Flying Immortal Sect. The Flying Immortal Realm boasts vast expanses, capable of accommodating even more branches in the future. Furthermore, not only is it rich in treasures, but it is also inhabited by numerous demonic beasts, making it an ideal location for the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect to hone their skills. Moreover, the realm is self-proclaimed as a world. Any adversaries wishing to target the sect must first enter the Flying Immortal Realm, a task that is far from easy, thereby alleviating concerns regarding the sect's safety in the future. After conveying his decision to the entire sect, Fang Chen commenced the implementation of his plan. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, and the earth quaked as a brilliance that rendered the sun and moon dim and drained the colors from the mountains and rivers enveloped the scene. In an instant, the Flying Immortal Sect vanished from its original location. Within the Flying Immortal Realm, the sect appeared precisely as it had, still radiating vitality and resonating with the laws of the universe. Is this truly the wild ancient realm? I never anticipated that the Flying Immortal Sect would acquire it. What wild ancient realm? This is now the Flying Immortal Realm. It is said that the Flying Immortal Realm is filled with extraordinary treasures. Is anyone interested in forming a team to search for them? Within the Imperial Tomb, the old wild dragon opened his eyes the moment the Flying Immortal Sect entered. This is for the best. At least I won't be so solitary in the future, he mused, gazing towards the sect. Earlier, Fang Chen had shared his plans with the old wild dragon, who wholeheartedly supported his decisions upon learning of them. After all, the flying immortal realm was desolate. It would be far better to put it to use. At that moment, Fang Chen suddenly appeared before the old wild dragon. "Wild Xiao, I have a task for you," Fang Chen stated, looking at him. "Please, command me, Imperial Sovereign," the old wild dragon responded hastily. "I discovered the ancient scriptures of the wild atop the lid of that ancient coffin. The wild emperor, after all, was a renowned sovereign, and his legacy should not be severed. Therefore, this place will no longer serve as the imperial tomb of the wild emperor, but shall be known as the Wild Emperor Peak of the Flying Immortal Sect. You, Wild Xiao, shall be the Peak Master of the Wild Emperor Peak, tasked with seeking a successor for the Wild Emperor and passing down the ancient scriptures. What say you?" Fang Chen articulated his decision and awaited the old wild dragon's response. Chapter 38. The Opening of the Holy City. The old wild dragon did not hesitate for long. No problem. As a former follower of the Wild Emperor, he felt it was his duty to ensure the transmission of the Wild Emperor's legacy. Seeing the old wild dragon's agreement, Fang Chen nodded slightly. Very well. When the Flying Immortal Sect opens its doors to recruit disciples in the future, you may keep an eye out for suitable candidates to inherit the Wild Emperor's legacy. After leaving this message, Fang Chen departed. The old wild dragon's eyes were filled with anticipation, eager to find a worthy successor for the Wild Emperor. A day later, Fang Chen once again conveyed a message to the entire Flying Immortal Sect. In 1 year, the sect would host a grand competition, and the top 10 participants would receive substantial rewards. Hence, Fang Chen urged the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect to diligently cultivate in hopes of achieving commendable results in the competition. Following this announcement, the system issued a new task. Long-term task, Prosperity Released. Phase 1. Achieve 10 Saints and 20 Quasi-Saints. Reward, 10 one-star gift packs. Note, the Saints and Quasi-Saints referred to here are those newly added to the Flying Immortal Sect from this point forward. Those summoned using summoning cards will not count. It doesn't seem too difficult, Fang Chen murmured after accepting the task. With the heavens and earth gradually returning to their original state, and the Great Tao no longer imposing restrictions, it is now feasible to accumulate enough individuals to break through to the status of a saint. Currently, there are approximately 8 quasi-saints within the Flying Immortal Sect who can achieve the status of a saint in a short time. 6 from Danshan Peak and 2 from Star Picking Peak. Not counting the old Dragon Clan. In any case, the first phase should be easily accomplished. Fang Chen was confident that he would complete it swiftly. 6 months later, a piece of news spread across the entire Xianhuang Star from the Southern Wilderness's eastern region. The Southern Wilderness Holy City has opened. Does this not signify that the Southern Wilderness Holy Land will soon follow suit? Indeed, this is a significant event for the Southern Wilderness, and arguably for the entirety of the Xianhuang Star. I must seize the opportunity within the Southern Wilderness Holy City this time. As the news rapidly circulated, those who learned of it from the Holy Lands were already preparing for action. The Southern Wilderness's ancient decree belongs solely to the Heavenly Fire Sect. Another opening of the Southern Wilderness Holy Land. I wonder who will emerge as the bearer of the ancient decree this time? The Southern Wilderness's overlords must be the Swallowing Immortal Cave. Besides the Holy Lands of the entire Xianhuang Star, various major sects and clans were also dispatching individuals towards the Southern Wilderness Holy City. These major sects and clans did not intend to contend for the Southern Wilderness Ancient Decree, as only the Holy Lands held the qualifications to do so. Instead, these major sects and clans came seeking opportunities within the Southern Wilderness Holy City. The Holy City is filled with numerous grand gatherings, where not only the beings of this era sell treasures, but also ancient beings engage in trade. It is worth noting that some spiritual herbs and precious metals have long since vanished, and these rare items are essential components for certain elixirs and weapons. Within the grand gatherings of the Southern Wilderness Holy City, one could discover the long-lost spiritual herbs and precious metals, which are the true targets of contention for the major sects and clans. Within the Flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen finished watering a row of small medicinal kings with the star pot before putting it away. The Southern Wilderness Holy City has already opened? It seems it is time to head to the Holy City, he murmured to himself. Over the past 6 months, Fang Chen has lived a remarkably leisurely life. During the first 3 months, he was wholly engrossed in his cultivation. However, as he progressed, he realized that the longevity immortal scripture had reached perfection, and the next step would be to attain immortality. Yet, the system informed him that the commotion caused by his ascension could not be concealed, and he could only ascend once the system's energy reached 20%. Consequently, Fang Chen set aside his cultivation of the immortal scripture and turned his attention to interacting with the flora. At this moment, Fang Chen stepped forward into the imperial palace and summoned the 3 quasi-emperors and 3 great saints from within the Flying Immortal Sect. You six shall accompany me to the southern wilderness holy city, Fang Chen declared, gazing at the six formidable individuals. Yes, sect leader. You should find the peak masters and have them select some outstanding disciples. Those chosen will accompany us to broaden their horizons. Fang Chen reiterated. The southern wilderness holy city will gather the holy lands, major sects, and clans from across the Xinhuang star, presenting an excellent opportunity to reflect on one's shortcomings in comparison to others. After the six formidable beings sought out the leaders of their respective peaks, Fang Chen approached the ancient dragon, requesting that it diligently oversee the Feixian Sect in his absence. Subsequently, when the six powerful beings brought forth the disciples they had selected from each peak, Fang Chen tore through the fabric of space, leading everyone towards the holy city of the southern wilderness. In the eastern domain of the southern wilderness, there lies a magnificent holy city perched upon Jinpeng Ridge. This city radiates a brilliance akin to that of the stars, with luminous clouds flowing gracefully, suffusing the air with vitality and divine power that surges like the tides. Surrounding the city is a waterfall that glows like a galaxy, a divine cascade that is truly extraordinary. It is indeed remarkable. For the construction of the southern wilderness holy city employed no less than 22 types of imperial gold, crafted by the hands of numerous emperors, including even the emperor sovereign himself. Ah, to think of such precious divine metals. If one could manage to excavate even a small fragment, would it not lead to untold riches overnight? If you could manage that, I would acknowledge you as my father. At that moment, the air shimmered with vibrations, and ripples spread out as Fang Chen and the members of the Feixian Sect descended just outside the holy city. Is this the holy city? It appears rather commendable, though it pales in comparison to the star-picking peak. Not to mention, even our Xichen peak could rival it. Fellow disciples, mind your voices. If overheard, one might think we are boasting. Yet, their words had already reached the ears of others, prompting a quiet murmur. Such audacity. Do they not fear retribution? Hush, quiet down. Do you not see those figures tearing through the void? Do you wish to court death? Only saints possess the ability to traverse the void. It is a well-known fact. The moment the onlooker realized the identity of those beings, his complexion turned ashen. Let us proceed into the city. Fang Chen paid no heed to the murmurs around him and led his entourage towards the holy city. However, before they could enter, a commotion erupted behind them. Fang Chen turned to see a group of young cultivators recklessly riding savage beasts, careening through the streets without regard for the passers-by. Some unfortunate souls who could not evade were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths, while the riders cheered loudly, reveling in their chaos. Hey, there are people blocking the city gates. What shall we do? One of them exclaimed. Cousin, we ought to teach them a lesson. Why obstruct others' pathways? Very well. Everyone follow my lead. Instantly, the savage beasts carrying the cultivators surged forward with increased speed. Chapter 39. Arriving late. Are you skilled in combat? At that moment, bystanders hastily called out to Fang Chen and his group. Quickly, clear the way. Do not be foolish. These cultivators hail from one of the illustrious families of the Eastern origin, the Gu family. It was over. This group had likely been so frightened that they were rendered speechless. Alas, another tragedy was about to unfold. However, a towering saint suddenly positioned himself before the reckless group of cultivators, and simultaneously, an aura of sanctity emanated from him. Sweeping outward, this aura felt almost tangible, sharp as a blade, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel as though their skin was being sliced. Were it not for the fact that the saint's target was not them, the cultivators would have met a swift demise. As the savage beasts ridden by the Gu family cultivators buckled under the pressure of the saint's aura, they erupted into a mist of blood, leaving most of the riders crashing heavily to the ground. Only a few managed to react in time and remained upright. Esteemed elder, I must have been blind and inadvertently offended you. I am Gu Qi, the second son of the Gu family patriarch. I beseech you, for the sake of my father, spare me. The speaker was the leader of the group, the one who had called for the charge. Gu family. I have not heard of them. The saint, Zhu Yisheng, replied with a dismissive shake of his head. Esteemed elder, if you grant me mercy, the Gu family will surely offer great rewards in gratitude. Gu Qi's expression shifted as he hastily added. Are you threatening me? Zhu Yisheng raised an eyebrow and casually struck out with his palm. Instantly, the space where Gu Qi stood was obliterated by his strike, leaving no trace of Gu Qi or his companions. After dispatching Gu Qi and his group, Zhu Yisheng rejoined the others, and Fang Chen led his companions into the holy city. As they walked, passers-by parted like the sea before them, as if they had encountered a harbinger of doom. Once Fang Chen entered the holy city and disappeared from view, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Phew, we finally made it. Goodness, on the very first day of the holy city's opening, a great saint appeared. What kind of powerful beings will follow? I cannot shake the feeling that an emperor will eventually show up. while the crowd outside the city engaged in their spirited discussions. A booming voice resonated from within the holy city. Please, proceed with caution. The onlookers outside were taken aback, turning their gaze to the city gates, where they spotted a saint rushing towards the holy city. Where's my young master? The saint, upon reaching the holy city, found no trace of his charge and seized a passerby to inquire. Esteemed elder, who is your young master? I hail from the Gu family and have just received a distress signal from my young master. The passerby quickly relayed the events that had just transpired. A great saint. The saint's heart sank upon hearing of the great saint's involvement, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet soon, his heart was consumed by vengeance. What of it? To dare slay a scion of the Gu family, they shall pay the price. Does anyone know the identities of those cultivators? Esteemed elder, I possess a recording stone that captured the recent events. One cultivator spoke up, producing the stone. The saint took the recording stone and, after examining it, his expression darkened. Without uttering a word, he departed the scene. Once the saint left, the one who had produced the stone stood dumbfounded. He just left like that? He had hoped that by providing valuable information, the saint would bestow some reward upon him. To his dismay, the saint had simply walked away. The Gu family. Bah! How shameless. Even a dog knows to wag its tail for a morsel. Rage filled his heart, but faced with the formidable power of the Gu family, he could only silently curse them. Within the holy city, after Fang Chen and his group entered, they began to search for suitable accommodations. The reason for not flying was due to the city's regulations prohibiting flight within its confines. Should a cultivator dare to violate this rule, the laws of the holy city would swiftly enact punishment, resulting in grievous wounds that would take time to heal. Fang Chen sensed the strength of these laws. Even a moment's carelessness could lead to injuries that would take 3 breaths to mend. Moreover, as everyone else refrained from flying, it would seem rather peculiar for him to do so alone. I prefer to blend in with the masses a bit more, he thought. Master, I have inquired and found that the finest lodgings in the holy city are at a place called Xian Tower, reputed to be the premier establishment. However, the divine residence occupies Xian Tower, and one must gain its endorsement to reside there. A great saint who had accompanied them informed Fang Chen. Interesting. Then Xian Tower it shall be. Fang Chen resolved to take up residence in the listening pavilion, and subsequently led his companions to its location. As Fang Chen and his entourage departed, a group of cultivators immediately scoffed at them, dismissing them as yet another band of fanciful dreamers. In the holy city, martial actions were strictly prohibited. Otherwise, one would invoke the wrath of the laws governing the realm, leading to devastating retribution. It was said that since the inception of the holy city, the occasions on which the listening pavilion has housed guests were exceedingly rare. Before long, Fang Chen and his company arrived at the site of the listening pavilion, where they found themselves surrounded by numerous cultivators. Before the pavilion, the divine abode of the holy city floated leisurely in midair, while several cultivators with faces etched in anger vented their frustrations at the divine residence. Begone! The divine abode glared menacingly at the cultivators, issuing a stern rebuke. In an instant, the power of the laws above the listening pavilion surged forth like a raging tempest, coalescing into a divine spear aimed squarely at the disgruntled cultivators. The cultivators were instantly paralyzed with fear, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cavern, their bodies rendered immobile. After a moment of struggle, they scrambled away in disarray. That spear feels capable of slaying a great saint. Not to mention a great saint. Even a quasi-emperor would not dare to act recklessly within the holy city. Only an emperor might briefly contend with the laws. At this juncture, it appeared unlikely that anyone would dare to disturb the divine abode of the holy city. Yet, this expectation was soon upended as Fang Chen stepped forward, making his way towards the listening pavilion. Without hesitation, the divine abode activated the still resonant divine spear, an indomitable force that could pierce through the myriad paths of heaven and earth, vanquishing all celestial beings in its path. The aura it radiated struck terror into the hearts of all present, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. This individual was truly oblivious to the peril he courted, daring to challenge the patience of the divine abode of the holy city. It's over. I hope this does not implicate me. The legendary status of the holy city was indeed reflected in the formidable laws it harbored. Just then, Fang Chen lifted his gaze to the divine spear, making no move at all, and to everyone's astonishment, the spear began to shatter inch by inch, ultimately dissolving back into the laws of the holy city. The divine abode, witnessing the destruction of the spear, adopted a grave expression. Are you truly adept at combat? I am backed by the holy city. Even an emperor would not intimidate me here. Who are you to disregard such rules? As soon as the words left his lips, a multitude of divine spears, formed from the laws, materialized in the void, each one radiating a might even greater than the last. Alas, alas, the deity is enraged. With so many divine spears, Even an emperor would be reduced to a sieve. How dare they? Flee, run without looking back. The convergence of myriad divine spears in the void exuded an aura that sent shivers down the spines of the onlooking cultivators. Fang Chen, targeted by the divine spears, could certainly sense their overwhelming force. I do not appreciate having weapons pointed at me, Fang Chen remarked coolly. He then turned his gaze towards the divine abode of the holy city, and in that moment, the deity felt as though time had come to a standstill. The space around them frozen, and everything else in existence faded away, leaving only Fang Chen and himself. In the eyes of the divine abode, Fang Chen wielded dominion over the heavens and governed time, with the very pathways of existence bowing at his feet. At that moment, Fang Chen appeared as an omnipotent deity, surveying the mortal realm with disdain. The divine abode opened its mouth, attempting to speak, but no sound emerged, no matter how hard it tried. Fortunately, Fang Chen did not press the issue, and after a brief pause, the divine abode gradually regained its composure. Once restored, the divine abode abandoned its previous haughty demeanor, exclaiming, "Please, right this way." With a forced smile, the deity bent slightly, eager to usher Fang Chen and his companions into the listening pavilion, resembling a humble innkeeper. What is happening? How astounding. Someone is actually residing in the listening pavilion. I must catch a few more moments of sleep. The spectators, witnessing the divine abode's obsequiousness, were utterly bewildered, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief, unable to comprehend why the once fierce deity had transformed into such a submissive figure. Just as Fang Chen and his companions prepared to enter the listening pavilion, two familiar voices rang out. Master, we're here too." Chen Daofan and Su Tao, along with two other saints, emerged from the crowd, rushing toward Fang Chen. "What brings you both back to the eastern region?" Fang Chen asked his disciples with a smile. "Myself and Brother Chen heard that the holy city was about to open its gates, and I assumed you would not want to miss such an event." Su Tao explained eagerly. Fang Chen nodded, and together with the others, they entered the listening pavilion. Among the onlookers, some recognized Chen Daofan and Su Tao. "Aren't they the prodigies from the flying Immortal Sect in the northern region? I've heard they've made quite a name for themselves, having defeated many renowned cultivators from the north. So, they hail from the flying Immortal Sect? Given that they call him master, it must be so. And the leading figure among them is likely the sect leader. Yet, how could a peerless holy land compel the divine abode of the holy city to yield?" The gathered cultivators, upon learning of this situation, found the divine abode's submission even more perplexing. Inside the listening pavilion, Fang Chen and his companions selected their rooms under the guidance of the divine abode. "What should I call you?" Fang Chen inquired, looking towards the divine residence. "You may call me Ting Xian," the divine abode replied with a beaming smile, its demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Very well, Ting Xian. You may take your leave." Fang Chen gestured for Ting Xian to depart. "Understood, Your Majesty. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." Shortly after Fang Chen and his companions settled into the listening pavilion, news of the events quickly spread throughout the holy city. "Have you heard? Someone is residing in the listening pavilion." "I knew it." It said that the divine abode summoned the myriad divine spears without even using them to welcome the people from the flying Immortal Sect. What a formidable individual. To conquer without battle, is this not the mark of a true powerhouse? It seems many intriguing events will unfold following the opening of the southern region's holy land. I believe we are about to witness history. In a small courtyard within the holy city, a saint spoke with utmost reverence to a middle-aged man seated upon a stone bench. "Master, it's confirmed that the group who killed the second young master has taken up residence in the listening pavilion, and they hail from the flying Immortal Sect." The middle-aged man, Gu Wangwei, furrowed his brow, a blend of confusion and anger flashing in his eyes. "How dare they, a mere peerless holy land, take my son's life? Why should a peerless holy land be allowed to reside in the listening pavilion?" Gu Wangwei was baffled by these two contradictions. The southern region's holy city had opened its gates countless times, yet the instances of the listening pavilion hosting guests numbered a mere 8, each time featuring cultivators of exceptional standing, either in terms of personal strength or powerful backing, making them individuals the divine abode could not afford to offend. From the information gathered, the flying Immortal Sect seemingly possessed neither attribute. Why, then, had this situation arisen? Have your beast slaves challenge the flying Immortal Sect to a life-and-death duel on the sacred platform, and investigate the true nature of the sect. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Wangwei turned to the saint, his gaze sharp. "Yes, master." Upon hearing the words, the sage felt a surge of trepidation, realizing that Gu Wangwei had already been provoked. He promptly acquiesced to the request and proceeded to arrange the matter at hand. "It is truly a stroke of fortune for you to be involved, even if it necessitates the use of beast servants and the flying Immortal Sect." Half an hour later, a robust figure, A cultivator with a scar on his face resembling a centipede arrived before the listening pavilion. The passing cultivators, upon seeing this individual, hastily avoided him, lest they attract calamity. Flying Immortal Sect, step forth. The imposing cultivator bellowed at the listening pavilion, but before he could finish his utterance, a divine spear of law manifested above the pavilion. The Flying Immortal Sect has slain my second young master, and my family head has commanded me to seek an explanation. Realizing the threat posed by the divine spear, the cultivator hastily clarified his purpose. At this moment, the onlookers recalled the earlier incident that transpired outside the city. Was it true that the second young master of the Gu family was killed by a great sage of the Flying Immortal Sect? TSK. How unfortunate for the Gu family's second young master to have provoked the Flying Immortal Sect, a force that has obliterated 3 unparalleled holy lands. Can the Gu family truly contend with the Flying Immortal Sect? It is hard to say, but at least for now, the Gu family seems quite confident. Who is this individual, and why has the head of the Gu family sent him to demand an explanation? He is a beast servant who has followed the head of the Gu family since the time of the saints, and after a fortuitous encounter, he became a great sage. At this juncture, Ting Xian appeared outside the listening pavilion and, casting a glance at the beast servant, spoke coolly. You have 3 breaths to depart. Should you choose to remain, your opportunity to leave will vanish. As soon as the words left his lips, dozens of divine spears coalesced in the air. The beast servant's heart sank, and he immediately declared in a deep voice, Does the Flying Immortal Sect dare to engage me in a life-and-death battle upon the holy platform? No sooner had the beast servant spoken than Zhu Yixing emerged from within the listening pavilion. Your Gu family is as bothersome as a fly, Zhu Yixing remarked as he walked. Very well, I shall first eliminate you to grant the Gu family some respite. I accept your challenge. Let us settle this on the holy platform. The beast servant nodded slowly in response, and, together with Zhu Yixing, made their way toward the location of the holy platform. Chapter 41, New Rules. Moments later, news of the impending life-and-death duel between the 2 great sages spread throughout the holy city. In the holy city, where armed conflict is forbidden, such duels on the holy platform had not occurred in ages. Would they truly engage in a life-and-death struggle on the holy platform? Once they step onto the platform, none could intervene. Is there any pretense in this? Yet, it remains uncertain whether the clash of these 2 great sages will reverberate throughout the city. The holy platform, forged from a single slab of celestial purple gold, should withstand even a battle of this caliber. Leaving a mark would be no simple feat. Many cultivators who revel in chaos flocked toward the holy platform. By now, the area surrounding the platform was crowded with spectators eager to witness the showdown. On the platform itself, the beast servant and Zhu Yixing had already taken their respective positions, refraining from striking as they exchanged divine might. The void above the platform occasionally erupted with thunderous roars, each collision of their divine forces comparable to the impact of a falling planet. Look, the Gu family's beast servant seems to be at a disadvantage against the great sage of the Flying Immortal Sect. On the platform, the beast servant's aura gradually diminished, while Zhu Yixing's grew increasingly potent. Aware that his defeat was inevitable if this continued, the beast servant resolved to go all out. Thus, he raised his head and let out a furious roar, followed by a cacophony of crackling sounds emanating from his form. Boom, boom. The beast servant then transformed into a fearsome black dragon, scales glistening menacingly. How has he turned into a black dragon? It is said that the Gu family's beast servants are born from the union of dragons and humans, thus allowing them to assume dragon form. Rumor has it that his ascension to great sage was aided by an ancient black dragon. On the platform, upon becoming a black dragon, the beast servant wasted no time and unleashed a torrent of black flames. The scorching black flames surged forth, incinerating the very void itself. Zhu Yixing merely glanced at the beast servant and casually struck out with his palm. Instantly, the area of void where the beast servant stood collapsed and was obliterated, leaving the beast servant no time to react before being reduced to dust by Zhu Yixing's strike. With the beast servant's demise, the holy platform was unbound, and Zhu Yixing nonchalantly shook his hand before departing the scene. Has the Gu family's beast servant truly perished? My heavens, how can there be such a vast disparity among great sages? The fall of a great sage is sure to cause the Gu family to suffer immensely. Shortly thereafter, news of the outcome reached the cultivators in the holy city, and upon learning that the Gu family's great sage had been slain in a single blow, curiosity about the Flying Immortal Sect surged among them. In the small courtyard of the Gu family, Gu Wangwei's face was ashen, his heart bleeding. The Flying Immortal Sect is indeed as unfathomable as rumored. It is regrettable that the beast servant was slain so swiftly, preventing us from gleaning more useful information. Naturally, there were witnesses from the Gu family who observed the entire battle between the beast servant and Zhu Yixing. Yet they could not discern the intricacies. The beast servant's demise was so abrupt that they could not even ascertain Zhu Yixing's techniques. Convey my orders. Until the holy city closes, members of the Gu family are to avoid the flying Immortal Sect and steer clear of provoking them. At the listening pavilion, Fang Chen had remained entirely indifferent to the clash between Zhu Yixing and the beast servant. He did not need to watch, for he knew that Zhu Yixing would undoubtedly emerge victorious with ease. After all, Zhu Yixing was a great sage summoned from beyond, standing at the pinnacle of sagehood. If he could not easily triumph over a first-tier great sage like the beast servant, then he would truly be unworthy of the system's reputation. Your Majesty, this ancient decree belongs to you alone. Once you obtain it, will you consider releasing me from the holy city? At this moment, Ting Xian, with a face full of flattery, addressed Fang Chen as the divine envoy of the listening pavilion. Ting Xian was only permitted to operate within the confines of the holy city, and after such a lengthy period, he had grown weary of his confinement. However, only the master of the ancient decree could free Ting Xian from the listening pavilion, and Fang Chen's appearance had sparked a glimmer of hope. Aren't you tied to the holy city? Once you leave, won't you still act with the same arrogance? Fang Chen inquired with interest. Your Majesty. You may not be aware, Ting Xian chuckled before elaborating. As long as the holy city exists, I can summon its laws at any time, regardless of time or place. If I were to set you free, there would be no one on Xianhuang Star capable of restraining you. Would you not cause chaos? Fang Chen understood Ting Xian's formidable power, if he were truly allowed to venture outside the holy city. Very few could contend with Ting Xian's invocation of the holy city's laws. In such circumstances, should Ting Xian embark on any endeavor, it would be an exceedingly simple task. Your Majesty, I merely wish to step outside and witness the world's wonders. What mischief could I possibly commit? Ting Xian hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen replied, let us deliberate further. After all, we have yet to obtain the ancient decree. After 3 days of tranquility, the southern border holy city finally stirred once more. The elders of the southern border holy land appeared to announce the new rules for entering the holy land. I am filled with anticipation. The last set of rules involved a battle among the holy lands. I wonder what this new set will entail. Let us hope for something intriguing. Watching battles repeatedly can become rather tiresome. I recall a previous rule involving a contest of strength among the sages of the holy lands. Just imagining the spectacle is exhilarating. Is this not the whimsical nature of the mighty who established the rules? The cultivators within the holy city buzzed with excitement over the forthcoming regulations for entering the holy land. Not long after, the elders of the southern sacred land announced the rules for entering the sacred land, leaving most cultivators astonished upon learning them. The rules dictated that qualified sacred lands must search for keys within the sacred city. These keys, embodied as incense burners, could transform into various forms, requiring the individuals from the sacred lands to discern them themselves. What? A treasure hunt? Such an endeavor is not without merit. One might encounter rare divine metals and spiritual herbs, or even the emergence of imperial gold. Shortly after the announcement of the rules, the entire sacred city buzzed with activity as most cultivators hurried into the 5 grand markets of the city in search of keys. Only a handful of sacred lands remained unhurried, choosing to bide their time. The listening pavilion and the flying Immortal Sect were certainly in no rush. Aware that with only 3 days allotted for the search, many sacred lands would likely return empty-handed. If they could acquire more keys to sell to these sacred lands, it would be a lucrative venture. After all, how much time could one realistically have to find surplus keys? Surely, there would not even be enough for themselves. Do you not trust the sect master? When the sect master acts, success is assured. The disciples of the flying Immortal Sect engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was employing his Taoist heavenly eye, under which nothing could escape scrutiny. Within mere moments, he comprehended the locations of all the keys. Imperial Sovereign. I am quite familiar with the keys. Should I take action? Listening Pavilion inquired as he approached Fang Chen. No need. I am already aware of all the key locations. Fang Chen declined, subsequently leading the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect away from the Listening Pavilion. Chapter 42. The 10,000 Stars Sect. Soon after, the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect entered one of the grand markets within the sacred city. Upon seeing Zhu Yixing, several cultivators instantly recognized his identity, and thus, the news of Fang Chen and his companions belonging to the flying Immortal Sect spread swiftly. Is this truly a disciple of the flying Immortal Sect? They all appear extraordinary. Observers noted that the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect radiated a luminous aura and possessed refined energies, undeniably the hallmarks of sacred land disciples. Do you see those two ahead? They are the unrivaled prodigies of the flying Immortal Sect, renowned in the northern domain, akin to youthful sovereigns. What nonsense! How could 2 young sovereigns emerge from a non-immortal sacred land? If those two are indeed young sovereigns, I shall consume this piece of fire cloud gold on the spot. The presence of the flying Immortal Sect sparked fervent discussions among the surrounding cultivators. Among them, Chun Daofan gazed intently in a particular direction, lost in thought. Senior brother, what captivates your attention? Su Tao inquired, intrigued by Chun Daofan's demeanor. I just caught a glimpse of a powerful figure from my era, Chun Daofan explained. The market was bustling with cultivators clad in garments from various epochs, and Chun Daofan had just spotted a formidable individual adorned in attire from 100,000 years ago, stirring memories of his past. Chen Xiaoyu may not be aware that these cultivators from different eras are the imprints of mighty beings from each age. Once the sacred city is opened, these imprints are granted life, allowing them to exist momentarily. Furthermore, if the sacred city were to be attacked, these powerful imprints could aid in its defense. Listening Pavilion elaborated. Can I converse with them? Chen Daofan asked. Indeed. And these imprints carry the memories of their respective powerful beings. If you have inquiries, perhaps you can obtain answers from them. Listening Pavilion affirmed, though he quickly added, however, do remember that these beings are mere imprints. Their memories are limited to what they retained before leaving their mark. Anything beyond that pertains solely to their experiences within the sacred city. Chen Daofan nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Fang Chen, walking at the forefront, suddenly halted, prompting the others to stop and turn towards him. Zhang Shidi, purchase everything from that stall, Fang Chen instructed, pointing to a vendor by the roadside. Zhang Sheng readily complied. Approaching the designated stall, I would like to acquire everything. How much spiritual essence is required? Zhang Sheng asked the vendor, a male cultivator clad in a green robe. Upon hearing the inquiry, the vendor raised 3 fingers. I do not require spiritual essence. I need you to complete 3 tasks for me. In the grand markets of the sacred city, transactions were not solely conducted with spiritual essence. Some vendors demanded tasks to be fulfilled in exchange for their goods. Unfamiliar with such circumstances, Zhang Sheng found himself at a loss. He glanced at Fang Chen, who nodded slightly, prompting Zhang Sheng to prepare to agree. Wait. I also have my eye on your items. I wish to bid. A young boy and an elder emerged from the crowd, declaring loudly. Zhang Sheng turned to see a chubby-cheeked boy with red lips and white teeth. Who are you? I am Xianxian, the boy replied. Xianxian, the son of the 3rd elder of the 10,000 Stars sect? Surely, you must be mistaken. The boy's aura shimmered with starlight, clearly revealing his cultivation of the 10,000 Stars Sutra. Why provoke the flying Immortal Sect? It was rumored that Xianxian and Gu Qi were close friends. Having grown up together, likely seeking to avenge Gu Qi upon hearing the explanations from the observing cultivators, Zhang Sheng raised an eyebrow. Do you seek to avenge Gu Qi? Humph. While Gu Qi is my friend, his predicament is of his own making. He cannot blame others. I have heard that the star-plucking sacred land has submitted to the flying Immortal Sect. Do you know that the star-plucking sacred land is a branch of the 10,000 Stars sect? Xianxian frowned and explained. When did the star-plucking sacred land become a branch of your 10,000 Stars sect? Do not spout nonsense, Xianxian. At that moment, a disciple from the star-plucking peak immediately voiced a denial. Indeed, a century ago, when the star-plucking sacred land was defeated by the 10,000 Stars sect, they agreed to become a branch and offer the star-plucking sutra. Xianxian retorted loudly. Humph. Those who wish to become your 10,000 Stars sect's branch have long since left the star-plucking sacred land for the 10,000 Stars sect. A copy of the star-plucking sutra was provided to the 10,000 Stars sect. This matter has long been settled, as confirmed by the sect master himself. The disciple from star-plucking peak sneered, adding, Xianxian, if you aspire to usurp power, you will have to wait a few more years. Xianxian's face flushed with indignation, alternating between red and pale. Regardless, you disciples of the star-plucking sacred land are traitors. The flying Immortal Sect daring to accept the traitors of the 10,000 Stars sect is tantamount to opposing us. Xianxian gritted his teeth, resorting to petty tactics. You wish to bid? Then please, make your offer, Zhang Sheng said with a smile, addressing Xianxian. The sacred city had a rule that if multiple parties desired the same item, they must bid, with the highest offer securing the item. Thus, Zhang Sheng had no choice but to compete with Xianxian. I am willing to complete 5 tasks for you, Xianxian declared to the vendor. The vendor's eyes brightened. Intrigued. 7 tasks, Zhang Sheng countered immediately. 10 tasks. 11, 12, 15, 17. Deal. Upon seeing Xianxian call out 17, Zhang Sheng erupted with excitement. Aren't you going to bid? Xianxian gazed at Zhang Sheng in disbelief. Of course not, Zhang Sheng scoffed, then sauntered over to another vendor to inquire about their prices. Upon learning that he could acquire everything for just 1,000 pounds of spiritual essence, Zhang Sheng casually glanced in Xianxian's direction. Xianxian, naturally, noticed Zhang Sheng's gaze. But an elder beside him seized Zhou Xian's arm, cautioning, "Young master, do not act impulsively." Heeding the elder's advice, Zhou Xian calmed himself and refrained from further contention with Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng sighed regretfully and agreed to the vendor's terms. "Uncle Fu, please invoke the laws of the sacred city," Zhou Xian instructed the elder beside him. Uncle Fu nodded, then formed a hand gesture, causing the laws of the sacred city to coalesce above. Momentarily, these laws transformed into a dazzling beam of divine light that descended upon the 10 items before Zhou Xian. The wares in the market were a mix of genuine and counterfeit, some of which even the vendors themselves could not discern. Thus, the laws of the sacred city were required for clarification. As the divine light faded, Zhou Xian's face radiated confidence. His contention with the Feixian Sect over these 10 items was not merely personal animosity, but a belief that among them lay treasures of great worth. "To challenge me, you are still too naive," he mused, eagerly eyeing the 10 items. Chapter 43, Graciously Offering Treasures, Thank You. At this moment, the 10 items lay bare under the scrutiny of the sacred city's laws. "Hey, look at those 10 items. They're all worthless junk, not a single good one among them. Just moments ago, they had shimmered with brilliance and divine mist. How could none be of value? You don't understand. If items aren't made to appear genuine, would you consider purchasing them?" Zhou Xian had paid the price of 17 items to obtain a heap of rubbish. What a catastrophic loss. If those 17 items had been trivial matters, it would not have been an issue, but he dreaded encountering a few troublesome items. Indeed, once a transaction was completed, it could not be undone, and should troublesome items arise, even the Wanxing sect would likely be implicated. Hearing the surrounding cultivators whispering, Zhou Xian felt his blood boil. "I clearly saw at least 2 sacred artifacts among them. Why are they all worthless?" Zhou Xian was incredulous. His confidence in his judgment stemmed from his mastery of an art called Heavenly Eye, which allowed him to pierce through illusions and discern the ethereal. Having previously profited greatly from this ability, Zhou Xian had unwavering faith in his insights. However, having misjudged this time, he could only swallow the bitter fruit of his own making. He then glanced towards Zhang Sheng. After activating his Heavenly Eye, Zhou Xian let out a cold chuckle. "Just a pile of trash, yet you're so pleased? You'll have your moment of despair soon enough." At that moment, Xianxian personally intervened to unveil the 7 items Zhang Sheng had acquired, and instantly, brilliance surged skyward, vitality swirling. Among the 7 items, 3 were indeed precious sacred artifacts: the blood flame diamond, one of the sacred gold; the Baixian fruit, a millennium-old sacred herb; the golden silkworm molt, a sacred grade material. Consuming it could extend one's life by 500 years. Goodness, 3 sacred artifacts. The Feixian Sect is incredibly fortunate. Fortunate? Just look at the other 4 items. Aside from the 3 sacred artifacts, the remaining 4 items included 3 treasures that, while not sacred, were exceedingly rare and valuable. The last item left everyone astounded. A censer? Wasn't that the key to entering the sacred land? The Feixian Sect had struck gold on their first attempt, leaving the other sacred lands in a quandary. Had they truly found the key so swiftly, after merely half an hour of practice? Zhou Xian, too, stared in astonishment at the censer in Zhang Sheng's hands. What? Zhou Xian's heart was in turmoil, a blend of bitterness, embarrassment, and helplessness. He had initially envisioned a dazzling performance for himself, only to have the spotlight stolen by another, rendering him the subject of ridicule. "Young master," Uncle Fu gently called to Zhou Xian. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Zhou Xian replied, "It seems the Feixian Sect possesses some prowess. This time, I miscalculated. I assure you, it will not happen again." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, aren't you taking these items with you?" Zhang Sheng called out as Zhou Xian was departing. Zhou Xian paused briefly, retorting, "If you're so fond of trash, consider it a gift." With that, he did not linger and departed. "How perplexing," Su Tao murmured after Zhou Xian's exit. Initially, it was Zhou Xian who instigated the conflict, yet in his departure, he spoke as if the Feixian Sect had provoked him. "Master, did you already anticipate Zhou Xian would make an appearance?" Chen Daofan inquired of Fang Chen in a hushed tone. "Of course not." Fang Chen shook his head in denial, then smiled at Su Tao. "Su Tao, go retrieve that pile of items." "Huh, master, isn't that inappropriate? What hesitation? Did you not hear Zhou Xian just say he would give all these items to us?" Su Tao, upon hearing this, had no choice but to comply. Once the 10 items were brought forth, Fang Chen picked up 2 irregularly shaped stones and squeezed them forcefully. Immediately, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, akin to orchids and musk, intoxicating all who inhaled. In Fang Chen's hand appeared a drop of emerald green liquid along with a censer. What? Another key? The Feixian Sect now possesses 2 keys. How amusing. If Zhou Xian were to discover he had inadvertently gifted a key to the Feixian Sect, he would surely be infuriated. What is that drop of liquid? It smells divine. Among the crowd, some knowledgeable cultivators recognized the origin of the liquid in Fang Chen's hand. It was a drop of the king's essence, not quite a king, but comparable to a minor king. What value did a liquid of such caliber possess? I could never afford a drop of liquid comparable to a minor king in 10 lifetimes. I am extremely curious about xianxia's feelings right now. Graciously offering 2 treasures to the Feixian Sect. Back with the Feixian Sect, Fang Chen split the drop of King's essence in half, distributing it to Chen Daofan and Su Tao. This essence is imbued with potent energy. Only the 2 of you can harness it. Chen Daofan and Su Tao accepted their halves of the King's essence, and Fang Chen subsequently handed over the 3 sacred artifacts to 3 accompanying disciples, with the Feixian fruit going to Xianxia. Afterward, Fang Chen led everyone to continue searching for keys within the Grand Market. 3 sacred artifacts just handed over to disciples who haven't even reached the great realm of immortality? How extravagant. This surely must be an act. Those were 3 sacred artifacts. After Fang Chen and the others departed, the surrounding cultivators were left in shock over Fang Chen's actions. Before long, news of the Feixian Sect possessing 2 keys spread throughout the entire sacred city. Simultaneously, xianxia's name became known to all within the city. Xianxia is truly a remarkable individual. Why have I not encountered him? By the way, does anyone know where Xianxia is? I wish to meet this brilliant mind. Don't mention it. He has probably lost interest in remaining in the sacred city. At this moment, Xianxia was still employing his divine eye to search for the keys. Upon learning of the matter, he felt as if his heart had stopped, and darkness enveloped his vision. Young master, please, do not be agitated, Fu Bo urged, noticing Xianxia's trembling form, and quickly steadied him. Fu Bo, I simply handed over the treasured items without a second thought. I truly am. Xianxia gasped for breath, his hands quivering, his heart tumultuous. Young master, perhaps we should retrieve those 2 treasures. After all, they rightfully belong to us, Fu Bo suggested. No, I, Xianxia, have already publicly offered them. How could I possibly take them back? What would others think of me? What would they think of the Wanqing sect? Xianxia countered vehemently. Fu Bo sighed, feeling helpless about Xianxia's insistence on preserving his pride at the cost of his well-being. Young master, consider the brighter side. At least it confirms that your divine eye remains functional, Fu Bo reassured him. Upon hearing this, Xianxia gradually calmed his inner turmoil. Fu Bo was correct. His divine eye had indeed aided him in locating treasures, and it was merely his own negligence that led to this oversight. Chapter 44, The Emergence of Imperial Gold. A day later, Fang Chen, accompanied by the members of the flying Immortal Sect, departed from the listening pavilion to another grand market. Ever since discovering the 2 keys yesterday, Fang Chen had subsequently located a total of 5 keys. However, 7 keys were still far from sufficient, with 16 individuals from the flying Immortal Sect present. They needed 9 more to grant everyone access to the sacred grounds. Remarkably, throughout the previous day, Fang Chen had uncovered numerous treasures, all of which he entrusted to the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect and the 6 guardians. The flying Immortal Sect has returned. I wonder what treasures they will uncover today, murmured a passerby. They took all the treasures, leaving us with none, another lamented. How ridiculous. One cannot blame the road for their misfortune. As Fang Chen and his companions made their entrance, the onlookers expressed mixed sentiments about the flying Immortal Sect. Yet, Fang Chen paid no heed to their comments, proceeding with his plans within the bustling market. The flying Immortal Sect discovered a piece of sacred gold, which was promptly handed to a disciple, evoking envy among the crowd. I wish to become a disciple of the flying Immortal Sect, one sighed. How is it that I lack such good fortune? Another exclaimed in frustration, another key. How many does the flying Immortal Sect possess now? 13. Other sacred grounds only have 5 at most, and the flying Immortal Sect has more than doubled that. Indeed, the flying Immortal Sect acquired an unparalleled holy weapon for merely 3,000 pounds of spirit essence. You must be new here. Why the fuss over such trivial matters? Didn't the flying Immortal Sect obtain a legendary holy weapon for 500 pounds of spirit essence yesterday? As time passed, Fang Chen scoured the entirety of the grand market, obtaining treasures that left bystanders envious. The initial shock among the observing cultivators gradually transformed into numbness, leading them to lose interest. We're leaving. There's nothing novel here. Could they not find something like imperial gold to excite us? What a fanciful thought. If the flying Immortal Sect were to unearth imperial gold, at that moment, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the sacred city, followed by a purple dragon soaring into the heavens, gliding through the clouds. However, it soon faded from sight. What was that? It appeared to be an omen heralding the emergence of the divine dragon's imperial gold. Divine dragon imperial gold? Is that not imperial gold itself? Does this mean that Imperial Gold has indeed materialized? Esteemed guests, the Flying Immortal Sect has discovered a fist-sized piece of Divine Dragon Imperial Gold. Hurry to witness it. This was the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold, truly magnificent. Zhang Sheng gazed intently at the fist-sized piece of purple divine gold in Fang Chen's hand, utterly mesmerized. The Divine Dragon Imperial Gold was entirely purple, radiating with violet divine mist, adorned with a serpentine pattern that seemed to dance upon its surface. Well then, having marveled at the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold, it is time to continue our search for keys, Fang Chen announced, before putting the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold away. The observing cultivators, upon seeing the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold being stored, sighed with slight regret. What a pity. We have not yet seen enough of the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold. Nonetheless, to witness Imperial Gold in this lifetime is indeed worthwhile. Alas, the Flying Immortal Sect has acquired a piece of Imperial Gold. What will they do once the sacred city closes? What can they do? They can either resist to the death or surrender the Imperial Gold in exchange for protection. There are no other options. After all, it is Imperial Gold, coveted even by the indestructible sacred grounds. How could the Flying Immortal Sect possibly safeguard it? Indeed, moreover, the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold in their possession is a rare find. Fist-sized and extraordinary. Even if divided, it could forge 2 Imperial weapons. Just as Fang Chen and his companions were about to depart, a saint suddenly summoned a sacred weapon, launching a cataclysmic strike at them. However, the laws of the sacred city surged forth, engulfing both the saint and the sacred weapon. A scream echoed, and the saint vanished without a trace, unknown whether alive or dead. Observing this, listening pavilion let out a cold chuckle. The surrounding cultivators fell silent, their hearts gripped by fear. Once Fang Chen and his party left, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Indeed, wealth can cloud one's judgment. A piece of Imperial Gold could lead a saint to forget life and death. If I were not lacking in strength, I too might have succumbed to the temptation. No one can resist such a lure. Mark my words, once the sacred city closes, a storm of bloodshed will ensue. As time progressed, the members of the Flying Immortal Sect gathered numerous treasures and keys from various grand markets within the sacred city. However, the most significant attention was drawn to the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold. Since its emergence, the number of cultivators in the grand markets had surged, all hoping to emulate the Flying Immortal Sect and find a piece of Imperial Gold. Yet, apart from the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold, no other Imperial Gold had surfaced. Upon learning of the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold's appearance, several extraordinary and supreme forces approached the Flying Immortal Sect, seeking to purchase the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold in their possession. These esteemed forces represented the indestructible powers behind them, for only such forces could hope to acquire something as rare as Imperial Gold. Naturally, the Flying Immortal Sect declined to sell the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold. Shortly after this incident, cultivators within the sacred city observed several members of extraordinary and supreme forces hastily departing. Some speculated that they were gathering reinforcements, preparing to seize the Divine Dragon Imperial Gold once the sacred city closed. Inside the listening pavilion, Fang Chen meticulously laid out the keys he had acquired. We have located a total of 26 keys. Dao Fan, please take 16 keys and distribute them among the others. Fang Chen instructed Chen Dao Fan. Yes, master. Chen Dao Fan replied, promptly taking the 16 incense burners and distributing them to the members of the Flying Immortal Sect. Master, what shall we do with the remaining 10 incense burners? Su Tao inquired curiously, glancing at the leftover burners. These 10 incense burners have their own purposes, Fang Chen smiled. Just as he finished speaking, listening pavilion entered, stating, Imperial Sovereign, there are outsiders seeking you. They wish to discuss a matter. Tell them not to harbor any delusions. Fang Chen replied. Fang Chen appeared to be aware of the discussions the outsiders intended to engage in and promptly declined. Ting Xian nodded and subsequently departed. Moments later, voices echoed outside the building. The Feixian Sect and the Xianxia Sect have come with sincerity. Are you aware of the perilous predicament you currently face? I have received news that 3 immortal forces, coveting the Divine Dragon's gold and purple, are preparing to seize it. Moreover, several other immortal forces are observing, yet have yet to make a decision. Should these immortal forces join the fray for the Imperial Gold, not even divine beings could save you. If you surrender the key and the Imperial Gold now, I can assure you that you will leave the Holy City alive. Furthermore, the Feixian Sect would receive the protection of the immortal forces, freeing you from future fears. Chapter 45, The Issuance of a Pursuit Order. Before the Feixian Sect within the building could respond, Ting Xian countered from outside. Such delusions. If indeed 3 immortal sacred lands were to join the contest for the Imperial Gold, what grounds do you possess to contend against them? This matter is, of course, a secret, replied a male cultivator with a goat-like beard. We have also learned that the Gu family bears a grudge against the Feixian Sect. After our persuasion, the Gu family has recognized their error. With that, Gu Wangwei stepped forward from the 12 individuals, his demeanor calm as he respectfully bowed towards Ting Xian's building. I previously failed in my governance, and the Gu family has acknowledged their mistake. We hope that the Feixian Sect will overlook past grievances. Upon finishing, Gu Wangwei gazed earnestly at Ting Xian's building, seemingly genuinely remorseful. At this moment, Zhu Yixing emerged from the interior. Return, he said, his expression indifferent. The sect leader has grown weary of this. If you do not depart soon. Zhu Yixing glanced at Ting Xian, who promptly summoned the laws of the holy city. Upon witnessing the surging laws, the goat-bearded cultivator's eyelids twitched. We truly come with sincerity. We are willing to exchange a sacred weapon for an incense burner. Zhu Yixing did not respond, but instead looked towards Ting Xian, who, noticing the situation, pointed a finger. In an instant, a divine spear, piercing through the myriad paths and transcending the cosmic void, obliterated the goat-bearded cultivator. Ting Xian, as a deity of the holy city. How can you casually slay a human? Seeing the goat-bearded cultivator's demise, the previously confident individuals were suddenly stricken with fear. Such excessive chatter. Ting Xian offered no explanation. As divine spears rained down, each claiming a life. After vanquishing the ungrateful, Fang Chen spoke from within the building. Xianxia Sect, Gu family. Fang Chen mentioned a total of 6 factions, including 4 unparalleled forces and 2 supreme powers, and declared a pursuit order against these 6 factions. Should anyone bring back the heads of individuals from these 6 factions, the Feixian Sect is prepared to offer the key as a reward. Fang Chen's voice resonated throughout the holy city like the tolling of a heavenly bell. What? A pursuit order has been issued? How exhilarating. Yet, how can one engage in battle within the confines of the holy city? At this moment, Fang Chen's voice echoed throughout the holy city once more. Those desiring the key have 2 hours to unleash their powers. Within these 2 hours, the laws of the holy city will not apply to you. After 2 hours, the sacred grounds will open. Thus, Fang Chen set the time for the pursuit at 2 hours. To ensure his words bore truth, he instructed Zhu Yixing to demonstrate his power before Ting Xian's building. Immediately, a vast holy might surged through the holy city. Once Zhu Yixing struck at Ting Xian, the laws of the holy city indeed did not manifest. However, despite Zhu Yixing's demonstration, some forces remained skeptical of the Feixian Sect, suspecting that it was merely a ruse to deceive them. In the courtyard of the Xianxia Sect, upon learning that no sacred grounds chose to believe the Feixian Sect, the elders breathed a sigh of relief. The Feixian Sect, humph, once the holy city closes, it will be your demise, muttered an elder of the Xianxia Sect ominously. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming holy might swept across the entire holy city, causing a sense of foreboding to rise within the elder. Indeed, moments later, a raucous laughter reverberated throughout the holy city. Ha! The Feixian Sect speaks true. The laws of the holy city are indeed ineffective. Fellow Xianxia, I shall borrow your heads. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Xianxia Sect's countenance paled, and without a second thought, he attempted to summon his powers to flee. However, as soon as he did, the laws of the holy city surged forth and consumed him. Subsequently, a towering figure, standing 8 feet tall, traversed the air and entered the courtyard of the Xianxia Sect. Is it only the 3 of you left? Tung Tianlin frowned, observing the 3 true disciples of the Xianxia Sect, with the others having long vanished. Senior, does your Tung family intend to oppose the Xianxia Sect? One of the disciples boldly inquired. Oppose? The Xianxia Sect is not worthy of opposing the Tung family, Tang Tianlin retorted. He then unleashed his holy might, engulfing the 3 and claiming their lives, leaving only their heads as evidence. Shortly after, Tung Tianlin thundered his way to the front of Ting Xian's building. Here are the heads of the 3 true disciples of the Xianxia Sect. It is unfortunate that the others have vanished, presumably having fled. He tossed the 3 heads before Ting Xian's building and spoke. As his words fell, an incense burner flew out from within the building, which the cultivator caught. Confirming its authenticity, he remarked, the Feixian Sect indeed honors its word. When we next visit the northern lands, the Tung family shall extend a warm welcome. With that, Tung Tianlin departed once more, his steps echoing like thunder. Who was that, daring to slay the true disciples of the Xianxia Sect? Do they not know that the Xianxia Sect is backed by the Qiankuan sacred land? Observers speculated that he was likely from the Tung family of the northern lands. The northern Tung family's backing by the illusory cave of the Qiankuan sacred land explained their audacity to strike down the true disciples of the Xianxia Sect. The remaining 5 factions were bound to suffer. Were it not for their insufficient strength, I would have considered joining the pursuit myself. Shortly thereafter, a figure shrouded in a black cloak, obscuring their features, approached Ting Xian's building. This individual said nothing, merely discarding several heads before swiftly acquiring the incense burner and departing, fearing that lingering too long would expose their identity. As for the Gu family, they could hardly have anticipated such a fate. It was said that Gu Wangwei had long since ordered the Gu family not to provoke the Feixian Sect, yet inevitably, they became embroiled. Perhaps they believed they could remain unharmed under the protection of an immortal force, but they underestimated the Feixian Sect's indifference. I now await the closure of the Holy City, curious to see how many immortal forces will emerge. I am eager to discover into whose hands the divine dragon's gold and purple will ultimately fall. During the next 2 hours, the Holy City was intermittently shaken by surges of holy might, followed by holy beings or great saints arriving with heads in hand to exchange for keys. Fang Chen was quite straightforward. Upon seeing the heads of individuals from the target factions, he readily handed over the keys without delay. Thus, of the 10 extra keys, 6 were distributed, leaving 4 remaining in his possession. A mere 15 minutes before the opening of the sacred land, Fang Chen unexpectedly disseminated the news that as long as one presented treasures satisfactory to the flying Immortal Sect, they would willingly relinquish the remaining 4 incense burners. Upon the release of this information, various factions still in need of the incense burners could no longer remain idle and promptly sought out the flying Immortal Sect. However, many cultivators were perplexed, questioning the necessity of such abundant treasures for the flying Immortal Sect. Would they have the chance to utilize them in the future? Chapter 46. Entering the Sacred Land. Seeking the Ancient Order. The Ancient Order goes missing. By the time the Sacred Land opened, Fang Chen had already exchanged the 4 surplus keys he possessed. The treasures he obtained were handed over to the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect who accompanied him. The Sacred Land of the Southern Wilderness has opened. Let us proceed. At that moment, a portal resembling a swirling vortex manifested in the sky above the sacred city. Those holding keys were the first to harness divine rainbows and rush into the entrance, entering the Southern Wilderness Sacred Land. The members of the flying Immortal Sect also followed Fang Chen into the Sacred Land. Within the first celestial layer of the Southern Wilderness Sacred Land, Fang Chen and his companions made their appearance. The Southern Wilderness Sacred Land consists of 33 celestial layers, and they stood in the first. Each celestial layer is akin to a miniature world, and the ancient order of the Southern Wilderness could potentially materialize in any of these layers. To ascend to the next celestial layer, one must locate the entrance, and the entrances to the first 18 layers had already been discovered. Thus, you may train within the first 18 layers. The 6 protectors will ensure your safety. Fang Chen addressed the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect. Yes, Master. The disciples responded in unison. Following this, Fang Chen departed from the area. After leaving, Fang Chen employed the Grand Tao's heavenly eye to scan the first celestial layer thoroughly. Nothing. Upon failing to detect any trace of the ancient order of the Southern Wilderness, he resolved to enter the second celestial layer. To conserve time, Fang Chen chose not to utilize the entrance to the second layer. Instead, he directly tore apart the boundary wall between the first and second celestial layers and stepped across into the second layer. Upon arriving in the second celestial layer, Fang Chen repeated his earlier method, using the Grand Tao's heavenly eye to survey the area. Yet again, he found no sign of the ancient order. As expected, Fang Chen felt neither surprise nor dismay. After all, they had only begun their search in the first 2 celestial layers, with 31 layers yet to explore. If they failed to uncover the ancient order by the 33rd layer, then that would indeed be a grave matter. Without hesitation, Fang Chen tore asunder the boundary wall between the second and third celestial layers and entered the 3rd layer. He continued this process, ripping through the boundary walls to access the 5th, 6th, and 7th layers. Finally, as he prepared to breach the boundary wall to enter the 11th layer, a ripple surged through the void, followed by the emergence of 2 great saints wearing distressed expressions. Your Majesty, please cease. Do not forcibly tear apart the boundary walls any further. One of the great saints implored respectfully. You hail from the Southern Wilderness Sacred Land? Fang Chen inquired, observing the 2 great saints. Indeed, they affirmed with a nod. Your Majesty must be here for the ancient order of the Southern Wilderness, but there have been complications. We kindly request that you proceed to the Sacred Land. Ancestor Wenyan will provide clarity on the matter. One of the great saints spoke, a hint of pleading in his tone. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen pondered for a few moments before responding. Very well, lead the way. The 2 great saints, relieved by his acquiescence, motioned for him to proceed. Another ripple coursed through the void, and the 2 great saints bowed, allowing Fang Chen to advance first. Without hesitation, he entered the ripple. A few moments later, Fang Chen found himself hovering above a magnificent palace. Within the palace, energies swirled and celestial mists danced, while countless starry lights cascaded down like the Milky Way pouring forth from the heavens. At the innermost part of the palace, a profound aura emanated. reminiscent of an emperor capable of subjugating all beings. Employing the Grand Tao's heavenly eye, Fang Chen discerned that at the heart of the palace, 5 imperial weapons encircled an ultimate imperial weapon, pulsating with radiant light, rising and falling in rhythm. To think that an emperor would personally visit the southern wilderness sacred land. We were unprepared, and we hope your majesty does not hold it against us. A voice resonated from within the palace. As this was said, a blinding radiance erupted from within the palace, soaring into the sky, and shortly after, a quasi-emperor emerged from the light. Ancestor Wenyan. The 2 great saints immediately bowed in reverence upon seeing the quasi-emperor. You may withdraw. Allow me to address the inquiries of His Majesty. Go Wenyan gestured for the 2 great saints to leave, then invited Fang Chen into the palace. Your Majesty, I have just been released from the Divine Essence Jade and am unable to personally welcome you. I beg for your forgiveness, Go Wenyan expressed with a tone of regret. It is of no consequence, Fang Chen replied, unfazed. After a brief pause, he inquired, you are the ancestor of the southern wilderness sacred land. Yet there is no emperor in the realm today? Go Wenyan smiled bitterly, indeed not. He then sighed and elaborated, alas. The last emperor to walk this world dates back 300,000 years. Over these 300 millennia, the southern wilderness sacred land seems to have been cursed, beset by misfortunes, with no one achieving the path to emperorhood. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's heart stirred. Has the ancient order also encountered issues during these 300,000 years? Go Wenyan sighed once more, indeed it has. 15,000 years ago, a traitor emerged within the southern wilderness ancient land. This traitor sought to refine the ancient order of the southern wilderness to command it, which contravened the ancient doctrines of the sacred land. After being thwarted by several elders, the traitor vanished with the ancient order. Ever since, the elders have delayed the opening of the southern wilderness sacred land. However, just recently, the last elder passed away, and the delay could no longer be sustained, thus necessitating the opening of the sacred land. After listening, Fang Chen smiled. How intriguing. I did not anticipate such events within the southern wilderness sacred land. Go Wenyan smiled bitterly once again. The human heart is inscrutable. There are those within the sacred land who cannot escape their nature. With a sigh, Go Wenyan lamented. The disappearance of the ancient order is a failure on the part of the southern wilderness sacred land. It is a significant responsibility for which your majesty has traveled in vain. Therefore, the southern wilderness sacred land is willing to allow your majesty to take 1 imperial weapon as compensation. Fang Chen, surprised, turned to Go Wenyan. Although the southern wilderness sacred land possessed 5 imperial weapons, these were the foundation of the sacred land. The removal of even one would diminish its strength, potentially triggering a chain reaction that could inflict catastrophic consequences upon the sacred land. At this moment, Go Wenyan felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had no desire to proceed in this manner. However, the depth of Fang Chen's power left Go Wenyan feeling apprehensive. He sensed that if Fang Chen were to become enraged, the southern wilderness sacred land could face annihilation in an instant. Unwilling to take such risks, Go Wenyan felt compelled to act in this way to quell Fang Chen's ire. Yet, Fang Chen's response left Go Wenyan astounded. There is no need for an imperial weapon. I still seek the ancient order of the southern wilderness. Go Wenyan's heart sank, but Fang Chen's subsequent words ignited an exhilaration within him, causing him to rise abruptly. The ancient order has not been lost. It has been here all along. It is merely that someone has intervened to conceal it, preventing your senses from detecting it. Fang Chen spoke softly. Chapter 47. Beneath the sacred land, a great emperor aids your escape. Is the emperor's claim genuine? Go Wenyan stood up in excitement. Would I deceive you with mere words? Fang Chen glanced at Go Wenyan, his demeanor indifferent. A shadow of despair crossed Go Wenyan's heart as he realized the gravity of his words, prompting him to quickly respond. Forgive me, your majesty. I was merely overwhelmed by emotion and lost my composure. He then cautiously inquired. Might your majesty reveal the whereabouts of the ancient order? Far away yet near at hand. Fang Chen replied nonchalantly. Go Wenyan found himself bewildered by Fang Chen's words. Beneath the sacred land of the southern frontier lies a person imprisoned, the very one who concealed the ancient order of the southern frontier. Observing Go Wenyan's confusion, Fang Chen ceased to be cryptic and directly disclosed its location. Upon hearing this, Go Wenyan's expression turned frosty. So it is indeed him who is behind this? He then informed Fang Chen. In truth, it has long been speculated that the person beneath the sacred land was responsible for this. However, that individual is far too terrifying. None in the sacred land dare confront him. Fang Chen nodded slightly at this revelation. After employing the great Tao's heavenly eye, he discovered an emperor imprisoned beneath the sacred land, with the ancient order floating before this suppressed emperor. Through the heavenly eye, Fang Chen discerned that the imprisoned emperor was no ordinary figure, for he had existed for an alarming span of 700,000 years. Moreover, This emperor had not extended his life through divine essence or miraculous elixirs. He had lived those 700,000 years entirely on his own. An emperor who has sustained himself for 700 millennia has accumulated an unfathomable strength, explaining why none in the sacred land dare confront him. It is likely that even a mere fraction of his imperial might would be enough to annihilate anyone from the sacred land. What grievances exist between this individual and the sacred land, leading to his imprisonment? Fang Chen once more employed the heavenly eye to peer into the depths. His curiosity piqued. The imprisoned emperor acted with reckless abandon, and after attaining the status of emperor, his audacity only intensified. He subsequently provoked the entire realm of immortal powers within the southern frontier. Ultimately, an elder from one of these immortal factions could no longer tolerate it and, in concert with numerous other immortal forces, suppressed him beneath the sacred land to let him wither away, never expecting he would survive until now. Gu Wenin recounted this tale from the past. How intriguing, Fang Chen remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Let us go meet this individual and swiftly reclaim the ancient order of the southern frontier. Upon hearing this, Gu Wenin's expression shifted. Following Fang Chen to meet the person beneath the ground would be akin to courting death. When they imprisoned that individual, the sacred land had incurred his wrath. However, Fang Chen disregarded Gu Wenin's hesitations and directly descended to the depths. Faced with this, Gu Wenin gritted his teeth and followed suit. In the subterranean chamber, an emperor was bound by chains as thick as a person's arms, each chain securing his hands and feet, with the other ends embedded in the stone walls. The emperor exuded an imperial aura, and the laws of the Tao thundered around him, with arcs of lightning dancing across his form like silver dragons. The emperor's imperial might surged like a tumultuous ocean. Even a mere whisper of it could obliterate a quasi-emperor. Yet, the overwhelming power radiating from him was suppressed by the chains, forged from an unknown material, adorned with intricate runes that shimmered like stars. At that moment, Fang Chen suddenly entered the stone chamber. The imprisoned emperor sensed the disturbance and opened his eyes, instantly conjuring a cataclysmic spectacle of thunder and chaos. You are formidable. It seemed that after a prolonged silence, the emperor articulated each word with deliberate care. You are not lacking either, Fang Chen replied with a smile. At this juncture, Gu Wenin also appeared within the chamber, and upon seeing him, the emperor's eyes flashed with lightning, manifesting a devastating storm of thunder within the chamber. Gu Wenin's complexion paled as he caught a whiff of death scent. However, the thunder, like a shooting star, appeared momentarily before vanishing. You hail from the sacred land of the southern frontier? The emperor inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he regarded Fang Chen. No, I currently have no ties to the sacred land, Fang Chen denied with a shake of his head. Then why do you intervene? The emperor was perplexed. Just because I have no relation now does not mean I won't in the future, Fang Chen elucidated. I have set my sights on the sacred land, and I cannot allow you to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, the emperor simply closed his eyes, ceasing further discourse. I have come for the ancient order of the southern frontier, not to take your life. You need not harbor animosity towards me, Fang Chen stated. Perhaps I could even assist you in your escape. The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief at this declaration. You are the reason I was imprisoned here? Was it not merely a matter of offending some immortal powers? What significance does that hold? Fang Chen replied indifferently. Which emperor has not offended others? It is not solely that, the emperor continued to explain. I had desecrated the ancestral graves of certain immortal powers in the southern frontier. Fang Chen's expression turned incredulous. Surely it was more than mere desecration? Indeed, I merely took a few items. Things like imperial weapons and miraculous elixirs. Those immortal powers had no use for them, so I thought it better to claim them for my own. The emperor spoke in a calm tone, yet the enormity of his actions was staggering. You truly are reckless in your endeavors, Fang Chen chuckled, responding. The emperor then closed his eyes and added, hence, those immortal powers did not directly slay me. They believed this would be a greater punishment. Thus, they imprisoned me here, hoping I would languish and eventually perish from the passage of time. Fang Chen nodded in understanding and remarked, therefore, if those immortal powers were to discover you still exist, you would become a thorn in their side, and should I assist you in escaping, they would surely turn their attention toward me as well. The emperor merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. However, I believe this is of little consequence, Fang Chen remarked lightly. Within the sacred city of the southern frontier, a few lackeys from various immortal powers have already provoked me. Moreover, I possess a piece of divine dragon purple gold. I doubt those immortal powers would let me go unscathed. The emperor's eyes opened anew, his gaze towards Fang Chen transformed. Chapter 48, Follow me, and we shall engage in battle. Have those immortal powers truly become so audacious as to disregard everything, even daring to offend you? The emperor expressed incredulously. Thus, I am unconcerned about incurring the wrath of a few more immortal powers, Fang Chen replied with a smile. What is your desire? The emperor pondered for a moment before looking at Fang Chen. Follow me, was Fang Chen's succinct response. The emergence of an additional follower of the emperor significantly expands the possibilities for Fang Chen, and this is precisely why he desires to recruit the emperor before him. Upon hearing these words, the emperor lowered his gaze, deep in contemplation. Though you have survived for 700,000 years, this is indeed your limit, Fang Chen remarked. You cannot outlive this lifetime. Thus, if you remain ensnared, you will, as those immortal forces wish, experience the passage of time and ultimately perish here due to the exhaustion of your lifespan. After uttering these words, Fang Chen fell silent, patiently awaiting the emperor's response. After a brief interval, the emperor continued to waver. Perceiving this, Fang Chen shook his head and began to withdraw the ancient decree of the southern wilderness, preparing to depart. Wait, I am willing to follow you, the emperor finally resolved. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen halted his departure. Very well, I shall assist you in breaking free at this moment. With that, a surge of imperial laws erupted around Fang Chen, coalescing into a celestial blade that cleaved through the myriad realms and severed the river of time itself. The sound of 4 crisp clangs echoed as 4 chains were effortlessly sliced apart. Instantly, the liberated emperor was enveloped in crackling thunder, filling the once modest stone chamber with a tempestuous aura. Fortunately, the emperor quickly regained his composure, drawing the surrounding lightning into his body. I pay my respects to the emperor. Fan Wugo immediately bowed to Fang Chen in deference. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 4-star potential follower and receiving a 4-star gift package. Subsequently, Fan Wugo cast a glance at Go Wenin, who felt a tingling sensation coursing through his skin, as if lightning danced upon him. Simultaneously, Go Wenin had no doubt that with merely a glance from Fan Wugo, he could be struck down instantaneously. He was Go Wenin, the current patriarch of the southern wilderness sacred land. Noticing this, Fang Chen introduced Go Wenin. Patriarch? Fan Wugo's eyes momentarily flashed with surprise. The once resplendent southern wilderness sacred land had now lost its former glory, hadn't it? Upon hearing this, Go Wenin felt a wave of bitterness rise within him. It was the incompetence of the younger generation that prevented the restoration of the southern wilderness sacred land. Having secured the ancient decree, there was no longer any reason to linger in this place. Let us depart, Fang Chen declared, stepping out of the stone chamber. Go Wenin hastily followed suit, fleeing the chamber. However, Fan Wugo did not leave immediately. Instead, he approached the shattered chains, collecting the severed links from the ground. He then extracted 4 additional chains embedded in the stone wall. These are crafted from celestial fallen gold, one of the fabled materials for forging celestial weapons. They must not be wasted. Once he had gathered all the chains, Fan Wugo contentedly exited the stone chamber. At this moment, Fang Chen and Go Wenin were already waiting atop the palace for Fan Wugo. Upon joining them, Fan Wugo gazed down at the palace, his eyes widening in awe. The divine dragon paves the way, and the phoenix forges paths. This truly is a magnificent place, he exclaimed, captivated by the sight below. Observing Fan Wugo's reaction, Fang Chen inquired, Fan Wugo, are you considering setting your sights on the southern wilderness sacred land? In response, Fan Wugo grinned playfully, Your Majesty. This place is an unparalleled celestial vein. It must harbor extraordinary treasures. Naturally, as the southern wilderness sacred land piques your interest, I would never contest it. Fang Chen merely shook his head at this remark. Meanwhile, in the 15th layer of heaven, a fierce battle had commenced. Surrender the ancient decree of the southern wilderness, and you may yet find a path to survival. Otherwise, this place shall be your tomb. A great sage intoned gravely, fixated on the adversaries before him. Before the great sage stood 3 saints who united their powers to activate an unparalleled sacred weapon for defense. We are willing to hand over the ancient decree, but we beseech the great sage to spare the Kangwu Lei family. One saint urgently pleaded, fearful that a moment's delay would seal their doom. No problem. The great sage replied without hesitation. Subsequently, one saint tossed forth an ancient decree inscribed with the words Southern Wilderness on either side. The great sage grasped the decree with eagerness, excitement flickering in his eyes, while the 3 saints hastily activated their sacred weapon and fled the scene like the wind. True to his word, the great sage refrained from pursuing them. Ko Yinjin, hand over the ancient decree. Just as the great sage secured the decree and prepared to depart, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Then, a formidable presence tore through the fabric of reality and emerged. Lulu, do you intend to oppose the Kurong sect? Ko Yinjin felt his heart sink upon seeing the great sage materialize from the void. The Kurong sect? A mere trifling compared to the Feng family. Yet Lulu remained silent, and the void was once again rent asunder as a youth stepped forth from the ether. Upon seeing this youth, Ko Yinjin's countenance darkened. Fengxian, The Feng family has released you from your seal. Ko Yinjin, I advise you to surrender the ancient decree, out of respect for our past. I may yet spare your life, Feng Xian stated, casting a disdainful glance at Ko Yinjin. The latter's anger flared at Feng Xian's contemptuous expression, yet he felt powerless. Despite both being great sages, their statuses were vastly different. Ko Yinjin was merely the sole great sage ancestor of the Kurong sect, while Feng Xian was not only the great sage ancestor of the Feng family, but had also been a disciple of a supreme sacred land in his youth. Now that Feng Xian had ascended to the status of a great sage, the relationship between the Feng family and this supreme sacred land was anything but trivial. The Kurong sect paled in comparison to the Feng family. Just then, the void trembled as more great sages emerged, tearing through the fabric of reality. Many of these great sages were unfamiliar to Ko Yinjin, likely hailing from distant regions. All these great sages, without exception, sought the ancient decree in Ko Yinjin's possession. In an instant, Ko Yinjin felt the ancient decree in his grasp become a scorching hot potato, longing to relinquish it. Yet he was equally unwilling to hand it over without a fight. After much contemplation, Ko Yinjin gritted his teeth and resolved, I will fight. Having made his decision, Ko Yinjin wasted no time in summoning his unparalleled sacred weapon. Instantly, a bowl materialized before him. He unleashed a torrent of vital energy, which cascaded onto the bowl, causing an endless radiance to spill forth, enveloping Ko Yinjin and isolating him from the other great sages like a celestial river. Seizing this opportunity, Ko Yinjin tore through the void and fled without looking back. Chapter 49. Unable to refine, the false ancient decree lacks such power. What audacity! Where do you think you're going? Seeking your own demise. Upon witnessing Ko Yinjin tear through the void to escape, the multitude of great sages erupted in fury. Their voices raised in condemnation. Simultaneously, they summoned their own unparalleled sacred weapons, unleashing a barrage upon the starry cascade of light. In that instant, a dazzling array of brilliance flickered as surging divine power roiled through the heavens and earth like tumultuous waves, with a resounding crash akin to the thunder of the heavens. The unparalleled sacred weapon of Ko Yinjin began to tremble violently. Soon, cracks appeared on its surface, rapidly spreading like wildfire. With a deafening bang, the vessel shattered as if a meteorite had collided with the earth, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Pursue. Do not let him escape. First, we must obtain the ancient decree before addressing anything else. The many great saints, in perfect unison, tore through the void, chasing after Ko Yinjin. At that moment, Ko Yinjin, who was fleeing at breakneck speed, felt a jolt in his heart. He realized that his extraordinary sacred weapon had been destroyed. A pang of agony struck him, for that weapon had required immense effort and dedication to forge. Yet, he consoled himself, thinking it had at least bought him a brief respite. Ko Yinjin then produced the ancient decree of the southern wilderness, channeling his spiritual energy into it, intending to refine the decree. If he succeeded in refining the ancient decree, it would be a fait accompli. The great saints would be left powerless to intervene. However, Ko Yinjin sensed something amiss. Despite his frantic attempts to infuse the decree with his power, it seemed to vanish into the void, showing no response whatsoever. Anxiously, he realized that if he could not refine the decree in a timely manner, he would be caught by the pursuing saints. Even with his sacred weapon in hand, he would stand no chance. Why is this happening? Ko Yinjin was unwilling to accept this outcome and intensified his energy flow. At that moment, the void behind him trembled, and soon, Lu, Feng Xian, and 3 other great saints appeared in pursuit. Ko Yinjin, if you hand over the southern wilderness decree now, I may spare your life. Feng Xian called out loudly upon spotting him. Otherwise, you shall be buried alongside the withered glory of your sect. Ko Yinjin, consumed by the desire to refine the ancient decree, had no intention of heeding Feng Xian's words. Instead, he accelerated, distancing himself from them. Faster, I must go faster. He urged himself, pouring more energy into the decree. Yet, as his power gradually diminished, a chill settled in his heart. He recognized that something was gravely wrong with this ancient decree. After expending so much energy, even a supreme sacred weapon should have shown some reaction. Yet, this decree remained utterly unresponsive. Could it be a counterfeit? Ko Yinjin was loath to accept such a bitter truth. Had he sacrificed a peerless sacred weapon for a mere fake decree? His heart felt as though it were bleeding. The thought of the great saints still pursuing him only deepened his frustration. Resolving himself, Ko Yinjin abruptly ceased his escape. Seeing him stop, Feng Xian and the other great saints exchanged cold smiles. Ko Yinjin, it is too late for you to hand over the decree now, Feng Xian stated. Ko Yinjin turned to find more great saints emerging from the void, their expressions devoid of warmth. Everyone, we have been deceived, Ko Yinjin declared, feeling the weight of despair pressing down on him. This decree is a fake. I cannot refine it. He raised the ancient decree, revealing its condition to them. Xianxian. The Southern Wilderness Decree is an imperial weapon. How could a mere great saint like you hope to refine it? Such delusions. Feixian's words dripped with disdain. Feixian, do you think I am unaware that the Southern Wilderness Decree is an imperial artifact? Xianxian took a deep breath. However, you must also recognize that the circumstances surrounding the Southern Wilderness Decree are exceptional. If it were merely a matter of refining it, even a sage could accomplish that with ease. Yet here I am, a great saint unable to do so. Do you not find this perplexing? Feixian's condescending demeanor began to fade, replaced by a grave seriousness. Are you certain you are not trying to deceive us? If you doubt my words, you need only try for yourself, Xianxian replied, tossing the ancient decree to Feixian. Feixian caught the decree, casting a skeptical glance at Xianxian before channeling his own energy into it. As he poured in his power, his expression grew increasingly grim. So it is true. We have been played for fools. He seethed, his teeth clenched in anger. Feixian then passed the decree to the other great saints. When the last saint attempted to crush the decree, he discovered that even with all his might, he could not leave a mark upon it. Quietly, he tucked the decree away and was the first to depart. One by one, the other saints followed suit, leaving the scene. Xianxian, I hope you have not deceived us, Feixian warned as he glanced back at him. What gain would I have from deceiving you? To refine a genuine decree? If you do not believe me, I can follow you until the sacred land closes, Xianxian replied, his heart heavy with bitterness. Now, he could only hope that the true ancient decree would be discovered to prove the veracity of his claims. Feixian said nothing more, merely casting a lingering glance at Xianxian before departing. What a tremendous loss. What was I even doing here? I neither feasted on lamb nor avoided disaster. As the farce of the counterfeit decree concluded, the great saints and sages who had entered the sacred land became aware of the situation. Meanwhile, the members of the Lei family were left dumbfounded upon learning of the matter. Brother, this could very well spell disaster for the Lei family. The youngest sage of the Lei family expressed with concern. Hide. The eldest sage of the Lei family quickly decided, before the sacred land closes. We must find a place to conceal ourselves. Soon, the three sages of the Lei family vanished within the sacred land. In the 33rd heaven, Fang Chen, having not dissipated the eye of heavenly insight, witnessed the events unfold in the 15th heaven from beginning to end. Fan Wugo and Gu Wenin, observing Fang Chen's distant gaze, dared not make a sound, fearful of disturbing him. How intriguing. A counterfeit decree has appeared in the 15th heaven, Fang Chen remarked. Gu Wenin, do you know anything about this? Startled, Gu Wenin began to explain. Esteemed Emperor, this was precipitated by the Southern Wilderness Sacred Land. After the Southern Wilderness Decree went missing, the elders of the Sacred Land resolved to create a new decree to replace the lost one. However, lacking the divine ability to craft such an artifact, the decree they forged was merely a facade. Eventually, this counterfeit decree vanished, and despite their prolonged search, the Southern Wilderness Sacred Land could not locate it. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded slightly and inquired, how many counterfeit decrees did the Southern Wilderness Sacred Land create? Gu Wenin forced a wry smile. Naturally, there was only one. In their pursuit of success, the materials used were mostly consistent with the one in your possession, esteemed Emperor. Only a few materials that could not be found were substituted. The effort to forge this new decree nearly depleted half of the Southern Wilderness Sacred Land's resources. Did you witness the emergence of this counterfeit decree? Fang Chen asked, nodding. Indeed, it unfolded within the 15th heaven, Gu Wenin replied, resigned. The ancient decree consumed nearly half of the accumulated resources of the Southern Sacred Land. Will you not implore the Emperor to reclaim it? Fan Wugo inquired curiously upon witnessing the situation. That ancient decree has long been rendered obsolete, devoid of any utility. To hope for its decomposition to yield divine gold is nothing short of a delusion. Gu Wenin gently shook his head and elucidated. Moreover, the genuine ancient decree now resides in the hands of the Emperor. What purpose would the counterfeit serve? After hearing this, Fan Wugo shook his head in slight regret and sighed. At that moment, Fang Chen produced the authentic ancient decree and turned his gaze toward Gu Wenin. Gu Wenin, once I refine the ancient decree, the Southern Sacred Land shall be incorporated into the Feixian Sect, becoming a branch thereof. Upon hearing this, Gu Wenin was taken aback and hurriedly spoke. Your Majesty, this matter. Observing Gu Wenin's apparent reluctance, Fan Wugo immediately turned his attention to him. Under Fan Wugo's scrutiny, beads of cold sweat began to form on Gu Wenin's forehead. It is not that I am unwilling to comply, but rather that it contravenes established protocol. The Southern Sacred Land exists to safeguard the Southern Ancient Decree. Should it cease to exist, chaos would ensue. Fang Chen, unfazed, responded with a calm demeanor. Once I refine the Ancient Decree, it shall remain in my possession. There is no need for the Southern Sacred Land to oversee it. Go Wenyan, undeterred, reiterated, Your Majesty, the Southern Ancient Decree contains imperial edicts inscribed by the Southern Emperor himself, which cannot be disregarded. Meanwhile, Fan Wugo, having absorbed Gu Wenyan's words, addressed Fang Chen, Your Majesty, the Southern Emperor was once a renowned figure throughout the cosmos. His unparalleled strength allowed him to traverse the universe for eons. To permanently retain the Ancient Decree, one would need to rewrite the imperial edicts left behind by the Southern Emperor. However, this task should be well within your capabilities, Your Majesty. Upon hearing Fan Wugo's remarks, the laws of the Emperor surged forth from Fang Chen's being, enveloping the Southern Ancient Decree. The Ancient Decree seemed to sense danger, beginning to tremble violently, and then a blinding radiance erupted from it. Subsequently, the light roiled as if boiling water, and a man emerged from within. The man was not particularly tall, yet he exuded an imposing presence that seemed to support the heavens. His eyes brimmed with an aura of dominance and supremacy. With each step he took, the great Tao resonated, and boundless laws wound around him. Intruder, you have overstepped your bounds, he declared, his voice resonating like a divine bell, deafening in its intensity. Are you the Southern Emperor? Fang Chen inquired, gazing at the man. The man nodded, then shook his head. I am merely a mark left within the Ancient Decree. Intruder, your attempt to rewrite the imperial edicts will bring catastrophic repercussions to the entire cosmos. I am no match for you, but I advise you to tread carefully. Fang Chen frowned at this. Bring catastrophic repercussions to the cosmos? If that is indeed the case, why release the Southern Ancient Decree? It would be wiser to seal it away. The mark of the Southern Emperor replied, I am unable to disclose the reasons for this matter. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen fell silent. In an instant, the laws belonging to Fang Chen consumed the mark of the Southern Emperor. In a blink, Fang Chen refined the Southern Ancient Decree while simultaneously rewriting the imperial edicts. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the Ancient Decree. You are awarded 2 4-star gift packages. Nearby, Go Wenyan was astounded by Fang Chen's effortless rewriting of the imperial edicts. What manner of creature is this? As the current patriarch of the Southern Sacred Land, Go Wenyan was acutely aware of the Southern Emperor's formidable prowess, ranking among the most powerful in history. Even a mere mark left behind would be more than sufficient to contend with a great emperor. Yet, before Fang Chen, it was as if he were a mere child, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Fan Wugo, filled with even greater admiration for Fang Chen, felt fortunate to be his follower. To oppose such an emperor would be tantamount to self-destruction. Simultaneously, as Fang Chen refined the Ancient Decree, the 33 layers of the Southern Sacred Land began to tremble violently. A thunderous roar echoing relentlessly. The cultivators within the Southern Sacred Land, bewildered by the sudden upheaval, vanished without a trace. At that moment, the disciples of the Feixian Sect, who were undergoing trials in the 10th layer, quickly sheltered their companions as the 3 great saints and 3 quasi-emperors sprang into action. Moments later, Fang Chen's voice resonated in their ears. I have become the sovereign of the Southern Sacred Land. You will be transported away from the Southern Sacred Land back to the Holy City. Upon your return, seek out Xian. He will protect you. I shall reveal myself shortly. As Fang Chen's words faded, the disciples of the Feixian Sect also vanished from the Southern Sacred Land. Above the Southern Sacred City, the cultivators who had entered the Southern Sacred Land suddenly materialized, each wearing a look of confusion. With over 10 days remaining until the Southern Sacred Land's closure, why had they emerged at this moment? How peculiar, truly perplexing. The Lei family's 3 saints, how dare you toy with us? Prepare to meet your end. At that moment, a great saint spotted the Lei family's 3 saints, who had disappeared within the Southern Sacred Land, and shouted. The faces of the Lei family's 3 saints paled, and they hastily fled into the nearby Holy City. The disciples of the Feixian Sect quickly returned to the Holy City and soon found Xian. The Emperor has become the new sovereign. This is truly magnificent. Xian exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon hearing the news. Brother Xian, before the master emerges, we shall rely on you, Chen Daofan said, cupping his hands in respect. Leave it to me. You need not worry, Xian assured, filled with determination. Shortly thereafter, news spread among the supreme forces that someone had refined the Ancient Decree, which explained why the cultivators who had entered the Southern Sacred Land had returned to the Holy City ahead of schedule. Chapter 51. Revealing Identities, Quasi-Emperors Take Action. Clash of Imperial Weapons. Subsequently, several supreme forces began to investigate which faction had failed to exit the Southern Sacred Land. Should a faction have remained within, it would imply they had refined the Ancient Decree. However, despite their inquiries, the supreme forces returned empty-handed. Some individuals from the Holy Lands had entered alone and had not re-emerged, with numerous reasons accounting for their disappearance. Aside from the possibility of having refined the ancient decree, they might have encountered peril within the sacred land or been slain by other cultivators, and such disappearances were not isolated incidents. Soon after, a theory emerged within the holy city suggesting that certain individuals had triggered mechanisms within the sacred land, causing it to close prematurely. Such occurrences had happened before. Yet, the majority of cultivators still leaned toward the initial hypothesis, while those in the holy city were embroiled in speculation. An elder from the southern sacred land appeared within the city. Immediately, cultivators from the supreme forces approached the elder. Elder, may I inquire why the sacred land has closed prematurely? That is precisely the reason for my visit. The elder, with a smile gracing his features, spoke in a measured tone. The sacred land of the southern region has now welcomed a new sovereign, which is why you have all departed the sanctum prematurely. Might I inquire who has ascended to this new position of authority? It would be advantageous for us to pay our respects in due course. It is said by the venerable ancestor of the ancient text that the new sovereign hails from the Feixian Sect, the elder replied. Esteemed guests, with the new sovereign's ascension, there are numerous matters requiring my attention. I must take my leave. Once the elder from the southern region departed, the myriad supreme forces returned to their respective abodes in silence. The events that transpired here gradually spread throughout the entire holy city. Have you heard? It was a member of the Feixian Sect who refined the ancient decree. But who could it be from the Feixian Sect that accomplished such a feat? Need we speculate? It must undoubtedly be the sect's leader. The ancient decree of the southern region has not emerged for over 150,000 years. Who would have anticipated its reappearance in this era? I sense that a grand spectacle awaits. For those immortal forces will certainly not acquiesce to the Feixian Sect's dominance in the southern region. By the way, why do the supreme forces of the holy city not confront the Feixian Sect? What a foolish question. The Feixian Sect currently enjoys the protection of the deities of the holy city. To provoke them would be akin to courting death. The entire holy city was set ablaze with excitement over the refinement of the southern region's ancient decree. Gradually, this news began to circulate outward, and the cultivators beyond the city walls began to learn of the affair. Immediately, the supreme forces of the holy city relayed the unfolding events to the immortal powers lurking behind. What a pitiful group, to be outdone by a transcendent sect in the refinement of the ancient decree. The ancient decree of the southern region should only be refined by the immortal forces. The Feixian Sect is unworthy of such a position. Awaken the ancestor and inform them of the ancient decree's emergence. A contest for it is imminent. Shortly thereafter, the immortal forces of the southern region, the eastern plains, and the central continent became aware of the news regarding the refined decree. Almost simultaneously, formidable beings from these immortal forces began their journey toward the holy city of the southern region. A day later, the news of the refined decree stirred a great uproar in the southern region, with many cultivators from the eastern plains and central continent fervently discussing the matter. At this moment, the holy city had clearly become the epicenter of a storm, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Suddenly, a majestic aura erupted from beyond the once tranquil city, immediately capturing the attention of the cultivators within. So soon, a saint has arrived at the holy city. One can only wonder what scene will unfold next. This saint is somewhat tardy, as there were already 2 saints engaged in battle outside the city last night. Indeed, though those 2 saints merely engaged in a brief skirmish before falling silent. A tempest is brewing, a tempest indeed. Before long, a great saint tore through the void and descended, his eyes ablaze with fury as he roared towards the inner sanctum. Feixian Sect, my Gu family stands opposed to you. You may remain in the holy city for eternity if you wish, but should any of you dare to step outside, I will slay you. The voice of the Gu family's great saint reverberated throughout the entire holy city. What formidable backing does the Gu family possess to audaciously shout such threats outside the city? Regardless of their allies, it appears that, given the current circumstances, the Feixian Sect can only remain within the confines of the holy city. Nonsense. With the Feixian Sect's rise to dominance in the southern region, who would dare disregard them, aside from the immortal forces? Indeed, the sacred land of the southern region is known to harbor an emperor with every emergence. Are there no emperors among the other immortal forces? Let us not forget. The time since the emergence of the great Emperor Taixian is not so distant. Just then, a quasi-emperor of the Feixian Sect emerged from the listening pavilion. Great saint of the Gu family, your incessant prattling is quite vexatious. The quasi-emperor of the Feixian Sect struck out from afar, a single palm descending to suppress. The might of the quasi-emperor instantly sweeping across the heavens. The Gu family's great saint had no time to even utter a scream before he was obliterated on the spot, leaving no trace behind. Following this, the quasi-emperor of the Feixian Sect returned to the listening pavilion, yet the aura of their might left the entire holy city in astonishment. The quasi-emperor of the Feixian Sect had remained concealed until now, What treachery is this? Fortunately, the Feixian Sect's perilous situation may yet save them from the regret of the transcendent forces. Alas, even with a quasi-emperor, it may be insufficient, as those immortal forces could potentially wield imperial weapons. With the emergence of the quasi-emperor of the Feixian Sect and their actions within the holy city unchallenged by the city's laws, some forces that had offended the Feixian Sect became restless, hastily departing the holy city, fearful that they might be caught unawares by the quasi-emperor's impending strike. Another day passed, and outside the holy city, an untold number of powerful beings had gathered. The mere emanation of their divine power flattened the surrounding 300 miles into desolation. At that moment, the heavens above suddenly swelled like a vast ocean, unleashing waves of tremendous force, the sound of thunder echoing relentlessly. Alternating red and green lights flickered across the sky. What is happening? Are powerful beings engaged in combat? No, it is not mere combatants. It is imperial weapons colliding in the stars. Imperial weapons. The revelation of imperial weapons clashing in the celestial expanse sent shockwaves through the hearts of the cultivators within the holy city. With the emergence of imperial weapons, would the holy city be caught in their wake? Fear not, for the holy city itself is an extraordinary imperial weapon in terms of resilience. Even the utmost imperial weapons cannot compare. Look, someone is descending from the heavens. Instantly, the majority of cultivators turned their gazes skyward. At that moment, two figures appeared in the firmament. One bore a grim expression, while the other wore a smile. It seems that the beaming elder has emerged victorious. Why does that smiling elder seem so familiar? I recognize him now. That is a great saint of the Western Wilderness Demon Clan, Yewuxin. The Western Wilderness Demon Clan? Are they also seeking to stake a claim in the contest for the ancient decree? It is hard to say. Perhaps they are drawn by the allure of the divine dragon's purple gold. Chapter 52. The Demon Clan rides to the rescue. The true master makes an entrance. 3 quasi-emperors. Yewuxin, radiating joy, entered the holy city and made his way directly to the front of the listening pavilion. I, Yewuxin of the Demon Clan, come to pay my respects. Yewuxin, facing the listening pavilion, expressed his reverence. Soon after, Chun Daofan emerged from the listening pavilion. Might I inquire what brings this esteemed elder of the Demon Clan to visit the Feixian Sect? Upon seeing Chun Daofan, Yewuxin immediately smiled and said, "You must be the eldest disciple of Elder Fang. I have come to pay my respects to him. My master is currently not present." Chun Daofan replied after a moment's contemplation. "No matter," Yewuxin continued to smile. "Might I be permitted to enter and sit for a while?" After a brief pause, Chun Daofan nodded and subsequently invited Yewuxin into the listening pavilion. At this moment, news of Yewuxin's entrance into the listening pavilion began to circulate throughout the holy city, leading many cultivators to speculate about the relationship between the Demon Clan and the Feixian Sect. Could it be that the Feixian Sect is secretly colluding with the Demon Clan to seize the ancient decree of the southern region? It is not outside the realm of possibility. The Demon Clan was present when Tai Yi and Tai Wei were annihilated. Yet, judging by Yewuxin's demeanor, it seems as though he seeks assistance from the Feixian Sect. Within the sacred land of the southern region, Fang Chen had nearly concluded his affairs and was preparing to depart. "Let us go. I suspect the outside world has already descended into chaos," Fang Chen remarked with a placid expression before directly leaving the sacred land of the southern region. Go Wenin and Fan Wugo followed closely behind Fang Chen, departing the sacred land as well. At this moment, a blinding radiance flashed across the skies of the holy city in southern Xinjiang, where Fang Chen and 2 others materialized. The dazzling light captivated the attention of the majority, and instantly, the figures of Fang Chen and his companions were visible to all within and beyond the city. Is that not the leader of the flying Immortal Sect? How surprising that he has emerged. And who are those 2 by his side? They exude an extraordinary aura. It is likely that they are the ancestors of the southern Xinjiang sacred land, having left their domain to assist the flying Immortal Sect in its time of need. Could this imply that one of them is a great emperor? It is difficult to say, if no great emperors from other immortal powers arrive. The great emperors of the southern Xinjiang sacred land might not make an appearance either. At that moment, Chun Daofan and Yewuxin emerged from the listening pavilion, swiftly riding a divine rainbow to stand before Fang Chen. "Master, this esteemed elder of the demon race has come to lend support to the flying Immortal Sect," Chun Daofan explained to Fang Chen. Fang Chen cast a glance at Yewuxin, imbued with deep significance. He understood well that in this world, there are no free lunches, and the predicament faced by the flying Immortal Sect was far from ordinary. If mishandled, it could lead to conflict with multiple immortal powers. Although the demon race's stronghold lies in the western wilderness, facing numerous immortal factions simultaneously would exert immense pressure. Therefore, the demon race's decision to send Yewuxin at this juncture likely indicates that they would require assistance from the flying Immortal Sect in the future, perhaps of considerable magnitude. However, Fang Chen did not harbor any resentment towards this. The demon race is quite considerate, Fang Chen remarked. Hearing this, Wuxin smiled. O great emperor, the demon lord wishes to pay a visit to the flying Immortal Sect. Might I inquire if the great emperor would grant permission? I am always available. Fang Chen replied with a nod. Thank you, great emperor, Wuxin expressed, her mission accomplished, her tone noticeably lighter. Just then, a divine rainbow soared from outside the holy city, within which stood a resolute-looking man. He hovered in midair, gazing at Fang Chen and the others, and proclaimed loudly, Are you the leader of the flying Immortal Sect? Hand over the ancient order of southern Xinjiang at once. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura of quasi-emperor power erupted from him, sending ripples of might through the heavens and the earth. As he revealed his quasi-emperor might, 2 additional quasi-emperor auras surged forth, and soon, a male and a female cultivator emerged from the void, standing shoulder to shoulder with the first quasi-emperor. From which immortal powers do you 3 hail? Have you forgotten the rules? Do you not regard the southern Xinjiang sacred land? Before Fang Chen could respond, Guanyin stepped forward, vociferously rebuking them. Meanwhile, 3 quasi-emperors emerged from the listening pavilion, positioning themselves respectfully behind Fang Chen. We have certainly not forgotten the rules. Rather, it is the southern Xinjiang sacred land that has breached them, the female quasi-emperor among the 3 stated sternly. The southern Xinjiang sacred land has breached the rules? What a farce. Pray tell, what rules have been violated? Guanyin scoffed. The mere acknowledgement of the flying Immortal Sect status by the southern Xinjiang sacred land constitutes a breach of the rules. Indeed, the ancient order of southern Xinjiang can only be refined by the immortal powers of southern Xinjiang. Others who covet the ancient order but are not stopped by the southern Xinjiang sacred land are, in fact, abetting wrongdoing. Is that not a breach of the rules? The 3 quasi-emperors chimed in, igniting Guanyin's fury. Fine. Guanyin gritted his teeth. Where in the imperial treaty is such a rule stated? You speak with such audacity. The 3 quasi-emperors did not respond, for they were well aware that this rule was an unspoken agreement among the immortal powers of southern Xinjiang and had not been explicitly laid out. The imperial treaty was a consensus initially established by the immortal powers of southern Xinjiang, and indeed, it did not encompass this particular rule. Who are you? Where is the current great emperor ancestor of the southern Xinjiang sacred land? After a moment of silence, one quasi-emperor turned to Guanyin, questioning him. The southern Xinjiang sacred land currently has no great emperor, Guanyin replied, his voice lowering. The 3 quasi-emperors exchanged astonished glances. Previously, whenever the southern Xinjiang sacred land emerged, a great emperor would invariably make an appearance. This time, however, an unexpected turn of events had transpired. No great emperor? It seems the southern Xinjiang sacred land is not as formidable as it once was. I advise you, my friend, to step aside and refrain from interfering in this matter. Guanyin, witnessing the contemptuous attitude of the 3 quasi-emperors, could no longer contain his fury. He unleashed a roar, summoning tumultuous waves that shattered the heavens and quaked the earth, sending torrents surging towards the 3 quasi-emperors as if a tsunami had been unleashed. You overestimate your abilities. One quasi-emperor effortlessly conjured a Tao lotus in his hand, which spun gracefully, causing the raging waves to dissipate like snowflakes in the wind. Then, the Tao lotus in his grasp suddenly expanded, emitting a blinding beam of light that hurtled towards Guanyin's face. However, the laws of the holy city surged tumultuously, rising high into the sky to consume the radiant beam. Observing his attack thwarted by the holy city, the quasi-emperor snorted disdainfully. Do you intend to tear up the imperial treaty by striking at me? Guanyin thundered at the attacking quasi-emperor. In response to Guanyin's fierce rebuke, the quasi-emperor's expression grew cold. If my actions against you signify a desire to breach the imperial treaty, then so be it. Realizing the sheer might of the quasi-emperor before him, Guanyin's heart sank, understanding that the immortal power backing these 3 quasi-emperors had long harbored such intentions. Chapter 53. More quasi-emperors, 7 imperial weapons, collaborating in a performance. At this juncture, the void trembled once more as yet another quasi-emperor emerged. My friend, I wish to sincerely inquire, does the southern Xinjiang sacred land support the flying Immortal Sect in becoming a sovereign power or not? Guanyin, upon hearing this, bellowed. What do you mean by that? The ancestral teachings of the southern Xinjiang sacred land have been established from the outset. How could the southern Xinjiang sacred land fail to abide by them? Upon hearing this, the previously calm tone of the quasi-emperor gradually turned frigid. So, you are asserting that the southern Xinjiang sacred land supports the flying Immortal Sect? Indeed, Guanyin conceded bluntly. Well, since you have made your choice, I shall represent the Feixian sacred land in making a declaration. The Feixian Sacred Land shall no longer abide by the old imperial treaty and intends to draft a new one. As for the southern Xinjiang Sacred Land, it has become a thing of the past. The Feixian Sacred Land will select a new southern Xinjiang Sacred Land. The voice of the quasi-emperor from the Feixian Sacred Land reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Following this decision, the previous 3 quasi-emperors also made declarations representing their respective immortal powers. The Tuning Immortal Cave, the Heavenly Fire Sect, and the Blissful Sect would similarly cease to adhere to the old imperial treaty. Go Wenin, incredulous, gazed at the 4 quasi-emperors across from him. You, my friend, considering the past ties with the southern Xinjiang Sacred Land, I urge you to depart promptly. The quasi-emperor from the Feixian Sacred Land cast a sidelong glance at Go Wenin before turning to Fang Chen. Esteemed friends, the matters of the southern Xinjiang Sacred Land have been resolved. It is time for you to emerge. The quasi-emperor from the Feixian Sacred Land called out loudly. At once, amidst the trembling void, 3 more quasi-emperors emerged from the ether. The great sage who killed my Xianxiaaudiobooks Sacred Land is indeed not worth lamenting. A dragon of purple gold the size of a fist is truly a rarity in this world. Hand over the purple gold dragon, and perhaps I might grant you a swift end. As soon as the 3 supreme emperors made their appearance, their focus swiftly turned towards Fang Chen. 3 esteemed friends, reminded the supreme emperor of the Feixian Sacred Land, we had an agreement. You take the divine dragon's purple gold, and we will claim the ancient order of the southern wilderness. Let us not cross boundaries, for the consequences would be detrimental to both parties. Rest assured, this matter is well understood by the 3 of us, replied the supreme emperor of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Sacred Land. There is no time to waste. Let us commence. The supreme emperor of the Feixian Sacred Land bellowed. In unison, the 7 supreme emperors summoned their imperial weapons. Instantly, the heavens and the earth transformed, as howling winds surged and boundless divine power roared like monstrous waves, inundating the cosmos. The void could no longer endure the onslaught of divine strength. Rumbling ominously as fissures riddled the air, while the earth had long since cracked, with bottomless crevices spreading outward. Brother Zhu, we 6 shall suppress the holy city, allowing our allies from the Xianxiaaudiobooks Sacred Land to enter with their imperial weapons. Agreed. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 6 supreme emperors activated their imperial weapons simultaneously. In that instant, a torrent of imperial laws surged forth from the 6 weapons, cascading like a celestial waterfall, converging into a river of imperial law that rushed towards the holy city. Seizing the opportunity, the supreme emperor of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Sacred Land, wielding a vessel-shaped imperial weapon, surged into the heart of the holy city. Observing that the laws of the holy city remained unperturbed, a cacophony of wails erupted within. It is done. The laws of the holy city have indeed been suppressed by the 6 imperial weapons. As a sacred land of humanity, the Xianxiaaudiobooks Sacred Land cannot ignore the implications of so many of our kin affecting the holy city, can it? Who can fathom the intentions of these immortal forces? Something feels amiss. Why does the group from the flying Immortal Sect show no reaction? At that moment, hovering above the holy city, Fang Chen regarded the supreme emperor of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Sacred Land with indifference. Beside him, Ye Wuxin shouted, Xianxiaaudiobooks Sacred Land, allow this great sage to engage with you. With that, Ye Wuxin summoned the imperial weapon of the demon race, a crimson feather that exuded a fiery brilliance, as if flames were igniting. Upon its appearance, the temperature of the entire realm surged significantly, as searing heat waves radiated outward from the crimson feather's epicenter. Seeing Ye Wuxin step forward, the supreme emperor of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Sacred Land cast a meaningful glance, saying, Do not presume that your slight advantage yesterday grants you the liberty to act recklessly. I am not that individual who allows you such latitude. Enough of this idle talk. The truth shall be revealed in the battle among the stars. Ye Wuxin retorted with a cold snort. As you wish. The supreme emperor of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Sacred Land understood that without neutralizing Ye Wuxin, their progress would be obstructed, and thus reluctantly acquiesced. Subsequently, 1 human and 1 demon ascended, wielding their imperial weapons into the starry expanse, igniting an epic confrontation. Everyone, let the imperial weapons awaken. You continue to suppress the laws of the holy city while I enter. Understood. Following this, the 6 individuals employed their methods to revive the divine spirits of the imperial weapons. In an instant, a terrifying wave radiated from the 6 imperial weapons, akin to a tumultuous ocean, crashing through the earth and shattering the heavens. The entire Xianhuang star felt the overwhelming force of the revival of 6 imperial weapons. Such a multitude of imperial weapons awakening. Was this an endeavor to plunge the southern wilderness into despair? A calamity, indeed. This would undoubtedly affect the entire Xianhuang star. How absurd. Could it be that the southern wilderness would become mere history today? Within the holy city, numerous cultivators trembled, their spirits crushed. The momentum of the 6 imperial weapons resembled an entire star domain pressing down, descending upon them, with a force capable of annihilating life and exterminating all existence. Leaving the cultivators within the holy city utterly speechless, their bodies feeling as if they would be rent asunder beneath such cataclysmic waves. At that moment, the Supreme Emperor of the Feixian Sacred Land let out a long howl, and under his deliberate control, unleashed a cataclysmic strike with his imperial weapon. Instantly, the heavens shook, the earth split, and the myriad stars seemed on the verge of plummeting to the ground. It appears that it comes down to you lot. At this juncture, Fang Chen finally broke his silence. He extended his hand, effortlessly blocking the devastating strike unleashed by the imperial weapon. Simultaneously, Ting Xian emerged from the building, exclaiming, "Imperial Sovereign, my patience has been stretched thin." In that moment, the holy city suddenly radiated blinding brilliance, resembling the brightest star in the nocturnal sky, while the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon dimmed in its presence. Subsequently, the laws of the holy city surged forth like a tsunami, enveloping the entire city. In an instant, the overwhelming aura emitted by the 6 imperial weapons was dissolved by the laws of the holy city, and the cultivators within felt as if they had escaped the clutches of drowning, gasping for breath. How has this transpired? Were not the laws of the holy city suppressed by the 6 imperial weapons? Could it be that everything prior had been a mere illusion? At that moment, Ting Xian soared skyward to Fang Chen's side, stating, "What just occurred was merely a performance orchestrated to align with the imperial sovereign's intent." How could the southern wilderness holy city, as the preeminent city of all time, be so easily subdued by 6 imperial weapons? Were it not to see if more immortal forces would emerge, I would not have allowed myself to be suppressed. Chapter 54. The Crownless Emperor, the Great Annihilation Fist. The Divine Radiance Dynasty. At this moment, some took note of Ting Xian's words, astonished to find the term imperial sovereign mentioned. Did the divine being of the holy city just refer to the imperial sovereign? Did I mishear? Indeed, it was the term imperial sovereign. Could it be that the leader of the flying Immortal Sect is the imperial sovereign? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is already extraordinary as a great emperor. How could he be the imperial sovereign? In the void outside the holy city, the 6 supreme emperors wore grave expressions as they gazed ahead, engaged in intense mental communication. What realm does this individual inhabit? How could he easily withstand an attack from an imperial weapon? Could he truly be a great emperor? That should not be, to my knowledge. The flying Immortal Sect cannot possibly harbor a great emperor among them. Perhaps he is a formidable being at the 9th level of Supreme Emperor, simply leveraging the imperial weapon. Could it be the Crownless Emperor? It is possible. The title Crownless Emperor is bestowed upon those who have failed in their path to enlightenment yet managed to survive. Such individuals, although having failed to attain complete enlightenment, have grasped incomplete imperial laws during their journey, making them significantly stronger than supreme emperors, but still inferior to a fully enlightened great emperor. Thus, they are dubbed the Crownless Emperor. The power Fang Chen displayed at this moment bore a striking resemblance to that of the Crownless Emperor, leading the 6 supreme emperors to mistakenly believe him to be the Crownless Emperor. What of the Crownless Emperor? We possess 6 imperial weapons. Why should we fear one who lacks a crown? Indeed, the Crownless Emperor remains merely a crownless emperor, not a true sovereign. Esteemed friends, let the imperial weapons fully awaken. Agreed. The 6 supreme emperors' thoughts intertwined, swiftly arriving at a decision. In the next moment, the 6 imperial weapons erupted with blinding radiance, their light flowing like a great river, coalescing. Ultimately, 6 colossal pillars of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, their brilliance surging as the 6 figures emerged. Each radiated an aura of dominance, exuding an unparalleled majesty that showcased their extraordinary presence. This marked the complete revival of the divine spirits of the imperial weapons. My heavens! This is akin to the resurrection of 6 great emperors. How can it be so exaggerated? The divine weapons of the emperors can only momentarily unleash the power of an emperor, which is fundamentally incomparable to the true emperors. Yet, this alone is sufficiently terrifying. Even if it can only deliver a single strike, it would equate to the combined might of 6 emperors. Would the entirety of the Xianhuang star be submerged by the onslaught of these 6 divine weapon deities? Following the revival of the 6 divine weapon deities, the 6 quasi-emperors retreated to the sidelines, ceding the stage to the divine weapon deities. You are truly unique. At that moment, one of the divine weapon deities gazed at Fang Chen, an unusual light flickering in their eyes. You are a true emperor, not a mere emperor without a crown. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What? The leader of the flying Immortal Sect is truly an emperor? If the divine weapon deity has stated so, it must be true. I must be dreaming. An emperor stands before me. The divine weapon deity continued. However, Even an emperor must pay a price for daring to act against the Feixian sacred land. Fang Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor, his silence speaking volumes. As a divine weapon forged from an emperor's essence, it is only natural that the deity of the divine weapon carries the emperor's indomitable spirit. Thus, the arrogance of this divine weapon deity is to be expected. You speak too much. Fang Chen's tone was indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of 6 divine weapon deities. Humph. One divine weapon deity snorted coldly and unleashed a strike of immense force. This blow was akin to one delivered by an emperor themselves. The heavens crumbled piece by piece, mountains shattered one after another, and the entire southern wilderness quaked as if it could not endure the impending collapse. Even the stars in the cosmos trembled, on the verge of plummeting from the sky. The boundless laws of the emperor intertwined, creating a cacophony of deafening roars. This was the result of the divine weapon deity's deliberate restraint. Otherwise, the southern wilderness would have already been obliterated. Witnessing this, Fang Chen clenched his fist and struck out, instantly plunging all into silence. As the heavens and earth began to collapse, the universe itself unraveling in the wake of his punch. This was the Great Annihilation Fist, one of the 12 imperial techniques bestowed by the Emperor's Dao Fruit. It was Fang Chen's first time wielding this formidable technique. With his inaugural use of the Great Annihilation Fist, he immediately carved his name into legend, effortlessly countering the devastating blow from the divine weapon deity, without a single ripple stirred. Moreover, the Great Annihilation Fist did not cease, directly crashing into the divine weapon deity. Why? The divine weapon deity could not even complete their sentence before being obliterated by Fang Chen's punch, their form shattering entirely. Instantly, a tsunami-like shockwave radiated outward, the sound of thunderous booms echoing relentlessly, as the heavens were pierced by the force of the shockwave, leaving destruction in its wake. At that moment, Fang Chen held the divine weapon in his grasp. It resembled a square cauldron adorned with intricate and arcane patterns. Upon witnessing Fang Chen seize their divine weapon, the quasi-emperor of the divine Hua dynasty cried out, "Great Emperor, do not stray from the path. If you return the Zhenhuang cauldron, the divine Hua dynasty will be eternally grateful." Fang Chen did not spare a glance at the quasi-emperor, merely furrowing his brow and uttering, noisy. As the words fell, he waved his hand, and the quasi-emperor vanished from existence, their essence obliterated. What a pity for the divine Hua dynasty's years of effort, Fang Chen lamented, shaking his head as he gazed at the Zhenhuang cauldron. Subsequently, he struck down upon the cauldron. With a resounding explosion, the Zhenhuang cauldron detonated like a firework, its fragments flying in all directions, vanishing without a trace. Fang Chen appeared unfazed, his demeanor indifferent as he turned his attention to the remaining 5 divine weapon deities. At this moment, the remaining 5 deities felt an overwhelming pressure. The 5 quasi-emperors, who had retreated to the sidelines, were filled with trepidation, icy dread coursing through them. Hiss! To shatter a divine weapon so effortlessly? How powerful is the physical form of the leader of the flying Immortal Sect? That is a fully revived divine weapon. Yet it was destroyed so easily. The leader of the flying Immortal Sect is truly extraordinary. It is over. Now the flying Immortal Sect and the divine Hua dynasty are bound for a death struggle. Humph. The immortal forces of Central Continent have come to wreak havoc in the southern wilderness. I say the flying Immortal Sect is doing well. What do you think? How will today's battle conclude? In the void above the holy city, although the 5 divine weapon deities felt the pressure, they were infused with the invincible spirit of the emperor and thus did not falter. So what if they are emperors? The Feixian emperor feared no one in his lifetime. The deity of the Feixian emperor roared in anger, as if the emperor himself had descended, an imperial might surging outward. The other 4 divine weapon deities mirrored this, as if the true emperors had graced the scene. An overwhelming imperial aura flooding the heavens and earth, causing the entire Zhenhuang star to tremble as if it might split apart. Chapter 55. Burning oneself, the emperor's incarnation. A single punch to annihilate. This was the divine weapon deity's ultimate sacrifice to unleash a devastating strike. Would this not mean their own disappearance? Indeed, such a strike would be equivalent to a peak emperor's full-powered attack. How could it be accomplished without incurring some cost? It was over. The 5 divine weapon deities had cast caution to the wind. If they unleashed their ultimate strike, the entire Zhenhuang star would suffer. In the void above the holy city, Fang Chen remained composed, paying no heed to the actions of the 5 divine weapon deities. Burning oneself? And what of it? Fang Chen spoke indifferently. Then, with a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a wave of terrifying energy that surged forward like a tidal wave, brilliant divine light illuminating the entire expanse. What? You concealed your strength? No, I refuse to accept this. As Fang Chen's hand descended, the 5 divine weapon deities trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if they faced an eternal god. Their invincible resolve shattered in that moment, and fear crept into their hearts, compelling them to seek escape. But Fang Chen would not afford them such an opportunity. As his hand pressed down, the 5 divine weapon deities were torn asunder, blinding radiance erupting from their forms. With a cataclysmic roar, the 5 divine weapon deities exploded, a tumultuous wave sweeping outward, leveling all within a radius of thousands of miles. The 5 quasi-emperors, caught in the maelstrom, were reduced to ash, their remains obliterated. After vanquishing the 5 divine weapon deities, Fang Chen summoned the 5 divine weapons to him. Gazing at the 5 divine weapons suspended before him, he struck out with a hand, and the weapons shattered into pieces. With a resounding boom, the fragments flew in all directions. "Friend, your actions are excessively radical." At that moment, golden lotuses descended from the heavens, and divine springs erupted from the earth as true dragons, celestial phoenixes, and auspicious unicorns appeared, swirling in the sky. A myriad of auspicious energies and brilliant lights intertwined to form a resplendent path. Soon after, a figure emerged, borne upon this path, arriving before them. "Friend, you have shattered 6 divine weapons. Let this matter rest, shall we?" As this figure descended, they addressed Fang Chen. "And who might you be?" Fang Chen remained silent, while Ting Xian stepped forward, loudly questioning, "I am the great emperor of Feixian." His proclamation immediately incited a wave of astonishment. What? He is indeed the great emperor of Feixian? The great emperor had attained enlightenment 30,000 years ago, and to encounter him once more was beyond comprehension. This marked a momentous meeting between 2 emperors. Would it not erupt into a fierce battle? However, Fan Wugo interjected with a cold laugh. What emperor? Merely a manifestation of the Dharma. The Dharma body is an external incarnation that requires a particular divine object to forge. Although the forged Dharma body may not possess the full strength of the original, it is still undeniably an emperor, surpassing the crownless emperor. Indeed, I am but a Dharma body, yet if this situation continues to unfold, my true self shall descend here. The Dharma body of the great emperor of Feixian spoke. True self descending? If you have the ability, let him come. I have just emerged after a long period of inactivity, and my hands are itching for action. A smirk graced Fan Wugo's lips, showing no regard for the words of the Dharma body. In response, the Dharma body of the great emperor regarded Fan Wugo with a peculiar gaze. "Are you also an emperor?" Fan Wugo replied, "You will know after a test." He then unleashed a punch, igniting a radiant blaze, as the principles of the emperor surged, converging upon his fist. The Dharma body of the great emperor's expression shifted slightly. It too struck out with a punch, yet in comparison to Fan Wugo's, it was as dim as a firefly next to the full moon, one in the heavens, the other on the ground. With a resounding clash, the 2 fists collided, sending a tremor through the soul. The void collapsed, and the surging divine power swept outward like a vast ocean. In that moment, the Dharma body of the great emperor had grown significantly faint, resembling a semi-transparent figure. "Oh, was that punch truly your all? I was merely toying with you." Fan Wugo's expression was one of arrogance, utterly dismissive of the Dharma body of the great emperor. "I came here to quell the turmoil, not to escalate the situation." The Dharma body of the great emperor remained composed, unperturbed by Fan Wugo's remarks. "No need for that." At this moment, Fang Chen spoke up. "Had the situation not escalated to this point, would you have intervened?" Ting Xian chimed in. "Where were you when the 5 divine weapons burned themselves to unleash their ultimate strike? If they had truly succeeded, would there still be a South Wilderness? Would the Xianhuang star remain intact? In my view, you are merely afraid." Upon hearing this, the Dharma body of the great emperor turned coldly towards Ting Xian. "The great emperor of Feixian shall personally visit to address the grievances of the past." Fang Chen directed his gaze at the Dharma body of the great emperor and then turned to Fan Wugo. "Wugo, I entrust this to you." Fan Wugo's face broke into a smile. "Yes, Emperor." No sooner had he spoken than he launched another punch at the Dharma body of the great emperor, who refrained from retaliating, knowing it would be futile. "Friend, the vast world is not as it seems." The Dharma body of the great emperor's words were cut short as Fan Wugo's punch struck, obliterating him in an instant. A blinding radiance illuminated the entire realm. The principles lamented, and the laws wept as the world mourned the passing of an emperor, with myriad unusual phenomena manifesting. "Wugo, there is still a battle underway in the starry sky. You must go and conclude it." At that moment, Fang Chen glanced at the tumultuous cosmos, addressing Fan Wugo. "Yes, Emperor." Fan Wugo's eyes gleamed with eagerness, and after acknowledging, he hastened towards the stars. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the quasi-emperor of the Qiankuan sacred land bore a cold smile. "Ye Wuxin, you, a mere great sage, have managed to wield the divine weapon in battle for so long. That is something to be proud of." Upon hearing this, Ye Wuxin laughed heartily. This merely shows you are a failure. Even with a divine weapon, you cannot best a single great sage. The quasi-emperor of the Qianqia's sacred lands' eyes glinted with ferocity. Very well. Is this your dying declaration? As his words fell, he prepared to awaken the divine weapon. You wish to revive the divine weapon? Have you consulted me first? At that moment, Fan Wugo suddenly appeared. He reached out, grasping forward. And the quasi-emperor of the Qianqia's sacred land froze in terror, as if a colossal beast were lunging at him, unable to move. Fan Wugo swiftly dispatched the quasi-emperor of the Qianqia's sacred land. Following that, he attempted to emulate Fang Chen and directly obliterate the divine weapon. However, as Fan Wugo's punch struck the treasure vessel divine weapon, it only created a breach, resulting in several cracks. It seems I cannot do this as effortlessly as the emperor, Fan Wugo mumbled. Chapter 56, Blinded by Ignorance, Permanently Open, Shocking Xianhuan. At this moment, Ye Wuxin was utterly stunned. When had another emperor appeared? Why was this emperor aiding him? Endless confusion swirled within Ye Wuxin's mind, lingering without resolution. May I inquire who the esteemed senior is? After regaining composure, Ye Wuxin addressed Fan Wugo. I am a follower of the emperor. He has commanded me to conclude this battle, Fan Wugo replied, resuming his indifferent demeanor. Emperor. Ye Wuxin gasped in astonishment. He had initially believed Fang Chen to be merely a powerful human emperor, only to discover that he was the emperor, with a great emperor as his follower. This time, the demon clan had indeed made the right move. Ye Wuxin thought back to previous events with excitement. To conclude this battle is also the right time to return, Fan Wugo stated to Ye Wuxin. He then seized the treasure vessel divine weapon, which had been damaged, and headed back to the South Wilderness. Ye Wuxin immediately summoned the Qi Yu divine weapon to protect himself as he ventured southward. Before long, the two of them returned from the starry expanse. Upon seeing the devastation surrounding the holy city, Ye Wuxin felt a profound shock at the recent battle. Emperor. The quasi-emperor of the Qianqia's sacred land has been slain. Here is the divine weapon of the Qianqia's sacred land. Fan Wugo approached Fang Chen, presenting the treasure vessel divine weapon. You may keep it. Fang Chen casually glanced at it, stating. Upon hearing this, Fan Wugo stored the divine weapon away. At that moment, Ye Wuxin approached Fang Chen. I did not expect the esteemed senior to be the human emperor. I truly was blind. Fang Chen smiled, replying. It is normal that you did not recognize me, as I have not revealed all my abilities. Today marks my first public display of cultivation. All prior assumptions were derived from external observations. Hence, individuals like the ancient dragon, who have lived long and seen much, may discern my true status as the emperor. But the majority, including the divine beings of the past, merely regarded me as an emperor. Esteemed senior, this matter is concluded. I must return to Wanyao Ridge to report. Farewell. Ye Wuxin bowed respectfully to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded slightly, and Ye Wuxin subsequently summoned the divine weapon, tearing through space to return to the West Wilderness. After Ye Wuxin's departure, Fang Chen gazed down at the holy city. The South Wilderness sacred land has now become a branch of the flying Immortal Sect. Thus, from this day forth, the South Wilderness holy city shall remain permanently open, no longer to be closed. Within the holy city, Fang Chen's words sparked a commotion. The South Wilderness sacred land has become a branch of the flying Immortal Sect? What will happen to the ancient order of the South Wilderness? Naturally, it will be under the control of the flying Immortal Sect, unless an indomitable force can seize it. Which indomitable force possesses such strength? The flying Immortal Sect currently boasts two emperors coexisting, one of whom is the esteemed Emperor Zun. At this moment, Chun Daofan and his companions emerged from the listening pavilion, subsequently traversing the skies to stand before Fang Chen. Master, Chun Daofan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Although he was aware that Fang Chen was an emperor, this marked his first experience witnessing Fang Chen in action, an encounter that utterly transformed his understanding. Fang Chen's prowess surpassed Chun Daofan's imagination by a staggering multitude. The other disciples of the flying Immortal Sect were equally exhilarated. Fang Chen being an emperor signified that their sect was an indomitable force, and they were proud disciples of such an immortal lineage, an identity that filled them with elation. Yet, amidst the throng, only Xianxiang appeared somewhat less animated. He gazed at Fang Chen, determination evident in his eyes. The news of my senior brother's status as Emperor Zun has already spread. As his junior, I cannot afford to hinder his progress. Initially, when Fang Chen had confided in Zhang Zhongda and Zhang Sheng about his status as an emperor, Zhang Sheng had been skeptical. But a series of subsequent events had convinced him of the truth. Now that Fang Chen had fully unleashed his potential, Zhang Sheng felt compelled to strive even harder, lest he be labeled as merely the fortunate junior of a great master. Furthermore, the Liang family from the northern lands had yet to settle their grievances with them. Zhang Sheng pondered. Everyone, Follow this emperor back to the flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen addressed those present. He then wielded his power to tear through the void, guiding the group back to the sect. As Fang Chen and his companions departed, some within the holy city were eager to leave, driven by the overwhelming events that had transpired and the desire to share the astonishing news. Thus, in a remarkably brief period, the happenings within the holy city rapidly disseminated throughout the southern wilderness, eventually extending beyond, sweeping across the Xianwang star. The leader of the flying Immortal Sect is an emperor? And there is yet another emperor at his command? With two emperors of a single sect existing simultaneously, who in the southern wilderness could rival the flying Immortal Sect? Perhaps the immortal forces of the southern wilderness could unite to muster two emperors as well. Indeed, among those known, the Feixian Emperor is one. And it is not beyond the realm of possibility that other immortal forces could do the same. Yet, what would it matter? The leader of the flying Immortal Sect has shattered 6 imperial weapons with a mere 2 strikes, and his cultivation has touched the extremes of the emperor's realm. Within the Feixian sacred land, upon learning of the events in the holy city, the Feixian holy master felt a surge of dread and astonishment. Has the ancestral manifestation also vanished? How could such a situation occur? Should we awaken the ancestor? The holy master was promptly dissuaded. No. The ancestor is in a critical phase and must not be disturbed lightly. After a moment of contemplation, the holy master declared, activate the emperor's formation until the ancestor awakens. No one from the Feixian sacred land is permitted to leave. As the Feixian sacred land initiated the emperor's formation to seclude itself, the heavenly fire gate, the swallowing immortal cave, and the blissful sect likewise activated their formations, temporarily vanishing from the sight of the world. In the eastern plain, upon disclosing his actions in the holy city to Zhou Tong, Zhou Xian rendered him speechless, collapsing in shock. Do you not realize what calamity your actions will bring upon the watching sect? Zhou Tong trembled with rage, his lips quivering as he chastised Zhou Xian, raising his hand to strike, only to lower it in resignation. Come, we must meet the sect leader, Zhou Tong urged, dragging Zhou Xian away. In the northern lands, upon learning of the events in the southern wilderness, Liang Xian, the head of the Liang family, suddenly recalled, isn't my younger sister's husband from the flying Immortal Sect? The thought unsettled Liang Xian, who began to pace restlessly within his cave abode, abandoning his usual calm demeanor. With 2 emperors in existence, even 10 Liang families would stand no chance against the flying Immortal Sect. He resolved that the Liang family must act swiftly. Once the flying Immortal Sect sought them out, their doom would be sealed. Resolute, Liang Xian hastily departed his cave, intent on consulting the family's elder on how to avert this crisis. However, before seeking the elder, he decided to visit his younger sister, Liang Jini. Chapter 57. Abundant Rewards, New Ideas, Summoning the Emperor. Upon their return to the flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen and his companions dispersed to their respective sacred peaks. The events that transpired in the holy city quickly spread throughout the entire flying Immortal Sect. So I am now a disciple of an immortal force as well? My heavens, I never expected the sect leader to be an emperor. This is truly astounding. The sect leader is not merely an emperor, but Emperor Zun, as stated by another emperor. Emperor Zun? Goodness. What virtuous deeds must I have performed in my past life to become a disciple of the flying Immortal Sect in this life? On the star-seizing sacred peak, the peak master and several sages sat in silence within the grand hall. Have we truly ascended to such heights? One sage finally broke the long silence. We once thought the flying Immortal Sect was merely an extraordinary sect. Who would have imagined it to be an immortal powerhouse? The 3 elders exchanged knowing smiles, acknowledging the foresight that led them to establish the flying Immortal Sect as a branch. We never anticipated such a transformation, they admitted. In the flying Immortal Palace, Zhang Zhongda regarded Fang Chen with a look of pride. Fang Chen, you have certainly brought great honor to the flying Immortal Sect. If your senior brother were aware, he would surely take comfort in your accomplishments. Uncle Master, I have proclaimed that under my leadership, the flying Immortal Sect shall soar to unprecedented heights. Fang Chen replied with a smile. Zhang Zhongda nodded approvingly before departing the palace. Emperor Zun, this place is quite extraordinary, Fan Wugo remarked to Fang Chen. The mountains here resemble 9 true dragons, seemingly striving to ascend with the central peak. It is evident that this place once harbored remarkable treasures, yet they have inexplicably vanished. Fang Chen regarded Fan Wugo with a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. Wugo, you seem particularly attuned to such peculiar places. Fan Wugo offered an awkward smile. I've grown accustomed to it. I once studied a fragmented text of the Earth Scripture, which fostered this habit. Fang Chen was taken aback. The Earth Scripture was a unique imperial scripture, its origins unknown, detailing various terrains, and those who mastered it could draw upon these landscapes to nourish themselves, ultimately achieving the status of emperor. However, The Earth scripture had long since faded into obscurity, and Fang Chen was astonished that Fan Wugo had acquired a fragment. This place is the domain of the barbarian emperor. Fang Chen then relayed the circumstances of the location to Fan Wugo. Upon hearing this, Fan Wugo nodded thoughtfully. No wonder this place is so enigmatic. The barbarian Xiao still resides within that great mountain. If you have any queries, you may seek him out. Fang Chen informed Fan Wugo. He has lived longer than I have. I must go and seek his wisdom, Fan Wugo declared, eager to depart. Meanwhile, Guanyin took his leave to select sacred peaks for the southern wilderness sacred land. Once both had departed, Fang Chen finally prepared to accept the rewards for the completion of this event. Congratulations, host, for destroying 7 imperial weapons, bringing renown to the flying Immortal Sect. Reward, 3 4-star gift packs. Once again, 3 splendid gift packs have been acquired. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Fang Chen's eyes. With the addition of the previous 4 packs, he now possessed a total of 7 4-star gift packs and 1 3-star gift pack. Fang Chen vividly recalled the bountiful rewards from his last opening of 7 4-star gift packs. Thus he resolved to unveil all 7 in one go. However, prior to this, he decided to first test his luck with the 3-star gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 semi-emperor summoning cards and 5 medicinal herbs of the Medicine King. Not bad, Fang Chen nodded slightly. Without further hesitation, he promptly opened the 7 4-star gift packs. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 emperor summoning cards, 5 pieces of emperor weapons, 10 assorted emperor gold items, and 1 sect building enhancement card. The rewards from this opening were not inferior to those of the previous occasion. In fact, they were markedly superior. At the very least, during the last attempt, Fang Chen had not uncovered any emperor summoning cards, whereas this time, he had directly obtained 2. Apart from the emperor summoning cards, the remainder of the items bore a striking resemblance to those previously acquired. Fang Chen first took out the 2 sect building enhancement cards. After the system's introduction, he learned that these cards could elevate numerous structures within the flying Immortal Sect by 1 tier. Just in time, he thought to himself. Initially, upon receiving the sect building cards and utilizing them, Fang Chen had not paid much attention to other structures aside from his imperial palace, as their levels were too low and their effects mediocre, compounded by the fact that the flying Immortal Sect had few disciples. Now, however, the situation was different. With several branches added to the flying Immortal Sect, the number of disciples had increased significantly, while the effects of those structures remained quite ordinary. With the application of these enhancement cards, their efficacy would be brought up to par and become functional. Fang Chen stowed away the cards and began organizing the items he had acquired. Upon examining the descriptions of the 5 emperor weapons, he suddenly noticed that 3 of them were rather exceptional: the 10 desolate cauldrons and the red dust mirror. Fang Chen retrieved the 9 cauldrons and the mirror. According to the system's introduction, each 10 desolate cauldron was an unparalleled holy weapon, and each cauldron weighed an unimaginable amount. If a cultivator could lift one with their mana, it indicated their extraordinary talent. If they could lift all 9, it foretold their destined ascension to emperor and possibly beyond. The red dust mirror could unleash the power of the red dust, ensnaring cultivators within the red dust world it manifested. Could this not be employed to assess a cultivator's potential? Fang Chen mused. The 10 desolate cauldrons could gauge a cultivator's aptitude based on the number they could lift, while the red dust mirror was perfect for refining the heart and testing a cultivator's character, ideal for the recruitment of disciples. Simultaneously, he recalled having previously mentioned holding a grand competition, and merging the disciple recruitment with this contest seemed a splendid idea. Next, Fang Chen produced a resplendent golden plaque, the Celestial List, perfect for ranking the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect and igniting their competitive spirit. As he gazed at the Celestial List in his hands, his thoughts became increasingly lucid. Shortly thereafter, he stored away the 3 emperor weapons. After that, he utilized the 3 semi-emperor summoning cards and the 2 emperor summoning cards. In a flash of brilliance, 3 semi-emperors and 2 emperors materialized. Instantly, a boundless imperial aura enveloped the entire flying Immortal Sect, drawing the attention of all its members towards the flying Immortal Peak. Another imperial aura has emerged. Could a new emperor have appeared? Surely not. Even the sect leader, with all their might, could not conjure an emperor out of thin air. It must be the result of the previous emperor's presence. The disciples of the flying Immortal Sect engaged in lively discussions regarding the imperial aura, while Fang Chen briefed the newly appeared semi-emperors and emperors before allowing them to depart. He then produced the building enhancement cards and employed them directly. Chapter 58. The talents within the sect, their names on the list, stimulated. In an instant, the entire flying Immortal Sect underwent a monumental transformation. Auspicious dragon spiraled, and phoenixes soared, as the structures atop the many sacred peaks surged with vitality, dramatically altering their appearance in a short span. What is happening? Look at that time-space tower. The laws of time flow forth like a river. That Tao platform over there is the same, with the laws of the Tao ceaselessly cascading. Once the anomalies concluded, Fang Chen's voice resonated throughout the entire flying immortal realm. Disciples, do not panic. Such changes will bring you boundless benefits. Fang Chen then publicly revealed the functions of the many sect buildings atop the sacred peaks. Upon hearing the extraordinary capabilities of these structures, the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect were left astounded. A day within the time-space tower equates to a month in the outside world. Does this not mean one can cultivate far more rapidly than ordinary individuals? The Tao platform can manifest various powerful Tao techniques, allowing for mutual verification with one's own learned Tao, compensating for deficiencies. The immortal pool can fish for treasures, with even the least valuable items being of the saint rank. After a wave of excitement among the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen continued, previously, I announced that a grand sect competition would be held. However, the format of the competition will be altered. As his words fell, 3 emperor weapons soared from the flying immortal peak, hovering in the void. These 3 emperor weapons were the 10 desolate cauldrons, the red dust mirror, and the celestial list. Each one significant. Fang Chen elucidated the functions of these 3 emperor weapons to the gathered crowd. Upon learning their capabilities, the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect eagerly rolled up their sleeves, eager to make their mark on the celestial list. With only 1,000 positions available, the competition would be fierce. Even so, they were determined to give it a try. The rewards for the top 10, those ranked 11 to 100, and 101 to 1,000 were worlds apart. Indeed, even maintaining the final position for just one day would yield rewards sufficient for a decade's use. After detailing the functions of the 3 emperor weapons, Fang Chen briefly outlined the new format for the upcoming competition. It would be integrated with the Grand Disciple Recruitment event. The competition would take place during the 3rd stage of the event, where disciples on the celestial list would face challenges. Should they succeed in defending their positions, they would retain their status and receive rewards. Failure would result in the loss of their rank. The grand event would commence in 6 months, providing ample time for each of you to enhance your skills. Now, you can vie for positions on the celestial list through the 10 desolate cauldrons and the red dust mirror. No sooner had he spoken than the 3 emperor weapons descended upon a sacred peak known as Buzhou Peak. Shortly after the emperor weapons landed, disciples of the flying Immortal Sect flocked from their respective peaks towards Buzhou Peak. These 3 weapons were indeed emperor weapons, which left everyone in awe. How could the sect leader so effortlessly produce 3 emperor weapons? Surely, there must be more in their possession. The disciples from the southern border sacred peak, who had also arrived at Buzhou Peak, immediately countered, "You are mistaken. To my knowledge, our sacred peak does not possess these 3 emperor weapons." Then where could these 3 emperor weapons have originated? Perhaps from the barbaric emperor peak? It is possible. Amidst the discussions among the disciples, some stepped forward to begin their attempts. This individual is a renowned prodigy from the Danshan sacred peak, and as soon as he steps out, he is immediately recognized. It is Yi Jianjun, one of the top 5 prodigies of the Danshan sacred peak, with aspirations to compete for the title of Holy Son of Danshan. Approaching the 10 desolation cauldron, Yi Jianjun feels a surge of vital energy coursing through him, and his magical power bursts forth, enveloping one cauldron in his magical force. He effortlessly lifts it. At this moment, Yi Jianjun gains a clear understanding of his capabilities. He can lift 7 cauldrons, but he intends to make an effort to attempt the 8th. With this resolve, his magical energy erupts forth like a mighty river, and in an instant, he raises 7 cauldrons while trying to lift the 8th. However, after several attempts, he concedes defeat, for the 8th cauldron remains immovable, akin to a colossal boulder. If senior brother Yi can lift 7 cauldrons, does that not imply he possesses the potential to become a great sage? Alas, let alone 7 cauldrons. It remains uncertain whether we can lift 6. I wonder how many cauldrons brothers Bai and Chi can lift? Following Yi Jianjun's initial attempt, more individuals step forward to try their hand. Yet, none surpass Yi Jianjun. The highest among them can only lift 5 cauldrons. As time passes, genuine prodigies emerge. Disciples cultivated by various sacred peaks as candidates for the next peak masters. Among them are Bai Qi from the star-picking sacred peak, Qi Hua from the southern frontier sacred peak, and Fang Ziqing from the Danshan sacred peak, all of whom successfully lift 9 cauldrons. The remaining renowned prodigies manage to lift 7 or 8 cauldrons. Finally, when Shun Daofan, Su Tao, and Zhang Sheng make their entrance, they effortlessly raise 10 cauldrons with their magical power, astonishing the entire assembly. Truly, they are the disciples of the sect leader and his esteemed peers, exhibiting extraordinary strength. To lift 10 cauldrons is an endeavor reserved for the youthful supremes. Our Feixian Sect boasts 3 such young supremes, Bai Qi and his companions. who can lift 9 cauldrons, may very well achieve the feat of lifting 10 in 6 months, attaining the status of young supremes themselves. The disciples buzz with excitement over the performances of Chun Daofan and his peers. Subsequently, the assembly experiences the Red Dust Mirrors realm, where Chun Daofan and others demonstrate exceptional prowess, quickly breaking free from the Red Dust's influence and exiting the realm. After undergoing the trials of the 10 Desolation Cauldron and the Red Dust Mirror, a series of golden names emerge on the cosmic list. The names of Chun Daofan, Su Tao, and Zhang Sheng occupy the top 3 positions, followed by Bai Qi, Qi Hua, Fang Ziqing, and others. As their names appear on the cosmic list, numerous beams of golden light emerge from the treasure peak, descending upon the notable disciples. The overwhelming aura signifies the presence of a sacred weapon, the 9-flame holy pill. A sacred pill. Look at the item in Chen's hands. Could it possibly be a quasi-emperor weapon? Indeed, it is a quasi-emperor weapon. With Chen's already formidable strength augmented by this weapon, how could the young supremes of other immortal factions contend? I must retreat to the time-space tower to cultivate. I aspire to ascend the cosmic list. As various treasures fall into the hands of the recognized disciples, this spectacle ignites envy among the multitude of Feixian Sect disciples, each yearning for their names to grace the cosmic list. Within the imperial palace, Fang Chen observes the reactions of the Feixian Sect disciples. Nodding in satisfaction, the cosmic list has indeed proven effective. Chapter 59. The Barbarian Youth, the Black Phoenix Demon Lord, the Essence of Immortality. In the fleeting days that follow, news swiftly spreads throughout the southern frontier and beyond, reaching the entirety of the Xianhuang Star. The Feixian Sect is recruiting disciples. The location is the Holy City. The Feixian Sect is finally opening its doors for disciples, and I must join. The Feixian Sect is an immortal faction. Joining will not be an easy feat. In a remote mountain in the southern frontier, a group of barbarian tribespeople, clad in animal skins, are besieging a savage beast. Among them, one individual emanates a vigorous aura, akin to a great primordial serpent. At this moment, the hunt reaches its final stage, and the barbarian, whose energy surges like the mighty serpent, delivers a powerful punch to the beast's skull. Instantly, the savage creature lets out a whimper and collapses to the ground, lifeless. Man Wu, your strength has improved considerably. As the beast falls, a robust and rugged barbarian appears. Uncle, what brings you here? Please, sit. The meat of this beast is quite succulent. Man Wu tears off the beast's hind leg, casually using his magic to roast it before taking a hearty bite. Uncle Man Wu, akin to his nephew, rips off the other hind leg and sits beside him. Man Wu, the Feixian Sect is set to officially open its doors to recruit disciples in 6 months. As the strongest among the younger generation of our barbarian tribe, you should try to see if you can join the Feixian Sect, Uncle Man Wu says while eating. Why join the Feixian Sect? I'm quite content here in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Man Wu responds, puzzled. I heard that the Feixian Sect has obtained the legacy of the primordial emperor, Uncle Man Wu replies. Did you know that the primordial emperor was once a member of our barbarian tribe? Hearing this, Man Wu's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at his uncle. Uncle, you must be joking. Uncle Man Wu solemnly nods. I assure you, I am not jesting. This matter is a secret of our tribe. Until one reaches the status of a sage, it is not to be disclosed. It is understandable that you are unaware. However, I am making an exception to tell you this, hoping you will give it a try and see if you can join the Feixian Sect, thus inheriting the legacy of our primordial ancestor. Upon hearing this, Man Wu puts down the leg of meat, ponders for a moment, and then tells his uncle, I will go to the southern frontier holy city in 6 months. Uncle Man Wu nods with satisfaction. That is splendid. The Feixian Sect is currently thriving. If you can join the Feixian Sect, it will surely benefit our tribe in the days to come. Within a cave brimming with vitality and divine mist, a young man opens his eyes. The Feixian Sect is intriguing. It seems the upcoming 6 months will be quite eventful. With that, the young man closes his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation. In the western wilderness, within the vast expanse of the Wanyao Ridge, a magnificent cave houses a black divine phoenix resting upon the ground. Gradually, the black phoenix shrinks in size, ultimately transforming into an enigmatic young man clad in a black robe. Demon Lord. At that moment, Yu Wuxin appears within the cave, informing the young man of various happenings in the outside world. As Feng Lingxiao listens to Yu Wuxin's words, a flicker of extraordinary light flashes in his eyes. Wuxin, in 6 months, I shall personally journey to the southern frontier holy city. Prepare everything for me. Feng Lingxiao gazes at Yu Wuxin. Yes, Demon Lord. Yu Wuxin responds with a nod. This visit to the holy city is not merely for a visit. It also provides an opportunity for the 9 heavens and the prodigies of the Feixian Sect to exchange insights. Wuxin, find the 9 heavens and inform him of this matter. Feng Lingxiao instructs once more. Wuxi nods in agreement. In the words of Feng Lingxiao, the Nine Heavens refers to the young supreme of the demon clan, who has been meticulously nurtured by his kin. Ever since it was established that Shi Jiutian would ascend as the young supreme of the demon race, he has been undergoing rigorous training under the tutelage of the clan's venerable ancestors within their sacred territories. Now, the time has come for Shi Jiutian to emerge before the world and herald the name of Wanyao Ridge. I wonder who possesses greater strength, Chen Daofan from the Flying Immortal Sect or Jiutian, mused Wuxin. Not long ago, Wuxin had encountered Chen Daofan, leaving her with a profound impression of his demeanor. Although he did not reveal his cultivation level, his identity as a direct disciple of an emperor undoubtedly places him among the ranks of young supremes. The anticipated clash between these two young supremes fills Wuxin with eager anticipation. Time flows swiftly, and 6 months pass quickly for cultivators. Within the holy city of southern wilderness, the atmosphere buzzes with liveliness as a myriad of cultivators traverse the bustling streets. In just a few days, the grand flying immortal gathering will commence, which is truly a cause for excitement. It remains to be seen how many will emerge as disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect during this gathering. The demons of Wanyao Ridge have arrived and taken residence in the Listening Pavilion. What could account for such a close relationship between the Demon Clan and the Flying Immortal Sect? After all, both are formidable immortal powers with mutual exchanges. And now that the dual emperors of the Flying Immortal Sect walk the earth, the Demon Clan likely seeks to curry favor for their talents. In the desolate peak of the Barbarian Emperor, Fang Chen gazed at the old dragon within the divine essence jade. How do you feel? Thank you, Emperor. The old dragon feels revitalized, replied the ancient dragon, its eyes brimming with joy. If it continues in this manner for a few more cycles, the old dragon will be able to break free from the divine essence jade and roam freely once more. Compared to before, the old dragon's condition has improved significantly. The once gray and white scales have shed in part, replaced by golden ones. The decayed fangs and claws have also fallen away, giving rise to new, sharp ones. Fang Chen nodded slightly in response. That is indeed good news. Emperor, when might you bestow upon me some longevity essence? I fear I shan't survive this life, remarked Fan Wugo, observing the old dragon's exuberance with envy. Fang Chen cast a glance at Fan Wugo. With your bloodline so potent, there are no signs of decline. This indicates your lifespan remains extensive. Seeking longevity essence now would be more harmful than beneficial. The Emperor speaks true, Taoist friend Fan, the old dragon chimed in. Were it not for my imperial bloodline, I would have long since waned. I truly had no other recourse than to request the Emperor to bestow longevity essence upon me. The longevity essence is an energy that Fang Chen has cultivated over the past 6 months while practicing the Longevity Sutra. He discovered this energy to be teeming with vitality, possessing an irresistible allure for those whose life force has dwindled. Therefore, Fang Chen sought out the old dragon, periodically transferring this energy to him. Over the course of half a year, the once dwindling lifespan of the old dragon has been rejuvenated, manifesting a few drops of imperial blood and extending his life. Given time, the old dragon could restore himself to his peak state, no longer reliant on the divine essence jade and the source of creation for survival. Just then, the Listening Pavilion made its appearance. Emperor, the Demon Lord of the Demon Clan has arrived at the Listening Pavilion seeking an audience with you. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. I am aware and shall make my way to the Listening Pavilion forthwith. After the announcement, the messenger vanished, and Fang Chen turned his attention back to the old dragon. Chapter 60, Meeting Feng Lingxiao. The gathering begins with only 8 participants. Soon, the Flying Immortal Gathering is set to commence. Old dragon, during the gathering, you may observe for any suitable inheritors of the Barbarian Emperor's legacy, Fang Chen suggested. Thank you, Emperor. The old dragon understands, he replied with a nod. Subsequently, Fang Chen stepped forth and departed the Flying Immortal Realm, arriving at the Listening Pavilion within the Holy City. At this moment, Feng Lingxiao was in conversation with Zhang Zhongda. Besides the man and the demon, the room also housed Wuxin, Huaixing, and a composed young man with piercing eyes. Upon Fang Chen's sudden appearance, both Wuxin and Huaixing immediately bowed. Emperor Chen. Following suit, Feng Lingxiao and Shi Jiutian also rose to pay their respects. In Shi Jiutian's gaze towards Fang Chen, admiration mingled with profound curiosity. Just then, Zhang Zhongda approached Fang Chen, informing him of Feng Lingxiao and Shi Jiutian's identities, before excusing himself from the room. Prior to this, the Demon Clan aided the Flying Immortal Sect with imperial weapons. And I have yet to formally express my gratitude, Fang Chen said, taking a seat and smiling at Feng Lingxiao. Hearing this, Feng Lingxiao's lips curled into a slight smile. There is no need for such formality, Emperor Chen. We owe our success in avenging Tai and Tai Wei to the opportunities provided by the flying Immortal Sect. Fang Chen chuckled without further comment, and Feng Lingxiao continued. I have heard that the flying immortal gathering is about to commence, so I brought our young supreme to experience the world. I hope you will not take offense at my presumption. Not at all. I also have 2 disciples. We may exchange insights thereafter, Fang Chen replied. After their conversation, Fang Chen departed the listening pavilion and returned to the flying Immortal Sect. Days later, the majority of cultivators in the Holy City gathered in the central plaza, where the flying immortal gathering was set to unfold, under the watchful eyes of the multitude. A grand ancient gate imbued with the essence of the wilderness materialized in the sky above the Holy City. This was the ancient gate of the wilderness, the portal to the ancient wilderness realm. It seems the legacy of the barbarian emperor has indeed been obtained by the flying Immortal Sect. Could it be that another emperor of the flying Immortal Sect hails from the ancient wilderness realm? Among the crowd of cultivators, Man Wu felt the call of his bloodline as he fixated on the ancient gate. It was evident that the barbarian emperor had once belonged to the barbarian tribe. Man Wu's eyes blazed with fervor as he gazed at the gate. Before long, 3 quasi-emperors emerged from the ancient gate, one of whom was the previously revered great sage, Zhu Yixing. The appearance of these 3 quasi-emperors instantly left the gathered cultivators in shock. Is it not a tad extravagant for the flying Immortal Sect to have summoned 3 quasi-emperors to host the gathering? After all, which quasi-emperor in other sects is not treated with reverence? Why does it seem different here at the flying Immortal Sect? Could it be that the sect is merely putting on a facade to maintain appearances? At that moment, Zhu Yixing gazed down at the multitude of cultivators and proclaimed, the gathering is about to commence. I shall first outline the rules of this event. There will be 3 stages. The first will assess talent, the second will gauge character. Those who pass the first 2 stages will be eligible to join the flying Immortal Sect. Continuing, Zhu Yixing produced the celestial roll and declared, this is the celestial roll, bearing the names of renowned prodigies within the flying Immortal Sect. Those who pass the second stage will challenge the individuals listed on the celestial roll in the third stage. Success in the challenge will lead to a new ranking, rewards, and the privilege to select a holy peak. Failure will result in being selected by the various holy peaks. And if none choose you, you will be relegated to the miscellaneous peak, starting from the bottom. As soon as the words left his lips, 5 holy peaks suddenly manifested in the sky above the holy city, each towering and imposing, radiating grandeur. One holy peak was surrounded by stars. Another exuded the essence of the wilderness, while yet another commanded an awe-inspiring presence, steeped in ancient history. Each of the 5 holy peaks bore its own distinct characteristics. With the emergence of the 5 holy peaks, the celestial roll in Zhu Yixing's hand soared into the heavens, settling in the firmament above. Suddenly, the cosmic ranking radiated with brilliant light, each name upon it gleaming like stars, and all present could sense the extraordinary nature of the individuals behind those names. The last name on the list, even belonging to an immortal force, could surely contend for the position of Saint Sun. Who could possibly succeed in challenging this? Just look at the top 3. The aura exuding from their names is nothing short of terrifying, undoubtedly belonging to figures of the young supreme caliber. Have you not noticed that the cosmic ranking is an imperial artifact? The presence of the cosmic ranking has profoundly impacted the multitude of cultivators gathered, with some already contemplating retreat. Inside the listening pavilion, the members of the demon clan witnessed this spectacle. At this moment, Feng Lingxiao gazed at the names on the list and spoke. Zhu Tian, do you have any intriguing opponents? Shizhou Tian fixed his gaze upon the first name, Chen Daofan. He is formidable and worthy of a battle. Upon hearing that Chen Daofan is the first disciple of the Emperor of Stars, his strength must indeed be terrifying. At this point, Yu Wuxin chuckled softly. However, Zhu Tian, having received the guidance of the ancestors, believed he would not be inferior to Chen Daofan. In the skies above the holy city, Zhu Yixing, seeing that the time was ripe, announced the commencement of the flying Immortal Sect's grand gathering. Following this, 10 cauldrons soared forth from the ancient gate, each exuding an extraordinary presence, with auspicious clouds soaring into the heavens. These are the 10 desolate cauldrons. The rules for the first trial are as follows. Those who can lift 5 cauldrons and raise them 5 feet off the ground shall pass the first trial. Zhu Yixing introduced the rules to the gathered cultivators. Yet another imperial artifact. Does the flying Immortal Sect possess an excessive number of such treasures? What is so surprising about it? With the legacy of the barbarian emperor combined with the holy land of the southern region, it is only natural for there to be a surplus of imperial artifacts. But which sect utilizes imperial artifacts as a means of assessment like the flying Immortal Sect does? Shouldn't these be reserved to bolster their foundation? As Zhu Yixing concluded the introduction of the first trial's rules, the first trial officially commenced. Inside the listening pavilion, Feng Lingxiao looked towards Shizhou Tian. Zhu Tian, You should give it a try. All right, Sergio Tian agreed, stepping out of the listening pavilion. At that moment, the first cultivator approached to attempt lifting the 10 desolate cauldrons. Lift for me. The first cultivator summoned all his magical energy, enveloping one of the 10 desolate cauldrons. His face turning crimson, yet the cauldron remained utterly unmoved. After several attempts, this cultivator descended in utter disappointment, witnessing the first cultivator unable to lift even a single cauldron. The majority of the cultivators present exchanged glances in disbelief. Fortunately, another cultivator soon stepped forward to attempt lifting the cauldron. However, despite exerting all his strength, he could only manage to raise one cauldron a mere 3 inches off the ground. He too shook his head and stepped down. Subsequently, the third and fourth cultivators took their turns, but after a little less than half an hour, only a scant few had succeeded in lifting 5 cauldrons, with merely 8 individuals managing to raise them 5 feet off the ground. This was exceedingly difficult. Only 8 individuals managing to lift the cauldrons 5 feet was simply outrageous. This indeed met the standards of the immortal forces, and the requirements of the flying Immortal Sect seemed even more lenient compared to other immortal forces. Look, the young master from the Lihua Valley of the Western regions is about to lift the cauldrons. Chapter 61. Opening the betting for Young Supremes, Golden Era. How do you know he is the young master from Lihua Valley? I am well informed and naturally know who he is, replied the informant, glancing sideways. Ladies and gentlemen, the betting has commenced. Guess how many cauldrons the young master from Lihua Valley can lift? A successful wager will yield a 10-fold reward. Just then, the informant shouted loudly, simultaneously producing a square table of quasi-holy artifact quality. The informant's actions immediately drew the attention of the majority present. Who are you? Nobody knows you. What if you abscond with the funds? Upon hearing this, the informant quickly retorted, Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the holy city. Would I dare to act so recklessly? Hearing the informant's response, some cultivators hesitated for a moment before approaching the table. 30 pounds of marrow jade. I bet he cannot lift 5 cauldrons. With the first cultivator placing a wager, many others soon followed suit. 50 pounds of marrow jade. I bet he can lift 5 cauldrons. 55 pounds of marrow jade. I bet he can lift 6 cauldrons. The informant's mouth curled into a smile, unable to contain his glee. The events unfolding here did not affect the progress of the first trial. The young master from Lihua Valley, Cheng Yu, focused his magical energy, and a formidable force enveloped the 5 cauldrons, lifting them effortlessly to a height of 10 feet. Feeling that he still had reserves of strength, he unleashed an even more overwhelming magical energy, and with a final surge, he lifted 7 cauldrons. 7 cauldrons? He possesses the potential to become a great saint. Oh no, my 50 pounds of marrow jade, which I painstakingly saved over 10 years. Haha, what a windfall. 30 pounds of marrow jade has transformed into 300 pounds. As Cheng Yu descended, a robust young man wrapped in animal skins stepped forward. This individual was the strongest of the younger generation of the barbarian clan, boasting impressive strength. Upon seeing Man Wu, the informant's eyes brightened, and he immediately introduced him. Man Wu approached the 10 desolate cauldrons, his magical energy surging like a torrential river. And in an instant, it transformed into 10 fearsome dragons. The manifestation of magical energy? This person is truly terrifying. 10 great dragons coiled around the cauldrons. And in an instant, they lifted them skyward. Indeed, he lifted all 10 cauldrons. He truly is a young supreme. Such a swift emergence of a young supreme figure. What will happen next? In the flying immortal realm, atop the barbarian emperor peak, the old barbarian dragon was also closely monitoring the grand event. Upon seeing Man Wu, the old barbarian dragon sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. When Man Wu unleashed his magical energy and lifted all 10 cauldrons, a peculiar light flickered in the old barbarian dragon's eyes. I did not expect to encounter a descendant of the emperor. It seems the legacy of the emperor rightfully belongs to this individual. At this moment, Man Wu had set down the 10 cauldrons and calmly walked down. Soon after, another young man emerged. This was Wei Xianxian. The informant merely revealed his name and ceased further commentary. Why have you stopped speaking? This individual is somewhat special. Let us skip over him for now, the informant replied with a smile. When Wei Xianxian took the stage, he too effortlessly lifted all 10 cauldrons, astonishing the entire assembly. Yet another young supreme had appeared. The flying Immortal Sect was bound to reap enormous rewards from this. Haha, if the other immortal forces were to learn of this, they would surely be envious. Inside the listening pavilion, Fang Chen gazed at Wei Xianxian, a smile gracing his face. Yet tinged with an inexplicable nuance, he already possesses a legacy. What a pity. Using the eye of the heavenly Tao, Fang Chen discerned that Wei Xianxian had long since acquired a legacy, and a quasi-emperor within the holy city had been closely observing him. Fang Chen surmised that Wei Xianxian hailed from some immortal force. It appears that the flying immortal gathering has attracted the attention of other immortal powers. Beside him, Feng Lingxiao remarked with a smile. On the plaza, after Wei Xianxian departed, the demon clan's Shijiu Tian took the stage. Upon seeing Shijiu Tian, the informant's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The young supreme of the demon clan has also arrived. It seems this generation will be quite lively. After the emergence of Shijiu Tian, much like Wei Xianxian, she effortlessly lifted 10 cauldrons before departing. Another young supreme. Could it be that a golden age is on the horizon? Yet, such a prosperous era may well transform into chaos. Regardless, the fact that Feixian Sect boasts 3 young supremes surely bodes well for its future brilliance. At this moment, a woman with a serene countenance stepped forward. Upon seeing her, the well-informed observer's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ingjini, the scattered cultivators are opening bets." The bets are open. The crowd of cultivators stirred with renewed enthusiasm at the prospect of another round of betting. Scattered cultivators? 100 pounds of marrow jade wagered that she could not lift a single cauldron. Count me in. At this juncture, Ingjini had already gathered her strength. In an instant, her magical power radiated like a cascading river of stars, enduring and magnificent. Oh no! Why does it feel as if she has been concealing her true prowess? With such formidable magical energy, are you seriously asserting that she is merely a scattered cultivator? I've already staked my fortune. This could lead to ruin. At that moment, Ingjini's potent magical energy descended upon the 10 cauldrons, and with a flick, she effortlessly lifted them into the sky. A series of 10 resounding thuds echoed as she lowered the cauldrons back down. Then she departed with an air of composure. An hour passed, and the first round of the grand event finally concluded. Zhu Yixing proclaimed loudly, "The first round is over. Those who did not pass should exit the venue." Soon, the crowd thinned considerably. Zhu Yixing surveyed the remaining cultivators with satisfaction. Sensing Jinny's performance, nearly 100 more prodigies had emerged, lifting 8 and 9 cauldrons with ease. If such talents were to join the Feixian Sect, it would certainly flourish in the days to come. In the listening pavilion, Feng Lingxiao felt a twinge of envy. So many prodigies have appeared. The Feixian Sect is destined for greatness. Fang Chen nodded with a smile. The Feixian Sect possesses the advantage of timing, location, and harmony among people to achieve such a scenario. Previously, the upheaval in the heavens had suppressed Xianhuang's star, preventing even the most gifted from realizing their potential. Now that the heavens have restored balance and the restrictions have lifted, the emergence of so many prodigies is hardly surprising. Fang Chen believed that the phenomenon witnessed at the Feixian Grand Assembly was merely the beginning. An explosive emergence of talents from Xianhuang's star was inevitable. The words of Emperor Chen were indeed accurate. With the restoration of the heavens, Xianhuang's star has ushered in a golden era. Feng Lingxiao's eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light. Perhaps even the previously reclusive geniuses would make their appearance. Chapter 62. A name not worthy of its reputation? The spectacle of the Rakshasa Empress. In the square, as Zhu Yixing prepared to announce the commencement of the second round, Wei Xianxian called out loudly, "Please wait, esteemed senior." Zhu Yixing turned to Wei Xianxian. "What is it?" "Esteemed senior, might we witness whether the prodigies of the Feixian Sect listed on the universe rankings are truly deserving of their titles?" Wei Xianxian inquired. Zhu Yixing's aura surged, resembling a vast sky pressing down, sending shivers through the cultivators present. "Your words can be construed as a provocation against the Feixian Sect," Zhu Yixing replied coldly. However, Chen Daofan and other top-ranked disciples of the Feixian Sect appeared in the square. Chen Daofan gazed up at Zhu Yixing. "There is no need for you to be angered, esteemed protector. If someone wishes to witness a demonstration, let them." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yixing retracted his imposing aura, casting a meaningful glance at Wei Xianxian. Following this, Chen Daofan and the others approached the 10 desolate cauldrons in order of their rankings, raising them with their own formidable magical energy. To the astonishment of all, 6 out of the 10 managed to lift all 10 cauldrons, shaking the entire venue. Oh my heavens, 6 young supremes. Could it be that the Feixian Sect is destined to have 6 individuals ascend the path of enlightenment and become emperors in this lifetime? How could it be so easy? Do you think the entire universe lacks other extraordinary geniuses? Yet, those who become young supremes are certainly not ordinary. Even if only 2 out of the 6 achieve enlightenment and become emperors, the Feixian Sect would already stand tall above the rest. Indeed, let us not forget the 4 young supremes who have just emerged. Should even 2 join, the Feixian Sect would boast 8 young supremes. Other immortal powers would be left in despair. Nurturing a single young supreme is an arduous task, yet the Feixian Sect has produced 6. How could they possibly compete? Within the listening pavilion, Feng Lingxiao and the others from the demon race regarded Chen Daofan and his companions with a sense of bitterness. The demon race had expended tremendous effort to cultivate a single young supreme, Xianxiaaudiobooks. While the Feixian Sect had produced 6 at once, this disparity left Feng Lingxiao feeling helpless and envious. In the square, Wei Xuanxian's expression turned grave. To think there are 6. The Feixian Sect is formidable. My fellow cultivator, though I know not your origins, should you intend to cause trouble at this assembly, I advise you to reconsider. Chen Daofan warned, his voice resonant. Wei Xuanxian, recognizing his earlier rashness, responded with solemnity. Chen Daofan nodded, then with the other 9, vanished from the square. Zhu Yisheng, observing Chen Daofan's departure, declared, the second round begins. Please present the red dust mirror. As his words fell, an ancient copper mirror, brimming with the essence of the red dust, soared from the ancient gate. The second round is the red dust heart refinement. You will enter the realm of red dust for reincarnation. Those who escape the red dust world within 15 minutes shall pass this round. Zhu Yisheng, holding the red dust mirror, explained the rules of the second round. The square buzzed with discussions. Another imperial weapon? Is the Feixian Sect doing this on purpose? This signifies their immense strength. Surely, joining the Feixian Sect would yield great benefits. I fear I may not pass the red dust heart refinement. Before long, Zhu Yisheng elucidated the rules of the second round clearly, then activated the red dust mirror, which immediately emanated a brilliant red light, tinting the entire sky crimson. Subsequently, the red dust mirror transformed into a realm of red dust, enveloping all cultivators in the square. The cultivators entering the red dust world instantaneously lost all sensation and memory, subsequently encountering various events within the red dust realm, undergoing reincarnation. Bai Shitong, will you still open bets? Upon hearing an inquiry, Bai Shitong promptly responded, of course. This time, let us see which of the 4 young supremes emerges first. Place your bets, place your bets. Bai Shitong urged the numerous cultivators to wager, and amidst this commotion, the red dust mirror flashed, revealing Yingjiani appearing once more in the square. What? She emerged so quickly? Has only 5 breaths passed? Why did Yingjiani come out first? Where are the other young supremes? This is disastrous. I might lose everything, including my fortune for the next life. In the listening pavilion, Fang Chen gazed at Yingjiani, feeling a hint of perplexity. Yingjiani is no ordinary individual. System, could you provide me with information about this person? No problem. Please hold on for a moment. Name, Yingjiani, Empress of the Rakshasa Sea. She was forced to reincarnate after being ambushed by several similarly ranked emperors. Currently, Yingjiani has not regained her memories. Through the system's introduction, Fang Chen learned of Yingjiani's origins. The Rakshasa Sea, what manner of place is that? Could it be a region on another ancient star within the cosmos? Fang Chen found himself in a state of confusion. On the planet Xianyuan, there exists no location known as the Rakshasa Sea, which leads Fang Chen to ponder whether the Rakshasa Sea might be situated on another celestial body amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos. After all, the boundless starry sky is home to more than just the Xianyuan star. The Rakshasa Sea is located on the Zifu star, a celestial body birthed from a peerless powerhouse's transformation into the Zifu. Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossed Fang Chen's face. In the square, after a brief interval of 3 breaths since Yingjiani emerged from the mundane world, the red dust mirror flickered with crimson light once more. And then Man Wu appeared in the square with an air of calm. As soon as Man Wu touched the ground, Wei Xuanxian and Shi Jiutian followed closely behind, joining the assembly in the square. This outcome is utterly unexpected. Thankfully, I refrained from placing any bets. How did my hand move so swiftly? At that moment, Bai Shitong observed the emergence of 4 youthful supremes, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yet he quickly reassured the crowd. Do not be hasty, do not be hasty. There are still some prodigies yet to surface. Let us continue the proceedings and see who shall emerge next from the mundane world. It was not until 3 minutes later that the 5th individual detached from the mundane world. Upon witnessing the 4 youthful supremes in the square, the newcomer displayed a look of surprise, swiftly followed by elation. Although I may not match the 4 youthful supremes, I stand as the foremost among those beneath them. As the 5th individual emerged, gradually, the 6th and 7th followed suit. By the time a quarter of an hour had elapsed, only a little over 80 individuals remained standing in the square. Most of these individuals had raised 7 or more cauldrons, while a select few had managed to lift 5 or 6, yet their formidable resolve enabled them to extricate themselves from the mundane world. As time expired, the second round concluded. Zhu Yisheng, observing the time, summoned his formidable power to restore the mundane world back into the red dust mirror, subsequently stowing it away. At this juncture, those cultivators still immersed in the mundane world lay sprawled upon the square, and as they gradually awakened, they gazed around in confusion, their hearts sinking. Was everything that transpired merely an illusion? To have faced defeat here is simply unacceptable. Alas, it seems my own shortcomings are too numerous. However, it is fortunate that I have identified my deficiencies and still have the opportunity for redemption. Chapter 64. Extraordinary Individuals, One-Strike Victory, Challenging Xianxia. May those who have failed please exit the arena, Zhi Yixing declared loudly, glancing down at the square. Consequently, the cultivators who had not passed the second round began to leave in succession. In the square, only the 80-odd successful cultivators remained. Congratulations. From this day forth, you shall be disciples of the Feixian Sect, Zhi Yixing proclaimed with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the majority of those present in the square exhibited expressions of delight and excitement. To become disciples of an immortal power ensures a considerably smoother path in their future cultivation journey. As previously stated, the next challenge is the third round. I invite the celestial ranking prodigies to take the stage. No sooner had he finished speaking than the celestial ranking illuminated with golden light, bathing the entire sky in a resplendent hue. Subsequently, the disciples of the Feixian Sect whose names adorned the celestial ranking soared into the air from various directions of the holy city, culminating above the square. Is this the renowned prodigies of the Feixian Sect listed on the celestial ranking? Indeed, each one is extraordinary. Even those ranked at the bottom must possess the potential to become saints. No? Saints? Does that not imply that the Feixian Sect could boast hundreds of saints in the future? Who else on the Xianyuan star can rival the Feixian Sect? As long as one possesses potential, it is not guaranteed. This alone is terrifying enough, and when combined with the 80-odd individuals in the square, the Feixian Sect is bound to make its mark across the entire starry expanse. In a courtyard within the holy city, several seemingly ordinary elders were gathered around a stone table. What prowess does the Feixian Sect possess to cultivate such a multitude of prodigies? One elder exclaimed, striking the stone table in bewilderment. Now is not the time to seek answers. The Feixian Sect has exceeded our expectations by a significant margin. What lies ahead is of paramount importance. Indeed, the rift between us and the Feixian Sect is irreconcilable. After the Grand Assembly, the Feixian Sect will undoubtedly settle the score. Following this statement, an extended silence enveloped the courtyard. In the square, Zhi Yixing addressed the gathered cultivators after the arrival of 1,000 individuals. You may choose to challenge any one of them. The rules remain unchanged, and the challenge commences now. No sooner had he spoken than Chengyu from the Lihua Valley stepped forward. I wish to challenge Brother Huang. Among the 1,000, Huang Xiang nodded knowingly upon recognizing a challenger before him. Zhi Yixing then invoked the laws of the holy city, guiding Chengyu and Huang Xiang onto the sacred platform for their duel. On the platform, Huang Xiang regarded Chengyu across from him and remarked, Junior Brother Cheng, I can understand your choice in me as an opponent. However, if you underestimate me simply because I am ranked last, you shall make a grave error. Chengyu, upon hearing this, solemnly nodded, Brother Huang, I apologize. As soon as the words left his lips, Chengyu swept his hands, unleashing a tumultuous sea of flames that engulfed the entire sacred platform in an instant. Within the fiery tempest, Huang Xiang remained composed. Junior Brother Cheng, exert your full strength. If this is all you can muster, it will be a disappointment. Hearing this, Chengyu's gaze sharpened as he summoned all his might, causing the already surging sea of flames to intensify. The overwhelming divine power surged upon the sacred platform like a turbulent tide, rising and falling relentlessly. Brother Huang, take heed, Chengyu cautioned. Then, every flicker of flame within the inferno leapt and surged toward Huang Xiang with searing intensity. Yet, Huang Xiang maintained his serene demeanor. Though he regarded Chengyu with newfound appreciation, Junior Brother Cheng, your strength is commendable. However, it remains insufficient against me. Huang Xiang made no move, allowing his power to spill forth like the Milky Way, continuously erupting outward. The robust force surged like a vast ocean, first suppressing the fiery tempest before rapidly cascading toward Chengyu. As Chengyu sensed Huang Xiang's oceanic power, his heart momentarily halted, feeling as though an ancient beast was charging toward him. I concede, Chengyu hastily declared. Instantaneously, Huang Xiang withdrew the oceanic force, while Chengyu gasped for breath, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Such immense power can dissipate in an instant. The control over it is truly terrifying. Huang Xiang, merely at the King's realm, can achieve such feats. The Feixian Sect's ability to cultivate individuals is indeed formidable. If even the last-ranked individual possesses such strength, what of those ranked higher? On the sacred platform, Chengyu bowed respectfully to Huang Xiang. Brother Huang, your prowess is indeed formidable. I was overly presumptuous. Huang Xiang replied. In other sects, Junior Brother Cheng would undoubtedly excel. Regrettably, here in the Feixian Sect, you must exert double the effort in the future. Chengyu nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Huang. The two then exited the sacred platform. Observing this, Zhi Yixing turned to the square. Next, at that moment, The majority of those present exchanged glances, but soon, someone stepped forth from the crowd. I too wish to challenge Brother Huang. This individual chose to challenge Huang Xiang once more. Among the multitude, a disciple of the flying Immortal Sect, ranked higher, cast a teasing glance at Huang Xiang and remarked, "It seems today is your stage, Junior Brother Huang. We are merely supporting characters in your performance." Huang Xiang, upon hearing this, could only respond with a resigned smile. "Brother Sun, please refrain from jesting with me." With that, Huang Xiang stepped onto the sacred platform to commence his challenge. Half an hour later, the majority of the crowd in the square hung their heads in despondency. Were all the seniors on the leaderboard this formidable? Not a single one among us managed to succeed in our challenges. Yet, this only serves to affirm that the flying Immortal Sect is indeed an exceptional place. Undoubtedly, after some time, I shall ascend the leaderboard as well. Within that half hour, one by one, the cultivators in the square ascended the sacred platform to issue their challenges. But none emerged victorious. Most challengers opted to test their mettle against Huang Xiang, with only a few overly ambitious souls daring to confront those ranked even higher. None among those who challenged Huang Xiang lasted beyond 10 exchanges before succumbing to his prowess. Observing the dejected disciples, Zhu Yixing wore a smile as he announced, "Next." At that moment, only 4 young supremes remained unchallenged. The 4 exchanged glances, and then Man Wu stepped forward, declaring, "I shall challenge Brother Zhang, who ranks 3rd. The gaze of 1,000 onlookers in the square fell upon Zhang Sheng. To challenge Zhang, the esteemed uncle master, was indeed an audacious move on the part of this young man from the barbarian tribe. While he may be a young supreme, to confront another of the same stature, especially Zhang, seemed rather presumptuous. How many rounds do you think this barbarian disciple will last? Someone speculated. I wager 3 rounds. Brother Wu, shall we place a bet? I bet on 2 rounds, with your piece of mysterious silver holy gold as the stake. You little rascal. You must have had your eyes on my silver holy gold for quite some time. I'm in, came the reply. At that moment, Zhang Sheng ascended the sacred platform, saying, "Please." Chapter 64, Man Wu's Defeat. A single move determines victory, 1 against 2. Man Wu, unceremoniously, drew forth a remarkably polished large bone club. "Brother Zhang, I apologize in advance." With a thunderous shout, he swung the bone club forward. In an instant, a blinding brilliance radiated from the club, unleashing a terrifying wave akin to a tsunami that surged towards Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng remained composed, and as the sound of flowing water emanated from his fingertips, he thrust his right palm forward, summoning a towering tidal wave that seemed destined to engulf the very heavens. The overwhelming force of the wave swiftly consumed the terrifying energy, leaving not a trace behind. Man Wu, witnessing the tidal wave, felt a surge of exhilaration. "Here it comes," Kuanping soaring through the waves. He roared, channeling his power to envelop himself, transforming into a colossal Kuanping that obscured the sky. With a resounding cry, the Kuanping swiftly suppressed the tidal wave, turning it to his advantage, and in the blink of an eye, the tidal wave surged back towards Zhang Sheng. Observing this, Zhang Sheng bellowed, his voice resonating like a great bell, causing the sacred platform to tremble. The immense divine power surged in tandem with his voice. At that moment, the Kuanping was struck as if by lightning, crashing heavily onto the platform. After a brief pause, Man Wu rose slowly from the ground, picked up his bone club, and tapped it against his own head. "Brother Zhang, you are indeed deserving of your rank as the 3rd young supreme. I stand in admiration," Man Wu remarked, gazing at Zhang Sheng with newfound respect. Zhang Sheng, hearing this, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, acknowledging Man Wu with a nod. He was the first to depart the sacred platform. However, upon returning to the square, Man Wu noticed the peculiar looks cast his way by those around him. "What is the matter?" he inquired, perplexed. "Brother Man, the one you just fought was the direct disciple of the sect leader, with a seniority far surpassing your own. And you referred to him as brother," someone nearby reminded him. Upon realizing this, Man Wu was initially taken aback, but recalling that Zhang Sheng had said nothing in response, he assumed Zhang Sheng was indifferent to the matter. Nevertheless, he felt the need to seek clarification from Zhang, eventually. Before Zhu Yixing could speak again, Ying Jinni stepped forward, declaring, "I wish to challenge Brother Su." Her words immediately sparked a wave of astonishment. Su Tao was a formidable presence at the 8th level of the monarch realm, while Ying Jinni was merely at the 5th level. How could she dare to challenge him? It would be wiser to challenge Zhang Sheng, as they were both at the monarch level, perhaps offering her a sliver of a chance for victory. Such is the nature of the young supremes. They either battle across realms or tread the path of such endeavors. In the void, Su Tao regarded Ying Jinni with a slight nod before stepping onto the sacred platform. As Ying Jinni walked upon the air, stepping lightly into the sacred space, Su Tao addressed her, "Junior Sister Ying, I am at the 8th level of the monarch realm, while you are only at the 5th. How about we resolve this with a single move? I shall suppress my realm to match yours. Jinny nodded in acknowledgement. She understood well that Su Tao's prowess far exceeded her own, and even with his realm suppressed, she would still struggle to match him. Thus, it seemed prudent for them to settle the outcome with a single move, if only to grasp the extent of their disparity. At that moment, Jinny steadied herself, while Su Tao reigned in his realm to the 5th level of the monarch. Brother Su, I apologize for any offense. With a light exclamation, she began to weave her hands, her power surging forth as she transformed into a divine sword, seemingly aimed at cleaving through the heavens. The divine sword descended straight down, shattering the void, sweeping across the heavens with waves of overwhelming force, akin to tumultuous tides crashing upon the shore. Su Tao, observing this, remained unfazed, a look of appreciation gleaming in his eyes. This strike from junior sister Ying is quite extraordinary. With that, Su Tao brought his palm down with authority, his fingers resembling towering sacred mountains, suppressing all in their path, causing the very fabric of reality to collapse. The unparalleled divine sword was instantly scattered beneath his palm, morphing into a torrent of magical energy that bombarded the surrounding laws of the sacred platform. Under the relentless onslaught of magic, Jinny struggled to maintain her footing, retreating several steps. Once she regained her balance, she looked toward Su Tao and admitted, Brother Su, I concede. You are not to be underestimated, junior sister. Su Tao replied with a smile before departing the sacred platform. With Jinny's defeat, one could only ponder the terrifying might of the top 3 on the leaderboard. What level of strength might Chen Daofan, the first-ranked, possess? It seemed likely that the remaining 2 young supremes would not suffice to challenge him. In the square, only Wei Xuanxian and Shi Jiutian remained among the young supremes. Zhu Yixing surveyed them, fully aware that the intentions of this human and demon duo were not to join the flying Immortal Sect. However, following Fang Chen's prior instructions, they were to participate in the event without any further actions. Thus, Zhu Yixing addressed the pair. Which of you 2 will challenge first? Wei Xuanxian and Shi Jiutian exchanged glances, with Wei Xuanxian speaking first. Brother Shi, who do you wish to challenge? Naturally, it is Chen Daofan, Shi Jiutian responded, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit as he gazed at Chen Daofan. How fortuitous. I feel the same, Wei Xuanxian replied, sharing a sense of camaraderie with the ambitious warrior. Brother Wei, please go ahead, Su Jiutian said, offering a gesture of humility. Wei Xuanxian was about to express his gratitude, but at that moment, Chen Daofan stepped forward to the sacred platform, declaring, time is limited. You both may attack together. Hearing this, Wei Xuanxian and Su Jiutian's expressions grew cold. As young supremes, their pride was immense, and Chen Daofan's audacity to claim he could take on both of them felt like an affront. Brother Chen, your arrogance knows no bounds, Wei Xuanxian retorted, stepping onto the sacred platform. Su Jiutian, though angered, found it contrary to his principles to engage both at once. Chen Daofan turned to him, saying, Brother Su, join me on the sacred platform. Su Jiutian, feeling Chen Daofan's demeanor was infuriating, thought, forget principles. I'll teach him a lesson first. With that thought, Su Jiutian stepped forward, joining him. The atmosphere was electric, a single individual facing 2 young supremes. Was it sheer arrogance or genuine strength? Perhaps it was overconfidence. Wei Xuanxian and Su Jiutian were indeed formidable, likely there specifically to challenge the young supremes of the flying Immortal Sect. Certainly, both harbored forbidden imperial arts. How could Chen Daofan hope to contend against 2? The question lingered. Would Chen Daofan emerge victorious, or would Wei Xuanxian and Su Jiutian unleash a brutal assault upon him? The duel was about to commence. On the sacred platform, Chen Daofan gazed at Wei Xuanxian and Su Jiutian with an air of calm, urging, friends, please make your move. Unable to contain himself, Su Jiutian was the first to strike, unleashing a devastating blow. Demonic God 9 techniques, Red Dragon. He bellowed, summoning a crimson dragon that surged forth, its tail sweeping through the air, creating a cataclysmic wave that threatened to shatter the void. Chen Daofan merely responded with a sharp command, as if summoning divine thunder, dissipating the overwhelming force into a torrent of divine energy that surged against the laws of the sacred platform. Brother Wei, it's your turn, he then directed towards Su Jiutian. Wei Xuanxian laughed heartily. Huh? Brother Chen, should you fall, do not blame me. He turned to Su Jiutian. Let us strike together, so Brother Chen may relinquish his underestimation. Su Jiutian nodded in agreement. Immediately, Wei Xuanxian unleashed a palm strike, his fingers transforming into 5-colored divine light that cleaved through the sky, as if to sever the ancient heavens, aimed directly at Chen Daofan. Seeing Wei Xuanxian's unrestrained attack, Chen Daofan chuckled. Indeed, Brother Wei's strength is formidable. He then reversed his left hand, revealing a brilliant moon that radiated sacred silver light. intertwining with the five-colored divine energy in a dazzling display. The two forces clashed like divine weapons, each collision resonating like a harmonious chime. Meanwhile, Su Jiutian also initiated his assault. Demonic God 9 techniques. Black Phoenix. A pitch-black divine phoenix emerged, enveloped in dark mist, joining the earlier red dragon in a coordinated strike against Chen Daofan. Together, they unleashed the ferocious breath of primordial beasts, overwhelming the sacred platform. In response, Chen Daofan rotated his right hand, summoning a blazing sun that slowly ascended from his palm, radiating a tempest of scorching divine light that pierced through the void with unbridled ferocity. The red dragon and black phoenix roared, unleashing boundless divine power, clashing with the searing divine light. In that moment, Chen Daofan successfully countered the combined assault of Wei Xianxian and Su Jiutian. Is it possible? Can Chen Daofan truly contend with two young supremes? Murmured the onlookers. It seemed that Wei Xianxian and Su Jiutian still had forbidden imperial arts yet to reveal. Would they be able to overwhelm him should they unleash their full power? Do you believe Chen Daofan lacks forbidden imperial arts? Someone speculated. From this display alone, I perceive his divine techniques rival those of forbidden arts. The anticipation grew for a clash of their ultimate abilities to see who would emerge superior. Within the listening pavilion, Fang Chen observed Chen Daofan's remarkable performance against the two young supremes, satisfaction evident on his face, while Feng Lingxiao appeared somewhat resigned. The disciple of the Chen Emperor is destined for greatness, likely to surpass even his master, Feng Lingxiao mused. On the sacred platform, Chen Daofan held the moon in one hand and the sun in the other, surrounded by an aura of divine light and ethereal mist, 18 divine rings hovering behind him, resembling an invincible deity residing in the heavens. Brothers Su and Wei, unleash your full power. Otherwise, the opportunity may slip away, he urged, his voice imbued with anticipation. A grave expression settled on Su Jiutian and Wei Xianxian's faces, as they recognized Chen Daofan's strength far exceeded their expectations. Without further ado, they channeled their energies. Demonic God 9 techniques. God slaying. Su Jiutian roared, unleashing a golden streak that soared like a celestial river toward Chen Daofan. Simultaneously, Wei Xianxian summoned a five-colored celestial sword, wielding it with intent to cleave through the heavens. The five-colored sword energy coalesced into a formidable strike, aiming to pierce through Chen Daofan with cataclysmic force. Chen Daofan remained silent, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he propelled the sun and moon forward. Instantly, the radiant light of the sun and moon intertwined, transforming into an overwhelmingly brilliant celestial light that illuminated the realm. The golden streak and five-colored sword energy dissolved like snowflakes within the divine radiance, engulfing even Wei Xianxian and Su Jiutian. Numerous cultivators shielded their eyes from the dazzling brilliance, yearning to discern the outcome of this monumental clash. Who truly emerged victorious? What light is this? Is this the might of Chen Daofan's strike? A monster, truly a monster. After a brief moment, the resplendent divine light gradually faded. Sensing the change, the cultivators strained to open their eyes and gaze upon the sacred platform. There stood Chen Daofan, unscathed and composed, while Wei Xianxian and Su Jiutian stood side by side, panting heavily as if they had expended every ounce of their strength to withstand the divine brilliance. Brother Chen is remarkably strong. I concede defeat wholeheartedly, Wei Xianxian admitted between breaths. Su Jiutian nodded in agreement. Indeed, in this contest, Brother Chen has emerged victorious. Their declarations reverberated throughout the arena, leaving the spectators in awe. Chen Daofan had triumphed against two opponents? What kind of being was he? Could it be that he was destined to ascend as an emperor in this lifetime? Would the flying Immortal Sect witness 3 emperors coexist? Who in the entire Xianwang Star could rival Chen Daofan? Feng Lingxiao, having observed the entire battle, was not surprised by Chen Daofan's victory. Jiutian's defeat was not unjust, he concluded. Nearby, Yuwushi nodded in agreement. Indeed, had Chen Daofan not held back at the last moment, Jiutian may have faced dire consequences. Fang Chen, upon hearing the words, smiled and remarked, Daofan has indeed inherited his father's remarkable talent. Beside him, Feng Lingxiao expressed curiosity about Chen Daofan's father. Oh, might I inquire who his father is? Fang Chen replied, Daofan's father is known as the Moody, who once, in the guise of a quasi-emperor, vanquished a great emperor. What? Yuwushi, upon hearing this, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of shock. Feng Lingxiao was equally astonished, his face a mask of disbelief. In a courtyard within the holy city, several elders had also learned of Chen Daofan's victory against 2 opponents. Their eyes were immediately clouded with foreboding. This young man will undoubtedly become a source of calamity for us in the future. We must swiftly decide whether to take action, lest he become our most formidable adversary. At that moment, however, One elder's face lit up with joy. Esteemed colleagues, I have received word from the sacred master of our sect. The ancestor has emerged from his seclusion and has successfully broken through in his cultivation. Upon hearing this, the other elders felt a surge of excitement. Excellent. Today shall surely mark the day of reckoning for the flying Immortal Sect. Inside the listening pavilion, as the elders reveled in their excitement, the atmosphere was tinged with irony. To conspire so loudly within another's domain, as if we were oblivious? Ever since these elders entered the holy city, the listening pavilion had been keenly observing them. Yet they showed no restraint, discussing matters in the courtyard as if it were their own. Chapter 66, Selection of Disciples by Each Peak, a Sudden Turn of Events. On the plaza, as the challenges drew to a close, Zhu Yishang proclaimed loudly to the assembly, "The third round has concluded. And now we invite the masters of the 5 holy peaks to take the stage." No sooner had he finished speaking than 5 figures materialized from the void, radiating an overwhelming aura of sanctity across the plaza. Esteemed peak masters, given the insufficient foundation of the Xiqing Holy Peak, shall we allow it to select its disciples first? Su Qing then addressed the other 4 holy masters. The Xiqing Holy Peak had faced great tribulations before joining the flying Immortal Sect, suffering significant losses among its disciples. They had scarcely had the opportunity to replenish their ranks before being absorbed as a branch of the sect. Now that a chance to rejuvenate their numbers had finally arisen, Su Qing Nan, with a hint of audacity, spoke up. The other 4 holy masters, aware of Xiqing Holy Peak's plight, nodded in agreement, indicating their consent. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. Su Qing Nan bowed respectfully to the 4 holy masters and then turned his gaze to the multitude of cultivators below. I am Su Qing Nan, the master of Xiqing Holy Peak. Cheng Yu, buy-in. He proceeded to call out the names of 13 cultivators. Do these 13 wish to join Xiqing Holy Peak? Su Qing Nan inquired, his gaze fixed on the group. At that moment, the 13 individuals, visibly exhilarated, stepped forward and knelt. Bowing their heads, we pay our respects to the Peak Master. Subsequently, with a wave of Su Qing Nan's hand, he and the 13 vanished from the plaza. Following Su Qing Nan's departure, Hu Zhao of the Danshun Holy Peak emerged, selecting 8 individuals. Next, the Nanjing Holy Peak and the Xiaxing Holy Peak chose 4 and 6 disciples, respectively. At this point, 54 cultivators remained in the plaza. Aside from Wei Sun Xian and Shi Tian, there were still 52 who had not been chosen. How is it that these 2 young supremes remain unselected? Are they destined to be claimed by the last remaining Holy Peak? At this juncture, the demon sage of the Huang Long clan gazed downward, fixing his eyes upon Man Wu. I, on behalf of the Barbaric Emperor Peak, shall accept disciples. Man Wu, do you wish to join the Barbaric Emperor Peak? Having sensed this moment long before, Man Wu immediately responded, I am willing. The demon sage nodded, leading Man Wu away from the plaza. With Man Wu's selection, what would become of the remaining young supreme? Is it possible that the Flying Immortal Sect has no intention of accepting Ing Jianyi? Would that not be a gift to other immortal powers? Is the Flying Immortal Sect truly willing? At this moment, Ing Jianyi suddenly proclaimed loudly, I have heard that the master of the Flying Immortal Sect is unparalleled. Therefore, I have come specifically to participate in this gathering, wishing to become a disciple of the master. If I cannot become a disciple of the master, I would rather not join the Flying Immortal Sect at all. Her words left the cultivators present utterly astounded. Such audacity! Was she not afraid of offending the Flying Immortal Sect? Indeed, Ing Jianyi's boldness is remarkable. Yet, given her exceptional talent, it does not seem entirely impossible for her to become a disciple of the master. Within the listening pavilion, Fang Chen, upon hearing Ing Jianyi's declaration, smiled and nodded. Ing Jianyi had been an emperor in her previous life, her talents extraordinary. And with her origins in another star domain, Fang Chen had long considered her as a potential disciple. Thus, he informed the Peak Masters, who subsequently refrained from selecting Ing Jianyi. Event triggered, task, recruitment announcement. Discovered an extraordinary prodigy. Please take her as your disciple. This aligns perfectly with my aspirations, Fang Chen mused. In an instant, he appeared on the plaza, capturing the attention of the entire holy city. There stood the master of the Flying Immortal Sect, the emperor of this era. Who would have thought to witness an emperor at this moment? What a fulfillment of life's ambitions. The emperor is about to accept Ing Jianyi as a disciple. How enviable for her. On the plaza, Ing Jianyi gazed up at Fang Chen with admiration and fervor. Please, esteemed emperor, accept me as your disciple. She immediately knelt, bowing before him. Very well, from this day forth, you, Ing Jianyi, shall be the 3rd disciple of this emperor. Fang Chen replied, a smile gracing his lips. I hope you will diligently cultivate and uphold the honor of the Flying Immortal Sect. Ing Jianyi, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, I pay my respects to my master, and I shall heed your teachings. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, a 4-star gift package. At that moment, Chen Daofan and Su Tao appeared, approaching Ing Jian Yi with smiles. Junior sister Ing, come with us, let us depart this place. Chen Daofan cheerfully addressed her. Yes, brother Chen. With that, the three of them left the plaza, chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, the remaining 51 cultivators understood that they would soon join the miscellaneous peak, embarking on a new journey in the capacity of miscellaneous disciples. Many among them could not conceal their disappointment. There is no need for despondency, even as miscellaneous disciples. The flying Immortal Sect's standing is akin to that of the holy sons of sacred lands. Should you commit to diligent cultivation, there will surely come a day when you shine brightly. Fang Chen reassured the 51 disciples. Succinctly, he lifted their spirits. And the 51 disciples tidied their emotions before following the sect's guardians away from the plaza. Thus, the Flying Immortal Conference concluded splendidly. At this juncture, Fang Chen turned to Wei Sunxian and Shi Jiutian. You two have performed admirably. Upon receiving praise from Fang Chen, both Wei Sunxian and Shi Jiutian were taken aback. Thank you, esteemed emperor. Wei Sunxian, from whom do you take your teachings? Fang Chen inquired. Replying to the esteemed emperor, I am a disciple of the Tiangang sect. Wei Sunxian answered respectfully. Fang Chen nodded slightly, though inwardly he had never heard of the Tiangang sect, suspecting it to be a hidden immortal power. Esteemed emperor, this battle has greatly enriched my experience, for which I am profoundly grateful. Wei Sunxian bowed his head, expressing his gratitude. In the future, you are always welcome to visit the Tiangang sect. Having acknowledged his invitation, Wei Sunxian prepared to depart, while Fang Chen turned to Shi Jiutian. The demon sovereign awaits you in the listening pavilion. Let us go. With that, Fang Chen led Shi Jiutian away. However, just then, a commotion erupted outside the holy city. 300 miles from the sacred city, ethereal shadows of auspicious dragons and phoenixes suddenly manifested, followed by celestial melodies that purged the world of its sins. Simultaneously, an endless array of auspicious light, vibrant colors, and auspicious clouds formed a resplendent path of illumination. What could this commotion signify? Could it be that a precious artifact has emerged? No. It appears to be an omen akin to that which heralded the arrival of an emperor. Indeed, half a year prior, when the supreme emperor of Taixin descended upon the sacred city, a similar spectacle unfolded. So, does this imply that another emperor is about to grace the sacred city? It is highly probable, though it remains uncertain whether this emperor is friend or foe. If they are adversarial, might the events of half a year ago be destined to repeat themselves? At that moment, Wei Xianxian, who was preparing to depart, halted upon witnessing the extraordinary occurrences outside the city. Just then, a quasi-emperor arrived at Wei Xianxian's side. Xianxian, we may be in for trouble this time, the quasi-emperor remarked. A shadow of concern etched upon his features. The power displayed by the flying Immortal Sect 6 months ago had already sent shockwaves throughout the realm of Xianhuan. Yet now, another emperor dares to provoke, clearly prepared for confrontation. Wei Xianxian shook his head. Heavenly ancestor, I believe they are merely courting death. However, with an emperor now manifesting outside, we cannot leave just yet. We must remain in the city and await the unfolding of events. Chapter 67. The arrival of the Supreme Emperor of Taixin, distorting truth and falsehood. Outside the sacred city, upon the path paved with auspicious light and vibrant colors, two figures strode forward. Each step they took resonated with the laws of the grand path, as if immortal deities from antiquity had descended, embodying both sanctity and authority. Indeed, these were emperors, and notably, two of them. Within the listening pavilion, Yewuxin remained vigilant, monitoring the situation outside the city, and upon witnessing the two emperors, he felt a flicker of astonishment. Just as the Chun Emperor had foretold, was the world on the brink of a golden era? The manifestation of two emperors at this moment was indeed remarkable. Feng Lingxiao, upon seeing the two emperors, murmured in disbelief, Demon Lord, that matter must be resolved promptly. Yewuxin found himself engulfed in foreboding regarding the future. At this rate, it would not be long before the remaining emperors still dwelling in the realm would reveal themselves. The demon clan, now devoid of an emperor, could only place their hopes upon a few ancestors with the potential to attain enlightenment. Yet, if that matter remains unresolved, it would be exceedingly difficult for those ancestors to achieve the path. Feng Lingxiao understood the gravity of the matter Yewuxin referred to, replying, You speak the truth. I had initially intended to proceed gradually, but it seems we must now pay a price. Once the two emperors made their presence known, they unreservedly unleashed their imperial might. Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming imperial power surged across the entire Xianhuang star, instilling a sense of oppressive dread among all living beings. As if the weight of the heavens bore down upon them, threatening annihilation. Was there yet another emperor emerging? The backlash from the heavens, suppressed by the Grand Path, seemed excessively potent. As chaos descended, many supreme forces and ancient entities within the depths of Xianhuang Star were awakened, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed toward the southern territories. At this moment, the two emperors coldly surveyed the sacred city, with one proclaiming, "This emperor hails from the swallowing immortal cave, the sacred land of Qianquan. The reason for my presence here need not be elaborated." The emperor from the sacred land of Qianquan interjected, "Humph, flying Immortal Sect, you seized our imperial weapon from the sacred land of Qianquan 6 months prior. Return it at once." Half a year ago, 6 imperial weapons from various immortal forces had been shattered in public, yet the weapon from the sacred land of Qianquan remained unaccounted for. Thus, they suspected that it had been taken by the flying Immortal Sect and had not been destroyed. At this juncture, Fan Wugo, calm and composed, stepped forth from the void. He addressed the emperor from the sacred land of Qianquan. "Are you referring to this worthless item?" With that, he produced the imperial weapon of the sacred land of Qianquan. Instantly, a treasure vial with a gaping hole appeared in his hand, devoid of any imperial aura, resembling nothing more than a mundane object. The emperor from the sacred land of Qianquan furrowed his brow upon seeing the vial. Well, the imperial weapon has been rendered useless. Flying Immortal Sect, what do you propose we do now? Fan Wugo erupted into laughter. Huh? What should we do? Simply kill you all, and that would resolve the matter. The two emperors exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Ha! You, a mere individual, dare to challenge the two of us. Such foolishness. You are but two who have yet to grasp the essence of the path. What is there for this emperor to fear? Fan Wugo regarded them with a mocking gaze. Sensing his scrutiny, the emperor from the swallowing immortal cave retorted coldly. A stubborn duck refuses to yield, while the emperor from the sacred land of Qianquan chimed in. While you still draw breath, it would be wise to speak freely. Otherwise, you may never have the chance again. However, Fan Wugo looked around and replied, I would extend the same sentiment to you. Yet you two dare to be so arrogant. Surely, you are not the only ones who have come to the sacred city? Just as he finished speaking, the void trembled, and a man clad in simple garments emerged. With each movement, he resonated with the Tao, his every gesture stirring waves of profound laws. And who might you be, to have comprehended the ultimate path and become an emperor? Fan Wugo inquired, puzzled. I am the supreme emperor of Feixian, the man replied, his demeanor serene, as though nothing could disturb his composure. Within the sacred city, the words of the supreme emperor of Feixian set off a frenzy. What? The supreme emperor of Feixian has become an emperor so swiftly? The supreme emperor of Feixian had attained enlightenment 30,000 years ago, and now, after another 30,000 years, he had comprehended the ultimate path to become an emperor. Such speed was indeed astonishing. Indeed, some emperors spend their entire lives attempting to grasp the ultimate path, yet the supreme emperor of Feixian achieved it in just 30,000 years. Hadn't there once been an emperor who remarked that the young supreme emperor of Feixian possessed the potential of an emperor but could not attain the status of an emperor? Now that the supreme emperor of Feixian had become an emperor, perhaps certain circumstances had changed, which could account for this development. Meanwhile, Fan Wugo understood the implications. Having spent more than half a year in the flying Immortal Sect, he was well aware of the events that had transpired previously, and thus, he knew that the sect would eventually encounter the supreme emperor of Feixian. Yet, he had not anticipated such an early confrontation, nor that the supreme emperor of Feixian had already become an emperor. No wonder you dared to provoke us at this moment. It turns out you have attained the status of an emperor, Fan Wugo remarked, turning his gaze toward the supreme emperor of Feixian. In Fan Wugo's estimation, the supreme emperor of Feixian must have believed that, having achieved the status of an emperor, he could contend with Fang Chen one-on-one. Even if he could not prevail, he could at least delay him for a time. After all, 2 emperors accompanied him, while the flying Immortal Sect would only have Fan Wugo remaining once Fang Chen was occupied. Thus, no matter how one looked at it, the flying Immortal Sect seemed destined for calamity. You may think so, the supreme emperor of Feixian replied, still bearing a tranquil expression. A year ago, the flying Immortal Sect annihilated the sacred land established by my master and his 2 brothers. I am aware that Tai Yi and Tai Wei acted with aggression, but the fate of their actions should not have been determined by the flying Immortal Sect. Half a year ago, the flying Immortal Sect also killed the quasi-emperor of the sacred land of Feixian and shattered an imperial weapon. The supreme emperor of Feixian recounted the grievances both new and old. Flying Immortal Sect, you shall ultimately pay the price for your arrogance. With that, the supreme emperor of Feixian unleashed his formidable aura, a surging imperial power that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, akin to a tempestuous wave, an unrelenting torrent that threatened to obliterate all. Indeed, in the art of distorting truth and falsehood, You are undoubtedly the sovereign of emperors, remarked Fan Wugu. Fellow Taoists, let us engage. It is time to settle matters with the flying Immortal Sect. The Feixian Emperor addressed the two mighty emperors beside him. Very well. They replied in unison. You speak the truth. It is indeed time for a resolution. At that moment, Fang Chen's voice resonated through the holy city, and he stepped forth from the void. Before I even sought to settle accounts with your several immortal factions, you have once again instigated trouble, Fang Chen remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the three. This time, neither heaven nor earth can save you. Event triggered. 4.5-star mission, Emperor's Fury released. Chapter 68. The Wrath of the Emperor. Two more emperors arrive, flee quickly. Due to the Feixian Emperor's repeated distortions of truth, which have adversely affected the flying Immortal Sect, the Emperor's fury has resulted in the demise of millions. The host is requested to eliminate the three intruders. Follow-up. The host is to eradicate the immortal forces behind the three enemies. Final rewards will be distributed based on the completion level of subsequent tasks. As Fang Chen accepted this mission, he directed his gaze towards the Feixian Emperor. Do you truly believe that victory can be attained merely through numbers? The Feixian Emperor furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. He gazed into the holy city, observing that the disciples of the flying Immortal Sect appeared at ease, devoid of any tension, some even laughing and conversing. Just as the Feixian Emperor was about to speak, a surge of overwhelming imperial might erupted from Fan Wugu. Upon witnessing this, the Feixian Emperor's expression changed dramatically. You are not merely an emperor, but an emperor of sovereigns? As you can see, replied Fan Wugu. Having lived for 700,000 years, Fan Wugu had continuously contemplated the principles of the ultimate path. Although he had not ascended to the rank of emperor during this time, his understanding of these principles was profound. Thus, in the past 6 months, aided by the Tao Enlightenment platform within the flying Immortal Sect and the constant access to Enlightenment Tea, Fan Wugu successfully comprehended the ultimate path and became an emperor. You concealed your strength only to lure us into your trap. At this moment, the Emperor of the Devouring Immortals could no longer contain his astonishment. What makes you think we would fall for your tricks? You are not worthy, Fan Wugu scoffed. Those previous few trifles are not worthy of my full effort. The Feixian Emperor and his two companions found themselves in a precarious situation. To confront two sovereign emperors was akin to eggs colliding with stones. Within the holy city, numerous cultivators were astounded by the sudden reversal of fortunes. The flying Immortal Sect possessed not one but two sovereign-level beings. It was utterly astonishing that the leader of the flying Immortal Sect can attract a sovereign follower. Do you not think that is the crux of the matter? At this time, Wei Xuanxian gazed in disbelief at Fang Chen and Fan Wugu above. Black Ancestor, am I dreaming? Xuanxian, the flying Immortal Sect is indeed terrifying. It is fortunate that we did not provoke them earlier, Black Ancestor reflected with relief. Meanwhile, Wei Xuanxian felt a bitter pang in his heart. Now I understand why Brother Chen is so formidable. With two sovereign emperors behind him, if he were not powerful, it would be truly disappointing. Inside the listening pavilion, in the chamber of the demon clan, silence reigned. After a long while, Feng Lingxiao broke the quietude. Wuxin, what price must we pay to satisfy Emperor Chen? What can two sovereigns do? Replied his companion. Can you hold off one sovereign, my friend? Outside the holy city, within the void, the Feixian Emperor's consciousness reverberated as he communicated telepathically with the two emperors. Upon hearing this, the two emperors looked at the Feixian Emperor with resignation. You overestimate us. Yet the Feixian Emperor was undeterred and transmitted again. You too hold one down. I will expend all my strength to eliminate one and promptly come to assist you. The two emperors hastily conveyed through their thoughts. Impossible. We cannot withstand him. The Feixian Emperor felt utterly helpless. His two companions were simply not up to the task. At that moment, Fan Wugu turned to the Feixian Emperor. What are you chattering about? Are you devising an escape plan? Let me inform you that escape is futile. No sooner had he uttered these words than the void beside Fan Wugu trembled, and two more emperors emerged from the ether. The overwhelming imperial might surged forth like a flood towards the trio of the Feixian Emperor. Another two emperors? The voice of the Emperor of the Devouring Immortals turned sharp with astonishment, while the Emperor of the Qiankuan Sacred Land wasted no time, tearing open a space to flee. The Emperor of the Devouring Immortals followed suit, quickly rending the fabric of space as they escaped into the cosmic void. However, Fang Chen would not permit these two to escape. He commanded the newly arrived emperors to pursue and eliminate them. The Feixian Emperor's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he watched his fleeing comrades, his heart filled with a desire to berate them. Where is your imperial dignity? Where is your invincible spirit? Have they all been devoured by dogs? Oh, your comrades have fled, and you still linger? Seeking to be a hero in the aftermath? Fan Wugu taunted the Feixian Emperor. It seems you are destined to become the emperor with the shortest lifespan in history. The Feixian Emperor said nothing, merely concentrating his energy. It appeared he had been provoked by Fan Wugu's words and was preparing to strike. Suddenly, with a long howl, the Feixian Emperor unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, simultaneously shooting forth a beam of golden light from his mouth. Within that golden radiance was a broken sword, which shattered the void as it advanced, seemingly intent on cleaving through the heavens and slaying all divine beings in its path, aimed directly at Fang Chen and Fan Wugu. Child's play, Fan Wugu dismissed. Then with a single palm strike, he suppressed the broken sword effortlessly. Yet, the moment the Feixian Emperor released the broken sword, he had already torn open the void, fleeing into the cosmic expanse. Fan Wugu seized the broken sword and presented it to Fang Chen, who examined it for a moment. A fragment of an ultimate imperial weapon, Fang Chen concluded, subsequently handing it back to Fan Wugu. The Feixian Emperor is yours now. Do not let him slip away. Hearing this, a smile graced Fan Wugu's lips. I certainly shall not. It has been ages since I enjoyed a true battle. With those words, Fan Wugu eagerly tore open the void and set off in pursuit of the Feixian Emperor. Within the holy city, numerous cultivators gazed up at the figures still hovering above, their faces filled with admiration and excitement. This is the Flying Immortal Sect. I aim to become a disciple in this lifetime. 2 emperors, 2 sovereigns. Who would dare dispute that the Flying Immortal Sect is the foremost immortal sect of the Xianhuang star? Let anyone who dares to contest this find a more powerful immortal force than the Flying Immortal Sect. At this moment, the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect beamed with pride, particularly the new initiates, who were awestruck. What incredible fortune has befallen me to join the Flying Immortal Sect? Pinch me, I must be dreaming. No wonder the sect leader remarked that even the sect's attendance rivaled the sons of the sacred lands. I believe the leader's words were still modest. It is a pity we did not witness the leader in action. I yearn to behold the leader's grandeur. Indeed, possessing a sovereign as a follower, the leader's strength must surpass our imagination. In the southeastern courtyard of the holy city, several elders felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What do you think we should do? The elderly figures, upon witnessing the arrival of the Supreme Emperor Feixian, initially believed they were about to witness the demise of an immortal force. However, they were taken aback by the superior strength of the Flying Immortal Sect, which surpassed their expectations. It was clear that they needed to flee. Indeed, remaining in the holy city was no longer an option. As they contemplated their escape, the figure of Ting Xian descended from the heavens. Chapter 69, Void and Desolate. The demonic clan seeks aid. The ancient scriptures of humanity. I have been observing you for quite some time, Ting Xian remarked with indifference as he gazed at the group. Planning to escape? Do you truly believe I am idle? As soon as he finished speaking, the laws of the holy city surged forth like an unrelenting tsunami, engulfing the elders. Above the holy city, Fang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting the return of the 3. Shortly thereafter, 2 emperors returned first, reporting to the sectmaster. The emperor of the swallowing immortal cave, the sacred land of Qiankuan, has been vanquished amidst the stars. The 2 emperors addressed Fang Chen with respect. Well done. Fang Chen nodded. Let us wait a moment longer. Once Wugo returns, there are further tasks I shall assign to you. Understood, sectmaster. About 15 minutes later, Fan Wugo returned to the holy city, grumbling. That Feixian is exceptionally adept at hiding. It took me several ancient stars to finally track him down. Approaching Fang Chen, he continued, Emperor, that fellow has been slain in the starry void. Here is the purple mansion extracted directly from his being. Fan Wugo presented a treasure shaped like a pagoda to Fang Chen. Fang Chen regarded Fan Wugo with surprise. The purple mansion, once opened, could serve as a storage space for cultivators. Typically, cultivators would place their belongings within their purple mansions. However, it was customary for a cultivator facing death, especially one like Feixian who was being pursued, to ensure that their purple mansion was buried alongside them, thus obliterating its contents. Consequently, extracting a cultivator's purple mansion posed a significant challenge. Emperor, I examined this purple mansion, and it is utterly devoid of valuables. Fan Wugo quickly interjected as Fang Chen took the treasure. This is highly unusual. I suspect that Feixian, in his quest for power, consumed all the treasures within his purple mansion. Fang Chen probed into the purple mansion with his divine sense, and indeed, it was as Fan Wugo had stated, completely empty. No matter, Fang Chen replied nonchalantly. The Flying Immortal Sect currently possesses ample resources. A slight deficiency is inconsequential. There is a task that requires the 3 of you. Fang Chen then addressed Fan Wugo and the 2 emperors. Despite the numerous aggressions from the Feixian sacred land and the swallowing immortal cave against the Flying Immortal Sect, if we do not respond, the entire Xianhuang star will perceive us as easy prey. It is time for these 3 immortal forces to become history. Wugo, I entrust the Feixian Sacred Land to you. The Swallowing Immortal Cave and the Sacred Land of Qiankuan will be assigned to the two of you." The three immediately acquiesced and tore through the fabric of space to depart. Fang Chen returned to the Holy City, heading towards the Ting Xian Tower. Upon seeing Fang Chen, Feng Lingxiao quickly approached. "Emperor Chen, after this matter, the Flying Immortal Sect will surely astonish the world." Fang Chen smiled and nodded, remaining silent. "Emperor Chen," Feng Lingxiao continued, "I have a matter I wish to request your involvement in." "Pray, elaborate," Fang Chen prompted. "A millennium ago, the demonic clan discovered a cave in Zhongzhou," Feng Lingxiao began. "They organized an expedition, but it ultimately failed, resulting in one of their ancestors becoming trapped within. I wish to enlist your aid to rescue this ancestor." Fang Chen pondered for a moment before responding. "Tell me more about this cave." Feng Lingxiao promptly replied. "The cave is named Qi Huang. Its creator remains unknown. It is filled with countless heavenly materials and treasures, and it has been nearly 10 millennia since any living being has entered." He elaborated on the details of the Qi Huang cave, concluding with a sigh. The trapped ancestor is a descendant of the emperor of the demonic clan, possessing an ultimate imperial weapon. The demonic clan currently struggles without this weapon, navigating perilously like walking on thin ice. Fang Chen did not immediately agree but took time to reflect. However, at that moment, the voice of the system unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Event triggered. Detection of items within the Qi Huang cave that can aid in the restoration of this system's energy. Please proceed to the Qi Huang cave, host. Note: this task is categorized as a 5-star mission. Curiosity piqued. Fang Chen inquired of the system. "System, how much energy can this item restore?" Uncertain at this moment. Actual items must be encountered to ascertain the answer. However, rest assured, host, the system estimates that the energy restored will be substantial. Fang Chen nodded slightly, then turned to Feng Lingxiao. "I shall accept this task." Upon hearing Fang Chen's agreement, Feng Lingxiao's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Emperor Chen. Regardless of your success, the demonic clan will present 5 pieces of imperial gold and 2 ancient texts of humanity in their effort to rescue the trapped ancestor." The demonic clan was fully committed. The promised rewards to Fang Chen were predominantly imperial-grade treasures, some of which would prove significantly useful to an emperor. After concluding his remarks, Feng Lingxiao instructed Yu Wuxin to present 2 items, the Immortal Phoenix Gold and an ancient text of humanity, which were promptly offered to Emperor Chen. Initially believing these treasures would sway Fang Chen, Feng Lingxiao now recognized his naivety. Fang Chen accepted the Imperial Gold and ancient text. The Immortal Phoenix Gold was a soft pink hue, unassuming yet resonating with the faint sound of a phoenix's song. The piece he held was the size of half a fist, quite rare indeed. The ancient text presented by Feng Lingxiao was titled Ming Huang Jing. Upon seeing the name Ming Huang, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Fang Chen's mind. The Ming Huang was the first emperor in human history. During the primordial era, humanity faced dire challenges, and it was during this time that the Ming Huang emerged, establishing a realm where humanity could flourish. The current prosperity of humanity is inextricably linked to the actions of the Ming Huang. The scripture practiced by the Ming Huang is one of the foundational texts in human history, with most subsequent teachings derived from the Ming Huang Jing. It contained records from the stages of spirit manifestation to emperorship, and astonishingly, this was the complete scripture. Fang Chen was taken aback. The Ming Huang Jing had mysteriously vanished overnight during the ancient times, over 10 million years ago. All records pertaining to it were erased, and cultivators who practiced the Ming Huang Jing faced dire fates. It was only through the efforts of a human emperor that fragments of the text were eventually recovered. This complete Ming Huang Jing had been discovered by the demonic clan within the Qi Huang cave, Feng Lingxiao explained. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's curiosity regarding the Qi Huang cave intensified. Even the human emperor could only find fragments of the Ming Huang Jing. So how could the complete text be present in the Red Emperor's cave? Chapter 70. For Divine Corpses, the Destruction of the Feixian Sacred Land, an Extraordinary Abyss. Meanwhile, Fan Wugo had already descended upon the skies above the Feixian Sacred Land. The 4 symbols divine mountains loomed in the 4 cardinal directions. Could it be that they harbored some treasure within? With a single glance, Fan Wugo discerned the extraordinary nature of the mountain range where the Feixian Sacred Land was situated. Due to his cultivation of the Earth Scripture, he speculated that a supreme treasure lay deep within the Feixian Sacred Land. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding the Feixian Emperor. Could it be that the rapid ascension to emperorhood was due to his devouring of that significant treasure? At this moment, the Feixian Sacred Land was on high alert, as the laws of the emperor's path resonated with the 4 symbols' divine mountains, forming an unparalleled emperor formation to safeguard the sacred land. Within the Feixian Sacred Land, 3 figures, exuding a potent aura of decay yet radiating an intimidating presence. stood as quasi-emperors. "Are you seniors from the Flying Immortal Sect?" The master of the Feixian Sacred Land inquired loudly towards Fan Wugo, acknowledging the question with a nod. Fan Wugo elicited a sigh from the Feixian Sacred Master, who then spoke bitterly. "Senior, the entire Feixian Sacred Land acknowledges its wrongdoing. Please grant us a chance. In the future, we shall regard the Flying Immortal Sect as our guiding star, ready to serve your every command." Fan Wugo shook his head. "Do you truly believe this is possible? You are exceedingly naive." The Feixian Sacred Master attempted to plead further. "Senior, it was the Feixian ancestor who made that decision alone. We were merely compelled to acquiesce." Fan Wugo suddenly chuckled. Do you not feel any shame in uttering such words? Enough said. I assure you that I will allow you to leave in peace, without experiencing any suffering." Realizing that escape was no longer an option, the Feixian Sacred Master turned to the disciples of the Feixian Sacred Land and shouted, "Feixian disciples, heed my command, flee at once. I shall buy you time to escape alongside the ancestors. Should any of you manage to escape, remember that it was the Feixian Sacred Land that nurtured you." With that, the Feixian Sacred Master and the three quasi-emperors soared into the sky. The three quasi-emperors began to ignite themselves, their entire essence of quasi-emperor laws igniting alongside, interweaving with the laws of the emperor's path to form a cosmic river of laws. In an instant, the flames of these laws released a dazzling radiance that rendered the heavens and earth pale, generating waves of terrifying turbulence. At this moment, the four symbols divine mountains surrounding the Feixian Sacred Land began to fracture, stones tumbling down from the peaks and crashing to the ground. Soon, the mountains revealed their true form, four divine corpses of exotic beasts. These corpses resembled the legendary four symbols divine beasts, though merely in appearance. The four divine corpses roared, unleashing formidable waves of energy, their decaying essence forming a tempest that swept in all directions. Fan Wugo, observing the seemingly reviving divine corpses, furrowed his brow. What a foul stench! With a decisive motion, Fan Wugo brought down his palm, which transformed into a mountain, instantly shattering the heavens and suppressing all existence. The four divine corpses opened their eyes, each letting out a terrifying roar, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yet, the mountain seemed to cleave through the ages, acting as the primordial mountain of legend, causing the four divine corpses to disintegrate gradually. Before long, they exploded, releasing a torrent of decaying essence that surged forth, sweeping over the Feixian Sacred Land. At that moment, the disciples of the Feixian Sacred Land, who were attempting to retreat, were caught off guard by the onslaught of the decaying essence, their flesh and blood dissolving into mere bones. No, the Feixian Sacred Master cried out in anguish. He had hoped to preserve some embers, but before he could send them away, they were extinguished entirely. The Feixian Sacred Master, with bloodshot eyes, gazed at Fan Wugo. "Do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? The world abides by the law of the jungle. If roles were reversed, would the Feixian Sacred Land have spared the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect?" Fan Wugo replied calmly. With that, he prepared to strike once more to obliterate the Feixian Sacred Land entirely. Just then, the void was torn asunder, and a powerful figure, entwined with the remnants of the Emperor's path, emerged. "Friend, please hold your hand." Yet, Fan Wugo did not halt his actions, bringing his palm down, and in an instant, the entire Feixian Sacred Land was rendered to nothingness. The suddenly appearing figure's expression changed dramatically. Fan Wugo cast a sidelong glance at the figure. Scram. A mere crownless emperor dares to address me as a friend? With that, the figure's right arm exploded. Hiss! The figure clutched its injured arm, as the remnants of the emperor's path surged violently, threatening to spiral out of control. "Senior, the Feixian Sacred Land is an integral part of the Panlong Conference in 20 years. If you annihilate the Feixian Sacred Land now, who will fill the void in the conference? How will we reclaim the position of the main star of the Xianhuang Star?" Though the crownless emperor was filled with dread, he still spoke to Fan Wugo. "Haha, how laughable." Fan Wugo suddenly burst into laughter. "The Xianhuang Star has even lost its main star position. Your immortal forces are truly on the decline." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at the crownless emperor. Merely the Panlong Conference? The Flying Immortal Sect can easily claim victory. The crownless emperor's complexion changed drastically. Scram! Fan Wugo unleashed a terrifying aura of imperial might. "This time, I shall spare your life. Return and convey a message on my behalf. The grievances of 700,000 years remain unavenged." The crownless emperor, hearing this, looked at Fan Wugo in horror. "You are still alive? How is that possible? It has been 700,000 years. The crownless emperor, now thoroughly terrified, fled into the void with great haste. Fan Wugo allowed the crownless emperor to escape. He intended to let the immortal forces that suppressed him know he was still alive, ensuring they lived in perpetual fear. After the crownless emperor departed, Fan Wugo gracefully descended into the Tai Xian sacred land. He then strolled deeper into the sacred land until he arrived before a cavern. From within the cavern, faint sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed, while boundless laws of the great Tao coiled at the mouth of the cave. This cavern was extraordinary. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Fan Wugo's eyes. He sought to uncover the treasures concealed deep within the cavern, but what appeared before him was an expanse of impenetrable black mist. Interesting. It seems there truly lies a significant treasure within the depths of this cavern. Fan Wugo suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration. With that, he contemplated entering the cavern. But as he took a step forward, he halted. No, this matter should be reported to the Emperor. Fan Wugo murmured to himself, then tore through space and hastened back to the flying Immortal Sect. Chapter 71. Specializing in the first realm, the stone embryo within the cavern. The inferior talent of Tai Xian. At this moment in the flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen was within the Imperial Palace, preparing to open the 4-star Grand Gift Pack. I shall chant a silent incantation, Fang Chen murmured. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a chapter of the Imperial Scripture. Upon hearing the reward he received, Fang Chen's expression darkened. It seems the guaranteed mechanism has been triggered once more. With a sense of resignation, Fang Chen retrieved the Imperial Scripture and discovered it was titled Purple Mansion Scripture. Once again, it appears to be tailored specifically for my disciple, he mused. In the previous 2 instances when Fang Chen took on disciples, the grand gifts he received were always suited to the abilities of his students. Thus, he was quite certain this time would be no different. However, he was puzzled as to why the Purple Mansion Scripture contained only content pertaining to the Purple Mansion realm. A complete Imperial Scripture should encompass the entire spectrum, beginning from the spirit-nurturing realm and culminating in the grand principles of the Emperor. The system swiftly provided an explanation. You are correct in your assumption. The cultivation methods for your disciple will be prepared by the system. Moreover, the methods prepared by the system are the most suitable for your disciple. Note: Jinni's previous incarnation as an empress serves as the reincarnation of the spirit of the Rakshasa Sea, the very foundation of the Purple Mansion Star, where essence converges. Thus, Jinni need only focus on mastering the Purple Mansion. The notion of specializing in a single realm sprang to Fang Chen's mind. Specializing in a singular realm is a cultivation approach employed by human practitioners during their initial stages. Although this method confines one's advancement to that specific realm, accumulating sufficient essence can lead one to achieve saintly or imperial status. However, due to the arduous nature of accumulation and the scarcity of quality texts on this method, it gradually fell out of favor among humanity. With this thought in mind, Fang Chen summoned Jinni to the Imperial Palace. Master. Jinni greeted Fang Chen with a deep bow upon arrival. I have called you here to impart a cultivation technique, Fang Chen stated. Upon hearing this, excitement blossomed on Jinni's face. Surely, as the Emperor, the technique imparted must be of a sacred caliber. She began to fantasize about how precious the cultivation methods Fang Chen would share with her would be. Fang Chen then presented the Purple Mansion Scripture, declaring, "This scripture is titled Purple Mansion Scripture. It is an imperial scripture." At this revelation, astonishment filled Jinni's eyes as she questioned whether she had misheard. In that moment, the Purple Mansion Scripture transformed into a beam of purple light, soaring directly into Jinni's body, subsequently settling within her Purple Mansion. From the Purple Mansion Scripture, strands of divine purple power flowed forth, akin to veins, filling Jinni's Purple Mansion. In an instant, the contents of the Purple Mansion Scripture were indelibly etched into her memory. Indeed, it is an imperial scripture. Jinni realized that she had underestimated her circumstances. How could a master of the Emperor's caliber bestow upon her merely a common scripture frequently encountered within the Celestial Ascension sect? Thank you, Master, for granting me this teaching, she said, regaining her composure and bowing respectfully to Fang Chen. The Purple Mansion Scripture is the most suitable method for you. Simply cultivate according to its teachings. Fang Chen instructed. I understand. Jinni nodded, then joyfully departed from the Imperial Palace. At that moment, Fan Wugo hastily approached the Imperial Palace. Upon seeing Jinni, he exchanged a brief greeting before swiftly entering the palace. After informing Fang Chen about matters concerning the Tai Xian sacred land, Fang Chen became intrigued by the cavern mentioned by Fan Wugo. Is that so? I shall take a look, he remarked, tearing through space and arriving at the Tai Xian sacred land in the blink of an eye, with Fan Wugo closely following. Upon reaching the cavern, Fang Chen employed the Great Dao Eye, swiftly piercing through the black mist that Fan Wugo had previously been unable to decipher. Before Fang Chen's eyes appeared a stone block, towering to the height of a person, seemingly alive as it inhaled the surrounding essence and chaos. Within the stone block, a mass of light shifted shape continuously, morphing into a person one moment and a sword the next. It was a stone embryo, harboring an unknown entity yet to take form. Fang Chen gazed deeper into the cavern and remarked, while Fan Wugo looked at him with admiration, "Truly, you are the emperor, achieving what I could not with such ease." "Let us proceed and explore," Fang Chen declared, dissipating the great Dao Eye and stepping into the cavern, with Fan Wugo closely trailing behind. Soon, they ventured deeper into the cavern, gradually noticing that the walls on either side were riddled with pits. Some of these pits still contained remnants of divine liquid. "Emperor, these pits seem to have once nurtured treasures, but they have been excavated," Fan Wugo observed as he approached one of the pits, forming this conclusion after a single glance. "You are correct," Fang Chen nodded. "The pit before you originally housed a Guyuan stone." Once again, Fang Chen employed the great Dao Eye and, under its scrutiny, easily discerned the origins of the pit's formation. "Guyuan stone?" Fan Wugo gasped. The Guyuan stone is a rare spiritual stone containing the earth's veins, capable of revealing the principles of the great Tao through these veins. Thus, any emperor who acquires a Guyuan stone can comprehend the ultimate laws. So, it is evident that Tai Xian ascended to emperor status so swiftly due to this, Fan Wugo remarked, looking at the pits on either side. "It is all due to the treasures that once thrived here." Fang Chen affirmed, "It appears so." Fan Wugo shook his head in regret. Tai Xian's talent is truly lacking. Even after consuming so many treasures, he still required 30,000 years to achieve emperor status. Given such resources, I could become an emperor in merely 30 years. Among those capable of attaining the emperor rank, none possess poor talent. Yet many emperors adhere to the belief that even if one can become an emperor, it does not necessarily indicate exceptional talent. There exists a spectrum of aptitude among emperors. For instance, comparing Fan Wugo and Tai Xian. Fan Wugo has survived for 700,000 years without reliance on external aid, placing him among the pinnacle of talent even among emperors. In contrast, Tai Xian, having consumed numerous precious imperial-grade treasures, required 30,000 years to barely reach emperor status. Such talent is naturally subject to scorn from Fan Wugo. Fang Chen chuckled at this moment and continued to delve deeper into the cavern. As they progressed further, the number of pits on either side diminished, with some still nurturing treasures. Fang Chen advised Fan Wugo not to remove these treasures, as they were still immature and required further time to develop. Before long, Fang Chen and Fan Wugo reached the innermost depths of the cavern. Advancing further would lead them into a stone chamber, the very location of the stone embryo. Beside the stone chamber, there was a small pool, roughly the size of a palm, covered with a thin layer of divine liquid. Chapter 72, The Divine Sword of Laws. What is being conceived? Take it all. Fang Chen and Fan Wugo approached the small pool, which was formed from an entire block of imperial-grade divine stone. The naturally occurring golden bell divine stone. The divine liquid inside shimmered with a pale golden hue, enveloped in a mist of the same color. Upon seeing the divine liquid, Fan Wugo exclaimed, "This is the imperial flow essence." The imperial flowing cream is a rare and precious treasure of the highest order, capable of aiding an emperor in solidifying their fundamental principles and even allowing them to comprehend the ultimate laws, thus laying the groundwork for their ascension to imperial supremacy. "This is truly a reckless waste," lamented Fan Wugo, his expression a portrait of sorrow. How many years would it take to form even this small pool of imperial flowing cream? How could Tai Xian leave behind such a meager amount? If distributed, how many emperors, trapped at the brink of ultimate laws, could attain imperial status? Above the small pool lay a stalactite, its luminescence subdued, perpetually absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. However, to condense a single drop of imperial flowing cream, one would require no less than thousands of years. This small pool, at the very least, would need close to 1,000,000 years to form. An emperor should have refined it into a divine elixir long ago, Fan Wugo mused regretfully. Perhaps consuming it could have led to immortality. Yet, the past was immutable. Fang Chen, unfazed, declared, "Come, let us inspect the stone fetus." With that, he strode towards the stone chamber. However, before he could enter, myriad laws surged forth, coalescing into a sword of divine law, pointing menacingly at both Fang Chen and Fan Wugo. Instantly, the power of the Tao ravaged the cave, as if countless worlds bore down upon them, instilling a profound sense of dread. Under the weight of the Tao's power, Fan Wugo felt as though his throat were being constricted, struggling to breathe, utterly powerless to retaliate. In stark contrast, Fang Chen remained unaffected. Upon witnessing Fan Wugo's plight, he bellowed, "Impudence." His voice resonated like the chime of celestial bells, reverberating through the stone chamber, akin to the primordial sound at the dawn of creation, lingering in the air. At Fang Chen's command, the force of the Tao receded, granting Fan Wugo reprieve. The sword of divine law, daunted, redirected its point towards Fan Wugo. just as he had escaped the clutches of the Tao's power. He felt a sudden chill at his brow, rendering him immobile. Fang Chen, meanwhile, grasped the significance of the Sword of Divine Law. It allowed him entry into the stone chamber while barring Fan Wugu, should the latter attempt to enter. The sword would obliterate the entire area. Furthermore, the stone chamber harbored immense peril. Fan Wugu's entrance would be tantamount to a death sentence. Wugu, remain here. The Sword of Law will not harm you, Fang Chen instructed before stepping into the stone chamber. Relieved, Fan Wugu sighed, thankful for the absence of immediate danger. Contemplating Fang Chen's earlier display, a glimmer of awe flickered in his eyes. The strength of an emperor is unfathomable. I, Fan Wugu, am fortunate to follow such a formidable being. Perhaps, in this life, I may have the chance to attain immortality. Inside the stone chamber, Fang Chen soon discovered that it was indeed fraught with peril. A naturally occurring killing formation layered within the confines of the modest chamber. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent akin to an endless sea. Even a mere wisp of this killing intent could slay a sage. And its boundless nature could obliterate an emperor. Fang Chen marveled inwardly. What could possibly be gestating within this stone fetus? In addition to the lethal formations, numerous treasures lay scattered about, including the purest essence of heaven and earth, the mother chi of the Tao, and divine light of the laws. Each treasure, if presented to the world, would incite frenzied competition among immortal factions, even prompting emperors to clash for possession. Approaching the stone fetus, Fang Chen activated the Tao's heavenly eye, revealing a sight identical to what he had observed before. This time, however, he sensed a distinct change. The stone fetus appeared to regard him with trepidation. Intriguing. Could it be that a being was to emerge from within? A thought flickered in Fang Chen's mind. Instances of stone fetuses birthing life in the outside world are not uncommon. Such beings, nurtured by the earth, possess unparalleled combat prowess upon their emergence, dominating their surroundings. Given the environment surrounding this stone fetus, it was likely that the entity it bore would ascend to sagehood upon birth, perhaps achieving enlightenment in a short span. Yet, there was also the possibility of it yielding an unparalleled weapon, a celestial armament upon its arrival. Contemplating the prospect of a celestial weapon, Fang Chen felt a surge of inspiration and summoned a wisp of longevity, immortal chi. As this chi manifested, the luminous orb within the stone fetus began to surge violently, exhibiting an insatiable thirst for the longevity chi. Fang Chen transferred the longevity chi to the stone fetus, which consumed it eagerly, as if slurping noodles. Soon after, the stone fetus conveyed a desire for more longevity chi, prompting Fang Chen to bestow an additional portion. After a brief moment, the stone fetus seemed satisfied, its luminescence stabilizing as if it had overeaten. At this juncture, Fang Chen inquired of the system. System, can this entity replenish your energy? Yes, but the energy within is too chaotic. Absorption would necessitate purging impurities, rendering it inefficient. Very well, Fang Chen acquiesced, nodding slightly. Then I shall utilize it myself. With that, he exited the stone chamber. Upon seeing him, Fan Wugu hurried forward. The stone fetus within need not my assistance to absorb your longevity chi, Fang Chen remarked. It seems it will bear an extraordinary treasure, Fan Wugu gasped, astonished. The longevity chi bestowed by Fang Chen was no simple matter. Even the ancient dragon required Fang Chen's help to assimilate it gradually. For the stone fetus to absorb it directly was a testament to its superiority. Thus, I intend to uproot this cave and transport it back to the flying Immortal Sect, Fang Chen declared. Fan Wugu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the treasures within had been significantly depleted by Tai Xian, some remained, particularly the golden bellstone pool, which, given time, would yield the imperial flowing cream as a boon for all within the sect. Let us depart. Fang Chen led the way out of the cave, emerging into the heavens above, with Fan Wugu closely following. Fang Chen then exerted his power, uprooting the entire cave, causing the earth to tremble and a thunderous sound to resonate through the skies. In the next heartbeat, he lifted the cave above his head and tore through the fabric of space, returning to the flying Immortal Sect. At that moment, 2 emperors had already returned, awaiting Fang Chen's report. However, upon witnessing him wielding an entire cave, a flicker of astonishment crossed their faces. Yet, they quickly approached, reporting to the sect master. The swallowing immortal cave and the Qiankuan Holy Land have been annihilated. No one escaped, and the resources within have been entrusted to Elder Zhang. Chapter 73. Reactions from all parties, all preparations complete, visiting the 10,000 Demons Ridge. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You are rewarded with 2 4-star gift packs. The subsequent completion rate is exceedingly high, granting 3 additional 4-star gift packs. The system's voice echoed in Fang Chen's mind. He nodded slightly, expressing approval to the 2 emperors. Subsequently, he sought out a sacred mountain, placing the cave atop it. A resounding roar reverberated throughout the flying Immortal Sect as the cave seamlessly integrated with the sacred mountain. Fang Chen once again descended into the subterranean cavern, arriving before the stone fetus. Subsequently, he produced the star pot and began to pour forth the longevity celestial essence contained within. After approximately half a pot had been dispensed, Fang Chen mused aloud. With this abundance of longevity essence, it should pose no challenge for you to absorb it over the course of a year, should it? As he spoke, he stowed the star pot away. A day later, news of the annihilation of the three immortal powers swept across the entire Xinhuang star like a tempest. While the grand event in the Holy City, the Feixian Convention, became a topic of fervent discussion among the cultivators of the realm. The Feixian Sect possessed such resources to simultaneously nurture 8 young supremes? It was undoubtedly the case. The sect was hardly naive. Indeed, the Feixian Sect was backed by 2 great emperors, and with such imperial might, acquiring resources was effortlessly within their grasp. Moreover, with the destruction of the 3 immortal powers, the wealth plundered was incalculable. I can only assert that the Feixian Sect is unequivocally the preeminent immortal force on Xinhuang Star. In the southern region of the southern wilderness, within the Tiangang sect, Wei Xianxian sat contentedly in a small pavilion when, suddenly, an elder with white hair and beard appeared out of thin air. Wei Xianxian promptly concealed his relaxed demeanor, greeting respectfully, Master. Xianxian, is it true that the Feixian Sect is as formidable as the outside world claims? The elder inquired. Indeed. I have witnessed it with mine own eyes. Wei Xianxian affirmed earnestly with a nod. Sigh, the emergence of such an immortal sect on Xinhuang Star. One wonders if it is a blessing or a curse. The elder's brow furrowed with concern upon hearing this. Master, you need not worry, Wei Xianxian reassured him. From my observations, Emperor Chen is not the sort of villainous figure one might expect. The cultivators of the entire Feixian sect are remarkably amicable. The elder, however, did not seem to be placated, his troubled expression lingering. In the central plains, within a valley thick with corpse aura, a divine corpse opened its blood-red eyes. That waste from Tai Xian has proven utterly inadequate, causing me to lose 4 capable subordinates. After a brief silence, the divine corpse closed its crimson eyes once more, murmuring in a faint voice, we shall surely meet the Feixian Sect again. As time flowed like water, a month slipped by unnoticed. On this day, Wuxin arrived at the listening pavilion within the holy city. Elder Tingxian, please inform Emperor Chen that the demon tribe is fully prepared, Wuxin respectfully conveyed. A month prior, after Fang Chen had consented to assist the demon tribe, they hastened back to the West Wilderness, the myriad demon ridge, to make preparations. Finally, after a month, the demon tribe was ready, prompting Wuxin to deliver this news. Shortly after Wuxin relayed this matter, Fang Chen and Fan Wugo appeared in the holy city. Emperor Chen, Wuxin greeted with respect. The demon lord and 3 elders of the demon tribe wish to invite Emperor Chen to visit the myriad demon ridge. Might you honor us with your presence? Fang Chen acquiesced, eager to witness the legendary myriad demon ridge for himself. Subsequently, he tore through the fabric of space, transporting Wuxin and Fan Wugo instantaneously to the myriad demon ridge. Although aware of Fang Chen's formidable strength, Wuxin was nonetheless profoundly astounded by such a display. At this moment, Fang Chen's discerning gaze took in the splendor of the myriad demon ridge. The area teemed with various formidable demons, their demonic aura surging like waves, and the roars echoed like thunder. Some demons noticed the figures of Fang Chen and the others hovering in the air. Humans? What brings them to the myriad demon ridge? Murmured a demon. Isn't that dashing? Why is he showing such deference? Could this person possess a special identity? The demons whispered among themselves. Their curiosity piqued regarding Fang Chen's status. At this juncture, Feng Lingxiao and 3 other imposing demons approached Fang Chen. We pay our respects to Emperor Chen. Feng Lingxiao greeted with a bow, followed by the 3 demons doing the same. Emperor Chen, I have arranged a banquet at Demon God Peak. We kindly invite you to attend, Feng Lingxiao said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and followed Feng Lingxiao towards the Demon God Peak. With the Demon Lord and 3 elders present, who could this individual be? I have heard that the Demon Lord visited the human holy city a month ago and met with the human emperor. Could this person possibly be the human emperor? Upon reaching the Demon God Peak, Fang Chen entered a grand palace where all the prominent figures of the myriad demon ridge had gathered. Upon sighting Fang Chen, the demons immediately exclaimed in unison, we pay our respects to Emperor Chen. Their voices reverberated throughout the myriad demon ridge, leaving all demons in astonishment as they turned their gazes toward the Demon God Peak. Feng Lingxiao then ushered Fang Chen to the seat of honor and addressed him. Emperor Chen, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. Thus, the demon tribe wishes to express our gratitude before discussing further matters. Fang Chen nodded slightly, remaining silent. Feng Lingxiao proceeded to introduce the three elders of the demon tribe. Emperor Chen, these are Ancestor Jinping, Ancestor Tianyao, and Ancestor Yingyu, Feng Lingxiao stated. These three elders have previously entered the Qihuang cave heaven and will accompany you into the cave as well. Fang Chen regarded the three demons, then nodded. All three possessed cultivation at the 5th level of the quasi-emperor realm, their strength being respectable. As long as they did not encounter beings of imperial caliber within the Qihuang cave heaven, they should be able to protect themselves without issue. Following this, Feng Lingxiao shared more details about the Qihuang cave heaven, after which Fang Chen departed the myriad demon ridge with the demon tribe and journeyed to the central plains. Guided by the demons, Fang Chen arrived at the summit of a towering mountain. The entrance to the Qihuang cave heaven lies within a cavern of this mountain. Had the demons residing here not fled to the myriad demon ridge and disclosed this information, it would have remained undiscovered, Feng Lingxiao explained. As they conversed, they arrived at the cave entrance. Emperor Chen, simply traverse through the cave, and you will enter the Qihuang cave heaven, Feng Lingxiao indicated. Hearing this, Fang Chen employed the eye of the great Tao to peer into the cave, finding nothing amiss, just as Feng Lingxiao had described. Let us proceed. With a single step, Fang Chen entered the Qihuang cave heaven, closely followed by Fan Wugo. The three elders of the demon tribe then relayed some matters to Feng Lingxiao before swiftly joining Fang Chen in entering the cave. At this moment, within the Qihuang cave heaven, Fang Chen stood suspended in the void, continually scanning the surroundings with the eye of the great Tao. Soon, he grasped the general conditions of the cave. Chapter 74, 9 Divine Mountains, the Demon Tribe's Tongue Song, Extreme Path Imperial Weapon, the Tongue Snake Spear. Within the Qihuang cave heaven, 9 divine mountains rose from low to high, each home to numerous primordial aberrations. In addition to these ancient beings, the cave was rich with rare spiritual herbs, divine metals, and other treasures seldom found in the outside world. It could be said that the Qihuang cave heaven was an untouched treasure trove, replete with riches. Emperor Chen, the situation of the first 3 divine mountains has been ascertained by the demon tribe. The elder Jinping spoke to Fang Chen. The primordial beings atop these 3 mountains are the weakest, and the treasures are rather meager, lacking anything particularly rare. However, atop these 3 divine mountains lies a square platform, which must have once housed a certain treasured artifact of immense significance. Yet, when the demon race arrived, this precious item had vanished without a trace. Fang Chen nodded slightly, for he had already perceived the circular platforms atop the 3 divine peaks, and through the conjectures of the great Tao's heavenly eye, he deduced that these platforms were meant to contain imperial-grade treasures. System, where are the items that replenish energy? Fang Chen inquired. According to this system's detection, energy-replenishing items are located atop the 8th and 9th divine mountains. Among them, the item on the 9th divine mountain exudes an exceptionally rich energy. With a clear objective in mind, Fang Chen no longer felt urgency, intending to explore each divine mountain one by one. Let us proceed. The first 3 divine mountains hold little of interest. We shall directly advance to the 4th divine mountain, Fang Chen declared. In the next moment, Fang Chen found himself within the 4th divine mountain. Soon after, Fan Wugo and 3 ancestral figures of the demon race appeared at Fang Chen's sides. Your Excellency, from this 4th divine mountain onward, the situation has drastically changed. At this moment, the celestial demons seemed to recall unpleasant memories, and the skies grew dim. The sacred level aberrations, seldom seen atop the first 3 mountains, became commonplace here. Indeed, an imperial-grade aberration was entrenched in this place. A millennium ago, we encountered this imperial-grade aberration. Our ancestor was trapped here to ensure our escape. Upon hearing this, Fan Wugo's eyes sparkled with excitement. That imperial-grade aberration must be delicious when roasted. The 3 ancestral figures of the demon race exchanged helpless and bitter glances at Fan Wugo's perspective, for what they feared was perceived as a mere meal in his eyes. Is your ancestor a soaring serpent? Fang Chen suddenly inquired. Indeed, Yingyu hastily nodded. That imperial figure has discovered your ancestor's whereabouts, Fang Chen stated. He then extended his hand, summoning a gaunt soaring serpent. The serpent's breath was feeble, its scales mostly shed, and the remnants were riddled with cracks, resembling a withered branch. Upon seeing the serpent, the 3 ancestral figures of the demon race were immediately taken aback. Is this the ancestor Tengsong? How could he be in such a state? No need for astonishment. Quickly present the prepared items. Indeed, the situation of ancestor Tengsong is dire. The 3 ancestral figures swiftly retrieved the elixirs and spiritual herbs they had long prepared, merging these substances into Tengsong's body. Gradually, Tengsong's serpentine form began to swell, the damaged scales falling away to be replaced by new ones, resembling cold iron. At that moment, Tengsong slowly opened his eyes upon seeing the 3 ancestors. He transformed into human form. How is it that you three have come to be here? Tung Tsang was bewildered. Jin Peng hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. And after grasping the circumstances, Tung Tsang's gaze toward Fang Chen was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your assistance. I am eternally grateful. Tung Tsang bowed to Fang Chen, adding, in the future, I shall personally express my gratitude. Fang Chen chuckled lightly, no need for such formality. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the heights of the fourth divine mountain, reverberating like a great bell, shaking the heavens and earth, imbued with boundless imperial might. As if the very realm were to crumble under its force. This is the master of the fourth divine mountain. Tung Tsang's expression shifted at the sound of the roar. A millennium ago, I was defeated by it, and the supreme imperial weapon was seized. Yet it did not slay me immediately, instead choosing to torment me. In recent years, it seems to have found new amusement and ceased its torment, allowing me to wither away. Fan Wugo's eyes gleamed with intensity. This must be that imperial-grade aberration, right? With this emperor present, it dares to act wantonly? As if responding to Fan Wugo's words, another furious roar resounded. Human race, you have successfully provoked this emperor. I shall tear you asunder. Subsequently, a green light descended from the heavens, causing the entire divine mountain to tremble with a resounding impact. It turned out to be a primordial aberration, the Azure-Maned Hound. I had thought it to be a formidable primordial aberration. Fan Wugo shook his head with slight regret upon seeing the emerging creature. The Azure-Maned Hound's fury intensified at the perceived insult. Among the myriad primordial aberrations, it may not rank among the highest, yet it holds its own in the middle tier. Now, subjected to such humiliation by Fan Wugo, the Azure-Maned Hound could scarcely contain its wrath. Die, wretched emperor! It bellowed. The fourth divine mountain quaked once more, the void beginning to collapse, as terrifying waves surged like a galaxy, overwhelming and boundless. At the same time, a green light erupted from the mouth of the Azure-Maned Hound, a radiance akin to eternal divine light, suppressing the six paths and annihilating all existence. This green light surged forward, ruthlessly aimed at Fan Wugo. As an emperor, to be so impulsive, this shall be your path to demise, Fan Wugo replied, shaking his head. With a pointed finger, boundless thunder crackled, coiling around his fingertip. Annihilate! Fan Wugo roared, and infinite thunder transformed into a world-destroying divine finger, bearing the might to obliterate all creation and shatter the vast starry sky, shattering the green light into fragments. At that moment, the Azure-Maned Hound's eyes reflected fear, yet it could not utter a word before being crushed by the world-destroying divine finger, leaving nothing but ash. The nearby Tung Tsang and the other demons gazed at Fan Wugo with awe, astonished by his formidable strength. Senior, you are truly remarkable. Tung Tsang expressed with profound admiration. Fan Wugo maintained a calm demeanor but responded, you are not lacking. This millennium has been a trial for you. Given time, you shall surely attain enlightenment. Receiving such praise from Fan Wugo filled Tung Tsang with joy. Thank you, Senior. At that moment, Fang Chen beckoned, summoning an imperial weapon of supreme quality. It manifested as a serpentine figure, its essence forming a curved divine spear. This is the serpent spear. Forged from my father's spine at the moment of his passing, Tung Tsang remarked as he gazed upon the serpent spear. Tung Tsang longed to reclaim the serpent spear, yet he understood that Fang Chen had saved him. So even if Fang Chen took the serpent spear, Tung Tsang harbored no resentment. Since this serpent spear was left to you by your father, you should take it back. However, Fang Chen handed the serpent spear back to Tung Tsang. Tung Tsang, staring at the serpent spear in disbelief, could hardly comprehend that Fang Chen would return it so readily. Though the serpent spear was merely crafted from Tung Tsang's father's spine, his father was an emperor of the demon race. One drop of an emperor's blood could shatter stars. A fragment of an emperor's bone could obliterate star realms. This is no exaggeration. Thus, the serpent spear, forged from the spine of Tung Tsang's father, possessed unparalleled power. Rare in the world. Yet, Fang Chen returned the serpent spear with ease. For this supreme imperial weapon could neither serve as material for enhancement, nor could it be enhanced with enhancement cards. Hence, in Fang Chen's hands, the serpent spear was truly just a supreme imperial weapon. The Chaos Pearl in Fang Chen's possession, along with the Dao Plate, surpassed the serpent spear in potency. Not to mention that Fang Chen also wielded an immortal weapon. With the addition of the Tongue Snake Spear, forged from the spine of Tung Tsang's father, a certain discomfort lingered in Fang Chen's heart. Thus, it was perhaps best to forego the Tongue Snake Spear. Your Imperial Majesty, the gratitude I owe cannot be expressed in words, Tung Tsang said with a heart brimming with excitement. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Fang Chen nodded and replied, this emperor shall continue to forge ahead. What of you? After much contemplation, Tung Tsang ultimately shook his head and said, "Your Imperial Majesty, my body is currently afflicted. Should I accompany you deeper, it may necessitate your aid." Jin Peng and the others, possessing lesser strength, also nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential dangers of further exploration. In light of this, "The four of us cannot accompany you deeper," Tung Tsan confirmed. "Rest assured, Your Imperial Majesty, the demon clan shall guard the entrance of the cave, allowing no living being to pass," he assured Fang Chen. Subsequently, with the assistance of Jin Peng and the other three demon kin, Tung Tsang departed from the cave. "Come. There are intriguing wonders atop this divine mountain," Fang Chen remarked to Fan Wugu. With a single step, he vanished from sight. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Fan Wugu's eyes as he swiftly followed Fang Chen. In the next moment, they found themselves within a chamber of the divine mountain. The walls of the chamber sparkled with radiant jade, some of which contained liquid at their centers. This was the divine marrow liquid. At the heart of the chamber stood a square stone pillar, approximately 5 zhang in height, inscribed on all 4 sides with intricate characters. "Your Imperial Majesty." "These characters are indeed divine script," Fan Wugu exclaimed in astonishment upon observing the inscriptions. According to legend, divine script was the language of the deities, each character imbued with unfathomable and terrifying energy. For an extended period, cultivators have sought to utilize it, yet its complexity renders it exceedingly challenging for the average person. Consequently, apart from a few ancient lineages that persist in studying and employing divine script, most have abandoned it. One side of the inscriptions recorded a scripture entitled The Scripture of the Bright Emperor. Fang Chen, gazing at the side facing him, surmised that the demon clan had acquired the scripture of the Bright Emperor from this very place. The lineage of the demon clan was indeed ancient, and it was likely that they possessed members well versed in divine script, making their ability to transcribe the scripture here quite reasonable. At this moment, Fan Wugu approached the left side of the stone pillar. Having studied the earth scripture, he possessed some understanding of divine script. He struggled to decipher the left side characters, uttering, "End, Bright Emperor's Cave Heaven Imperial Weapon Immortal." Fang Chen, now also at the left side, quickly scanned the inscriptions and comprehended their meaning. "This is divine script personally engraved by the Bright Emperor, chronicling matters concerning this cave heaven," he stated. "So, the Bright Emperor himself has visited this place," Fan Wugu mused. Nodding thoughtfully, Fang Chen affirmed, continuing, "This cave heaven was formed from the remains of a fallen imperial figure of a foreign race, evolving from the interior of their body. The 9 divine mountains are the manifestations of the imperial figure's cultivation. Each divine mountain is guarded by an imperial-grade treasure, and the latter 6 mountains harbor an imperial-grade ijong." Upon hearing of the treasures, Fan Wugu's eyes sparkled with excitement. In addition to the 3 imperial-grade treasures of the first 3 mountains, there are also 6 imperial-grade treasures. Indeed, Fang Chen elaborated on the divine script, and according to the Bright Emperor, the 9th divine mountain possesses an immortal-grade treasure. Unfortunately, his power at the time was insufficient, allowing him only to reach the 7th divine mountain, where he could merely gaze longingly at the immortal-grade treasure. Fan Wugu was taken aback by the mention of an immortal-grade treasure. An immortal-grade treasure? He held a divine metal known as immortal fallen gold, rumored to be used in the forging of immortal weapons. However, this was merely a rumor. No one had ever verified its truth. Now, the prospect of witnessing an immortal-grade treasure firsthand felt surreal to him. Naturally, doubts lingered in his mind. However, the fact that the divine script was inscribed by the Bright Emperor alleviated many of his concerns. Whether the immortal-grade treasure truly existed could be discerned by witnessing it in person. After Fang Chen perused the remaining 2 sides of the divine script, he turned to Fan Wugu and remarked, "The remaining 2 sides do not contain anything particularly noteworthy. They mostly recount trivial matters recorded by the Bright Emperor, such as victories over certain adversaries, the human race's period of stable development, and details about how many from the foreign races consumed human lives, among other events." It was clear to Fang Chen that the Bright Emperor genuinely cared for the human race. However, one detail caught his attention. The Bright Emperor's meteoric rise was attributed to an unknown presence guiding him from behind, which allowed him to emerge and save the human race from peril. At this juncture, Fang Chen had exited the chamber and ascended to the summit of the 4th divine mountain, as each mountain's apex housed an imperial-grade treasure. He had no intention of overlooking the treasures atop each divine mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he quickly spotted a circular platform. Upon the platform rested a stone staff shaped like a tiger's head. Fang Chen approached the platform and lifted the tiger-headed staff, remarking, "This is quite a fine imperial weapon." Alas, weapons such as this tiger-headed staff, not produced by the system, cannot be enhanced or used as enhancement materials. It may only be stored in the treasury of the flying Immortal Sect, awaiting a fated individual, he added. "Indeed, it is commendable," Fan Wugu chimed in. This tiger-headed staff has reached perfection. If refined by the laws of the extreme path, it could soon transform into an extreme path imperial weapon. Do you wish for it? Fang Chen inquired. Seeing this, Fan Wugu felt a surge of excitement. I do. After which, he accepted the staff. Before I was suppressed. The imperial weapons were seized by those immortal forces. Now, they likely no longer belong to me, having become an imperial figure once more. Yet lacking an extreme path imperial weapon, this staff is most fortuitous. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Fan Wugu fondly caressed the staff, clearly enamored by it. No need for thanks, Fang Chen replied nonchalantly. Come, let us explore the fifth divine mountain. In a blink, Fang Chen and Fan Wugu arrived at the summit of the fifth divine mountain. Your Imperial Majesty, this is a carriage, Fan Wugu announced, lifting the imperial weapon from the circular platform. Now that Your Imperial Majesty's reputation resonates throughout the Xianhuang Star, it is imperative to have a carriage for future travels. This imperial weapon carriage is quite suitable, though it feels rather sparse without additional adornments. Had I known, I would have retained that azure-maned hound to add some flair. The imperial weapon in Fan Wugu's hand was a carriage no larger than a palm, pulled by 9 true dragons crafted from imperial gold, serving as divine beasts. Fang Chen chuckled in response. No need to rush. Soon enough, a primordial legion will arrive. No sooner had he spoken than a dark light, imbued with overwhelming imperial might, descended from the sky before the two. As the darkness receded, a jet-black qilin appeared before them. Upon seeing Fang Chen and Fan Wugu, the black qilin immediately inquired, Human race? How did you gain entry to this place? Upon encountering the Mujin, Fang Gu's eyes glimmered with brilliance, a rarity indeed. Although not a pure-blood qilin, its appearance was nearly indistinguishable from that of one. Mujin, perceiving Fang Gu's lack of response to its inquiries and instead receiving unsolicited commentary, let out a huff. Subsequently, 2 streams of white vapor erupted from S nostrils, resembling colossal hammers that, upon their emergence, instigated a collapse of the void. These 2 streams surged forth rapidly towards Fang Gu, akin to planets plummeting to the ground. Fan Wugu's eyes sparkled. The breath of the chain, truly a treasure. This essence, unique to the chain, could be utilized by cultivators in myriad ways. With that birth from an emperor-level chain being of unparalleled rarity. At that moment, Fang Gu bent his right hand, fingers curled like divine hooks, seizing the 2 streams of white vapor. Instantly, they transformed into Tukin, rampaging within Fang Gu's grasp, attempting to escape. However, with a resonant tremor of the ultimate laws, Fang Gu dispersed the streams, subsequently inhaling them. Indeed, the breath of the chain is splendid. A satisfied expression adorned Fang Gu's face, yet he soon lamented, Alas, you are but an emperor. Had you been it indeed, the effects of this Xianxia would have surely been far greater. At this moment, Mujin gazed at Fang Gu in horror, a chill running through its very being. Why, you are an extreme Dao emperor, Mujin cried out in alarm. Mujin's heart sank. Should an extreme Dao emperor venture forth? Would it not be customary for the heavens and earth to resound with proclamations, ensuring all were aware? Why, then, had it encountered such a low-key extreme Dao emperor? Now, due to a miscalculation, it had entangled itself with an extreme Dao emperor. Its fate seemed sealed. Oh, what a predicament I find myself in. Mujin, you stand at a crossroads. Fan Wugu grinned. The first path is to submit to Chindijun, and the second is still to submit to Chindijun. Which will you choose? Mujin, in silent despair, thought. Do I truly have a choice? Yet, Mujin promptly declared, I am willing to serve Chindijun. In this life and beyond, I, Mujin, pledge to stand eternally by Chindijun's side. Congratulations, host. For capturing an emperor-level follower, you are rewarded with a 4-star gift package. As Mujin spoke, he cast a glance at Fang Chen, astonished to discover that it was Fang Gu who regarded Fang Chen with such reverence. This individual was already formidable. The king beside him must surely be even more terrifying and mused. Observing the scene, Fan Wugu summoned a grand carriage, which expanded in size, exuding the overwhelming force of imperial laws that permeated the heavens and earth. At this moment, the 9 heavens true dragon roared as if it were real, its voice reverberating through the skies. Imperialsen, please, Fang Wu gestured for Fang Chen to enter the carriage first. As Fang Chen stepped inside, Fan Wugu took the reins, guiding the carriage. Let us proceed to the 6th divine mountain, Wugu commanded, and the 9 true dragons moved with grace. Lifting the carriage into the sky, beneath Wu's feet, clouds billowed forth, and he trod upon them, accompanying the carriage towards the 6th divine mountain. In the blink of an eye, the 9 true dragons brought the imperial carriage to the summit of the 6th divine mountain, where a Qilin transformation elixir thrived. However, this elixir was dark black, eerily reminiscent of Chen. This divine elixir sprouted from the burial site of one of our ancestors, Feixian elucidated. Thus, it is a precious treasure of our clan, safeguarded by my elder brother. Just then, two streams of black light descended from the heavens, and as they dissipated, ting, resembling Feixian, emerged. These are my elder brother and sister, Feixian explained immediately. We three Feixian occupy 3 divine mountains. Chen Bizun, allow me to introduce you to my siblings. However, one of the Feixian interjected, there is no need. Its voice resonated deeply, akin to the sound of celestial bells. Chen Bizun, we too wish to serve eternally at your side. We only hope Chen Bizun can lead us away from this realm. The two Feixian bowed their heads, kneeling on all fours. You yearn to leave this place? Fang Chen inquired. Indeed, replied another Feixian, its tone melodious. In this realm, we feel as if cursed. We cannot transform, cannot comprehend the ultimate laws, nor can we depart. Were it not for the Ming clan's inherent advantages and prolonged lifespans, we three would have long since perished here. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen responded, swear an oath of the great Tao. Immediately, the two Ming pledged. Boyo and Moab hereby swear an oath of the great Tao. For eternity, we shall follow Chen Dizun, standing by Chen Dizun's side. Should we falter, let thunder strike us and doom us to eternal despair. As Boyo and Moab completed their oath, the laws of the great Tao surged forth, infusing their bodies and forming a binding contract. Concurrently, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, host, for capturing 2 Emperor-level followers. You are rewarded with 2 4-star gift packages. Bow before Chen Dizun. The two Feixian respectfully saluted Fang Chen. Subsequently, Moyo produced a vial of divine spring contained within a divine stone. Chen Bizun. This is an Emperor-level treasure from the 7th Divine Mountain, Moyo explained. This artifact is the most precious of all on the 7th Divine Mountain. Much appreciated, Fang Chen acknowledged. While Wu Go collected the divine spring. In that case, there is no need to visit the 7th Divine Mountain. At this moment, Fang Chen declared, Wu Go, proceed directly to the 8th Divine Mountain. Yes, done, Fan Wu Go replied. Then, Fu Wu once again urged the 9 true dragons to lift the carriage into the sky, while the 3 trod upon the clouds, radiating brilliance as they followed the carriage toward the 8th Divine Mountain.